On the first day, a confession. On the second, a marriage certificate. And that very day, an announcement. No misunderstandings, no delays. After his rebirth, Shen Feng initially intended to pursue his beloved wife, only to discover that his late brother, Wei Gu, had also been reborn and was even more proactive than he. Explosive news. Rising star Jiang Wanwan spotted entering a hospital with a mysterious man. Jiang Wanwan's relationship rumors exposed, her pure persona shattered. Jiang Wanwan's downfall. Faced with numerous trending topics, Jiang Wanwan promptly revealed her marriage certificate, declaring, "There are rumors suggesting I have a boyfriend. Let me clarify, that is not a rumor." Chapter 1. Wanwan, I love you. Wanwan, I love you. July 31st, 2021. As he sent this WeChat message, Shen Feng stood atop the roof of the Century Building in Zhonghai City. He glanced at the myriad lights twinkling in the vast night below. His expression remained placid. With a leap, he plunged into the abyss. There was no hesitation, no fear of death. For Shen Feng, death had become a familiar acquaintance. His time had been ensnared, forever locked in the confines of July 31st, 2021. To date, he had endured the repetition of this day 299,999 times. A cycle spanning nearly 300,000 iterations, totaling 821.9 years. It was interminable, so protracted that Shen Feng had long since grown numb to it. As he continued to descend, his phone suddenly vibrated in his hand. "Jiang Wanwan, where are you?" This message took Shen Feng by surprise. In the countless cycles, he had confessed to Jiang Wanwan innumerable times. Her responses ranged from playful banter to lighthearted jokes. Yet this time, she actually inquired about his whereabouts. Nevertheless, Shen Feng paid little heed, for he was on the brink of hitting the ground. "Where am I?" A bitter smile crept across Shen Feng's face. "I am in hell, and also in a cage." Beep, beep. The jarring sound of an alarm clock pierced the air. With his eyes closed, Shen Feng instinctively reached for his phone on the bedside table to silence the alarm. Due to the incessant repetition of the same day, he had no means to preemptively cancel the alarm. Every day at 6 o'clock, he was roused from slumber. For a time, Shen Feng even began to question his existence, wondering why he had so foolishly set such an alarm on July 30. It left him unable to indulge in a leisurely morning sleep. However, today, as he extended his hand, Shen Feng froze, for he felt neither the bedside table nor his phone. His hand met only emptiness. How could this be possible? Every morning, awakened by the alarm, he would stretch out his hand, retrieve his phone, and turn off the alarm. This sequence of actions had been performed 299,999 times. He could not possibly err, even with his eyes shut. Stunned, he opened his eyes and sat up in bed. Yet the scene before him left him even more astounded. Pristine white walls, clean white sheets, and an air tinged with the scent of antiseptic and medicine. He was connected to several machines. Clearly, he was in a hospital room. He was not lying in his own home. In that instant, Shen Feng felt as if his breath had been stolen away. He quickly turned his head and, following the sound of the alarm, found his phone at the bedside. He glanced at the time displayed on the screen. 6 o'clock, and the date was August 1st, 2021. Shen Feng was dumbfounded. In the span of over 800 years of repetition, he had engaged in countless thrilling endeavors and had witnessed various tempests. He believed his psychological resilience to be formidable. Yet upon seeing the date of August 1st, he could not contain his astonishment, growing dazed and even trembling. He had actually escaped. Escaped from July 31st. Escaped from a cage that had imprisoned him for over 800 years. Unintentionally, Shen Feng's hand brushed against something soft and furry. It jolted him back to reality. Turning, he saw a figure resting beside his hospital bed. The person appeared to have been asleep. Awoken by his touch, they opened their eyes. Wanwan. Shen Feng instantly recognized her. This was someone he knew all too well. His dearest friend, his childhood companion, the one he loved. Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan had just experienced a nightmare. She dreamt that Shen Feng had died once more, and this time, it was before her very eyes. Indeed, it was yet another death. For Jiang Wanwan was a person who had been reborn. She and Shen Feng had been childhood sweethearts, inseparable since their youth. Though they had never confessed their feelings, their bond was undeniably intimate. During high school, Jiang Wanwan was discovered by a talent scout, starred in several productions, and became a modestly famous idol. Afterward, as she became increasingly occupied with filming, opportunities to see Shen Feng dwindled. On July 31st, 2021, in her previous life, after completing a film, Jiang Wanwan returned to her hometown of Zhonghai City during a break, intending to surprise Shen Feng. However, that night, she received the devastating news of his suicide. From that day forth, Jiang Wanwan seemed to lose her very soul. Once vibrant and cheerful, she became taciturn, even when her performances were filled with emotion and her acting flawless. Once off the set, she turned cold as ice. Only when visiting Shen Feng's grave would she speak a few words to herself. 10 years later, Jiang Wanwan stood on the Oscar stage. Her acceptance speech consisted of but a few brief words. Once, I promised my beloved that I would become the most celebrated actress in the world. Now, I have finally achieved that. And at last, I can go see him. That very night, Jiang Wanwan took her own life in the same manner as Shen Feng, in the confines of her home. However, as Jiang Wanwan opened her eyes once more, she discovered, to her astonishment, that she had been granted the extraordinary gift of rebirth. She found herself transported back to the evening of July 31st, 2021, the very night of Shen Feng's demise in her previous life. Before Jiang Wanwan could fully comprehend the magnitude of her resurrection, she received a WeChat message from Shen Feng that my son Fengzi. Wanwan, I love you. Sensing an unsettling discrepancy, Jiang Wanwan hastily replied, inquiring about Shen Feng's whereabouts. Yet, her attempts met with silence. Panic surged through her veins. Terrified of losing Shen Feng once again, she dashed out of the Century building, determined to find him. To her astonishment, she discovered a man lying quietly on the ground before the entrance of the Century building. He appeared completely unharmed, as if he were merely in a peaceful slumber. It was Shen Feng. Without delay, Jiang Wanwan rushed the unconscious Shen Feng to the hospital. The doctor examined him and confirmed that he had merely fainted due to low blood sugar. Still, her worries persisted. She insisted that the doctor equip Shen Feng with the finest medical apparatus for monitoring. She remained by his bedside, steadfastly keeping watch until he fell into a deep sleep. Then, she was engulfed by a nightmarish vision that, in her dream, she once again burst forth from the Century building, but this time, she beheld Shen Feng, bloodied and broken on the pavement. Suddenly, Jiang Wanwan felt a sharp jolt at her head, as if someone had struck her. This jarring sensation jolted her awake. Upon awakening, the first sight that greeted Jiang Wanwan was Shen Feng, already conscious and seated on the bed. In that fleeting moment, her eyes brimmed with tears. He was alive. He was truly alive. Although she remained uncertain about the transformations that had occurred during her rebirth, she cared little for such details. All that mattered was Shen Feng's existence. Overwhelmed with emotion, she flung herself into Shen Feng's embrace, weeping like a child. Shen Feng was taken aback. He had never witnessed this tender, vulnerable side of Jiang Wanwan, who usually presented herself as a strong, assertive woman before him. Unaware of Jiang Wanwan's rebirth, Shen Feng assumed her tears were merely a manifestation of her previous worries for him. Suppressing his own joy at seeing her again, he embraced the weeping girl and gently stroked her silky, fragrant hair, murmuring soothingly, "Why do you cry? This is not the demeanor of my Wanwan. I'm perfectly fine, so please stop crying, my dear." Yet, deep down, Shen Feng longed to weep as well. Throughout countless cycles of repetition, he had confessed his love to Jiang Wanwan innumerable times. She had once expressed her desire to travel the world, and he had promised to accompany her. She had shared her dream of visiting Disneyland, and he had vowed to make it happen. She had envisioned having a little girl in the future, and he had agreed to her wishes. Jiang Wanwan had made countless heartfelt requests filled with hope and longing, yet Shen Feng had failed to fulfill any of them. No matter how far their relationship had progressed one day, the following day would reset everything to zero. He could never accompany Jiang Wanwan through the passage of time, nor could he traverse the globe with her until the end of days. This sense of helplessness felt like a dagger, piercing his heart repeatedly. But now, he had finally been liberated. He was no longer bound by time. At last, he could promise her eternal companionship, to walk hand in hand through life's journey. Burying his head in Jiang Wanwan's fragrant hair, Shen Feng leaned closer to her ear and softly declared, "Wanwan, I love you." Chapter 2. You might find it hard to believe, but I am getting married in an hour. Jiang Wanwan cried loudly. Shen Feng uttered this statement in a very soft voice. Unable to hear clearly, Jiang Wanwan lifted her small face, gazing at Shen Feng with tear-filled eyes. "Did you just say something?" I said. "Wangu, when you cry, you really resemble a woman." Shen Feng chuckled as he wiped Jiang Wanwan's tears. Jiang Wanwan. Shen Feng's jesting tone eased her emotions somewhat. After all, most of her feelings had already been released when she first encountered Shen Feng the night before. She pushed Shen Feng away, her almond-shaped eyes widening in indignation. "You are the one who resembles a woman. Wangu, didn't he cry? I merely had some dust in my eyes, do you understand?" All right. Shen Feng smiled indulgently, ruffling Jiang Wanwan's hair. She swatted his hand away, feeling that something about Shen Feng seemed amiss. In her memories from a previous life, Shen Feng had always been a timid little follower trailing behind her. His personality was steady and easygoing, honest to a fault, and even somewhat insecure, relying entirely on her protection. This was why she had earned the nickname Wangu. Yet now, Shen Feng appeared anything but obedient. Even when he tousled her hair, it felt more like something a grandfather would do. Could it be that his mind had been altered after last night's fainting spell? No, I must find a doctor to examine you, Jiang Wanwan declared. Making for the door, Shen Feng quickly blocked her path. I am well aware of my own body. I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Your body may be fine, but I intend to have someone check your brain, Jiang Wanwan retorted. Shen Feng, I believe my mind is functioning perfectly well. Then what were you doing lying peacefully at the entrance of the Century building last night? You looked as serene as if you were dead. I refuse to believe you simply fainted there by chance. Jiang Wanwan's words raised Shen Feng's eyebrows. Lying at the entrance of the Century building, he glanced at his phone, checking WeChat. The last message Jiang Wanwan had sent him read, "Where are you?" This aligned with his recollections from last night. Yet, he distinctly remembered jumping off a building. Why had he ended up lying peacefully at the Century building's entrance? Shen Feng pondered but found no answers. Ultimately, he decided not to dwell on it. The events surrounding him had already been surreal enough. However, Shen Feng ultimately succumbed to Jiang Wanwan's insistence and underwent a comprehensive health examination. The results revealed that he was in impeccable health, with no issues concerning his mind. For some reason, Shen Feng sensed a hint of disappointment in Jiang Wanwan's expression. With a smile, Shen Feng inquired, "My mind is fine. You seem rather let down?" "Indeed, I had hoped that a bout of unconsciousness might render you a bit smarter." "What a pity." Shen Feng, though exasperated, a smile remained on his face. The 30,000 cycles of repetition had once rendered his emotions numb, even callous. Only in Jiang Wanwan's presence did he feel like a normal person. Now that he was free from the cycle and witnessing a more vibrant Jiang Wanwan, Shen Feng felt a profound sense of happiness. "Hey, look, isn't that Jiang Wanwan? It appears to be her. Who is that handsome man beside her? Is he her boyfriend? I hadn't heard she had one. Wow, could this be a scoop? Quick, take a photo." The hospital was bustling with people. As Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan prepared to leave, they noticed several young individuals pointing and whispering in their direction. Jiang Wanwan suddenly realized she had forgotten her sunglasses and mask. Both she and Shen Feng were currently university students, but during her high school years, Jiang Wanwan had gained fame from a few films. Over the past few years, she had established herself as a second-tier star, garnering considerable recognition among the youth. Shen Feng noticed the attention they were receiving as well. He contemplated creating some distance between them, masquerading as a stranger or perhaps a cousin. He recalled how much Jiang Wanwan valued her celebrity status. She had once solemnly promised Shen Feng that she would become the most famous actress in the future, and she had been diligently working toward that goal. Thus, she took great care in maintaining her reputation as a star. Whenever they went out, Jiang Wanwan would dress extravagantly, often drawing suspicious glances from security at banks. Although Shen Feng had already resolved to spend his life with Jiang Wanwan, he understood through the long cycles that loving someone did not mean holding them tightly at all times. Rather, it entailed ensuring their happiness and allowing them to pursue their desires. Therefore, if Jiang Wanwan wished to focus solely on her career as a star at present, he was willing to endure it for a while longer, having already been patient for so long. However, just as he was about to distance himself from Jiang Wanwan, she took a step towards him, tilting her head as she softly inquired, "Fengzi, may I ask you something? Was the WeChat message you sent me last night, Wanwan? I love you, your true feelings, or were you just reacting to something?" Shen Feng was taken aback, quickly realizing she was referring to that very message. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "If you can accept it now, then it is the truth. If you refuse to accept it, consider it a reaction to something." Before Shen Feng could finish his sentence, he was abruptly halted as Jiang Wanwan, with a surprisingly bold move, seized his arm and pulled him close, wrapping her arms around him. Then, with a beaming smile directed at the onlookers, she proclaimed loudly, "Let me introduce you to a juicy piece of gossip. This is my boyfriend." Shen Feng stood in shock. Was this really the Jiang Wanwan who had always been overly concerned with public opinion, treating outings with him like a covert operation? Even during the 30,000 cycles, he had never witnessed her in such a light. "What are you standing there for? Waiting to be photographed? Let us run." Jiang Wanwan suddenly tugged at Shen Feng, pulling him towards the exit. The onlookers, equally stunned, finally snapped back to reality. realizing the monumental scoop they had stumbled upon. They shrieked in excitement, frantically pursuing the couple with their phones in hand. By the time they burst out of the hospital, they found, to their astonishment, that Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng had vanished from sight. Breaking news. Rising star Jiang Wanwan's relationship seemingly exposed. Hammering the point home, Jiang Wanwan was spotted entering and exiting the hospital with a mysterious man. Rumors swirl of Jiang Wanwan's possible pregnancy and abortion. As Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng caught their breaths, hiding in a narrow alley, they pulled out their phones to check Weibo, discovering that several trending topics had already soared into the top 50. Jiang Wanwan, panting heavily, triumphantly smacked Shen Feng's arm, exclaiming, "What do you think of my popularity? In under 5 minutes, look at all these trending topics." Shen Feng affectionately ruffled her hair. "Yes, my Wangu is the best." He then pointed at her phone. However, "Wangu, shouldn't you answer your manager's call?" Only then did Jiang Wanwan notice her phone ringing, the caller ID reading, "Manager Lin Jie." Her expression stiffened. Her hand trembled slightly as she pressed the answer button, activating the speakerphone, and softly uttered a greeting. And then, "What the hell are you doing, Jiang Wanwan? Didn't you say you were going back to Zhonghai City to visit family? What's this trending topic all about?" Observing Jiang Wanwan's gradually flustered expression, Shen Feng could not help but chuckle. This girl, still so afraid of her manager. Once the shouting on the other end subsided, Jiang Wanwan gently replied, "Lin Jie, well, visiting my husband should count as visiting family, right?" Lin Jie bellowed back, "Husband? What nonsense are you spouting? When did you get married?" Jiang Wanwan paused for a moment. She glanced at Shen Feng, then spoke into the phone, "You might not believe this, but I'm getting married in an hour." "All right, Lin Jie, we can talk later. I have something to attend to. Goodbye." She blurted out that punctuation-less sentence in one breath, promptly hung up, and blocked Lin Jie's number. Finally exhaling a sigh of relief, she wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Turning to Shen Feng, she nudged him playfully. "Is your household registration book at your place?" "Why?" "To get the marriage certificate, of course." "Do you think I was joking just now?" Chapter 3. A clarification. That is no rumor. The buzz on Weibo today was quite fervent. Photos of the popular star Jiang Wanwan entering a hospital with an unfamiliar man were exposed early in the morning. Such a stir caused ripples across the internet. It must be acknowledged that Jiang Wanwan's popularity has indeed surged. She is stunningly beautiful and possesses commendable acting skills. Although she cannot quite compete with the true top-tier stars and first-line actresses, she has certainly emerged as a notable figure among second-tier celebrities. Moreover, Jiang Wanwan has no scandalous rumors surrounding her, making her a refreshing presence in the industry. Thus, when this news broke, those following the entertainment circle were nearly astounded. Female celebrities who were rivals to Jiang Wanwan scrambled to hire professional trolls to create a narrative. Those who had previously attempted to tarnish Jiang Wanwan's reputation but found no dirt on her seized the opportunity to stir up trouble. Numerous marketing accounts also sought to profit from the chaos. Although Jiang Wanwan may not be on par with the top-tier stars, such an opportunity to ride the wave of trending news was not something these marketing accounts could overlook. Meanwhile, at the Zhonghai City Civil Affairs Bureau, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, the subjects of the trending topic, had just obtained their marriage certificate and exited the office. With her mask and sunglasses on, Jiang Wanwan held the red booklet high, examining it under the sun as if appraising a treasure, repeatedly glancing at it. Finally, she burst into a silly laugh. "I feel like I'm truly dreaming." Shen Feng smiled as well, sharing in the surreal experience. He had never expected that upon breaking free from his constraints, Jiang Wanwan would suddenly become so proactive. Originally someone who cared deeply about her fans and popularity, today Jiang Wanwan not only confirmed their relationship publicly, but also took him to obtain their marriage certificate. Shen Feng felt a tinge of regret. After enduring countless cycles of thought, he believed he should take the initiative, yet Jiang Wanwan outperformed him in that regard. This simply would not do. With a sudden impulse, Shen Feng leaned closer to Jiang Wanwan, lowering his voice to ask, "Wangu, what are your plans now that we're married?" Shen Feng was eager to invite Jiang Wanwan on a date. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan was busy posting on Weibo, Upon hearing Shen Feng's question, she replied earnestly, I plan to escape. Just go check my Weibo. Shen Feng took out his phone and opened Jiang Wanwan's Weibo homepage. At a glance, he saw the pinned top post. Jiang Wanwan wrote, I've seen the rumors online saying I have a boyfriend. So let me clarify, that is no rumor. Accompanied by a picture of the small red booklet in her hand. Shen Feng. He suddenly questioned whether Jiang Wanwan had undergone some sort of shock. Today, she seemed unusually bold. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan was murmuring to herself. Shen Feng realized she was counting down. 4, 3, 2, 1. At the moment the countdown ended, Jiang Wanwan's phone rang. An unfamiliar number. Jiang Wanwan nervously pressed the answer button. Jiang Wanwan, are you out of your mind? Explain yourself right now. And if you ever hang up on me again, I'll come to your house with a knife. Even without speakerphone. Lin Jie's booming voice could be heard through the phone, reaching Shen Feng's ears. Jiang Wanwan held the phone far away, saying helplessly, What do you want me to explain? I just got my marriage certificate with my boyfriend. Didn't I tell you before? What the hell? You're driving me insane. I had just found a suitable excuse and was preparing a PR team to write a statement for you. And before I could finish, you go and post this Weibo. Are you trying to reach for the stars? Because it's hot. Shut up. Lin Jie was furious. You're pulling this stunt behind the company's back. Do you have any idea the impact this has on the company and on you? Jiang Wanwan. I'm asking you a question. Speak. Jiang Wanwan continued. You just told me to shut up. Lin Jie almost fainted from anger. She took a deep breath to calm herself before saying, Jiang Wanwan, do you know what people are saying about you online right now? They're saying you're with a wealthy man, that you're being supported by a rich second-generation heir, that you're dating someone wealthy. There are all sorts of rumors. Many of your rivals have taken this opportunity to create negative stories about you. It's all turned into bad press. I had already prepared a PR strategy, claiming you were just accompanying a friend to the hospital and joking with fans. But then you went ahead and publicly showcased a marriage certificate, completely thwarting my plans. Jiang Wanwan, tell me honestly, who are you married to? Is he a rich second-generation heir? Why the sudden marriage? Jiang Wanwan glanced at Shen Feng. After a moment of hesitation, she replied, he is not exactly a rich second-generation heir, and it's not really a sudden marriage. I've thought about it for a long time. Indeed, she had pondered it for quite some time. She had been considering it her entire life. Then why didn't you tell me? Lin Jie was now somewhat frantic. After a long pause, Lin Jie finally managed to regain her composure. Jiang Wanwan, let me tell you, while I genuinely want to support you, don't forget the contract you signed with the company. You caused such a significant stir without the company's permission. According to the contract, the company has the right to demand compensation for breach of contract. The higher-ups are already discussing this matter. Upon hearing Lin Jie mention the breach of contract, Jiang Wanwan jolted. Oh no! In a moment of impulsiveness, she had focused solely on obtaining the marriage certificate with Fengzi and flaunting it to others, forgetting about her contract with the company and the potential penalties. In her previous life, after Shen Feng's incident, she had remained silent for a year and subsequently left the company to go solo. However, she still hired Lin Jie as her manager, having been accustomed to freedom for nearly a decade. Jiang Wanwan indeed forgot that she was still in the stage of working for someone else. Creating a significant negative public opinion without the company's knowledge would, according to the contract, indeed require compensation. It is over. This time, she is truly doomed. The current her is far from the illustrious film queen of her past life. With a meager savings at her disposal, it is unlikely she could even cover a fraction of the penalty fee, while others who are reborn effortlessly rake in wealth. She cannot possibly be the first to go bankrupt after being given a second chance at life. Can she? Lin Jie, is there any way we can avoid incurring losses? Jiang Wanwan implored pitifully. Lin Jie scoffed, avoid losses? If you want to do that, you must find a way to suppress the current momentum. You are well aware of the nature of the executives in the company, unless you can find a means to keep your affairs under wraps, otherwise. Jiang Wanwan felt dejected. Lin Jie's voice carried, and thus, Shen Feng, who was nearby, overheard their conversation. Observing Jiang Wanwan's expression, Shen Feng realized that she had become overly excited and completely overlooked the issues regarding the company and the breach of contract. With a sigh, Shen Feng unexpectedly seized Jiang Wanwan's phone from her hands and addressed Lin Jie on the other end of the line. Hello, Lin Jie. I am Jiang Wanwan's husband. In fact, I do have a plan that might alleviate Wanwan's predicament, but it would require your negotiation with the company. Chapter 4. Shen Feng, who became famous before debuting. Shen Feng has a plan? Both Jiang Wanwan and Lin Jie were taken aback. Jiang Wanwan understood that Shen Feng was genuinely an outsider, utterly clueless about the entertainment industry. How could he propose a solution for a problem that even Lin Jie could not resolve? Jiang Wanwan immediately perked up her ears. Shen Feng glanced at her with a smile, playfully tugged at her ear, and then walked away with the phone. Not allowing her to eavesdrop, Jiang Wanwan's stubbornness flared up. After all, she was the elder sister, and Shen Feng was her subordinate. It was utterly unreasonable for a subordinate to converse behind the back of the elder sister. Consequently, whenever she chased quickly, Shen Feng would hasten his pace. When she lagged behind, he would slow down. In any case, he refused to let her listen. In frustration, Jiang Wanwan stomped her foot. Fengzi, put on speaker. Shen Feng obediently activated the speakerphone. Jiang Wanwan beamed. Indeed, this Fengzi dared not defy her authority. He had no choice but to let her eavesdrop. However, Jiang Wanwan was soon met with Lin Jie's furious roar from the phone. I am discussing serious matters with your husband. Get lost and don't eavesdrop, or I will come after you. Jiang Wanwan sulkily squatted down, drawing circles on the ground. Damn it, this Shen Feng, how dare he report her? Having subdued Jiang Wanwan, Shen Feng switched off the speaker and walked away, continuing. The general plan is as I just mentioned. I wonder how Lin Jie feels about it? Lin Jie seemed quite satisfied, her tone finally softening. Though this approach is somewhat complex, it indeed provides an explanation for Wanwan's marriage certificate. After all, Wanwan is one of the company's marquee talents. As long as we can mitigate the repercussions of this incident, the company should refrain from pursuing the penalty. Yet, speaking of which, Shen Feng, are you truly not a part of our circle? How do you possess such knowledge? Lin Jie inquired. Not an insider, merely well-informed about matters concerning Wanwan. Shen Feng replied. All right, enough of your public displays of affection. She sighed. Fine, we will proceed with your plan. I will report it to the company and then reach out to partners and PR. You should follow through on your end as well. I will hurry from Suzhou and Hangzhou to meet you tomorrow to finalize the contract. After exchanging farewells, they hung up. Shen Feng then approached Jiang Wanwan, who was still squatting on the ground, drawing circles, and handed her the phone. Jiang Wanwan looked up, shot him a glare, and took the phone. As Shen Feng turned to leave, he paused after a couple of steps, realizing Jiang Wanwan remained in place. With a resigned smile, he said, Wangu, stop being stubborn. You will soon discover our plan. I am not being stubborn, Jiang Wanwan muttered sulkily. Then why aren't you standing up? My legs are numb. In the end, Shen Feng carried Jiang Wanwan on his back, walking from the Civil Affairs Bureau back home. Ever since becoming a star, Jiang Wanwan's finances had improved, and she had purchased a few properties. Among them, aside from the one for her parents, there was one specifically for her own residence. The distance from the Civil Affairs Bureau was not too far, so Shen Feng opted to walk with her on his back rather than taking taxi. Jiang Wanwan, the star, maintained excellent physical management. Shen Feng did not find it tiring to carry her. He merely enjoyed the sensation of her fragrant and soft presence against his back. Passers-by occasionally glanced their way, with some girls tugging at the hands of their boyfriends, pouting, Wega, look at that couple. I want to be carried too. The boys, glancing at their companions, grimaced. Have you seen how much the girl on his back weighs? If you were on mine, I'd probably never stand upright again. In a fit of anger, a girl weighing 200 pounds plopped down onto a nearby bench, causing it to collapse. Jiang Wanwan, peering over Shen Feng's shoulder at the commotion, paid it no mind as she was engrossed in scrolling through Weibo. On Weibo, Jiang Wanwan had already witnessed the plan being discussed between Shen Feng and Lin Jie gradually unfolding. The trending topics revealed several new entries that surpassed her popularity, climbing to the top of Weibo within mere minutes. It was evident to the discerning eye that someone had invested resources to buy the hype. Dating reality show Let's Start Dating officially announced. The cast of Let's Start Dating revealed Jiang Wanwan's participation. Jiang Wanwan's marriage certificate allegedly stirs up excitement for the new show. Jiang Wanwan blinked. When did she intend to join this show? And when had she ever sought publicity? Curiously, she clicked on one of the trending topics. Meanwhile, Shen Feng began to elucidate the plan to Jiang Wanwan. This dating show, titled Let's Start Dating, features 4 men and 4 women, comprising 8 stars who participate in pairing and dating. Although it had not been officially announced, the guest lineup circulating online was rather unremarkable, and the production budget seemed tight. 6 guests had already been confirmed, but 1 pair remained unfinalized. They had extended an invitation to her. But due to the show's limited popularity and her relatively high market value, the production team could not afford her, which is why Lin Jie had yet to respond. My plan with Lin Jie is to have me take on the title of an artist under her management, and then I will join you on this show. After all, you are a coveted participant for the production team. Once Lin Jie agrees to let you participate, adding another person alongside you will surely not be an issue for them. Thus, the photos taken of us earlier this morning and your marriage certificate can all be explained as publicity for the new show. Nowadays, there are countless methods of promotion, and the impact of this will not be significant. At least it won't be severe enough for the company to pursue you for a penalty. As publicity and promotion fall within the normal scope of an artist's work, Shen Feng explained. Jiang Wanwan, resting against Shen Feng's back, wore an expression of astonishment. Are you going to become an artist? Fengzi, you've really made it big. I've always said your face has star potential. Had you debuted earlier, you would have been famous by now. Shen Feng sighed. It's not that I've made it. It's you who have achieved success. To prevent my wife from facing financial ruin, I have no choice but to sell myself. Jiang Wanwan chuckled. Then it should be said that you're benefiting from my light. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know how to debut. Indeed, I'm grateful to you, Brother Wan, for creating this opportunity for me. Oh, it's nothing. We're like family. No need for such formality. As Jiang Wanwan spoke, she continued scrolling through Weibo on Shen Feng's back. On Weibo, owing to the heat generated by Jiang Wanwan earlier in the morning, many were now discussing this new variety show. However, the majority of the discussion revolved around Jiang Wanwan and the newcomer, Shen Feng, whose name had never been heard before. Chapter 5. If you weren't overweight, how could you hold such weight in my heart? On Weibo, Wanwan commented. So it was all a publicity stunt. You scare me. I thought my Wanwan was really getting married. Guo Huabei replied. I knew it. Jiang Wanwan is still a university student and an actress. How could she possibly marry so early? Mrs. Awu questioned. Who is this Shen Feng? Never heard of him. Is he a newcomer? Assam Milk Tea speculated. He joined alongside Jiang Wanwan. They wouldn't be forming a duo, would they? Are they trying to make Wanwan support a newcomer? Xingxing Zixingsheng noted. He really is a newcomer from the same company as Wanwan. Have you seen his Weibo? He interacts with Wanwan. Upon seeing this, Jiang Wanwan clicked into Shen Feng's Weibo account, or rather, the new account that Lin Jie had applied for on Shen Feng's behalf. The account contained only 2 posts. One was a retweet, and the other was freshly published, clearly posted by Lin Jie. The retweeted post was Jiang Wanwan's pinned tweet featuring the marriage certificate. Shen Feng from Lanyu Entertainment. Indeed, it's not a rumor. Please take good care of the senior on the show. However, senior, please do not steal props next time. This evidently indicated that Jiang Wanwan's marriage certificate was a prop and a forgery. The other post was just published. Shen Feng from Lanyu Entertainment. Hello everyone. I am Shen Feng, newly joined to the Lanyu family. I hope for your support. Below was a photo, a selfie that Shen Feng had sent to Lin Jie. Although it was a casual snap, Lin Jie's team was still quite professional, and with Shen Feng's good looks, the photo appeared exceptionally bright and handsome. Given the current buzz, both of Shen Feng's Weibo posts attracted numerous comments, some positive, some negative. Many passers-by praised Shen Feng's handsomeness, while rational fans of Jiang Wanwan welcomed the new junior. However, there were also deliberate detractors and some irrational fans of Jiang Wanwan, who made all sorts of accusations. Some said that a newcomer could not possibly be in the same league as a second-tier star like Jiang Wanwan without some backing. Others claimed that such a newcomer did not deserve to appear alongside Jiang Wanwan, especially on a dating show. Jiang Wanwan even saw marketing accounts spreading rumors that Shen Feng was actually the kept boy of the owner of Lanyu Entertainment. This left her utterly dumbfounded. Their boss was clearly a man. Nevertheless, the majority of onlookers indeed believed that she had posted the marriage certificate image to generate hype for the new variety show. Lin Jia also sent a WeChat message, stating that since the narrative had taken off and attracted traffic, the company would not pursue the matter further. The breach of contract fee was deemed unnecessary. Jiang Wanwan let out a sigh of relief. She resolved that once the dust settled, she must venture out on her own. Remaining under someone else's company imposed too many restrictions on her. She couldn't even announce her plans freely. Although the current trend favored young stars maintaining a single persona, she possessed a soul that had lived 2 lifetimes and cared little for such FAAs. When she flew solo, she intended to fill her Weibo with photos of herself and Shen Feng. She blinked and suddenly tugged at Shen Feng's hair. By the way, Fengzi, what is going on with you? How could an outsider, completely ignorant of the entertainment industry, come up with such a clever plan to help me? This plan seems too sophisticated for someone like Shen Feng, an outsider, to devise. Well, I admit I am not well versed in the industry, so I merely suggested a few ideas. The specifics were all decided by Lin Jia. Shen Feng replied earnestly. Jiang Wanwan regarded him with skepticism, her intuition as a woman suggesting that Shen Feng might not be telling the whole truth. In fact, Shen Feng was not being entirely truthful. He had not only provided Lin Jia with a complete and detailed plan, but was also well acquainted with the entertainment industry, particularly matters concerning Jiang Wanwan. Throughout the long, repetitive cycles he had endured, Shen Feng had lost count of how many times he had read news related to Jiang Wanwan. He was thoroughly informed about her company, her manager, and all the entertainment gossip surrounding her. Looking up at the sky, Shen Feng suddenly smiled. In those cycles, to maintain his sanity and avoid breaking down, he had forced himself daily to learn various knowledge and achieve numerous goals. He had now mastered an abundance of skills and uncovered secrets that most ordinary people could not access. In truth, if he wished, he could discreetly resolve the uproar caused by Jiang Wanwan's announcement. He had even uncovered some unspeakable secrets about the owner of Lanyu Entertainment. With just one phone call, he could have the company not only forego pursuing Jiang Wanwan as penalty, but perhaps even offer him money to keep quiet. The deliberate choice of this plan, to debut as an artist and join Jiang Wanwan on a dating variety show, was laced with Shen Feng's personal motives. If he desired an announcement, what better avenue than a dating show? Previously, it had always been Wanwan taking the initiative. Now, it was his turn to step forward. Jiang Wanwan's residence was a quaint villa. Due to her frequent filming and her university not being located in Zhonghai, the villa was seldom occupied. It was spacious, clean, and tastefully decorated, but lacked the warmth of everyday life. Upon entering the house, Jiang Wanwan finally felt free to leap down from Shen Feng's back. Seeing Shen Feng rubbing his shoulders, she raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Am I really that heavy? Indeed, you are rather heavy, Shen Feng replied candidly, nodding. Jiang Wanwan immediately glared at him and raised her hand as if to strike. Shen Feng quickly took 2 steps back, chuckling. If you weren't heavy, how could you weigh so heavily on my heart? The actress's face flushed instantly. How crude. Are you some kind of wild vegetable just unearthed from the ground? What are you laughing at? I'm hungry. Hurry and order takeout. I'm going upstairs to rest. With that, she playfully slapped Shen Feng and dashed upstairs. Once in her room, she slammed the door shut and threw herself onto the bed, her cheeks still flushed. That insufferable Shen Feng. He had seemed so honest. Where had he learned such nonsense? Jiang Wanwan buried her face in the soft pillow, mumbling to herself. After a moment, she cautiously lifted her head. Since the moment Shen Feng confessed her last night, Jiang Wanwan felt as though even Shen Feng's personality had transformed after her reincarnation. The previous Shen Feng resembled a somewhat foolish goose. Now, however, he was not only proactive but also more astute, his words seemingly imbued with a newfound sweetness. This version of him appeared to be even more endearing than before. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Jiang Wanwan's cheeks flushed even deeper. She fished out the little red book she had just received today from her pocket, glancing at the red background couple photo on it, and soon buried her face into her pillow again. Jiang Wanwan. Oh, Jiang Wanwan, you are a person who has been reborn. In your past life, you were even a little golden statuette, the best actress. Can you not be so overwhelmed by youthful sentiments? Can you not blush so easily? If you weren't so captivating, how could you weigh so heavily on my heart? Yet, the more she tried to suppress it, the more Shen Feng's cheesy love words echoed in her mind. Jiang Wanwan let out a loud yell into her pillow. Chapter 6. In the kitchen. Jiang Wanwan was screaming like a groundhog. Shen Feng was out buying potatoes and green peppers. Jiang Wanwan suggested he order takeout, but Shen Feng couldn't bear to let his wife eat takeout. For their first meal together after her reincarnation, he intended to cook himself. In truth, Shen Feng's culinary skills had been rather dismal. With parents cooking at home and cafeteria meals during his school days, his few attempts at cooking could only be described as catastrophic. However, during these days of infinite reincarnation, Shen Feng had taught himself to cook. From Sichuan to Shandong, Cantonese to Huaiyang, from Michelin star dishes to simple scrambled eggs with tomatoes. He had not mastered everything, but had certainly grasped quite a bit. After all, he couldn't keep relying on takeout for 800 years. Shen Feng specifically ventured to a nearby supermarket and nearly depleted all of his current savings. He was just a college student, unlike Jiang Wanwan, a prominent star. This made Shen Feng feel somewhat out of place, as in his previous cyclical days, he often acquired items without payment. He would simply take whatever he wanted, unafraid of being caught. Even if he were apprehended, he would wake up back in his own bed. After purchasing the ingredients and returning to the villa, Shen Feng tidied up the kitchen and began to prepare the meal. He certainly knew Jiang Wanwan's preferences. The star adored sweets, with sweet and sour spare ribs and sweet and sour stir-fried pork being her favorites. However, due to her need to manage her figure and the stringent restrictions imposed by her manager, Lin Jie, Jiang Wanwan rarely indulged in these rich, sweet dishes. Shen Feng made a special effort to prepare sweet and sour spare ribs for Jiang Wanwan, alongside a few light vegetable dishes. He also simmered a pot of soup and steamed rice. With Shen Feng's current culinary skills, he could have tackled more complex dishes. But cooking required not just skill but also time. After about half an hour, drawn by the enticing aroma, Jiang Wanwan descended the stairs. Still dazed from sleep, she rubbed her eyes and yawned. Then, smacking her lips, she asked, "Fengzi, has the takeout you ordered arrived? It smells so good." Then she beheld Shen Feng bustling in the kitchen. Jiang Wanwan was taken aback. Shen Feng was cooking? "Hey, Fengzi, please don't blow up my kitchen." Alarmed, she rushed towards the kitchen. Shen Feng, feeling exasperated, replied, "I'm not a terrorist. Why are you so frightened?" Jiang Wanwan, her face filled with trepidation, exclaimed, "I would rather face a terrorist in the kitchen. At least they know the difference between soy sauce and vinegar." She vividly recalled the first time Shen Feng attempted to cook for her, producing a pot of fried rice that was overwhelmingly sour. Not only was it sour, but he had also forgotten to lower the heat while searching for a recipe on his phone. By the time he returned, the bottom of the pot was nearly burnt. The acrid aroma of vinegar and charred rice filled the room, forcing both Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng to order takeout. When the delivery person arrived, the scent wafting from the room nearly knocked him out. Recalling this, Jiang Wanwan looked at Shen Feng with a mixture of indignation and despair. "Fengzi, I bear you no grudge. Why do you wish to harm me?" Shen Feng understood that Jiang Wanwan was recalling his culinary misadventures. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he said, "I assure you, my cooking has improved. Don't you find the aroma of the dishes delightful? Pleasant indeed, but who knows how it will taste?" Jiang Wanwan muttered. Admittedly, the scent was undeniably enticing. However, Shen Feng's culinary skills could not be judged by conventional standards. For the sake of her own safety, Jiang Wanwan ultimately decided to order takeout herself. Feeling a bit hungry after her nap, she chose a nearby Kaifeng cuisine delivery. In under 10 minutes, the takeout arrived. Jiang Wanwan munched on her burger while sipping cola. A few minutes later, when Shen Feng presented a plate of sweet and sour spare ribs, a plate of crunchy stir-fried bamboo shoots, and a fragrant dish of sanxian before her, the burger in her hand suddenly lost its appeal. She stared at Shen Feng in shock, as if he were an extraterrestrial. "Fengzi, did you make this? What else could it be?" Shen Feng offered her chopsticks. "Try the spare ribs. They're quite good. I also made a soup. Let me fetch it." Jiang Wanwan numbly accepted the chopsticks. When Shen Feng returned with the soup, he found Jiang Wanwan trembling gnawing on a spare rib that had been cleaned to the bone. Fengzi, I feel like crying, she said, her eyes brimming with tears. What is wrong, Wangu? Did I not cook well? Shen Feng was puzzled. This shouldn't be the case. His skills have been honed over centuries, particularly with the sweet and sour spare ribs, which he had studied extensively. I regret ordering takeout. Your spare ribs are so delicious. I want to eat more, but I'm so full, she lamented, hiccup, sob. She felt utterly aggrieved. Sweet and sour spare ribs, her favorite dish. And Shen Feng had made it so exquisitely, better than any she had ever tasted. Yet, she simply could not eat another bite. Shen Feng, equally exasperated, replied, Well, who told you not to trust me? Fine, then drink some soup. Didn't you say you want to try the plain boiled cabbage you saw on TV? I made you a version of it. However, true plain boiled cabbage requires time and effort to make the broth. Since I was short on time, I prepared a simplified version using the broth from the spare ribs. The taste is decent. When I have more time, I'll make you the authentic version. As he spoke, Shen Feng lifted the lid of the clay pot. A rich aroma wafted out. Jiang Wanwan looked at the pot of broth, clear as water, with delicately crafted cabbage that resembled jade. Tears began to flow uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. However, she quickly turned away, staring at the large cup of cola she had just downed, burping from the carbonation. Then she burst into tears. She could no longer stomach it. What should she do? In the end, Jiang Wanwan managed to consume half a bowl of soup and 3 small ribs. Only when her stomach felt painfully full did she reluctantly set down her chopsticks. The expression on her face remained sorrowful and aggrieved. I was wrong, I truly was. There was once a sumptuous feast laid before me, and I failed to cherish it. Only after overindulging did I realize my regret. If only heaven could grant me another chance, I would never order takeout again. Shen Feng couldn't help but chuckle as he ruffled her hair. Alright, von ye. You can heat up these ribs and soup for dinner tonight. Moreover, if you ever want to eat something, just let me know, and I will happily cook for you every day. Everyday cooking. Jiang Wanwan felt her cheeks flush slightly. Indeed, Shen Feng was no longer just her good brother and friend. They were now legally married, destined to share a life together. Then, will you make braised pork? I want to eat braised pork tomorrow. Jiang Wanwan began to place her order. Of course, no problem, Shen Feng readily replied. Jiang Wanwan smiled. Provided you aren't afraid of being discovered by Sister Lin when she comes looking for you tomorrow. Shen Feng responded, and Jiang Wanwan pouted. After dinner, Shen Feng was tidying up the dishes in the kitchen while the stuffed Jiang Wanwan strolled around the room. Hearing the clattering sounds from the kitchen, she fell into a deep contemplation. She recalled a saying from her mother, a family requires both spouses to maintain it. If all the burdens are placed on one party, the family will become exceedingly fragile. Just like your father and me, he is responsible for cooking while I handle the dishes. Now, as she and Shen Feng were also a married couple, should she not wash the dishes if he was the one cooking? With this thought, Jiang Wanwan walked into the kitchen. How about I wash the dishes? She suggested. No need, you could just rest. Shen Feng chuckled. From now on, let me handle these chores. You are my Wangu. How could I trouble you with such trivial matters? That's not acceptable, Jiang Wanwan declared earnestly. A family requires both parties to contribute. How can I allow you to do all the work? Let me help. Besides, as the elder sister, I should lead by example. How can I let the younger brother bear all the burdens? Move aside. With that, the starlet Jiang squeezed into Shen Feng's space. Her hand dove into the dishwater, aiming to grab a dirty plate, but instead caught Shen Feng's hand. Jiang Wanwan coughed lightly and withdrew her hand, adopting a serious demeanor as she said, If you don't let me do anything, I will feel guilty. With her insistence, Shen Feng had no choice but to step aside. Jiang Wanwan gazed at the solitary dirty plate that remained in the sink and huffed. You've already cleaned everything. What am I supposed to wash? She glared at Shen Feng, who shrugged helplessly. I didn't ask you to wash. You insisted on doing it. Fine, I'll let it go this time. From now on, you cook, and I'll wash the dishes. If you dare to steal my job again, beware of the family rules of Wangu. Jiang Wanwan grinned fiercely, finishing off the last plate. Once the kitchen was tidy, she still felt a bit stuffed. She proposed to Shen Feng that they take a walk outside. He was more than willing. Just being with Jiang Wanwan brought him joy. Jiang Wanwan donned a mask and pulled Shen Feng along for a stroll around the community. While walking, she asked Fengzi, "When did your culinary skills improve so significantly? Your sweet and sour ribs are better than any restaurant I've ever been to." "I learned it out of boredom. Someone mentioned that she really likes sweet and sour ribs, so I studied it for a long time," Shen Feng replied. Jiang Wanwan looked down, feeling a flutter in her heart. Who else could that person be but her? She was surprised that Shen Feng learned to cook for her. Although he had previously acted somewhat clueless, he actually had a thoughtful side. Just as she was pondering this, Shen Feng asked, "Do you think it's delicious? If even you find it tasty, then I can confidently cook for that person." Jiang Wanwan immediately lifted her head, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Are you telling me those sweet and sour ribs weren't for me?" She seized Shen Feng's collar, demanding, "Who are you really cooking for? Is there someone else in your heart?" "Oh, I get it. You see me as a backup plan. You confessed to me last night because your crush rejected you. You were heartbroken and desperate, which is why you came to confess to me, right? So, Shen Feng, I never imagined you to be such a scoundrel. I truly misjudged you." Shen Feng, taken aback, had not anticipated that Jiang Wanwan would concoct such a convoluted narrative in such a short time. He quickly raised his hands in surrender. "Wange, I was joking. Please don't take it seriously." Jiang Wanwan snorted. She knew he was joking, but when she heard him mention cooking for someone else, her heart genuinely sank. "I was just teasing you too. But Fengzi, be honest with me. Why did you suddenly confess to me last night? Did something happen?" Jiang Wanwan became serious, her inquiry earnest. She had always found it peculiar. They had played together for so many years, and Shen Feng had never confessed to her. Moreover, he had always seemed to avoid discussing such matters. What had prompted him to suddenly come forward and express his feelings? And considering Shen Feng had collapsed in front of the Century Building last night, Jiang Wanwan felt there must have been some catalyst for this change. It wasn't exactly a catalyst. He had simply come to a realization that his previous self was rather foolish. After a moment of silence, Shen Feng finally responded. He had indeed been somewhat dull in the past, but he was not foolish. He had always known he liked Jiang Wanwan, but her parents had never favored him. Shen Feng's family lived in a smaller county beneath Zhonghai City, running a modest supermarket. Their life was not overly affluent, yet it was decent. In contrast, Jiang Wanwan's family were entrepreneurs in the county, and their wealth had far surpassed his for many years. Jiang Wanwan's father and Shen Feng's father had once been classmates and maintained a decent relationship, yet Jiang Wanwan's parents had always disapproved of her friendship with Shen Feng. They believed Shen Feng led Jiang Wanwan astray, taking her out and neglecting her studies. In short, they had preconceived notions and regarded Shen Feng as a bad influence. In reality, it was Jiang Wanwan who had taken Shen Feng out. Otherwise, she would not have earned the nickname Wange. After Jiang Wanwan entered high school and was discovered by Talent Scout, landing several acting roles and becoming a star, her family's financial situation improved even further, widening the gap with Shen Feng's family. By then, Shen Feng had fully realized that he wanted to live his life with Jiang Wanwan. However, the significant disparity in their family backgrounds instilled a sense of inferiority in Shen Feng. Particularly, Jiang Wanwan's father had once sternly confronted Shen Feng, unequivocally forbidding him from harboring any intentions towards his daughter. Following that encounter, Shen Feng deliberately refrained from expressing his affection for Jiang Wanwan, never once confessing his feelings. It was only after he found himself ensnared in a cycle of 30,000 iterations, gradually maturing with each repetition, that he began to perceive the truth. He loved Jiang Wanwan, and they were destined to be together. Even her parents could not deter that fate. "I apologize, Wanwan. My confession has been long overdue," he murmured, gazing into the distance with a gentle sigh. Jiang Wanwan, observing the pensive Shen Feng, contemplated for a moment before softly urging, "Fengzi, turn around and look at me." Shen Feng, puzzled, complied, only to find Jiang Wanwan removing her mask, wrapping her arms around his, and, on tiptoe, planting a tender yet sweet kiss upon his lips, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Shen Feng was taken aback, while Jiang Wanwan, blushing profusely, hastily donned her mask again. In a subdued voice, she confessed, "I don't believe your confession came too late. In fact, I think it arrived just in time." Jiang Wanwan felt that she would never forget this moment. Just moments ago, she had been reborn, witnessing the text on her phone. Wanwan, I love you. It was neither early nor late. It was perfectly timed. Chapter 8. Was Jiang Wanwan beautiful or not? After taking a stroll around the neighborhood, the two decided to head home. Ever since Jiang Wanwan had taken the initiative to kiss Shen Feng, she had become rather subdued. She walked quietly, rarely initiating conversation with him. Nevertheless, when Shen Feng spoke to her, she would respond with a word or two. It was a rare sight for Shen Feng to see their Wan goose so tranquil, which stirred a mixture of amusement and heartfelt emotion within him. They were each other's first love, and Jiang Wanwan had mustered considerable courage to comfort him with that kiss. Truly, his Wangu was remarkable. Suddenly, Shen Feng felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Perhaps those 30,000 cycles were not a prison imposed by fate, but rather an opportunity. Without those repetitions, he would still be the dull-witted boy he once was. He would never have had the audacity to confess his feelings to Jiang Wanwan, nor would he have reached this pivotal moment. He could only watch helplessly as Jiang Wanwan married and drifted further away from him. It was thanks to those 30,000 cycles that he acquired numerous skills. He could now prepare her favorite dishes and assist her with her perplexing problems. Upon returning home, Jiang Wanwan still felt a bit shy. I was so tired taking care of you last night that I hardly rested. I just dozed off for less than half an hour and now feel utterly exhausted. I think I'll head upstairs for a bit of rest. With that, Jiang Wanwan blushed and attempted to slip away. However, after taking a couple of steps, she suddenly reconsidered, feeling it was inappropriate to leave Shen Feng alone in the living room for too long. After a moment's thought, she pointed upstairs. How about you join me up there for a little rest? We could share a bed. Shen Feng instinctively inquired. Jiang Wanwan's face flushed deeper. She glared at him. What are you thinking? Upstairs, there's a study with a sofa and a computer. I meant for you to go to the study. She huffed, forget it. I'm going to rest. Watching Jiang Wanwan stomp upstairs, Shen Feng lightly patted his mouth, regretting that his candid thoughts had slipped out. Shaking his head, he followed her upstairs. On the second floor of the villa, Shen Feng glanced at the closed door of Jiang Wanwan's room before quietly entering the adjacent study. Sitting at the computer, he powered it on and pulled out his phone to call Lin Jie. Hello, Lin Jie. What's the situation now? Lin Jie initially hesitated upon seeing an unfamiliar number, but she instantly recognized Shen Feng's voice. After all, the news of Jiang Wanwan suddenly obtaining a marriage certificate had greatly impacted Lin Jie, making her remember Shen Feng well. Xiao Shen, everything is fine now. This afternoon, coincidentally, a major scandal erupted in the entertainment industry. A certain top male star was publicly accused by his ex-girlfriend, which diverted a lot of attention. Both the variety show and Jiang Wanwan situation have seen significantly less discussion. The company has also decided not to pursue Wanwan's breach of contract. Most of the marketing accounts that previously slandered Wanwan have quieted down, with only a small fraction from competing companies claiming that the variety show was merely a smokescreen to defame Jiang Wanwan. Shen Feng raised an eyebrow. How fortuitous that just as Jiang Wanwan stirred up a commotion, a top male star emerged to serve as a shield. Nevertheless, it was ultimately a positive turn of events. However, the only downside was that, as a newcomer, your debut coincided with Jiang Wanwan's immense popularity, leading some bot marketing accounts to spread rumors that you were involved with the head of Lanyu Entertainment. While the scandal of that top male star overshadowed your heat, it seems that some gossip mongers took the rumor to heart. Don't let it bother you too much. There are countless marketing accounts like that in the entertainment industry. Shen Feng merely smiled, clearly unperturbed. Noticing his indifference, Lin Jie shifted the topic, asking, by the way, Xiao Shen, what exactly is going on between you and Wanwan? She has never mentioned dating anyone to me. How did you two suddenly get married? Lin Jie was genuinely curious. As Jiang Wanwan's manager, she felt it was a disgrace not to be the first to learn about her news. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Feng replied, We've actually known each other for a long time, having grown up together as childhood friends. So wouldn't he be categorized as a hasty marriage? It was indeed somewhat sudden, and I apologize for the trouble this has caused you. He added earnestly, I must also express my gratitude to you, Lin Jie, for taking care of Wanwan all these years. If it weren't for your support, she certainly wouldn't have achieved such fame today. This was not mere flattery on Shen Feng's part. During his cycles, he had examined every individual around Jiang Wanwan, and Lin Jie was no exception. He discovered that while Lin Jie appeared strict with Jiang Wanwan, she genuinely cared for her well-being. She would provide every resource she could and relentlessly recommend Jiang Wanwan for promising audition opportunities whenever there were unavoidable social gatherings. It was Lin Jie who shielded Jiang Wanwan from the pressures of drinking. Lanyu Entertainment may have its dark side, but Lin Jie was undeniably a good person. It could be said that Jiang Wanwan's success in Lanyu Entertainment was largely due to Lin Jie. She was indeed an incredibly significant figure in Jiang Wanwan's life, and Shen Feng sincerely appreciated her. There was a brief silence on Lin Jie's end. Shen Feng thought he heard her sniffle before she burst into laughter. "What are you being so polite for? That is what I'm supposed to do as a manager. Speaking of which, you're my artist now, so rest assured. Lin Jie will have your back too. You're far more sensible than that carefree little girl, Jiang Wanwan." Shen Feng chuckled. After exchanging a few more words, he ended the call. Gazing at the computer on the desk, Shen Feng initially intended to search Weibo, curious to discover which prominent celebrity had benevolently acted as a shield for Jiang Wanwan. However, as he clicked on the search box and beheld the array of search records, he was momentarily taken aback. How to pursue a boy, how to make a boy fall in love with oneself, how to prompt a boy to confess his feelings. The boy he had known since childhood did not harbor feelings for her. Was it due to her lack of beauty? Scanning through the entries, Shen Feng found only one that deviated from the others. Is Jiang Wanwan beautiful? With a sigh, he rubbed his forehead. It seemed he had confessed too late. Otherwise, why would Jiang Wanwan be searching for such things? His fingers lightly tapped the mouse, and a thought struck him. He clicked on the search record regarding Jiang Wanwan's beauty. The first search result opened up, revealing a question on a certain platform, accompanied by a plethora of responses. Shen Feng scrolled through, noticing that many praised Jiang Wanwan. Although she was not a top-tier celebrity, her looks were certainly comparable to those of the stars. She merely lacked experience. Thus, there were still quite a few admirers of hers. Suddenly, a particular response caught his eye. An anonymous user exclaimed, "Jiang Wanwan? What's so beautiful about her? You all must not know. She's just a product of plastic surgery. A complete head-swapping monster. I've got photos of her before the surgery. Take a look for yourselves. Ugly enough to make me speechless." Images were attached below. The individual in the photos was indeed Jiang Wanwan, but evidently altered through Photoshop. Jiang Wanwan had always been naturally beautiful, consistently holding the title of class beauty from elementary school through university. Yet, in these images, she was made to appear dark and overweight by malicious hands. Still, due to the similarity, it almost seemed as if Jiang Wanwan had once truly looked like that. Beneath this response were dozens of comments, most of which condemned the plastic surgery monster, with only a few defending Jiang Wanwan. Among these comments was one from the original poster themselves. "I've got more dirt on Jiang Wanwan. A top-secret photo of her entering a hotel with some boss. This woman is nothing but a scheming gold digger. If this response gets 500 likes, I'll drop the dirt." Shen Feng noted the date of this response. Today, it appeared that the surge in attention surrounding Wanwan, coupled with the initial unfavorable public opinion, had prompted her rivals to deploy smear tactics against her. Shen Feng narrowed his eyes. The entertainment industry was indeed a murky realm. Not only were they dredging up old photos of Wanwan, but they were also attempting to tarnish her reputation by insinuating she was involved with the boss. Such despicable individuals existed in this world. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Shen Feng's fingers began to dance across the keyboard. There is no true anonymity on the internet. Once a piece of information is shared, a trace is left behind, even if it is elusive to the average person. Unfortunately, Shen Feng was not an average individual. Having spent a significant period honing his skills in computer technology, specifically hacking, he swiftly uncovered the username of the anonymous user within mere minutes. He even traced their phone number, real name, and personal information, along with more of their secrets. Pulling out his phone, he dialed the number displayed on his computer screen. "Hello, I wish to have a word with you," he said, his voice low and deliberate. Chapter 9. I'm not a knight. I am her husband. Lu Siyuan found himself oscillating between extremes of elation and despair today. Lu Siyuan was a hired internet troll, more plainly a paid poster. He was employed by a rival entertainment company to disparage the artists under Lanyu Entertainment's banner. Early this morning, his boss had called, informing him that photos had surfaced capturing Jiang Wanwan entering a hospital with a man. Lu Siyuan felt a surge of excitement. This was his moment. He eagerly typed away, fabricating scandalous rumors, such as insinuating that Jiang Wanwan was seeking an abortion. However, before the situation could escalate, the tide quickly turned. First came Jiang Wanwan's announcement of her marriage certificate, followed by the official announcement of the web variety show Let's Date, suggesting that her actions were merely a publicity stunt. The scandal he concocted rapidly lost traction. Yet Lu Siyuan swiftly adjusted his mindset. After all, he was merely contracted to tarnish Lanyu Entertainment's reputation, not specifically to target Jiang Wanwan. With the current gossip suggesting that Shen Feng, her co-star, was involved with the CEO of Lanyu Entertainment, he decided to fabricate dirt on Shen Feng instead. However, just as he completed his fabrication, a scandal involving a top-tier male star broke out. In terms of buzz and attention, both Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng paled in comparison to this male celebrity. Lu Siyuan's efforts vanished without a trace. Frustrated, he rubbed his temples when his phone suddenly rang. Without checking the caller ID, he answered, "Hello, who's this? I wish to have a word with you," came a low male voice from the other end. Lu Siyuan frowned, clicking his tongue. "Who are you? You want to talk? Are you out of your mind? Get to the point or hang up. I'm busy." The other end seemed to emit a chuckle. Lu Siyuan, male, 28 years old, graduated from Yangqing University with a degree in visual communication. Currently residing at Building 1, Unit 3203, He Road, Pitching. Lu Siyuan's expression shifted instantly. "Who are you? Do I know you? Don't joke around. Tell me who you are before I get angry." Those in this line of work were often at risk of offending someone, and they feared being found out. Hearing that the caller knew his real name, home address, and more, Lu Siyuan panicked. But the voice on the other end continued. "Your ID number is 13110. You work at Heyu Studio, primarily as a paid poster. In 2016, 5 years ago, you began your career. 4 years ago, during your second year in the industry, you were hired to smear a newly debuted female star, fabricating a plethora of dirt that led to her being cyberbullied and ultimately attempting suicide. Although she was saved, she suffered from severe depression afterward. Yet, you showed no remorse, continuing to engage in this line of work, concocting falsehoods to tarnish the reputations of stars for profit. Am I correct?" Lu Siyuan's complexion turned a ghostly white. Everything the caller said was accurate, especially the incident from 4 years ago. Despite the time that had passed, why did people still remember it? The internet has a long memory, Lu Siyuan. On the other end of the line, the voice gradually grew colder. Lu Siyuan's tone trembled as he exclaimed, "Who are you? What do you want? Are you trying to blackmail me over that incident from 4 years ago? I must inform you that stalking me is illegal, and so is extortion, but is fabricating facts that lead someone to suicide not against the law." In Jiang Wanwan's villa, Shen Feng spoke while perusing the computer screen filled with Lu Siyuan's notorious misdeeds. His expression grew increasingly menacing. That incident from 4 years ago is merely a severe example. Over the years, how much chaos have you instigated, tarnishing countless reputations and ruining lives? Are you truly unaware of the havoc you've wreaked? I see from your WeChat conversations that you have been telling your parents that you work as an art teacher, and they take pride in you. What do you think their reaction would be if I were to disclose all your misdeeds to them? Lu Siyuan could no longer maintain his defiance. "What do you want from me? Are you after money or something else? I am merely an employee at a studio with little funds. Why have you targeted me? What is your intention?" Shen Feng narrowed his eyes. "I have no interest in your money. My demands are simple. Retract the disparaging remarks you've made about Jiang Wanwan and publicly apologize on Weibo. You owe an apology to Jiang Wanwan, to the young girl who nearly lost her life 4 years ago due to your actions, and to everyone you've maligned over the past 5 years." Lu Siyuan remained silent for a considerable duration before eventually responding with a dry voice. "All right. You are on Jiang Wanwan's side, aren't you? I can comply with your request. However, there are many in this industry who target Jiang Wanwan. There are those with far more nefarious methods and actions than mine. Why have you chosen to confront me?" Shen Feng's fingers tapped lightly on the phone case. Because I happen to be quite free at the moment, and I happen to come across you. I am not specifically targeting Lu Ciyuan. If I see anyone else fabricating slander against Wanwan, they too will face the same consequences. Lu Ciyuan fell silent once more. Shen Feng did not hang up, as he could discern that Lu Ciyuan was operating his computer on the other end. Several minutes elapsed before Lu Ciyuan finally spoke. I've deleted the slander on Suahu, and I've apologized on Weibo. You can check for yourself. Are you satisfied? Shen Feng refrained from looking at Weibo and merely glanced at the fabricated response Lu Ciyuan had deleted from Suahu. Indeed, it was gone. You are certainly not from our circle, Lu Ciyuan suddenly remarked. Perhaps due to having retracted the slander and offered an apology, his tone had relaxed somewhat. In our industry, my record is relatively clean. If you were to investigate the major detractors, you would find them far more corrupt than I. So, are you suggesting we compare our flaws? Shen Feng retorted. Lu Ciyuan shook his head and sighed no. I merely wish to say that while you are indeed formidable, compelling me to retract the slander against Jiang Wanwan, do you believe you can pressure everyone in the industry? I am but a nameless pawn. Once Jiang Wanwan gains fame, her adversaries will multiply, and there will be countless detractors. Being in the entertainment industry inevitably subjects one to public consumption and scrutiny. But I dislike the idea of her being so grotesquely exploited. You disapprove? My friend, what are you? Merely a hired hacker at her service. We are all in it for the money. Do not elevate yourself to a pedestal of nobility. Jiang Wanwan is no princess, and you are not her gallant knight. I am indeed no knight, Shen Feng replied. I am her husband. With that, he ended the call, leaving Lu Ciyuan alone in a daze with his phone. Chapter 10. A Call from Zhang's Father. When Jiang Wanwan awoke from a comfortable slumber, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. She had indeed not rested well the previous night, consumed with worry for Shen Feng. She had held out until past 5 in the morning before finally succumbing to sleep, only to be roused again by Shen Feng at 6. It was nearly an all-nighter. This lengthy afternoon nap had barely alleviated her fatigue. Stretching languidly, Jiang Wanwan stepped out of her bedroom. She considered heading downstairs, but suddenly recalled that Shen Feng seemed to be resting in the study next door. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she tiptoed to the study door, gently resting her hand on the doorknob and quietly opening it a crack. She wished to see what Shen Feng was up to. Peering through the narrow opening, she caught sight of Shen Feng standing behind the door. Their eyes met through the gap. Jiang Wanwan thought to herself, "Oh no, I've been caught peeking." She intended to explain that she had no intention of spying, but then realized it was unnecessary. What was she afraid of? Shen Feng was her subordinate, and this was her home. Moreover, he was now her husband, her possession. Whether she was caught peeking or not, what did it matter? With that thought, Jiang Wanwan felt emboldened. She arched an eyebrow and glared at Shen Feng behind the door. "What are you looking at? Sneaking behind the door, what do you intend to do? Try to scare me?" Hearing the sound of the door from Jiang Wanwan's room, Shen Feng had intended to come out and investigate. But before he could open the door, it was already pushed ajar by Jiang Wanwan. Upon seeing Shen Feng rendered speechless, she felt a surge of pride. This young man was still inexperienced. How could he compare to her? A seasoned veteran? She boldly pushed the door open and stepped into the study. Glancing at the computer screen, an idea struck her. With a playful tilt of her head, she looked at Shen Feng and said, "Come on, confess honestly. What were you secretly doing in the study? Did you use my computer to look up something inappropriate to alleviate your boredom while I slept for so long?" Jiang Wanwan was a quintessential verbal giant, yet an action-oriented dwarf. Despite being shy about kissing Shen Feng, when it came to playful banter, she could not be restrained. Upon hearing her words, Shen Feng feigned an earnest demeanor, replying sincerely, "I did indeed look at something I shouldn't have." Jiang Wanwan's eyes widened in surprise, and her expression became somewhat awkward. She had not anticipated that Shen Feng would actually dare to admit to having viewed such content. His audacity was growing. "How could I have thought you were so honest? It seems all men are the same," Jiang Wanwan mumbled, though her gaze was drawn to the computer. Curiosity piqued. She wondered what Shen Feng had been viewing. What were his preferences? Western, Japanese, or Korean? However, Shen Feng's next statement left Jiang Wanwan utterly flabbergasted. "As a grown man, I spent ages researching how to pursue a guy and make him fall in love with me. I feel mentally assaulted. Of course, it wasn't intentional. I just happened to see it in the search history and clicked on it. UNT, hold it against me, will you? Jiang Wanwan was completely taken aback, feeling a tingling sensation from head to toe. It suddenly dawned on her that, prior to confirming her relationship with Shen Feng, she had searched for similar topics on her computer. Moreover, it seemed she had not deleted the history. In a moment of careless oversight, Shen Feng unexpectedly witnessed everything. Jiang Wanwan felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, wishing fervently that a crack in the floor would open up so she could disappear into it. Observing her silence and the way her toes fidgeted, Shen Feng could hardly suppress a smile. Yet, he feigned seriousness and inquired, "Wangge, why the silence? Are you upset with me for seeing things I shouldn't have?" He continued reassuringly, "But fret not, for even if I were to see more of such things, my affections lie solely with women. I shall eternally remain yours, Wangge." However, after uttering these words, Shen Feng began to regret his impulsiveness. It is often said that extremes lead to opposites, and desperation can provoke rash actions. His words inadvertently provoked Jiang Wanwan, pushing her to the brink of anger. With her face flushed, she lifted her chin defiantly and clenched her fists, glaring at Shen Feng. "Listen, Shen Feng, do not ever mention the search history again. If you dare utter another word related to this matter, not only will you cease to be mine, but I shall ensure you remain unworthy of anyone." As she spoke, Jiang Wanwan cracked her knuckles audibly. With his wife in such a state of fury, Shen Feng knew better than to provoke her further. All right. I shall never bring it up again. I will pretend I never saw anything. Is that acceptable?" Jiang Wanwan remained silent, her gaze fixed on Shen Feng. Gradually, he noticed her eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. Shen Feng felt a genuine pang of anxiety. He had only intended to tease Jiang Wanwan, unaware of her sensitivity. Anger was one thing, but to see her on the verge of tears was another. He quickly bent down, his expression earnest as he confessed, "Please don't cry, Wangge. I truly regret my words. I promise not to tease you about this again. If you're genuinely upset, you can hit me as a punishment. Or perhaps I could tell you a joke." Before he could finish, Jiang Wanwan interrupted, sniffling, "I'm not crying over that. I'm not that fragile. It's because I twisted my finger too hard." Only then did Shen Feng realize she was cradling the finger she had just harshly manipulated. Shen Feng was at a loss for words. In the living room of their villa, he applied an ice pack to Jiang Wanwan's injured finger. Once the swelling subsided, he asked, "How does it feel now, Wangge? Does it still hurt?" "Not anymore," Jiang Wanwan mumbled. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on bringing up those things, would I have needed to twist my finger to threaten you? Will my hand even hurt?" Shen Feng could only offer a wry smile. Yes, it's all my fault. So, as compensation, how about I prepare an extra couple of dishes for you tonight? What would you like to eat?" At the mention of food, Jiang Wanwan's eyes brightened. After an afternoon of rest, her stomach had digested its previous contents. Although she wasn't tea-starving, she felt a craving for something to eat. "Could you heat up the ribs and then stir-fry some cashew shrimp for me?" "Sure, but we don't have any cashews at home." "Then just stir-fry the shrimp on its own." "We don't have shrimp either." "Then go buy some." Jiang Wanwan waved her hand, issuing her command. Shen Feng rubbed his hands together, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Wangge, we could buy shrimp, but there's a slight technical issue that needs addressing." Jiang Wanwan furrowed her brow. "What issue?" "I haven't received my wages from last month's job yet, and I spent all my money on groceries this morning." With that, Shen Feng pulled out his phone and displayed a payment code. "Could you spare a little? Just help a friend out?" Jiang Wanwan rolled her eyes, initially thinking it was a significant dilemma, only to find it was merely a lack of funds. As a financially independent young woman, she promptly transferred 1,000 yuan to Shen Feng. With a cheerful demeanor, he pocketed the money and set off. He even took care to select some rather expensive ingredients at the supermarket, intending to prepare a delightful meal for Jiang Wanwan. Meanwhile, at home, Jiang Wanwan passed the time scrolling through her phone, noticing that the majority of people on Weibo had begun to criticize a certain A-list celebrity-esque scandal. With few mentioning her own situation, she sighed in relief. It seemed the storm had finally passed. Just then, her phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, her expression shifted subtly. She answered, "Hello, Dad." On the other end, Jiang Wanwan's father, Jiang Zhe spoke in a low tone. I heard from your mother that you went home this morning to retrieve the household registration booklet. Yes, I need it for work, Jiang Wanwan replied softly. Work? Your uncle just told me you posted a picture of a marriage certificate online. It was for publicity purposes. My uncle must have seen it too. Everyone online knows by now. Jiang Zhe's tone turned icy. Publicity? Is this about that Shen Feng kid? Come home for dinner. We need to discuss this. Get ready. I'll send a driver to pick you up. With that, Jiang Zhe abruptly hung up. Jiang Wanwan listened to the dial tone, her expression dimming slightly. Moments later, as Shen Feng returned home with an armful of groceries, pondering what delectable dish he could prepare for Jiang Wanwan, he received a message from her on WeChat. Jiang Wanwan, don't come to the villa. Have dinner by yourself. My dad wants me to come home. Shen Feng was taken aback. He raised his hand to respond, but before he could, her typing indicator appeared. Soon, he received his second message. Jiang Wanwan, em sorry. Chapter 11. An unpleasant parting. At the Jiang household. Ever since Jiang Wanwan became an actress and purchased a home in the city, her parents had moved from the countryside to the city, bringing along their business. A black sedan halted at the entrance of the Jiang residence. The driver exited the vehicle and opened the rear door. Jiang Wanwan slowly descended from the car, adjusted her clothing, and took a deep breath before stepping inside. The villa was brightly lit, yet the atmosphere inside was heavy with tension. Jiang Zhe and her mother, Su Yan, sat silently on the living room sofa. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Only after Jiang Wanwan spoke did they lift their gazes toward her. Still, they said nothing, merely rising to head into the dining room. Jiang Wanwan followed them in and took her seat at the place her parents had prepared for her. Suddenly, she felt a wave of grievance. Throughout her life, her parents had always sought to arrange everything for her, even the seating at dinner. Biting her lip, she ultimately settled into her chair. None of them moved their chopsticks or spoke, and they endured an oppressive silence for a full 5 minutes before Jiang Zhe finally broke the silence. Let us talk. What is going on between you and Shen Feng? As expected, this was the question they wanted to address. During the drive here, Jiang Wanwan had anticipated her parents' inquiries and had prepared her responses as best she could. Following her thoughts, she replied softly, My manager believes Shen Feng is a promising talent, so he signed him as an artist. As he has just embarked on his career, the company wishes to elevate his profile, thus they arranged for me to join him in a romantic reality show. The marriage certificate is merely a prop devised by the production team. Then why did you go home this morning to retrieve the household registration book? Jiang Zhe, peering over his gold-rimmed glasses, fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Wanwan, as though he could discern the veracity of her every utterance. Since childhood, Jiang Wanwan had always felt an oppressive weight in Jiang Zhe's gaze. In the past, under such scrutiny, she could never muster the courage to speak untruths. However, things are different now. She was no longer the Jiang Wanwan of old. Having been reborn from a decade hence, she had already endured the pangs of life and death. She was now an Oscar-winning actress, and if she wished to perform, even Jiang Zhe could not see through her faade. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Jiang Wanwan continued in her previously subdued tone. It was necessary for the show. The production team needed to verify family circumstances, so I borrowed the household registration book to make a copy for Sister Lin. If you don't believe me, you can call Sister Lin. I have already consulted her. Jiang Zhe narrowed his eyes. Jiang Wanwan's hand, concealed beneath the table, suddenly clenched tightly. Yet, her expression remained unchanged as she added, That should confirm that I am telling the truth. At that moment, a flicker of anxiety coursed through her. She had not coordinated her story with Sister Lin beforehand. Uncertain of what Sister Lin had conveyed to Jiang Zhe, she recognized the imperative to maintain her composure. After scrutinizing her for a moment longer, Jiang Zhe finally averted his gaze, intoning in a somber tone, Let's eat. Jiang Wanwan let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Zhe's lack of further inquiries suggested that he had come to trust her, at least for the time being. Perhaps Jiang Zhe had never actually consulted Sister Lin, and had merely been testing her. Had she revealed even the slightest inconsistency, she might have been exposed. As Jiang Zhe and Su Yan began to eat, Jiang Wanwan at last picked up her chopsticks, placing a piece of food into her mouth. The dish was cold, colder than the boxed meal she had consumed on set, and the flavor was vastly inferior when compared to the dishes prepared by Shen Feng. After a few tasteless bites, Jiang just spoke again. You should communicate with your manager and request the cancellation of this romance reality show. You are still in the ascent of your career, and at your young age. It would be wiser to focus on filming more serious projects and avoid these frivolous variety shows. As he spoke, he placed some food onto Jiang Wanwan's plate, adding, especially, you should refrain from participating in such shows with unsavory individuals. Jiang Wanwan's chopsticks froze midair. She lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Zhe's, asking, if the star I collaborated with were not Shen Feng, but another celebrity, would you then acquiesce? Jiang Zhe adjusted his glasses, responding, it depends on who it is. As a star, you must be mindful of your public image. Jiang Wanwan smiled, setting down her chopsticks and shaking her head. Father, the variety show is a company arrangement, and we have already signed a contract with the production team. If I don't participate, or if Shen Feng does not, we will incur substantial penalties for breach of contract, making cancellation impossible. I understand that you have reservations about Shen Feng, believing he is unworthy of our family. Yet now that he is debuting, given his looks, he may not necessarily become a superstar, but he will certainly not fade into obscurity. Perhaps it is time for you to set aside your biases against him. Jiang Zhe also laid down his chopsticks, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Wanwan, his voice growing increasingly grave. Jiang Wanwan, I know you have feelings for Shen Feng, but I hope you understand that both your mother and I wish for you to avoid a relationship with him for your own good. Even if he debuts, what can he truly offer you? He has been tethered to you since his debut, and will only serve as a leech, feeding off your fame. He cannot provide you with anything. I wish for you to find a more accomplished partner, one who can elevate your standing. Look at the sons of Mr. Wang and Mr. Sun. Are they not far superior to Shen Feng? Beside them, Su Yin chimed in, Wanwan, your father only has your best interests at heart. We all desire for you to find a partner who is as exceptional as you, someone who can bring you happiness and a promising future. Shen Feng is simply not in our league. Even if he becomes a star, he cannot compare to you. If this reality show cannot be avoided, then so be it. But afterward, you must distance yourself from Shen Feng. Do you understand? You have always been obedient to your father and mother. Haven to you? Jiang Wanwan lowered her head. Silent. Suddenly, she stood up, fixing a serious gaze upon Su Yin and Jiang Zhe. Father, mother, I do not understand how you have concluded that Shen Feng cannot bring me happiness, but I feel truly happy when he is by my side. You cannot fathom how long I have waited for him, nor can you comprehend the depth of our feelings. I am certain that he is the one I wish to spend my life with. Jiang Zhe's brow furrowed tightly. How old are you? Do you truly understand what love, happiness, and affection mean? I know very well. Jiang Wanwan interjected fiercely, cutting him off, shocking both Jiang Zhe and Su Yin into silence. Even she was taken aback by her boldness. With tears brimming in her eyes, she bit her lip, and after a moment, wiped her tears away. Her voice hoarse as she said, I'm sorry, father. I'm full now. I'll be heading back. With that, she turned and exited. Su Yin hurried after her, calling out, Wanwan, you've barely eaten? Where are you going? Stay at home tonight. At the dining table, Jiang Zhe frowned as he removed his glasses and rubbed his forehead. Finally, he slammed his fist heavily onto the table. Jiang Wanwan, having fled the Jiang household, walked alone down the street. Though she had anticipated an unpleasant dinner, she had not expected such a bitter conclusion. She strolled silently through the brightly lit streets of Zhonghai City. The vibrant nightlife, bustling with activity, seemed detached from her reality. She was uncertain of her destination, even more so of her thoughts, her mind a tangled mess. As she walked in a daze, Jiang Wanwan suddenly collided with someone. Coming to her senses, she instinctively lowered her head and apologized, I'm sorry. To her astonishment, the person extended a hand, holding a cup of milk tea and a bag of snacks. Jiang Wanwan looked up in surprise and found Shen Feng standing before her, softly saying, You didn't eat enough, did you? I brought you some food. I intended to message you when I arrived at your home, but I didn't expect to run into you here. Shen Feng continued speaking, but Jiang Wanwan couldn't make out his words. The grievances she had just endured with her parents suddenly found an outlet, and she threw herself into Shen Feng's embrace. Crying uncontrollably, Shen Feng wrapped his arms around her, gently patting her back. In a world bustling with activity, it felt as though this was the only sanctuary where she could find solace. Chapter 12. If one dislikes children, then one should not have them. In the darkened gazebo of a park by the street, where the lamp was broken and shrouded in shadows, Shen Feng sat enveloped in darkness while Jiang Wanwan nestled in his embrace, sipping milk tea and nibbling on snacks. He held up his phone to provide her with light. Jiang Wanwan refrained from mentioning her family troubles, nor did she explain the reason for her tears. Indeed, Jiang Wanwan harbored a profound fear of Shen Feng's probing inquiries. She found herself at a loss on how to convey to him that her parents vehemently opposed their relationship. Fortunately, Shen Feng refrained from asking. The reason for his silence lay in the fact that he was already acutely aware of the Jiang family's sentiments towards him. Jiang Wanwan's father, Jiang, had opposed their union long before. Yet, to be candid, since Shen Feng had entered that cyclical existence of 30,000 iterations, he had come to terms with this reality. He bore no resentment towards Jiang. Rather, he recognized that had he been in Jiang's position, he too would have vehemently disapproved of his daughter being with the former version of Shen Feng. What kind of person had he been back then? Timid, subservient, rigid, and dull. Whenever Jiang engaged him in conversation, he would cower, losing the courage to pursue Jiang Wanwan. His thoughts were not occupied with striving for self-improvement or considering how he might be worthy of Jiang Wanwan. Instead, he succumbed to self-doubt and chose to relinquish her. Such a person, Shen Feng mused, if he were Jiang, he would not only oppose such an individual being with Jiang Wanwan, but would also feel compelled to slap him across the face and demand to know whether he truly possessed the qualities of a man. If Jiang Wanwan were a flower basking in the sunlight, the former Shen Feng would merely have been a diminutive insect cowering in the shadows of that flower. Perhaps he had glimmers of brilliance, but only Jiang Wanwan, who genuinely cherished him, would be able to uncover them. Thus, Shen Feng had never blamed Jiang Wanwan's parents. The blame lay solely with himself. In his past, he was indeed unworthy of Jiang Wanwan. However, he was no longer the same. He had shed his cowardice and insecurity. He had become capable and resolved to alter Jiang Wanwan's parents' perceptions of him. Having finished their meal, Shen Feng intended to escort Jiang Wanwan home for a respite. Yet, she shook her head, furrowing her brow as she lamented, "My dear brother is not in the best of spirits. I wish to indulge in some fun before returning." "Do you have any objections?" "None whatsoever," Shen Feng promptly replied. "How about we visit an internet CAF? I feel like playing some games. Is that acceptable?" "Absolutely," he answered with alacrity. "Ah, life is meant to be lived to the fullest. I've already napped for an entire afternoon. If I were to return home, now to sleep again, what difference would there be between me and a pig?" "None at all," Shen Feng replied instinctively. Jiang Wanwan raised her eyebrows in disbelief. Realizing his faux pas, Shen Feng quickly amended. "What I meant to say is, how could you possibly be compared to a pig?" Jiang Wanwan, taken aback, picked up a stick from the ground and began to chase after Shen Feng, playfully striking him. The two frolicked in the park for some time, until Jiang Wanwan, in an exasperated huff, hurled the stick at him. Shen Feng deftly dodged, then approached her with a smile. "Feeling any better now?" he inquired. Jiang Wanwan rolled her eyes, retorting, "Not in the slightest. You've nearly driven me to madness." Yet, despite her words, she felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Shen Feng's playful antics had indeed lightened her previously somber mood. She poked him gently. "I'm exhausted from running. I can't walk anymore. You know what to do, right?" "Of course. I'll call a cab for you," he replied. "What cab?" "Hurry up and carry me." In the end, Shen Feng dutifully lifted Jiang Wanwan onto his back and exited the park. Jiang Wanwan rested against Shen Feng's shoulder, her eyes gleaming as she admired his profile. No matter how disheartened she had felt before, her spirits seemed to brighten at the mere sight of him. Especially now, it appeared that Shen Feng had matured emotionally. Being with him was genuinely a comfortable experience. However, the thought of her parents' disapproval dimmed the smile on her face, leaving her somewhat wistful. Shen Feng, ever observant of Jiang Wanwan's shifting emotions, noticed her sudden despondency and sighed softly to himself. He turned his head, gently brushing his lips against her cheek. "You need not worry about my uncle. I'm aware of their sentiments towards me, and I possess the means to alter their perceptions. Just focus on being happy each day, and leave the rest to me, all right? Jiang Wanwan felt a blush creeping to her cheeks. She pressed her head firmly against his shoulder, muttering, I refuse to leave everything to you. At the very least, I will be the one to wash the dishes, and you cannot contest that. Shen Feng chuckled, all right, I won't contest it. From now on, I shall wash all our dishes. That way, even if you don't become an actress, you will at least have a skill and won't starve. Then we shall open a restaurant. You will handle the cooking, and I will wash the dishes. Wait, won't we also need someone to serve the food? We will have to hire someone, and that means paying a salary. As Jiang Wanwan began to genuinely calculate their future plans, Shen Feng couldn't help but interject, and if we have a child, we won't need to hire anyone. Jiang Wanwan, momentarily stunned, felt her face flush crimson. She smacked Shen Feng playfully, exclaiming, What nonsense are you spouting? How have you become so indiscreet? Well, if you don't want children, then we simply won't have any, Shen Feng replied, feigning contrition. But I never said I didn't like children, Jiang Wanwan retorted, slapping him again. Could you please refrain from misinterpreting my words? Did you not do well in language arts? Is your reading comprehension lacking? Shen Feng, feeling helpless, responded. So does that mean you do like children? Do you prefer boys or girls? Of course, I prefer girls. I have no desire to raise a little boy. They are far too mischievous. Then we shall aim for a little girl, he declared. Is it as simple as wanting one? You think this is a market where you can simply pick and choose? Wait, why are we even discussing children? Conversing with you is enough to drive one mad. Jiang Wanwan found herself utterly befuddled by Shen Feng's playful banter. In frustration, she resorted to alternating slaps on his back, delivering a makeshift Thai massage. Shen Feng, in genuine need of mercy, begged for reprieve. Previously, he had merely teased Jiang Wanwan, but now his pleas were genuine. After all, who could withstand the full force of her playful assault? It nearly dislodged his dinner. Amidst their playful bickering, Shen Feng carried Jiang Wanwan to a quaint, relatively secluded internet CAF. This was a cherished haunt of theirs, a place where they had spent countless nights together before Jiang Wanwan's rise to stardom. Sneaking out to surf the web, pushing open the slightly worn door of the CAF, Jiang Wanwan leaped off Shen Feng's back, excitement sparkling in her eyes as she exclaimed, Old Wang, we're here to surf the net. In truth, she felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. Since Shen Feng's incident in her previous life, she had not set foot in the CAF again. It dawned on her that it had been a decade since her last visit. The CAF was tranquil. With only a few patrons online, her exuberant greeting drew their attention. Suddenly, Jiang Wanwan realized she had forgotten to wear a mask. As she contemplated covering her face to avoid recognition, Shen Feng subtly shifted his body to shield her from prying eyes. Behind the counter, an elderly man, balding and munching on dumplings, was none other than Old Wang, the CAF's proprietor. Old Wang took a bite of his dumpling, glanced at Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng, and suddenly chuckled. It's been a while since you two last visited. I've heard rumors that this young man is aspiring to become a star. Despite his advanced age, Old Wang, being involved in the online realm, was quite attuned to the latest news circulating on the internet. Shen Feng smiled, but chose not to respond to this remark. Instead, he said, the usual place set up 2 machines, and bring us 2 bottles of Bei Binjiang, chilled. All right then. Old Wang casually clicked on his computer, fetched drinks for the 2, and without requesting their identification, gestured for them to proceed to the internet stations. Seated before the computer, Shen Feng intended to ask Jiang Wanwan what she wished to play. However, upon turning to look at her, he found Jiang Wanwan staring intently at him. Her eyes seemingly reddened once more. Shen Feng was taken aback. Wango, what is the matter? Nothing. Old Wang hasn't cleaned up in a while. There's too much dust. It got in my eyes. Jiang Wanwan rubbed her eyes. In truth, she was gazing at Shen Feng, reminiscing about their past lives. In her previous life, how many times had she skipped school with Shen Feng to come to this internet CAF? Each time, she would sit here while Shen Feng occupied the seat beside her. Sometimes they would play a few rounds of games. Other times they would watch movies or dramas. Back then, they were perpetually filled with joy. Today, Jiang Wanwan felt as though she were ensnared in a dream. She had been reborn, and Shen Feng was still alive. Shen Feng had confessed his feelings. and they had registered their marriage. Everything felt surreal, particularly in this moment. With Shen Feng sitting beside her, the memories of the past began to intertwine with the present, leaving Jiang Wanwan with an ethereal sense of disconnection from reality. No, it was more than just a feeling. She took a deep sip of the Bei Binjiang soda. The icy carbonation combined with the tang of orange coursed down her throat, revitalizing her senses. Rubbing her eyes, she laughed out loud. This was what it felt like to transcend time. She was grateful to the heavens for granting her the opportunity of rebirth. Chapter 13, Wanga Unmatched. In the corner of the internet CAF, the two began a match in League of Legends. As luck would have it, no one was playing ADC or support, so they claimed the bot lane duo for themselves. Jiang Wanwan, being both inexperienced and playful, had an average skill level. Having not played this game in a decade, she ultimately opted for a whimsical support champion, the magical cat Yumi. This champion's ability allowed her to attach to other players, becoming a stationary ornament. Shen Feng pondered briefly before selecting the champion Callista, the Spear of Vengeance. As the game commenced, Jiang Wanwan nestled herself behind Shen Feng, leisurely sipping her soda. Comfortable in her gaming chair, she waved her hand, issuing commands to Shen Feng. Annihilate the opponents. Consider it done, Shen Feng replied with a smile. Given that the opposing bot lane duo was rather formidable and Jiang Wanwan was somewhat lackadaisical, Shen Feng refrained from any aggressive moves in the early game, focusing instead on last-hitting minions. Approaching level 4, he crept in the brush above the tower and signaled to Jiang Wanwan, "Wangu, place a ward here." Although she was slacking off, Jiang Wanwan complied promptly, placing a ward in the bush. However, less than half a minute after placing the ward, the enemy jungler came sauntering over. Although their scan revealed the ward's presence, the enemy showed no signs of retreat. The jungler and the opposing bot lane duo advanced towards the two, who were huddled beneath their tower, 3 against 1.5. As the half, Jiang Wanwan exclaimed in panic, "We're done for. Fengzi run." Yet, instead of fleeing, Shen Feng deliberately moved closer to the enemy jungler, allowing them to land a hit on him. Just as Jiang Wanwan feared this reckless maneuver would lead to their demise, Shen Feng suddenly flashed, evading the danger just in time. "Fengzi, the bull is charging." Before Jiang Wanwan could breathe a sigh of relief, she saw the enemy support, Alistar, charging towards them. However, Shen Feng seemed to have anticipated this, having just auto-attacked the nearest enemy jungler, triggering Callista's passive martial stance. Callista, often referred to as the Grove Skateboard, has a unique passive that allows her to reposition after an auto-attack. Using that brief moment of mobility, Shen Feng adeptly evaded Alistar's crowd control. Meanwhile, the enemy team had already pushed deep onto the tower, and the jungler who had attacked Shen Feng was left with a sliver of health due to the tower's assault. The previously uneven fight of 3 against 1.5 had now transformed into 2.5 against 1.5. Yet, the skirmish was far from over. The enemy marksman, having regained coordination, closed in on Shen Feng, dealing 2 quick auto-attacks that diminished his health. Panicking, Jiang Wanwan cast a weakness spell on the enemy marksman, reducing their damage output. Shen Feng, however, paid no attention to the enemy marksman, focusing instead on continuously jabbing the enemy jungler with his spears, utilizing his passive to adjust his position. Jiang Wanwan, who had earlier been frantic about their impending doom, now sat in stunned silence. Despite her lack of skill, she could discern prowess when she saw it. Shen Feng had just evaded an impressive amount of damage using his flash and Callista's passive, delaying what should have been a swift defeat by 5 or 6 seconds. When did Fengzi become so formidable? Moreover, as the enemy team grew overconfident, their jungler was reduced to critical health from the combined assaults of the tower and Shen Feng. Realizing the situation was dire, the jungler attempted to flee, but Shen Feng, having positioned himself perfectly, locked onto the target and pressed the Q key. A spear shot forth, piercing the enemy jungler and triggering the tearing effect, resulting in first blood. The spear then continued on, striking the enemy ADC who was unfortunate enough to be in line with the jungler, causing them to lose a portion of their health. At that moment, Shen Feng's own jungler finally arrived, albeit late. With Jiang Wanwan's healing spell reviving him, Shen Feng managed to survive. while their jungler claimed the heads of the opposing bot lane duo. Jiang Wanwan felt a rush of exhilaration. What should have been a certain defeat had been turned around by Shen Feng's skill, resulting in a triumphant counterattack. This was thrilling. Fengzi, when did you become this strong? Jiang Wanwan exclaimed, astonished. Shen Feng, somewhat bemused, replied, I thought we were done for, so I aim to trade 1-for-1 with their jungler to mitigate the loss. I never expected them to be so reckless and give away everything. Jiang Wanwan, well, your positioning was impressive too. You dodged so many skills. I only dodged one. The rest were just misfires on their part. Shen Feng replied, ever the honest individual. In truth, Shen Feng's skill was not lacking. After all, in 30,000 matches, he had played countless games to pass the time. While he might not be at the pinnacle of skill, he certainly qualified as a minor expert. However, he hadn't anticipated that the encounter would unfold in such a manner. Given that the enemy had multiple players in the jungle, and Jiang Wanwan was not significantly impactful, Shen Feng had merely hoped to take down one of the opponents. The fact that they emerged victorious was simply a testament to the enemy's folly. Jiang Wanwan, possessing a keen self-awareness, remarked, what a formidable opponent I face. With the advantage he had just secured, Shen Feng firmly established dominance in the bottom lane, relentlessly applying pressure on the adversaries. However, the situation in Shen Feng's top and mid lanes was rather disheartening. Perhaps in an effort to balance the strengths, the opposing bottom lane, though somewhat inept, was complemented by a formidable mid and top lane. Observing Shen Feng flourishing in the bottom lane while his teammates endured hardship, Jiang Wanwan, embodying the spirit of solidarity in times of crisis, said to Shen Feng, you carry on here. I shall tend to my teammates. With that, the little cat on the computer screen wobbled its way to assist her allies. A few minutes later, the screen displayed the notifications of both the mid laner and Jiang Wanwan being slain simultaneously. An exasperated voice exclaimed, what on earth? Can't your cat play properly? Where's your skill? A mere flick of health can lead to death. You are utterly useless. Perhaps it's time to quit League of Legends and switch to a simpler game. Upon receiving such scathing criticism, Jiang Wanwan could no longer contain herself. She set aside her drink, rolled up her sleeves, and seized the keyboard. Meanwhile, Shen Feng observed a moment of silence for the mid laner known as an old waste. His dear Wanwan may not excel in gaming, but when it came to verbal sparring, her keyboard soon erupted with a flurry of messages. Invincible Wan, how dare you speak to me? I could scatter rice on my keyboard, and even chickens would outmaneuver you. Invincible Wan, I thought the system had matched me with a bot, but upon hearing you speak, it dawned on me that I was paired with a true imbecile. Invincible Wan, even the most useless can still find utility, yet you possess not even that worth. Invincible Wan, I suspect the heavens sent you to ruin my day because I was enjoying myself too much. Congratulations, you have succeeded in nauseating me. Invincible Wan, you and a minion are hardly different. One types, and the other is easier to kill than a minion. Invincible Wan, why the silence? Surely, no one is so pitiful as to be both terrible at the game and unable to retaliate. Invincible Wan, I fear not only is your gameplay abysmal, but perhaps your eyesight is as well, failing to see the scoreboard. How dare you, within 0-8 record, insult me with my 3-2-8? The mid laner, previously rendered speechless by Jiang Wanwan's tirade, finally found an opportunity to interject. An old waste. 3-2-8? How dare you speak? It was the bottom lane that carried you. If I were paired with such a marksman, I could achieve a better score with my eyes closed. An old waste. A worthless support like you should be finding a boyfriend to carry you, not inflicting your misery upon us. Wait, with a mouth so foul. Who would be foolish enough to date you? An old waste. Skateboard shoes master, don't you agree? Noticing Shen Feng's rampage, the mid laner figured it best to let this esteemed player address the pitiful support. Then, Shen Feng simply stated, I am her boyfriend. An old waste. An old waste. An old waste. My apologies for the interruption. Chapter 14. Sleeping on the same bed. Having quarreled with the mid laner, Jiang Wanwan lost interest in aiding him and floated back to the top lane. A few minutes later, the top laner, having been slain and returning home, instinctively typed, your cat. Jiang Wanwan shot him a glare. Invincible Wan. You reconsider? The top laner, having witnessed Jiang Wanwan's earlier verbal skirmish with the mid laner. Gulped and added a few more words. Love caramel candies. Actually, quite cute. Only then did Jiang Wanwan feel satisfied. Although the opposing mid and top lanes were formidable, they still paled in comparison to Shen Feng. Within 30 minutes, Shen Feng led his team to demolish the enemy's base, securing victory. After the match concluded, Jiang Wanwan, glancing at her commendable performance, felt exhilarated. She patted Shen Feng on the shoulder. Well done, Fengzi. I didn't realize you had become so skilled. You must play often. Shen Feng humbly replied, I play occasionally when I have the time. Let us go. While my hands are warm, let's play a few more rounds. Your hands are only warm from all that trash talking. What are you saying? Hurry up and start. The pair continued to play several matches until midnight, achieving an unbroken winning streak. Realizing it was getting late, Shen Feng wished to escort Jiang Wanwan home. However, she was reluctant to leave, insisting on staying at the internet CAF. What's the rush? I want to pull an all-nighter. I've been wanting to watch a show that I've never seen. Join me. Shen Feng had no choice but to accompany her as they began watching a drama together. Old Wang's internet CAF was rather secluded, resulting in few patrons, and even fewer stayed overnight. After midnight, only Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan remained in the CAF. When Old Wang strolled over to check on them, he found Jiang Wanwan had fallen asleep without him noticing. Shen Feng deliberately moved his chair closer to Jiang Wanwan's, allowing her head to rest on his shoulder. Glancing at Old Wang, Shen Feng made a shushing gesture. Old Wang nodded and quietly said, Are you two planning to leave soon? The night shift manager ISNT here tonight, and there are no patrons left, so I'm thinking of heading home. Shen Feng glanced apologetically at the peacefully sleeping Jiang Wanwan and replied, We probably won't be leaving for a while. All right then, you two can rest here. I'll leave the door key at the entrance. Just lock up when you go. Since Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were familiar faces, Old Wang felt at ease leaving them in the CAF. Before departing, he turned off the lights, plunging the CAF into darkness, with only the glow from their computers illuminating the space. The light from the screens cast a soft glow on Jiang Wanwan's face, revealing her serene and peaceful, sleeping expression. Shen Feng couldn't help but smile. After sleeping in an awkward position, Jiang Wanwan awoke after an hour, groggily wiping drool from her mouth and surveying the dim CAF. What time is it? Just past 2. Are you ready to head home? Shen Feng responded. Jiang Wanwan mumbled, but I still want to pull an all-nighter. Well, it's already 6. You've successfully stayed up. Ready to go home and catch some sleep? Really? All right then. At this point, Jiang Wanwan was still drowsy, accepting whatever Shen Feng said. Shen Feng chuckled as he ruffled her hair, helping her to her feet. After shutting down the computer and locking the CAF door, Shen Feng guided the still sleepy Jiang Wanwan out onto the street at 2 in the morning. The streets were deserted, with only the occasional car passing by. The night felt remarkably tranquil, as if it belonged solely to the two of them. Shen Feng relished this sensation. In previous cycles, he had longed to walk alongside Jiang Wanwan on these quiet streets at dawn, but he had never succeeded. Each time the clock struck 12, he would be thrust back to the morning of July 31st, never experiencing the early hours. Nevertheless, while he cherished this moment, Shen Feng still hailed a taxi. The distance from Jiang Wanwan's villa is quite considerable. If one were to walk there, it would likely take over an hour. Given that Jiang Wanwan is currently so fatigued that she can barely walk steadily, Shen Feng is reluctant to let her roam outside for too long. They took a taxi back to the villa, and Shen Feng carried the already asleep Jiang Wanwan up the stairs. He gently placed her on the bed, intending to leave. But for some inexplicable reason, Jiang Wanwan grasped his hand with considerable strength. Shen Feng stood at the bedside, torn for a moment. Finally, he took a deep breath. They were already a legally married couple. What harm could there be in sharing a bed? He lay down beside Jiang Wanwan, extending his hand to gently embrace her. Jiang Wanwan mumbled a soft acknowledgement in her sleep, squinting her eyes to glance at Shen Feng. He smiled at her and said, Sleep well, good night. Good night. She murmured before drifting back into a deep slumber. Shen Feng held her tenderly, wishing to join her in slumber as well. However, when Jiang Wanwan sprawled across him like an octopus, her limbs draped over him, he found himself unable to fall asleep. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, Jiang Wanwan was awakened by the sound of Shen Feng's phone ringing. She opened her eyes, and, to her surprise, the first thing she saw was Shen Feng, who was sitting across from her with dark circles under his eyes. Both of them exchanged a moment of silent acknowledgement before Jiang Wanwan suddenly shouted. In a swift motion, she kicked Shen Feng out of bed. "Why you, Shen Feng? Why are you in bed with me?" Jiang Wanwan's face turned as red as a ripe apple. Shen Feng, clutching his stomach, got up from the floor and sighed. "I brought you to bed last night, intending to sleep outside, but you held on to me and wouldn't let go." "Nonsense. How could I possibly be that kind of person?" Jiang Wanwan retorted, though her voice faltered slightly. She vaguely remembered dreaming that she had transformed into the character Yumi from her game, clinging to Shen Feng's leg while battling in the Summoner's Rift, and feared being thrown off, so she had held on tightly. Shen Feng was perplexed about what this girl was thinking. He felt quite wronged, not because he didn't want to be a gentleman, but because it was Jiang Wanwan who had insisted on sleeping next to him. Not only had he been unable to sleep all night, but he also had to endure a sudden kick in the morning. Feeling aggrieved, Shen Feng quietly left the room and descended the stairs. Watching his departing figure, Jiang Wanwan felt a twinge of guilt. She had not only misjudged Shen Feng, but had also kicked him. He wouldn't be upset, would he? Should I apologize to him? With this thought, Jiang Wanwan stealthily made her way downstairs. She found Shen Feng in the kitchen preparing breakfast. "Shen Feng, I was so dazed last night that I may have accidentally held on to you. I misunderstood you this morning, and I'm truly sorry." Shen Feng did not turn to look at her, but simply replied, "It's fine, Wanwan. I'm not that petty. How could I blame you?" Jiang Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that her husband was magnanimous and did not hold a grudge. Soon, Shen Feng emerged from the kitchen with breakfast. Jiang Wanwan glanced at the fried egg and a glass of milk set before her, and then at the sweet and sour ribs in front of Shen Feng, her expression immediately drooping. "You are blaming me. You are holding a grudge. I can't believe you," she exclaimed. "I want sweet and sour ribs too." "Shen Feng, I was wrong. I shouldn't have misunderstood you or kicked you." Shen Feng, with a kind smile, inquired, "Do you truly understand your mistake?" "Yes, yes, yes," she replied eagerly. "Then repeat after me. Shen Feng is a gentleman. Shen Feng is a gentleman." Jiang Wanwan echoed. "I wronged Shen Feng. I wronged Shen Feng," she repeated. "Tonight, Shen Feng can still sleep with me. Tonight, Shen Feng, you big-headed ghost." Jiang Wanwan's face flushed. This guy was hardly a gentleman. It seemed she hadn't kicked him hard enough. Shen Feng picked up a piece of rib with chopsticks and held it to Jiang Wanwan's mouth. The enticing aroma made her swallow hard, and she opened her mouth, only for Shen Feng to suddenly retract the chopsticks. "I got kicked this morning and was misunderstood. You have to show some appreciation." Jiang Wanwan glared at him. "Well, we can't sleep together, at least not right now." They had only just defined their relationship. How could they think about sharing a bed already? Come up with a way to make it up to me, and if it satisfies me, I'll let you have some. Jiang Wanwan thought for a moment before darting into the kitchen. Shen Feng assumed she was going to cook breakfast for him as an apology. Instead, she emerged wielding a kitchen knife. "How about I offer you a 10-level disability?" Shen Feng. He silently pushed the sweet and sour ribs towards Jiang Wanwan. Only then did she set the knife down and smile. However, she did not eat immediately. Instead, she circled around to Shen Feng's side and gently kissed his cheek. After that, Jiang Wanwan eagerly buried her face in the plate of ribs, not daring to look at Shen Feng. Shen Feng savored the lingering warmth of her kiss and could not help but smile. Chapter 15. You Are the Pig. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Wanwan voluntarily went to wash the dishes. Shen Feng did not compete with her, instead scrolling through his phone in the living room. On Weibo, news about Shall We Start Dating today, and the couple had mostly been buried. Now, among the trending topics, 9 out of 10 were related to the scandals of a certain top male star. It appeared Liu Tianfan was on the verge of being forgotten. As Shen Feng browsed the news, he called out to the kitchen, "Jiang Wanwan, can you believe it? Liu Tianfan is really in trouble this time." Jiang Wanwan responded from the kitchen, "Yes, and he has done quite a few bad things. This time he will face the consequences. Those who commit wrongful acts will ultimately meet their demise," Shen Feng said, shaking his head with a hint of regret. "What a waste." The money spent by the company and the production team on trending topics has gone to waste. While washing the dishes, Jiang Wanwan also felt it was quite a pity. Having memories from her past life, she should have known that this top star named Lu Tianfan would face a downfall soon. However, during those days in her previous life, Shen Feng had just encountered his own troubles, and Jiang Wanwan, heartbroken, had no mind to pay attention to the news outside. Thus, her impression of Lu Tianfan's incident was not very vivid. As Shen Feng continued scrolling through Weibo, a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. Glancing at Jiang Wanwan, who was still tidying up in the kitchen, he stood up to answer the door. As soon as he opened it, he was met with a woman's irate voice. "You little brat, you're really going to drive me insane. Not only do you fail to inform me of such a significant matter in advance, but you also dare to secretly post on Weibo. You've truly grown some courage. I could just kill you." Mid-rant, the woman noticed that the person who opened the door was not Jiang Wanwan. Upon seeing Shen Feng, her expression shifted to one of surprise. "Shen, hello, Lin Jie." Shen Feng greeted, recognizing the woman before him. It is indeed Lin Jie, Jiang Wanwan's manager. Lin Jie appears to be in her 30s, sporting a short hairstyle and dressed in professional attire, exuding an air of competence and candor that mirrors her fiery temperament. Shen Feng took the suitcase that Lin Jie had been dragging and smiled as he said, "Please come in. Wanwan is washing the dishes." Lin Jie stepped into the house, casting a slightly awkward glance at Shen Feng. "I'm sorry, Xiao Shan. I was expecting it to be that stubborn girl Wanwan opening the door, not you. It's quite all right." Shen Feng replied politely, settling down on the sofa beside Lin Jie and pouring her a glass of water. From the kitchen, Jiang Wanwan called out, "Lin Jie, please hold on a moment. I'll finish up here shortly." Lin Jie glanced towards the kitchen, unable to suppress a clicking sound of her tongue. Who would have thought this girl would actually take on household chores one day? It seems marriage truly changes a person. "By the way, Xiao Shun, you arrived rather early," Lin Jie said, taking a sip of water and looking at Shen Feng. Shen Feng candidly shrugged, "I stayed here last night." Lin Jie spluttered, her drink spewing forth. "Cough, cough, cough, you slept here last night?" The prominent agent of Lanyu Entertainment stared at Shen Feng, dumbfounded. Although the two had indeed obtained a marriage certificate, they appeared to still be university students. Leaving Lin Jie to ponder whether the youth of today were too liberal or if her own mindset was simply too antiquated. "Well, we were out late last night, and after bringing her back, it was quite late, so I just rested here," Shen Feng explained. This revelation somewhat eased Lin Jie's concerns. It was merely due to the late hour that he had chosen to stay. After all, Jiang Wanwan's residence was a villa with at least a couple of guest rooms available, so it wasn't necessarily the case that they shared a room. Wiping the water she had just spat out, Lin Jie lifted her cup again and casually remarked, "Did you sleep well? You seem to have dark circles under your eyes." "It was all right, except Wanwan kicked me this morning when she woke up. It still hurts a bit." Lin Jie once more sprayed her drink. "You two slept in the same bed?" "Yes." Lin Jie fell silent for a moment, her expression becoming somewhat complex. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke, "I must admit, I feel a bit like a good cabbage being trampled by a pig." At that moment, Jiang Wanwan emerged from the kitchen. Upon hearing Lin Jie's words, she immediately became displeased. "Lin Jie, although I am your precious cabbage, Shen Feng is certainly not a pig. How could you say that about him?" Lin Jie shot Jiang Wanwan a glare and then, with a serious tone, stated, "The pig I'm referring to is you, Jiang Wanwan." Lin Jie sighed and placed her hand on the back of Shen Feng's. "Xiao Shun, I know all too well what sort of temperament this girl has. How did you? Such a considerate and charming young man. End up in her clutches?" Shen Feng smiled. "Wanwan is wonderful. I like her very much." "Ah, she is wonderful? If she were truly wonderful, there would be no bad people in this world." Jiang Wanwan could no longer hold her tongue. "Lin Jie, why do you belittle me so? I'm not that terrible," she continued. "Besides, even if I were truly awful, I still managed to find a husband. Why are you still single?" Upon hearing this, Lin Jie immediately sprang to her feet and dashed into the kitchen. Seizing a kitchen knife, she pointed it at Jiang Wanwan, declaring, "What did you just say? You little brat? Did I provoke you by being single? If you dare say it again, I'll chop you to pieces." Watching the knife in Lin Jie's hand, Shen Feng finally understood. It turned out that Jiang Wanwan threatening others with a kitchen knife was a tradition. Jiang Wanwan had already hidden behind Shen Feng, looking at Lin Jie with a pitiful expression. You were the one who first said something bad about me. Am I not allowed to retaliate? Hiss. Lin Jie raised the knife. All right, I was wrong. I'm sorry, Lin Jie. Jiang Wanwan immediately backed down. Lin Jie then set the knife down with a huff and returned to the sofa. Casting a glance at the duo nestled together, she suddenly sighed again. It's truly absurd. Even you, this stubborn girl, can find a man, yet I remain empty-handed. Lin Jie was nearing 40, and she had yet to even have a serious relationship, let alone marriage. Jiang Wanwan rushed over and playfully massaged Lin Jie's shoulders, saying, Lin Jie, if you just learn to temper your temper and be a bit gentler, you'll surely find a suitable partner. All right, enough with the shoulder rubs. Sit properly. We have serious matters to discuss. Jiang Wanwan obediently sat back down on the sofa. Shen Feng observed with a hint of nostalgia. Jiang Wanwan was far more subdued in Lin Jie's presence than she was with him. It seemed that only Lin Jie could transform Wanwan from an elder brother into a younger sister. Lin Jie retrieved 2 stacks of contracts from her suitcase, handing one each to Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. These are the contracts for Shen Feng's agreement with the company, as well as the contracts for both of you with the dating program. Chapter 16. Young people should exercise restraint. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan examined the contracts in their hands. Lin Jie then proceeded to explain some details regarding the contracts. Our asking price with the program isn't exorbitant, as we're participating primarily for the sake of the project, not for profit. As for Xiao Shan's contract with the company, since I made the decision independently without consulting upper management, I could only secure a low-priced contract for the next 6 months. Lin Jie continued, glancing at Shen Feng. Xiao Shan, once you complete this online variety show, you can fade into obscurity. The company won't assign you any further tasks. At that point, you'll receive a few months' salary as a bonus. Consider a windfall. Jiang Wanwan snatched the contract from Shen Feng's hands, scrutinizing it before her brows furrowed. It really is only 6 months, and the salary is so low. It's even less than what Fengzi could earn working a summer job. The total for the 6-month contract amounted to just over 20,000, with a monthly salary of only a little over 3,000. Listening to Jiang Wanwan's complaints, Lin Jie rolled her eyes. Do you expect a high price? You know how exploitative Lan Yu is. It's a miracle we Haven Tea had to pay out of pocket. Jiang Wanwan appeared somewhat displeased. She set the contract down and grumbled. How could my Fengzi be worth so little? Once this is over, I'll definitely go solo and sign Fengzi as my artist, ensuring he gets the highest paying contract. When he comes home, I'll have him hand over his salary to me. Lin Jie. Shen Feng. After a moment of silence, Lin Jie remarked, I actually support your decision to go solo. Lan Yu is indeed not the right place for your development. In other companies, when their artists face such issues, the first thought is usually about public relations. But Lan Yu? They only think about how to squeeze you for breach of contract fees. A typical case of draining the swamp dry. Fortunately, Xiao Shen managed to help you keep it under wraps, silencing those higher-ups. Otherwise, you would still be figuring out how to raise funds. Your contract expires at the end of the year. Once you endure until then, you can either switch companies or go solo. Jiang Wanwan nodded. In her previous life, it was also Lin Jie who had suggested she go solo. Although Lin Jie remained an employee of Lan Yu Entertainment, she had always genuinely considered Jiang Wanwan's best interests. Shen Feng took the contract in hand. After a thorough review and confirming there were no hidden pitfalls or significant issues, he inscribed his name on the document. Handing the contract to Sister Lin, Shen Feng added, Sister Lin, I have a small request, and I wonder if it could be accommodated? As long as it is reasonable, I can assist you, she replied. I would like to request an advance on my salary for the next 6 months, if that is possible. Upon hearing this, Sister Lin regarded Shen Feng with a curious expression. Are you in urgent need of funds, Xiao Shen? Jiang Wanwan also looked at Shen Feng and inquired. If you need money, I could lend you some. Although she couldn't afford the penalty for breach of contract, lending a bit was certainly manageable. Shen Feng smiled and shook his head at Jiang Wanwan before turning to Sister Lin. I do indeed require some funds. I'm unsure how accommodating the company can be. Sister Lin pondered for a moment, then pulled out her phone to send message. In no time, she received a response from the company. Approved. Shen Feng's salary was already quite modest, and even the notoriously frugal Lanyu Entertainment was unlikely to deny a mere advance of 20,000. After signing the contract, Sister Lin briefed the two about the variety show. Due to the program's limited budget, the signed artists, with the exception of Wanwan, lacked significant fame and had open schedules. Thus, the production team indicated that filming could commence anytime Wanwan was available, and they hoped to do so promptly. Therefore, we're looking at August 5th, which is just 3 days away. Xiao Shun, you should be free, right? Shen Feng nodded in affirmation. That is splendid. The format of the show will be a live recording. Presently, live-streaming variety shows are immensely popular due to their real-time interaction and authenticity. The shooting location will be in the ancient capital of Chang'an. I'll be staying here for the next few days, and we can fly together to Chang'an on the 4th. As a manager, Sister Lin was quite diligent, having already laid out the schedule. Shen Feng had no objections, but Jiang Wanwan suddenly appeared hesitant. Sister Lin, you'll be staying here for the next few days? Sister Lin fixed her gaze on Jiang Wanwan. What's the matter? Is there not a single guest room in your house for me? Besides, did I not stay here during my last visit? Jiang Wanwan's expression contorted in distress. Oh no! Oh no! If Sister Lin stays here, how will I indulge in my sweet and sour ribs, sweet and sour stir-fried meat, my braised pork, and my chicken stewed with mushrooms? Surely, she will not allow me to eat any of these high-fat delights. Am I doomed to a daily diet of eggs and greens once more? Unbeknownst to Sister Lin, Jiang Wanwan was lost in these thoughts. She glanced at the conflicted Jiang Wanwan, then at Shen Feng. As if struck by a realization, her expression transformed into one of amusement. With a cold laugh, she remarked, Jiang Wanwan, I comprehend your intentions. Jiang Wanwan's heart skipped a beat. Had she inadvertently voiced her cravings? I must tell you, you young people ought to practice moderation and not indulge excessively. Jiang Wanwan's face fell. I haven't been excessive. It was merely for one day, that was, because you spent an entire day living with Xiao Shun. If he were to stay with you every day, wouldn't you indulge daily? Sister Lin stated with utmost seriousness. Jiang Wanwan contemplated Shen Feng's exceptional culinary skills. If Shen Feng were to prepare delicious dishes for her every day, it indeed seemed likely she would indulge in gluttony. Embarrassed, she lowered her head. Indulging daily entirely out of the question, Jiang Wanwan. Sister Lin interrupted, what are you saying? You're just a young girl. How can you harbor such thoughts? Have you no sense of shame? What's shameful about that? Jiang Wanwan felt somewhat aggrieved. A human nature? If you experienced it, you would undoubtedly feel the same way. She was confident that if Sister Lin tasted Shen Feng's cooking, she too would become addicted. The flavors were simply exquisite. To her surprise, Sister Lin's face flushed, and she slammed her hand on the table. What are you saying, Jiang Wanwan? Can't you keep your mouth in check? Forget it. I truly can't be bothered with you. However, I must advise you both. While indulging is permissible, you must ensure to take proper precautions. Understand? Precautions? Jiang Wanwan queried. What precautions are necessary for eating? Eating? What do you mean by eating? Sister Lin asked, puzzled. Jiang Wanwan looked at Sister Lin quizzically. Aren't we discussing the dishes made by Shen Feng? I may have overindulged yesterday. After eating a hamburger, I also had quite a bit of sweet and sour ribs. And this morning I also indulged. But it's not my fault. Shen Feng's culinary skills are simply too good. You must try it, Sister Lin. Sweet and sour ribs? Sister Lin echoed. Were you not just referring to that? At this moment, Jiang Wanwan discerned Sister Lin's peculiar expression and sensed something was amiss. The two exchanged glances for a few moments before both grasped the implication of Sister Lin's earlier words. Jiang Wanwan's face instantly flushed with embarrassment, while Sister Lin seized a kitchen knife, glaring at Jiang Wanwan with an outraged shout, You ate a hamburger and sweet and sour ribs yesterday. So the photo of the stir-fried bamboo shoots you sent me was a ruse. I didn't deceive you. I genuinely ate the bamboo shoots, along with the 3 fresh vegetables and boiled cabbage. Why don't you just drop dead? Sister Lin charged towards Jiang Wanwan wielding a knife. Terrified, Jiang Wanwan covered her head and begged for mercy. Stand up, get to the treadmill, and run 5 kilometers first. Sister Lin bellowed. Shen Feng felt a pang of sympathy for his Wanwan. Clearing his throat, Shen Feng said, Sister Lin, Wanwan silence. Sister Lin, who had previously been amiable towards Shen Feng, now directed a fierce reprimand at him. Xiao Shun, I have yet to settle the score with you. How dare you prepare sweet and sour ribs for Jiang Wanwan? You certainly have some audacity. Go to the treadmill and do sit-ups. You can stop only when Wanwan finishes her run. Shen Feng. He finally understood why Jiang Wanwan was apprehensive of Sister Lin. Quite frankly, he felt a twinge of fear himself. Chapter 17. The people around him are his today and future. At noon, Sister Lin initially planned to order takeout. However, Jiang Wanwan fervently endorsed Shen Feng's culinary talents, claiming that if Sister Lin did not savor his cooking, she would regret it for a lifetime. With such persuasion from Jiang Wanwan, Sister Lin relented. Nevertheless, she specifically instructed Shen Feng to prepare a vegetable dish for Jiang Wanwan, ensuring she would not consume any meat. Jiang Wanwan felt utterly aggrieved. Several times, while Shen Feng cooked, she had covertly snuck into the kitchen under the guise of checking in, indulging in his dishes. Observing her demeanor, Shen Feng couldn't help but chuckle. If you continue to sneak bites, you'll end up serving Sister Lin an empty plate later. I haven't eaten that much. Besides, could you bear to let me have only vegetables for lunch? I would perish. Jiang Wanwan insisted earnestly. Shen Feng replied with equal seriousness. If Sister Lin discovers you've been sneaking food, you would genuinely be in peril. Jiang Wanwan, all right, how about this? You eat less of the vegetables at lunch, and I will prepare a special dish for you. I'll secretly deliver it to your room once you return, okay? The moment Shen Feng made this offer, Jiang Wanwan's face lit up with joy. She leaned across the distance of half a meter and planted a kiss on Shen Feng's cheek. You truly are on Wanwan's side. Would you care to lean in a little closer for a kiss? Shen Feng leaned in, but Jiang Wanwan swiftly retaliated with a resounding slap. Dream on. We've already kissed this morning, and I've met my quota. Another kiss would be over the limit. With that, Jiang Wanwan promptly plucked a piece of meat from the dish and stuffed it into her mouth. After vigorously wiping her lips to erase any evidence, she exited the kitchen. When lunchtime arrived, Shen Feng presented a sumptuous spread of 4 dishes and a soup: cumin lamb, exquisite mushroom tofu, braised shrimp, stir-fried baby bok choy, and a fragrant pot of chicken soup. The baby bok choy was naturally Jiang Wanwan's personal delight, while Shen Feng and Sister Lin divided the remaining dishes. You've elevated Jiang Wanwan's culinary standards, and I must assess your skills, Xiao Shen. I'm curious if she sees you as a culinary genius or if you truly possess exceptional talent, Sister Lin remarked as she sampled a bite. Almost immediately, her expression transformed, leading her to eagerly indulge in several more bites. After swallowing, she exclaimed in astonishment, Xiao Shen, did you graduate from New Oriental? Your culinary skills are astonishing. Before Shen Feng could respond, Jiang Wanwan beamed with pride. What do you think, Sister Lin? Isn't his cooking remarkable? You haven't even tasted his sweet and sour ribs and boiled cabbage from yesterday. They were absolutely divine. As she spoke, she stealthily extended her chopsticks to snag some cumin lamb. But Sister Lin's keen eye caught her, delicious as it may be. You're still not allowed to eat it. Jiang Wanwan reluctantly withdrew her chopsticks. Sister Lin then turned to Shen Feng, saying, Xiao Shen, I'm not just flattering you. Your culinary prowess is genuinely impressive. Do you have any secrets to share? If I could reach your level, I'd surely find a partner. Shen Feng pondered for a moment before earnestly replying, the secret might simply be practice. The more you cook, the better you become. Indeed, he had been cooking for himself for over 800 years. After the meal, a content Sister Lin praised Shen Feng before retreating to her guest room for a rest. As soon as Jiang Wanwan noticed Sister Lin had left, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She fixed her gaze on Shen Feng. Fengzi, what about the special dish you made just for me? Shen Feng walked to the kitchen and retrieved a large, golden-brown pan-fried chicken cutlet from the thermal container, the aroma wafting enticingly towards Jiang Wanwan. Fengzi, are you a culinary prodigy? How did you manage to make a dish that glistens like gold? Shen Feng chuckled. I lack such talent. You'll find out once you taste it. But let us not eat here. If Sister Lin comes downstairs, it'll be discovered. Let us go to your room. Jiang Wanwan nodded eagerly, swallowing her saliva in anticipation. She hurriedly pulled Shen Feng upstairs to her room. Inside, she took a hearty bite of the golden chicken cutlet, and her expression lit up. Wow, this is so sweet. Is this honey? Shen Feng reached out to wipe the honey from her lips gently and said softly, knowing your fondness for sweetness, I prepared a special honey sauce just for you. You're too kind, Fengzi, Jiang Wanwan exclaimed, devouring the cutlet and mumbling with delight. Once she finished the entire piece, she sighed contentedly. Ah, that was absolutely delectable. The thought of having to sneak around just to relish such delightful food makes me want to cry. You don't understand. Living under Sister Lin's oppressive regime is truly challenging. Shen Feng ruffled her hair. So, do you wish to escape her grasp these days? Jiang Wanwan's eyes brightened. I plan to visit home and inform my parents about everything. Would you consider accompanying me? Absolutely. No, wait. Let me think. Jiang Wanwan initially agreed, but quickly fell into contemplation, her head drooping with uncertainty. Her feelings were indeed complicated. She genuinely wanted to go with Shen Feng. She had met his parents numerous times, both of whom were wonderful individuals she adored. However, her status had changed. She had previously visited as Shen Feng's friend, but now she would be going as his wife. The disparity was immense. If I secretly married Fengzi, would uncle and aunt blame me? Do they check Weibo? What if they oppose our relationship like my parents? Her thoughts spiraled, and she felt overwhelmed. Shen Feng could sense her apprehension. He crouched down to meet her gaze and gently reassured her, don't overthink it. My parents have been mentioning for quite some time when I would finally win your heart. They genuinely like you, truly. Despite his reassurances, Jiang Wanwan still felt anxious. Finally, Shen Feng sighed and employed his trump card. Regardless, I need to return home soon. I might not be back before tomorrow evening. If you don't come with me, you'll have to stick with Sister Lin for meals, and I want to be able to sneak you any treats. Then I'm going. When do we leave? Jiang Wanwan replied instantly. When Sister Lin awoke from her midday nap, she discovered the villa was empty. She intended to text Jiang Wanwan to inquire about her whereabouts. However, upon opening WeChat, she found a message from Jiang Wanwan. Brat, Sister Lin, I have matters to attend to and will be away for a couple of days. I'll be back on the 4th. Don't miss me too much, bye. Jiang Wanwan, you've actually run away? Sister Lin immediately dialed her number. You little rascal. You're supposed to be the host of this home, yet you leave the guests behind and run off? What kind of behavior is that? And don't think I don't know what you're planning. You just want to sneak off to eat well, right? I'm telling you, not a chance. Come back right now. On the other end of the line, Jiang Wanwan replied obediently, Sister Lin, you've misunderstood me. I genuinely have important matters to attend to. I haven't even told Shen Feng's parents about our marriage yet. This ugly daughter-in-law must meet her in-laws, right? I'm already on a long-distance bus heading to Shen Feng's home. Oh no, the signal seems poor. I'll hang up now. With that, Jiang Wanwan ended the call. Fuming, Sister Lin gritted her teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan sighed in relief after hanging up. She turned to Shen Feng and asked, Fengzi, have you packed everything? In truth, neither of them was on a long-distance bus. At that moment, they were in the dormitory where Shen Feng had stayed while working, organizing his belongings. Shen Feng had taken a summer job as a tutor at an extracurricular training institution for elementary school students. Although he had yet to graduate from university himself, assisting young students was well within his capabilities. The dormitory provided accommodation, and they had access to a kitchen for meals. With weekends off, Shen Feng had been working there for a month. When he informed his boss of his intention to resign, the boss readily agreed and even requested an autograph, having seen Shen Feng's news on Weibo about his upcoming debut as an artist. Shen Feng packed his belongings, looking around the dormitory with a hint of melancholy. On the surface, he had only lived there for a month. In truth, he had resided here for over 8 centuries. Each morning, he would awaken to the blaring of an alarm clock from the simplicity of his hardboard bed. As July 31st fell on a Saturday, a day of respite, he was granted the liberty to indulge in his whims. Within this modest dormitory, he had endured much, learned countless lessons, and retained numerous memories, while also letting many slip away. Jiang Wanwan stood beside Shen Feng, sensing an inexplicable air of melancholy surrounding him. Lacking the aptitude for consolation, She could only reach for his hand gently. The warmth of her touch roused Shen Feng from his reverie. Smiling at Jiang Wanwan, he reassured her, "It's all right. Let us depart. This place has become a part of the past." The person standing beside him was his present and future. Chapter 18. You must give me a chance. 2. After packing his belongings and leaving the dormitory, Shen Feng accompanied Jiang Wanwan to the station, where they boarded a vehicle bound for Qinglu County, located beneath Zhonghai City. There happened to be 2 vacant seats on the bus, allowing them to sit side by side. Jiang Wanwan took the window seat, gazing at the scenery that unfurled outside. Shen Feng sat beside her, his eyes fixed on Jiang Wanwan throughout the journey. Qinglu County was not far from the city, taking just over an hour to reach. And soon they disembarked. As they beheld this simultaneously familiar yet foreign city, both felt a surge of emotion. Jiang Wanwan's sentiment stemmed from the fact that, after Shen Feng's incident in her previous life, she had seldom visited this county, fearing the memories it might evoke. She would only return annually to pay her respects to Shen Feng and visit his parents. Shen Feng's feelings were rooted in the countless cycles he had experienced. Having returned here numerous times, it was only this time that truly imparted a sense of reality, a feeling that he had genuinely returned. They exchanged a glance and smiled at one another. The county was not large, and Shen Feng's home was not far from the station. They walked shoulder to shoulder along the street. "Fengzi, that's our elementary school. It seems to have been renovated," Jiang Wanwan exclaimed. "Do you see that big tree? We used to climb it together, and you fell down, remember?" She continued, noticing that the small convenience store still stood, the owner appearing to be the same, albeit now an old man. Jiang Wanwan chatted incessantly, her words flowing freely, despite having returned many times in her previous life. She had never felt inclined to observe the surroundings, as they were suffused with memories of her and Shen Feng. In her past life, she had shunned such reminiscences, while now, she yearned to recall everything to share their past with Shen Feng. He listened with a smile, accompanying her as they reminisced about their childhood. "It's wonderful. This place has changed so much, yet so much remains the same." Jiang Wanwan suddenly sighed. "At least it can still hold our memories." After more than 20 minutes of walking, they arrived at an aging residential building. In the small courtyard before it, several elderly men and women were fanning themselves as they engaged in leisurely conversation. Upon spotting Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan approaching, an old woman exclaimed, "Oh, isn't that Fengzi?" He yes back, "Yes, Grandma Wang. I've returned," Shen Feng replied courteously, nodding. Grandma Wang responded with a smile, then turned her gaze to Jiang Wanwan. "Oh my, have you brought your girlfriend back?" "No, wait, this girl looks so familiar." Jiang Wanwan removed her mask and smiled at Grandma Wang. "Grandma, you still remember me?" "Ah, Wanwan, I knew you looked familiar. It's you, dear? I've seen you on television. They say you're quite the star now." "Oh no, I've only acted in a few dramas. I'm hardly a star." Jiang Wanwan replied. "How have you been, Grandma Wang?" "I'm doing quite well, thank you. By the way, we're having dumplings for dinner tonight. Do come join us." "No need to trouble yourself, Grandma Wang. Thank you." After chatting briefly with Grandma Wang, they entered the residential building. As they ascended the staircase, Jiang Wanwan remarked, "Grandma Wang hasn't aged a bit. She looks just like she did years ago. I used to love the dumplings she made. They were far better than my family's." Shen Feng held her hand, saying as they climbed, "If you're craving dumplings, how about I make some for you tonight?" "Really? Great. I want the celery and pork filling." Upon reaching the 4th floor, Shen Feng knocked on the door of apartment 402. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan's gaze drifted to the door of apartment 401. Instinctively, she reached out to touch the doorknob, now covered in a layer of dust. Long ago, a little girl lived here who used to walk to school with the boy from across the hall, play together, grow up together, fall in love, and even obtain a marriage certificate together. That little girl was her. This was once her home. "Mom, Fengzi, why have you returned?" A voice from behind brought Jiang Wanwan back to the present. She turned to see the door of apartment 402 had swung open, revealing Shen Feng's mother, Tang Ping. Conversing with him, feeling somewhat anxious, she summoned her courage to greet Tang Ping. "Hello, Auntie." Just moments ago, Jiang Wanwan had stood behind Shen Feng, and Tang Ping had not noticed her presence in the corridor. Now, upon closer inspection, Tang Ping's face brightened with joy. "Why, it's Wanwan. Lao Shun. Look who's here. Saying this, Tang Ping disregarded Shen Feng and pulled Jiang Wanwan into the house, nearly leaving Shen Feng outside. Shen Feng rubbed his nose, half-jokingly thinking that Jiang Wanwan might as well have been Tang Ping's own daughter. Inside, Shen Zhaohua, who had been sitting on the couch watching television, hurried out upon hearing the commotion. As soon as he spotted Jiang Wanwan, he greeted her with a warm smile. Wanwan, what brings you here? Did you come alone? Cool, me. Come, have a seat. It's been ages since you last visited. Shen Feng, feeling somewhat exasperated, remarked, Comrade Shen Zhaohua, what do you mean by she came alone? Can't you see me, standing right here? Oh, Fengzi, if you had spoken up, I truly wouldn't have noticed you. All right, enough of that. Go to the fridge and grab a bottle of drink for Wanwan. Shen Feng suddenly felt a tinge of sadness. Jiang Wanwan, who had just entered, was being lavished with attention, while he, the only heir of the Shen family, was left to busy himself serving others. As he walked to the kitchen and retrieved several bottles of drinks from the fridge, he gazed at the familiar surroundings, overwhelmed by a wave of nostalgia. I'm home, he murmured softly, returning to the living room with the drinks. In the living room, Tang Ping and Shen Zhaohua were bustling around Jiang Wanwan, inquiring about her well-being, her recent filming endeavors, and her family. In front of Shen Feng, Jiang Wanwan transformed from her usual assertive self into a compliant child, dutifully answering their questions. Shen Feng placed the drinks on the table, glanced at his parents, and began, Mom, Dad. The reason we returned this time is he intended to reveal the news of his marriage certificate with Jiang Wanwan. As a result, Tang Ping shot him a glance and remarked, What is it? Can't you display a bit of perceptiveness? You know to bring the drinks over, but you don't know to open them? Shen Feng, feeling helpless, opened the bottle of beverage. He then added, The reason we returned this time is to discuss something with you all. However, Shen Zhaohua shot him another glare and interjected, Get a cup for Wanwan. With such a large bottle of drink, are you expecting her to sip directly from it? Shen Feng had no choice but to retrieve a cup from beneath the coffee table. He then attempted once more to convey, We came back to discuss a matter, actually. Yet, Tang Ping interrupted him with a swift tap on his arm, saying, You can bring the cup, but why don't you pour some for Wanwan? How can you be so dull? Shen Feng sighed. He obediently poured a drink for Jiang Wanwan and respectfully handed it to her. Only then did Tang Ping and Shen Zhaohua appear satisfied. Tang Ping turned to Shen Feng and inquired, Fengzi, what were you about to say just now? Originally, Shen Feng had intended to gradually cultivate the atmosphere and reveal the news of his marriage to Jiang Wanwan to Tang Ping and Shen Zhaohua bit by bit. However, after being interrupted several times, he could no longer muster the subtlety. He stated plainly, I married Jiang Wanwan. At that moment, Shen Zhaohua, who had just taken a sip of tea, sputtered it out. Tang Ping was taken aback for a moment, then glared at Shen Feng and exclaimed, You little rascal. Are you joking? Shen Feng promptly produced the marriage certificate and slapped it down on the table. As Tang Ping picked it up to examine it, she was instantly rendered speechless. How could you wait so long to tell us such an important matter? Shen Zhaohua snatched the marriage certificate for a thorough inspection, then began to scold Shen Feng. Shen Feng, feeling utterly helpless, replied, I would have liked to say it earlier, but you didn't give me the chance. Ever since I got home, I haven't had a moment's peace. Chapter 19. Jiang Wanwan, Dad, Mom. The Shen family. Comrade Tang Ping convened the 43rd sofa meeting of the Shen family. Comrade Shen Zhaohua was present. Comrade Shen Feng stood as the subject of scrutiny. Comrade Jiang Wanwan attended as an observer. With a resounding clap, Tang Ping glared fiercely and slammed her hand on the table. Shen Feng, how could you not inform us in advance about such a significant matter as getting married and obtaining a certificate? Did you force Wanwan into this? Speak. Shen Zhaohua echoed her sentiment with another thump of his hand on the table. Speak. Jiang Wanwan felt it was appropriate for each person to take responsibility for their actions. She timidly raised her hand and said, Uncle and Aunt, actually. Tang Ping interjected, Wanwan, you don't need to speak up for this rascal. Let him explain himself. Shen Feng, feeling cornered, raised his hands in surrender. It was primarily due to the suddenness of the situation. Suddenness? Tang Ping slammed the table again. What kind of suddenness is there in getting married and obtaining a certificate? There is nothing sudden about that. Shen Jiawu chimed in. Exactly. Jiang Wanwan timidly interjected. Uncle and aunt, it was indeed rather sudden because… Wanwan, I've already told you, don't speak for him. This rascal can speak for himself. Tang Ping retorted, then fixed her glare back on Shen Feng. You little rascal, if you're a man, then you ought to explain yourself properly. Don't always make women speak for you. It's not that I want to speak for me. Aunt, please let me explain. Jiang Wanwan suddenly raised her voice. Immediately, Tang Ping and Shen Zhao softened their gazes towards her. Yes, Wanwan, please go ahead. Their expressions contrasting sharply with the earlier severity directed at Shen Feng. Jiang Wanwan lowered her head, contemplating for a moment before bashfully stating, Actually, I insisted on dragging Fengzi to get the certificate. It truly isn't his fault. I was just too impulsive. Tang Ping spoke gently to Jiang Wanwan. It's all right. Being young and impulsive can be a good thing. Besides, I've been hoping for the two of you to be together. Fengzi is rather slow in his ways, so you have to take the initiative. Shen Feng thought to himself, Comrade Tang Ping, your tone with me just now was not quite like this. Tang Ping shot him a fierce look. Be quiet. You have no say here. Shen Feng silently closed his mouth. Subsequently, Tang Ping, Shen Zhao, and Jiang Wanwan engaged in extensive conversation. They discussed how the couple felt about their relationship, whether Jiang Wanwan was adapting to life with Shen Feng, how Shen Feng treated her, and what Jiang Wanwan's family had to say. Jiang Wanwan answered the earlier questions with laughter, but fell silent when it came to the last one. Noticing her silence, Tang Ping and Shen Zhao exchanged knowing glances. Having lived for 4 to 5 decades, they understood what Jiang Wanwan's demeanor implied. Suddenly, Shen Feng turned to Tang Ping and said, Mom, come here. I need to discuss something with you. Tang Ping sensed that Shen Feng was likely to talk about Jiang Wanwan's family and nodded in agreement. They moved to the balcony, where Shen Feng stated, Mom, you know what kind of temperament the Jiang family has. They aren't bad people, but they certainly look down on us common folk. That's why old Jiang has always opposed my relationship with Wanwan and even sought me out for a talk about it. Tang Ping's expression turned complex, so Fengzi, what are your thoughts on this? After all, Jiangzhe was Jiang Wanwan's father. If her parents disapproved of their union, their future together could be quite challenging. Shen Feng smiled gently. All I know is that I love her. Don't worry too much, Mom. I've already thought out my plans for the future. I have ways to win over Jiangzhe and ensure that we all live well. Tang Ping sighed. What good life are you talking about? As long as you're happy, your father and I will be content. You're already a grown man. Since you have a plan, I won't say much more. However, if Jiangzhe approaches you again, remember to let your father and me know. We are of the same generation as Jiangzhe. Some things are better addressed by us than by you. Thank you, Mom, Shen Feng said with a smile. Tang Ping shot him a look. No need to be so polite with your mother. All right, I understand the situation now. Let us go back and not make Wanwan feel awkward. All right. The two returned to the living room, after which Tang Ping refrained from mentioning anything about Jiang Wanwan's family. Jiang Wanwan let out a sigh of relief. It felt a tinge of sadness within. Why was it that Shen Feng's parents were so understanding and considerate towards her, while her own parents were not? She knew that Jiangzhe and Su Yin meant well, but sometimes their form of care felt suffocating. That evening, while preparing dinner, Shen Feng informed Shen Zhao and Tang Ping that Jiang Wanwan wanted to eat dumplings filled with celery and meat. Tang Ping eagerly agreed, preparing the dough at home while Shen Zhao went out to buy celery and meat filling. When it came time to wrap the dumplings, Jiang Wanwan expressed her desire to contribute. She sat at the table, her hair tied back, wearing an apron. One hand held a dumpling skin, while the other carefully scooped some filling with a spoon to place inside. As she attempted to pinch the edges together, the soft dumpling skin slipped from her fingers, nearly causing the filling to spill out. Startled, Jiang Wanwan became flustered. Shen Feng approached her, steadying her hand and instructing. Hold your hand like this. It'll be steadier. When you're pinching it like this, no, if you do it that way, it will leak. Shen Feng patiently guided her step by step, and Jiang Wanwan followed suit, clumsily managing to wrap 7 or 8 dumplings after a long while. Across the table, Tang Ping and Shen Zhao, who had already wrapped 30 or 40, exchanged amused glances, their eyes filled with warmth. The dumplings were prepared, boiled, and served on the table. The family gathered around, engaging in lively conversation and laughter as they enjoyed their meal. Jiang Wanwan lifted her drink and cheerfully addressed Tang Ping and Shen Jiaohua, saying, "Uncle, Aunt, I toast to you." However, Tang Ping appeared somewhat displeased. "What time is it, and you still address us like that?" Shen Feng playfully kicked Jiang Wanwan under the table, and she understood their implication, albeit feeling a bit bashful. Lowering her head for a moment, she finally mustered the courage to shyly say, "Dad, Mom." "Oh, my dear daughter. Here, take your red envelope." Tang Ping and Shen Jiaohua beamed with delight. It was unclear when Tang Ping had prepared the red envelope for Jiang Wanwan, but now she presented it to her without hesitation. Jiang Wanwan realized it was inappropriate to decline, so she accepted the envelope and sweetly called them Dad and Mom, which only further delighted Tang Ping and Shen Jiaohua. During the meal, Shen Jiaohua had a bit too much to drink, and in a slightly tipsy state, he turned to Jiang Wanwan and said, "Wanwan, you have no idea how much we hoped back in the day that you would be our daughter. I always thought you would surely surpass that Shen Feng fellow. Thankfully, Shen Feng managed to win you over. Otherwise, we would have regretted it for quite a while." Shen Feng rubbed his nose, feeling that this occasion resembled more of a daughter's visit with her parents rather than a daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. Moreover, it seemed this daughter was far more favored than he, the biological son. Once the meal had concluded, Jiang Wanwan intended to help with the dishes, but Tang Ping stopped her and sent Shen Feng to wash them instead. With heartfelt sincerity, she told Jiang Wanwan, "You're a big star now. How could you possibly do the dishes? From now on, all household chores, cooking, washing dishes, sweeping, mopping, and laundry could be entrusted to Fengzi." After a moment's thought, Tang Ping shook her head. No, Fengzi's cooking skills might just blow up the kitchen. Better not let him cook." Jiang Wanwan quickly interjected, "And actually, Fengzi cooks quite well now. He made me a delicious chicken steak for lunch today, and yesterday he prepared sweet and sour spare ribs. Both were incredibly fragrant." "Is that true?" Tang Ping asked, somewhat skeptical. "If you don't believe me, I'll cook next time," Shen Feng chimed in, returning from washing the dishes. "Let us not go there. I haven't even thought about renovating this kitchen yet, so I don't expect you to blow it up," Tang Ping replied with a smirk. After a brief chat, Shen Feng shifted the conversation back to business. "Mom and Dad, actually, there is something else I wanted to discuss with you. I signed a contract with Wanwan's agency. I'm an artist now." Chapter 20. I know you're pretending to sleep. Shen Feng had intentionally delayed sharing this news until now because, in comparison to obtaining a marriage license with Jiang Wanwan, this matter seemed trivial. He briefly explained the situation to Shen Jiaohua and Tang Ping, and rather than expressing any opposition, they seemed to feel a tinge of regret. Shen Jiaohua sighed. "My son inherited my good looks and is not lacking in charm. How is it that Wanwan's company only signed him for half a year? Truly lacking in insight." Enough, Tang Ping shot Shen Jiaohua a glance. "Didn't Fengzi say he signed temporarily to resolve some issues? It's commendable that they were willing to sign him for even half a year. By the way, Fengzi, when you and Wanwan go to film some variety show, where can we watch it? Will we be able to see it?" Shen Feng wasn't too well versed in this, but Jiang Wanwan was more knowledgeable. She replied, "It should be streamed online. You can download an app on your phone. Yes, just like this one on Mom's phone, and then search for our show's name to watch it." "All right, I'll gather our relatives to watch together," Tang Ping said with a smile. Jiang Wanwan felt a bit shy about it all. As Shen Jiaohua and Tang Ping were early to bed, they retired around 10 o'clock. After a long day of travel, Jiang Wanwan, feeling somewhat fatigued, stretched, and asked, "Fengzi, which room will I be staying in tonight?" Upon her inquiry, she noticed Shen Feng's expression suddenly turned peculiar. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Jiang Wanwan asked, puzzled. "Our home has 2 bedrooms and a living room," Shen Feng replied. Jiang Wanwan blinked, and then, "My parents occupy 1 room. Thus, Jiang Wanwan's expression shifted to one of discomfort. "So there's only 1 room left?" Shen Feng shrugged. Jiang Wanwan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Did this mean she would have to share a bed with Shen Feng again tonight? Although they had shared a bed the previous night, it had been under entirely different circumstances. This time, she was fully aware and in Shen Feng's parents' house. Jiang Wanwan felt her cheeks flush with warmth. "Shen Feng, noticing her reaction, suddenly leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "Wife, are you ready for bed?" Slap. Jiang Wanwan swiftly retaliated with a playful slap, leaving Shen Feng momentarily dazed. "Why are you hitting me? I merely mentioned going to bed. I never said we had to share a bed. I could sleep on the floor," Shen Feng said, somewhat helplessly. At this moment, Jiang Wanwan realized Shen Feng had been teasing her. Blushing, she decided to turn the tables, saying, "I never said I hit you because I didn't want to share a bed." Shen Feng froze for a moment. "So, you agree to sleep together?" Jiang Wanwan huffed. "I was initially agreeable, but since you're so eager to sleep on the floor, I can't refuse you. You can sleep on the floor tonight." With that, she turned and dashed into Shen Feng's room. Oh no, it seemed she had figured him out. Shen Feng sighed inwardly. How did Wanwan suddenly become so clever? Following Jiang Wanwan into the room, Shen Feng made her bed before laying out a blanket on the floor. Turning off the lights, Jiang Wanwan lay in bed while Shen Feng settled on the floor. As she rolled over in bed, Jiang Wanwan found herself gazing at Shen Feng. He hadn't fallen asleep either and met her gaze with a smile. "What's wrong? Are you hoping I'll join you in bed?" "Not at all. I just suddenly realized how unattractive you are," Jiang Wanwan retorted. Shen Feng. He reached out to poke Jiang Wanwan's cheek, saying, "You realize too late. After accepting my mom's red envelope, you are now officially a member of the Shen family." Jiang Wanwan rolled her eyes. "Oh, if I told my parents that only one of us could stay in the Shen family, who do you think they would send away?" "TSK, Jiang Wanwan. You're getting a bit too arrogant with your newfound favor. This is not acceptable. I'm willing to be arrogant. What can you do about it?" Jiang Wanwan huffed. "I'm having trouble sleeping. Tell me a story, or I'll tell my parents you're bullying me." Shen Feng was at a loss for words. His Wanwan had found a powerful weapon in her parents. Unfortunately, Shen Feng had no means to counter this. Feeling oppressed, Shen Feng sighed and ultimately succumbed to Wanwan's demands. "Fine, I'll tell you a story." Jiang Wanwan smiled in satisfaction. Shen Feng began a tale about a scholar and a young lady in ancient times. The impoverished scholar, who felt thwarted in his ambitions, fell in love with a wealthy young lady, but their love faced opposition from her family. A diligent scholar, fueled by ambition, devoted himself to his studies and journeyed to the capital to take the imperial examination, ultimately achieving the esteemed honor of being the top scholar. However, upon returning to his hometown, he discovered that the wealthy young lady had recently been betrothed to another. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan felt a pang of empathy. She likened herself to the affluent maiden and Shen Feng to the scholar. Nevertheless, she found solace in the fact that she was presently with Shen Feng. What happened next? Did the scholar come to claim his bride? Jiang Wanwan inquired. Shen Feng shook his head. No. The young lady had always harbored deep affections for the scholar, and on the very night she was to marry another, she donned a red gown and hanged herself. The day the scholar returned coincided with the day of her funeral, where the vibrant crimson of his scholarly robe brushed against the somber white of her coffin. Jiang Wanwan felt a swell of emotion. They had been so close to a life of happiness, yet fate had intervened cruelly. Surely the scholar must have been heartbroken. Did he not perish alongside her? Jiang Wanwan pondered. Shen Feng, however, wore a mysterious smile and slowly shook his head. There was no tragic end, nor was there sorrow. The scholar, accustomed to the pleasures of the capital, had long since lost his affection for the young lady. He had already been living a life of indulgence in the city and had even become engaged to a prominent young woman there. Initially, he had been troubled about how to break off his engagement, but upon hearing of the young lady's death, he laughed joyfully, exclaiming that heaven had favored him. What a scoundrel! Jiang Wanwan's earlier sadness transformed into righteous anger as she shouted, "And what became of this rogue? Surely he met a dire fate." Shen Feng remained silent, but continued recounting the tale. That very night, after indulging in a feast, the scholar returned home. The hour was late, and the streets were deserted. Yet he felt an unsettling sensation of being followed. Glancing back, he saw nothing, but an unease began to creep over him. Remembering tales he had heard in the capital, he feared he might be haunted by the young lady's vengeful spirit and rushed home. Once inside, he lay on his bed, initially at ease. Yet as he was drifting into sleep, the door to his room suddenly creaked ominously. Shen Feng lowered his voice to a whisper, shrouded in mystery. The scholar was startled. squinting through half-closed eyes as he beheld a woman in red slowly approaching his bedside. Overcome with terror, he shut his eyes tightly, remaining motionless and silent, hoping that feigning sleep would spare him. However, the woman in red approached him, leaning close to whisper in his ear, "I know you were pretending to sleep." This chilling phrase was uttered by Shen Feng in Jiang Wanwan's ear. The moment she heard him speak of the restless soul, a sense of foreboding enveloped her. Curling deeper in her blanket, she shut her eyes tightly. Shen Feng's whispered words startled her, prompting a terrified gasp. She began to furiously pound on Shen Feng, exclaiming, "You wretched Shen Feng! Why would you tell such a ghostly tale? Will you let me sleep tonight or not?" Aside from her fear of Lin Jia, ghost stories were her second greatest dread. Shen Feng hastily replied, "Calm down, Wanwan. It was you who insisted on a fitting end for this scoundrel." Jiang Wanwan, gnashing her teeth in frustration, retorted, "But I never asked you to tell ghost stories. You're doing this on purpose. You're seeking revenge on me." In a fit of exasperation, she hurled a pillow at Shen Feng and buried her head under the blankets, cocooning herself tightly. Shen Feng, clutching the pillow, gazed at the trembling Jiang Wanwan and sighed, "I apologize, Wanwan. I should not have frightened you with such tales." Jiang Wanwan ignored his pleas. Shen Feng sighed once more. His intention had merely been to jest, but it seemed he had gone too far. He rose and gently lifted the blanket that enveloped Jiang Wanwan. As he did so, she suddenly shot up, letting out a fierce cry that startled Shen Feng, who had intended to comfort her. Seeing Shen Feng startled, Jiang Wanwan burst into laughter. "You wretched Shen Feng, let's see if you dare to frighten me again." Shen Feng, with a furrowed brow, silently draped the blanket back over her head before returning to the floor to sleep. Jiang Wanwan, triumphantly snorting, settled down, intending to sleep. However, after lying down for half an hour, sleep eluded her. Every time she closed her eyes, she imagined someone whispering in her ear, "I know you're pretending to sleep," sending chills down her spine. Jiang Wanwan felt despondent. She was so tired, yet sleep remained elusive. She glanced over at Shen Feng, who had already succumbed to slumber on the floor. Finally, she silently slipped off her bed and nestled onto the makeshift bedding beside him. With Shen Feng beside her, she felt a measure of comfort. Blushing, she murmured to him, "I didn't want to sleep next to you. It's all your fault for scaring me." After muttering this, she closed her eyes and swiftly fell into a deep slumber. Once Jiang Wanwan was asleep, Shen Feng opened one-eyed a glance at her. Then, with a smile, he pulled her into his embrace, whispering, "Good night." Chapter 21. Are you being pampered as a kept man? The following morning, Jiang Wanwan awoke from a night spent on the floor, feeling achy and sore. As she sat in the living room watching television, she rubbed her back and legs. Tang Ping, preparing breakfast, couldn't he help but ask, "What is wrong, Wanwan? Did you not rest well last night?" Jiang Wanwan simply nodded, "I slept on the floor." Upon hearing this, Tang Ping's temper flared. "Slept on the floor? That scoundrel Shen Feng dared let you sleep on the floor? How audacious! How could he sleep comfortably in a bed while you suffered?" Jiang Wanwan, still honest, replied, "Actually, he also slept on the floor." Tang Ping was momentarily speechless, her expression shifting to disbelief. She rushed to Shen Feng's room to confirm the presence of a bed. Once assured, she incredulously asked, "You too chose to sleep on the floor instead of the bed?" Jiang Wanwan blushed and nodded. After pondering for a moment, Tang Ping finally remarked, "Young people certainly have their own ideas." Just then, Shen Feng, freshly emerged from the bathroom, could not help but quip, "It's not that they have ideas. It's that they are simply being foolish." Jiang Wanwan retorted, "Well, it's all your fault. Mom, Shen Feng bullied me last night." She clung to Tang Ping's arm with tearful eyes, appearing thoroughly aggrieved. Tang Ping immediately grabbed a feather duster and began to chase after Shen Feng. Jiang Wanwan, hands on her hips, triumphantly raised her eyebrows at Shen Feng. That day, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan spent the majority of their time at home. At noon, after Jiang Wanwan's fervent assurances, Tang Ping and Shen Zhaoguo finally consented to allow Shen Feng into the kitchen. True to his reputation, Shen Feng prepared an impressive array of dishes. Sweet and sour pork, beef stew with tomatoes, and crispy meatballs were among the feast, all of which were Jiang Wanwan's favorites. He also cooked several vegetable dishes, creating a splendid meal of 3 meats and 3 vegetables. Initially, Tang Ping and Shen Zhao believed that Shen Feng's sudden culinary skills would only extend to not setting the kitchen ablaze. However, once they savored Shen Feng's culinary skills, their expressions transformed instantaneously. Fengzi, when did you acquire such remarkable culinary prowess? It's far superior to what your father concocts, exclaimed Tang Ping, astonished after tasting the braised beef. Shen Zhao was sampled a few dishes and was utterly taken aback. At home, he had always been the head chef, priding himself on his cooking abilities. Yet, in comparison to Shen Feng's level, he felt woefully inadequate. Eventually, Shen Zhao nodded in appreciation and proudly declared, I told you my son's culinary skills would be exceptional. He truly inherits my talent. Tang Ping shot him a disapproving glance. If you possessed even half of your son's culinary skills, we wouldn't be running a supermarket. We'd be operating a restaurant. TSK, what do you know? This is what we call the student surpassing the master. Around 4 in the afternoon, Shen Feng planned to return to the city with Jiang Wanwan. Tang Ping grasped Jiang Wanwan's hand, her face filled with reluctance. At this hour, wouldn't it be better to have dinner before you leave? If you wait any longer, there won't be any buses at the station. What is there to fear about not having a bus? Let your father drive you back to the city. It's not far anyway. Jiang Wanwan hastily interjected. Really, there's no need to trouble him. Dad, Mom, after Fengzi and I finish this variety show, I will come back to visit you. Sigh fine. Tang Ping relented, turned to Shen Feng. Fengzi, take good care of Wanwan while you're out. If you dare to bully her, I won't let you off easily. Shen Feng feigned sadness. Mom, shall we get a paternity test? What if I'm adopted and Wanwan is truly your biological daughter? Enough with the nonsense. Drive safely on your way. All right, goodbye, Mom and Dad. The two exited the community and made their way to the bus station. Halfway there, Jiang Wanwan suddenly felt parched. She intended to find a place to buy some water, but upon turning around, she was delighted. Hey, Fengzi, isn't that your family's supermarket? Shen Feng's family owned a supermarket, which initially began as a small convenience store. Over time, it expanded to become the largest supermarket in the area. Since its growth, Shen Feng's parents had hired managers to run the supermarket, allowing them to enjoy their retirement at home. Jiang Wanwan tugged at Shen Feng's arm and inquired, Fengzi, do you think the staff knows you're the young master of the family? Shen Feng playfully poked her cheek. If I'm the young master, does that make you the young mistress? Go away. Your tongue is too sharp. I'm thirsty. Let us buy a bottle of water. Jiang Wanwan adjusted her mask and pulled Shen Feng into the supermarket. The two female cashiers at the counter were engaged in conversation when they noticed customers entering and instinctively greeted them. Suddenly, one of the cashiers caught sight of Shen Feng and froze. Shen Feng, is that you? Shen Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated being recognized. Although this was their family's supermarket, he rarely visited. When did he become so well known? He turned to look, puzzled. Upon recognizing his face, the cashier became visibly excited. Is it really you? I thought you looked familiar. I saw you on Weibo 2 days ago. Am I seeing a real-life celebrity? The cashier dashed out from behind the counter in excitement. Shen Feng realized that she recognized him from a previous Weibo post. Was this considered a fan? He hesitated momentarily. To be honest, despite his relative fame, this was the first time he encountered a fan. Clearing his throat, he nodded, yes, that's me. Jiang Wanwan, upon hearing this, quickly tugged on Shen Feng, whispering, you fool, you should have said no. Oh no. Shen Feng immediately corrected himself, but it was evidently too late. The cashier had already rushed to his side, taking out her phone and opening the camera, asking, can I take a picture with you? However, as she posed the question, she had already snapped a selfie capturing both her and Shen Feng. How enthusiastic she was, Shen Feng mused. He never expected that a single photo could garner such fervent fans. It appeared his looks were indeed well regarded. At that moment, the cashier finished taking the photo and excitedly asked, can I ask you a question? Go ahead, Shen Feng responded, feeling it was only right to grant the eager fan sufficient courtesy. He resolved to answer whatever question she posed. Why were you able to appear on a show with Jiang Wanwan right after your debut? Are you really just a pretty face supported by the boss of Lanyu Entertainment? Is there a connection? she inquired. Shen Feng. Chapter 22. Wishing you a bright future. Upon hearing the enthusiastic young fan's question, Shen Feng's mind went blank. To be questioned in public about being a pretty face or having connections. Was this a fan? Surely, this could not be the nature of a fan. Shen Feng felt his innocent heart had been wounded. How could you ask such a question? Aren't you supposed to be my fan? The cashier was momentarily taken aback, then quickly responded, her tone matter of fact, of course not. Are you joking? You don't have any workout yet, just a photo online. How many fans do you think you can have? She huffed. Don't be fooled by my current role as a cashier. This is just a part-time job. My main career is as a content creator, specializing in entertainment gossip. I have over 100,000 followers on Weibo. I was just excited to see an intriguing story walking by. What? Did you think I was your fan? Though you're quite handsome, if you seriously pursued acting, you might achieve fame. Why did you choose this path instead? The cashier continued. What path are you talking about? Shen Feng replied, utterly speechless. Stop pretending. Those in the know understand. There are plenty of rumors about you online. Ever since you announced your collaboration with Jiang Wanwan, many have speculated about your relationship with the boss of Lanyu Entertainment. If it weren't for the recent revelation about Lu Tianfan, you'd be trending right now. After finishing her statement, she glanced at Jiang Wanwan, who was standing behind Shen Feng. With her extensive experience as a star, Jiang Wanwan had taken extra precautions, donning sunglasses and a mask, rendering her unrecognizable to the cashier. Instead, the cashier cheerfully advised Jiang Wanwan, "Girl, is this your boyfriend? Are you aware of the rumors about him online? He is supposedly being kept by the boss. You'd better not stay with him. Who knows how dirty he might be?" Jiang Wanwan had already been feeling irritated since the cashier first questioned Shen Feng. Now, with the cashier's unsolicited remarks directed at her, her temper could no longer be contained. She pulled Shen Feng behind her and glared fiercely at the cashier. "You look like someone who has been kept. You are the one who is dirty. Hey, do you have any manners?" The cashier's expression shifted dramatically. Who was the first to mention being kept? Who truly had no manners? Jiang Wanwan glared at the female store clerk. If you have nothing better to do than gossip online, that's one thing. If you make a living off spreading rumors, that's another. But to treat those so-called rumors and dirt as absolute truth, that's a sign of a deranged mind. To brazenly confront the person involved with such questions is not just foolishness. It reflects a lack of basic decency. Let me make this clear. I know exactly what kind of person my boyfriend is, and I don't need your unsolicited opinions. Lastly, I caution you to mind your words in the future. I may be trying to keep my cool, but should my temper flare again, I will ensure you receive a thorough lesson in humility. With that, Jiang Wanwan seized Shen Feng's hand and stormed out. The female clerk stood there, phone in hand, momentarily dazed. Finally, she huffed and scoffed, "What a neurotic." Afterward, she snapped a photo of Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng leaving and posted it on Weibo. In the post, she wrote, "Come quick for the latest scoop. Here, a live depiction of a walking melon. Shen Feng shopping at our supermarket with his girlfriend. The girlfriend has the worst manners and even resorts to insults. Shen Feng is flaunting his status. Truly, a person of privilege." Once outside the supermarket, Jiang Wanwan finally released Shen Feng, her ire still palpable. Clenching her fists, she fumed. What kind of person is she? Hasn't she been taught any manners? She ruined my day. Shen Feng, observing her furious demeanor, softly commented, "Don't be upset. I'm the real victim here." He found it curious that he remained calm while Jiang Wanwan was so incensed. In response, Jiang Wanwan playfully punched him. "Do you think I'm only angry at her? You've given me plenty of reasons to be upset too. Have you even considered that you wouldn't have any fans if you keep admitting your identity so foolishly? And when she asked those ridiculous questions, why didn't you refute her? Don't you have any pride?" Shen Feng chuckled, ruffling her hair. "Isn't it nice that you're defending me? I think you expressed everything I wanted to say. If I was already thirsty, and now I'm even more parched after all that shouting," Jiang Wanwan muttered, turning her head away. "Shall I get you a bottle of water when we return?" Shen Feng suggested. "Absolutely not," Jiang Wanwan retorted, grabbing his arm. "After all that, you still want to go back?" Shen Feng replied with a wry smile. "It's my family supermarket. Why should I feel embarrassed about returning?" Jiang Wanwan paused, realizing he had a point, and then released her grip. Shen Feng went back into the supermarket to buy a bottle of water. As he was paying, the same female clerk, noticing Jiang Wanwan was absent, remarked, "Your girlfriend has quite the temper, but you're a real scoundrel too, getting supported by the CEO of Lanyu Entertainment, marketing a romance reality show with Jiang Wanwan, while having another girlfriend on the side. Impressive." The clerk continued to babble incessantly, showing no fear of Shen Feng. In her mind, if he were to retaliate, she could use it as evidence to post online and gain notoriety, perhaps even extort some money from him. She was in it for the money, hoping to escalate the situation. She knew well that Shen Feng was merely a newcomer in the industry, with little clout beyond the rumors of being supported by someone. However, Shen Feng neither struck her nor berated her. He simply accepted the water and completed the transaction. As he turned to leave, he suddenly spoke, not even looking at the clerk, as if musing to himself, "You may say whatever you wish about me, but you've angered my partner, and that is something I can't overlook. Have you really grown up without anyone teaching you how to respect others or communicate like a decent person? Very well, I shall teach you." With that, he departed the supermarket. The clerk, initially taken aback, watched as he walked away unperturbed, then scoffed. Such soft threats. No wonder he's a kept man. I thought he would do something about me. But it seems that's all there is? Useless. She resumed her Weibo post, embellishing her tale of how she had been verbally assaulted and threatened by Shen Feng and his girlfriend. Just as she was in the middle of her narrative, she received a call from the supermarket manager, who simply stated, "You don't need to come in tomorrow." The line went dead. The clerk was momentarily stunned, then coldly dismissed it. "Fine, I want to come. I only took this job to kill time anyway. I don't care about this pathetic job." She relied on Weibo for her income, not her supermarket job. Shortly after hanging up, she received a new email notification. Upon opening it, her face drained of color. The email contained her name, address, personal history, and a compilation of every celebrity she had disparaged, along with related posts. At the conclusion of the email were a few words. "I have sent this email to each celebrity you have defamed. May their teams teach you how to communicate respectfully. Wishing you a splendid future, Ms. Jiang Wanwan." On the bus from Qinglu County to Zhonghai City, Jiang Wanwan rested against Shen Feng while he gazed out the window, his phone displaying a message confirming that the email had been sent successfully. Chapter 23. Are you quite proud? By 5 in the afternoon, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan returned to the city, but did not head straight to the villa. According to Jiang Wanwan, returning now would place them under Lin Jie's oppressive control during dinner. Thus, she insisted on dining out. They found a barbecue joint, purchased a plethora of skewers, and then headed to Old Wang's Internet CAF. Nestled within, they watched a drama while munching on skewers. Jiang Wanwan, in a particularly boastful manner, savored a couple of skewers in front of Old Wang, which prompted him to order takeout in frustration. However, having eaten Shen Feng's cooking to fullness at lunch, Jiang Wanwan found herself unable to consume much of the greasy food that evening. Consequently, many skewers remained uneaten, adhering to her principle of not wasting food. She resolved to bring the leftovers home. Naturally, Jiang Wanwan had no intention of sharing the skewers with Lin Jie. She understood that if Lin Jie saw the skewers, it would be as if she had handed over the evidence of her evening feast. She would be doomed. Thus, Jiang Wanwan stealthily opened the villa's door, one hand grasping Shen Feng's and the other clutching the skewers. She cautiously entered, relieved to find the house seemingly empty. She intended to dash back to her room with the skewers. Yet, just as she took a couple of steps, a cold voice called from the kitchen, "Jiang Wanwan." Her body froze. Swiftly, she hid the skewers behind her back and shot Shen Feng a look, silently urging him to take the skewers away. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan shared a bond forged through countless clandestine escapades, having scaled the metaphorical walls of friendship over many years. Without hesitation, Shen Feng seized the skewers hidden behind Jiang Wanwan's back, intending to make a discreet exit. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan adeptly covered for him, cheerfully approaching Sister Lin and exclaiming, "Sister Lin, I'm back. Did you miss me?" Seizing the opportunity while she engaged in conversation, Shen Feng stealthily attempted to ascend the stairs. However, experience proved invaluable. Despite their well-coordinated efforts, they could not evade Sister Lin's discerning gaze. Without so much as a glance at Jiang Wanwan, Sister Lin directed her attention to Shen Feng, who was poised to ascend the stairs. "Xiao Shen, come here," she called softly. Shen Feng cleared his throat, replying, "Sister Lin, I just need to put something away. Come here." Sister Lin's voice took on a commanding tone. Shen Feng, resigned, walked over with his hands clasped behind his back. "Show me your hands." Obediently, Shen Feng extended both hands, revealing them to be utterly empty. Sister Lin raised an eyebrow, turning her gaze toward Jiang Wanwan, who was casually observing the scenery with her hands concealed behind her. "Jiang Wanwan, show me your hands." Shen Feng quickly withdrew his hands, and only then did Jiang Wanwan reveal hers, also empty. Sister Lin rolled her eyes. "Do you both take me for a fool? Extend your hands together." Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan exchanged a glance before simultaneously extending their hands, both devoid of anything. Sister Lin then walked behind them, retrieving the bag of skewers that Shen Feng had carelessly discarded. Holding the skewers, she looked at Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan and remarked, "You two are quite the team. Aren't you? Truly in sync." Jiang Wanwan, beaming with pride, replied, "Of course. Back in school, when Fengzi and I snuck food, we used this very tactic to evade the teachers during inspections." Suddenly, Sister Lin playfully smacked Jiang Wanwan on the head. "You're getting chubby, and you still have the audacity to be proud." Jiang Wanwan's expression dimmed at this remark. Sister Lin examined the skewers in her hand and chuckled, "But really, what's the need to hide skewers? Do you think I would punish you for eating them outside?" Jiang Wanwan's eyes brightened. "You wouldn't tea?" Sister Lin's smile vanished. "Of course I would. Off to the treadmill." Jiang Wanwan. Seeing Jiang Wanwan leave, Shen Feng sighed, planning to quietly do sit-ups by the treadmill. However, Sister Lin called out to him. "Xiao Shen, wait a moment. I have something to ask you." As she settled onto the sofa, she popped a skewer into her mouth before addressing Shen Feng, who sat opposite her. "Xiao Shen, I need you to answer me truthfully. This afternoon, something transpired in the industry. Several celebrity managers received an email disclosing the true identity behind a Weibo marketing account. This account isn't particularly large, but it frequently publishes damaging information about celebrities to garner attention, making it quite despised by many in the industry. However, there's so many small marketing accounts. If every single one were to be dealt with, celebrities would have no time for other work, hence few pursue them. The email they received not only exposed the identity of this Weibo account, but also compiled fabricated slanders it had posted, including various defamatory Weibo posts, many of which have been deleted. With this evidence, it's more than sufficient to bring the individual behind the account to justice." Shen Feng raised an eyebrow and shrugged. "So, Sister Lin, what do you want to ask?" Sister Lin gazed intently at him. "I want to know if you have any idea who exposed this marketing account." Shen Feng paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded gently. "It was me." He understood that since Sister Lin had inquired, she must have evidence. To feign ignorance now would be less than sensible. Sister Lin took a deep breath. "As I suspected, I have a few manager friends in the industry, and they all received this email. They contacted the individual behind the Weibo account, Jiang Wanwan, who claimed it was Shen Feng who exposed her." Shen Feng nodded, then recounted the events of the afternoon, the insults hurled by Jiang Wanwan, Jiang Wanwan's ensuing anger, and Jiang Wanwan's audacity when Shen Feng went to buy water. He spoke with a remarkable calmness. "I didn't mind her much, but since Wanwan was upset, I thought it warranted some form of punishment." Sister Lin chuckled ruefully as she rubbed her forehead. "A punishment? That's rather severe. If any of those celebrities choose to sue her, she'll be looking at compensation in the tens of thousands, particularly since you've uncovered many of her deleted posts, which not only slander celebrities, but also spread various rumors about significant societal issues. While she may face monetary penalties for defaming celebrities, inciting panic through misinformation could warrant detention." Shen Feng shrugged. "That is not my concern. I merely sent an email. All the records in that email are genuine. None of it was fabricated by me. Since these are her own words, she must bear the consequences for her statements." Sister Lin took another skewer and sipped some water before continuing. "Well, I'm not blaming you. In fact, I find your actions rather satisfying. A few managers seem quite grateful to you, so you've gained a bit of goodwill in the industry. However, I do like to caution you to refrain from such actions in the future. Tracking down individuals can also be considered an infringement, and should Jiang Wanwan expose you, it could tarnish your reputation. Shen Feng recognized that Sister Lin was looking out for him and nodded in agreement. I'm just a novice in this. I've only dabbled a bit. My skills are nowhere near professional. Sister Lin showed no suspicion. After enjoying a couple more skewers and exchanging a few words with Shen Feng, she waved him off. All right, you're free to go. Shen Feng nodded and turned to head upstairs for some rest. At that moment, he felt a flicker of relief. Thinking that Sister Lin had decided against making him do sit-ups, he had narrowly escaped a predicament. However, just as he reached the stairs, Sister Lin called out, I told you to do sit-ups, not to rest. Shen Feng. Clearly, he had underestimated Sister Lin's sternness. Chapter 24. Unconventional Tactics. The next day, August 4th. After breakfast, Sister Lin took Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan to the airport. Generally, while the official start date was the 5th, it didn't necessarily mean filming would commence that day. Even if they flew in on the morning of the 5th and arrived by evening, it wouldn't be considered late. However, Sister Lin insisted that, as a newcomer, Shen Feng should arrive early to familiarize himself with the environment and adjust to the setting, as he had no prior experience with filming or variety shows. Both Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan had no objections. The distance from Zhonghai City to Chang'an City was not insignificant, yet the flight was swift. In less than 3 hours, the trio arrived in Chang'an City. Sister Lin had already coordinated with the production team, informing them of their flight's arrival time. As they exited the airport, they boarded the production team's vehicle, heading directly towards the filming location. Along the way, Jiang Wanwan inquired with the staff and discovered that the recording site was not situated in the urban area of Chang'an City, but rather in the county beneath it, Wanyu County. What is the format of this variety show? Is it a typical romance variety, showcasing love and daily life? Jiang Wanwan asked again. Although this is indeed a romance variety, the format is rather unique, the staff member replied. Unique? In what way? Jiang Wanwan pressed. I'm afraid I can't divulge that. The director has strictly instructed that no details can be leaked before filming officially begins, came the response, which made Jiang Wanwan furrow her brow. We are participants in the show. How can it be considered a leak if you share it with us? Shen Feng, too, expressed his confusion, asking, Isn't it said that variety shows usually have scripts? Does our show not have one? Lin Jie, who had been silent until now, answered on behalf of the staff. Typically, shows with scripts are pre-recorded. This program focuses on live broadcasting, and following a script would render the proceedings insincere and contrived. Shen Feng nodded in understanding, while Jiang Wanwan continued to relentlessly pursue the specifics of the show's uniqueness. The staff, however, remained resolute, steadfastly maintaining their silence, even as Jiang Wanwan incessantly prattled on, nearly resorting to tantrums. Ultimately, Jiang Wanwan resorted to her trump card. She pulled her wallet from her pocket. Upon seeing this, the staff member quickly replied, Please don't attempt to bribe me. Even if you offer me money, I won't say a word. Jiang Wanwan produced 10 yuan. The staff member responded, While I won't accept your bribe, could you perhaps offer a bit more to at least demonstrate your sincerity? Jiang Wanwan retrieved another 10 yuan. The staff member sighed, Could you possibly pull out a larger bill? Jiang Wanwan gritted her teeth and presented a 100 yuan note, subsequently reclaiming the 25 yuan she had just displayed. Although Jiang Wanwan was not particularly short on funds, she felt that spending such a sum for information she would inevitably uncover was somewhat unreasonable. Ultimately, she failed to extract any information from the staff member, not due to the latter's steadfastness or disdain for money, but simply because Jiang Wanwan had offered too little. After an hour and a half of travel, the production team's vehicle finally arrived at a quaint tourist town within Lanyu County. They parked in front of a relatively large guest house. The staff guided Shen Feng, Jiang Wanwan, and Lin Jie out of the vehicle and into the guest house. In the courtyard, the director, assistant director, and crew members were gathered, discussing the filming arrangements. Upon noticing Lin Jie and Jiang Wanwan's arrival, they promptly approached them. Wanwan, Lin Jie, you've arrived, the director exclaimed with a warm smile, shaking Lin Jie's hand. Director Chun, it's been 2 years. You put on some weight. Lin Jie greeted the director with familiarity. The director, named Chun Ming, was a portly man with a perpetually cheerful demeanor, resembling a benevolent Buddha. Having transitioned to directing in midlife, he had produced several variety shows, all of which had achieved moderate success. Jiang Wanwan also greeted director Chun, who then turned his attention to Shen Feng, standing at the edge. As the director, he certainly recognized Shen Feng as the new artist tied to Jiang Wanwan. Nevertheless, he feigned ignorance, asking, "And who might this be?" This left an opportunity for Lin Jie to introduce him. "This is my newly signed artist, Shen Feng. Shen Feng, this is director Chun Ming. Please make his acquaintance." "Hello, director," Shen Feng responded politely. Director Chen warmly shook Shen Feng's hand. His knowledge of Shen Feng was largely limited to internet gossip. He suspected that for a newcomer like Shen Feng to be associated with an established artist like Jiang Wanwan, there must be some backing involved. Being astute, Director Chun was cautious not to offend someone who had connections. After exchanging pleasantries, Director Chun familiarized Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng with the venue, providing Shen Feng with numerous helpful insights regarding filming. Shen Feng was genuinely appreciative of this assistance. For the next day and a half, Shen Feng primarily focused on becoming acquainted with the filming equipment, location, and environment, while also accompanying Jiang Wanwan on leisurely strolls through the tourist town. Meanwhile, the other guests began to arrive one after another. It was not until the evening of August 5th that everyone had gathered. Director Chun then treated everyone to a meal at a restaurant in the tourist town, inviting the crew to join. The ordinary staff members sat at one table, while the agents dined at another. Director Chun, the assistant director, and the 8 male and female guests, the main creators of the program, shared a table. During the meal, Director Chun raised his glass and addressed the group. "Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to gather here. I'd like to propose a toast. May our collaboration over the next month and a half be enjoyable, and may our show proceed smoothly." Everyone raised their glasses in cheers. Following this, it was the time for individual toasts. Naturally, the director and assistant director were the 2 individuals most often toasted. Surprisingly, Jiang Wanwan received the 3rd most toasts, given her status as the most prominent figure in attendance, with the other guests being lesser-known celebrities or even internet personalities who had yet to debut. Unsurprisingly, they busied themselves with flattering Jiang Wanwan. On the other hand, Shen Feng found himself receiving the fewest toasts, which was to be expected since he had little to his name beyond a photograph and lacked any significant body of work. His recognition paled in comparison to those 2 internet personalities. However, Shen Feng was quite content to evade the trappings of fame, with no one paying him mind. He felt quite at ease enjoying his meal. Just as he was savoring his food, a male guest seated beside him suddenly raised his glass and called out, "Hey buddy, shall we share a drink?" Shen Feng raised an eyebrow, but did not decline, clinking glasses with him. After taking a sip, the male guest leaned closer and chuckled. "You don't recognize me, do you? You helped me out a couple of days ago. Does that ring a bell?" "Help? A couple of days ago?" Had he encountered this person before? Noticing Shen Feng's confusion, the male guest quickly clarified. "Aren't you the one who exposed that news about Jiang Wanjia to the celebrity she had slandered? I'm one of those victims." He continued, "I've been displeased with her for quite some time, but my agency insisted it wasn't worth our time to engage with such a minor marketing account. I felt powerless against her and could only vent my frustrations on a secondary account. Thanks to you, she was exposed yesterday, with solid evidence in hand. My manager took care of the legal proceedings without any hassle. It's quite satisfying to think about. Such small marketing accounts only dare to slander us 3rd-tier stars to gain attention. When trouble arises, they delete their posts and play dead, only to re-emerge later, thinking we are easy targets. Now, at last, I have my revenge." Shen Feng finally comprehended that this fellow had also been a victim of Jiang Wenjia's slander in the past. To be fair, the number of celebrities defamed by Jiang Wenjia was rather substantial, easily exceeding 100. As Shen Feng pondered, he recalled the individual before him. "You are that Jia Tenon, the one accused of lewd behavior toward the minor?" The Jia Tenon beside Shen Feng quickly gestured for silence. With a look of grievance, he replied, "Bro, that's a baseless rumor. I was merely holding my niece when that was captured on camera, and Jiang Wenjia spread lies about me, claiming I was involved with young girls, leading to a torrent of online abuse. I had to share photos with my niece and even my household registration to vindicate myself. Truly, it is said that a rumor can spread from a single mouth, while the effort to dispel it leaves one exhausted. However, in the aftermath, very few of those who insulted me offered apologies, and the true instigator of the rumors simply deleted their Weibo account and feigned ignorance. Due to my lesser status in the industry, my agency showed little concern and did not pursue accountability on my behalf. During that period, I felt utterly stifled. Listening to Jia Tenen's lament, Shen Feng took a couple of bites of his meal and simply replied, "Oh." Jia Tenen seemed quite eager to converse, indifferent to Shen Feng's lack of engagement, and rambled on for quite some time. Eventually, he raised a toast to Shen Feng, saying, "Bro, you've helped me tremendously. So from now on, you are my brother. If you need anything, just let me know, and I will certainly assist." Shen Feng regarded him thoughtfully and suddenly inquired, "Do you have any money?" Jia Tenen was taken aback, but nodded, "Yes, a bit." "Why do you ask? Lend me 500,000. I'll pay you back later." Jia Tenen was left speechless. Shen Feng continued to gaze at him. "What is wrong? Didn't you just say you would help?" Jia Tenen responded, "I was just being polite. Besides, who borrows such a large sum upon first meeting?" After some contemplation, Shen Feng suggested, "Then let us start with 50,000. This isn't about the amount." Jia Tenen was frustrated, feeling that this fellow was not adhering to the expected norms. Chapter 25, Penghubei. The following morning, a variety show titled Let's Start Dating quietly premiered on a certain live streaming platform. The show's viewership was admittedly low. The production team lacked funds for promotion, and although they had previously secured a trending topic with the support of Lanyu Entertainment, it was quickly overshadowed by a scandal involving a top-tier male star. Moreover, aside from Jiang Wanwan, the guests participating in this show had little star power and brought minimal traffic. Consequently, upon its launch, the show's popularity was tepid, attracting only a fraction of the guest fans and some onlookers who were merely curious. The total viewership barely reached 20,000. Director Chen did not feel disheartened. Having produced several variety shows over the years, he had grown accustomed to such lukewarm reception. At this moment, he stood in the courtyard of the guest house, addressing the 8 guests, 4 men and 4 women, regarding the show's rules. This program is a survival dating show. As soon as this statement was uttered, several guests appeared somewhat taken aback. Survival, dating, variety show? Do you think these terms fit together? Jiang Wanwan remarked. She had heard of survival and dating shows, but had never encountered a survival dating concept. Will we die if we don't date? Director Chen chuckled and clarified. Of course, it's not the brutal kind of survival like in the wilderness. Here's the deal. Each guest must bring their own money and phones, which will need to be surrendered during the show. Each day, at the start of the live broadcast, we will provide each group of guests with a minimal amount of money. You will need to use this money for your daily meals and to complete the tasks we assign. If you spend recklessly, you might not only fail to accomplish the tasks, but also find yourselves without food. He continued with a grin. During the live broadcasts, viewers can vote for the couple they find the sweetest. After each broadcast, based on the votes, we will rank the 4 couples. The couple with the highest votes will receive an extra financial reward the following day, which will be deducted from the couple with the lowest votes. For those with the least votes, they may find it challenging even to afford meals. How's that for survival? Surprisingly, the rules piqued the interest of Jiang Wanwan and her companions. Meanwhile, viewers watching the live stream began to engage in discussions. It actually sounds fun. The audience can determine the fate of these guests. The sweetest couple gets the most money, while the least sweet may not be able to afford meals. How awkward for those who don't get along. Doesn't this mean the one with more fans has the advantage? Jiang Wanwan has so many fans, she'll surely get more votes. Oh dear, what about our little Jia Tenen? The audience is discerning. If Jiang Wanwan's group fails to impress, but still gets the most votes, I'm sure there will be complaints. At this moment, Director Chen was still explaining the rules. Next, the 8 guests must pair up and choose their preferred partners to form a duo, and come up with a name for your pairing. In fact, prior to filming, the guests had already made plans regarding their desired partners. Thus, this segment was expected to be straightforward. However, suddenly, one individual raised their hand high and exclaimed, "Director, I have a question. Director Chun turned to the person. Oh, Jia Tenon, what is your question? With utmost seriousness, Jia Tenon asked, can we pair with anyone we want? Director Chun nodded, as long as both parties are willing. Jia Tenon's eyes lit up with excitement as he scampered over to Shen Feng, wrapping his arm around Shen Feng's and saying, Shen bro, let us be a pair. Director Chun. Shen Feng. Jiang Wanwan. Livestream comments. Shen Feng quietly withdrew his arm. Jia Tenon wore a pained expression. Shen bro, is it that you don't like men? I could go to Thailand for you. Shen Feng seriously shook his head. It's not that I dislike men. I just don't fancy someone like you. Jia Tenon. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. In the comments, after a flurry of ellipses, laughter erupted. My little Jia Tenon is such a naive soul, wanting to pair with a guy. This is hilarious. Wow. This guy is killing me. It's not that I dislike men, just not you, haha. Can't you be a bit gentler with our little Jia Tenon? It's hard not to laugh at him. The show is delivering maximum entertainment. But who is this Shen bro? Is he an influencer? I've never seen him before. Can someone fill me in? Rumor has it he came into the limelight with Jiang Wanwan. He seems to have some connections. Wait, is he a nepotism baby? After politely declining Jia Tenon's invitation, Shen Feng ended up pairing with Jiang Wanwan. The remaining 6 guests also formed their respective pairs. Jia Tenon was teamed up with a female star named Li Tingting, as they were from the same agency and had arrived together. The remaining 2 groups are quite similar, one consisting of 2 internet celebrities and the other of 2 stars from the same company. Once the groupings were finalized, Director Chun instructed them to come up with names for their respective teams. The duo of Jia Tenon and Li Tingting dubbed themselves the Unpleasant Sound Duo. The other star pair, comprising a man named Zhang Wei and a woman named Meng, and chose the name Mighty. The 2 internet celebrities, one named Zhao Tianshu and the other Chen Lu, decided on Heavenly Road. The camera then shifted to Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng. Viewers anticipated their group would simply be called the Wan Feng Duo. As expected, Jiang Wanwan announced, we shall be named Wan Feng. What a lack of originality. A comment popped up. Just as this comment was still floating across the screen, Jiang Wanwan continued, the evening breeze gently caresses Penghu Bay, white waves cascade onto the shore, devoid of coconut groves and the intoxication of the setting sun. Just an expanse of azure sea, how about that? Director Chun, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. You just couldn't resist singing it. Do you think that's acceptable? Can we opt for something more succinct? Jiang Wanwan nodded regretfully. Then let us call ourselves Penghu Bay. Viewers reacted. Who just said my Wanwan lacks creativity? Step forward. I've already laughed twice within this short span. The show hasn't even officially started, and the entertainment value is already through the roof. The name Penghu Bay and their names can't be said to have any relation. It's more accurate to say they have absolutely no connection. What are you doing here? My Wanwan is genuinely amusing. What a pity she is paired with such a connection-based individual. Every time I see Shen Feng, it turns my stomach. In the barrage of comments, not all spectators were kind. Some were hired trolls from Lanyu Entertainment, specifically there to disparage Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng. Their comments were predictably harsh. Director Chen cleared his throat and asked Jiang Wanwan, are you sure you want your group to be called Penghu Bay? Once confirmed, the production team would use this name for the voting system, and it could not be changed thereafter. That's it. Jiang Wanwan seemed rather pleased with the name. Director Chun then turned to Shen Feng. Noticing Shen Feng had no objections, the name for their group was officially established, the Penghu Bay Duo. Chapter 26. Secret Mission after solidifying the group names. Director Chen signaled to the assistant director to introduce a voting mechanism in the live broadcast window. There were 4 voting options, each displaying the names of the respective groups. Viewers could express their preference for the sweetest couple by sending the corresponding group name through the comments, with the system automatically tallying the votes. Each user was limited to 1 valid vote per day. Director Chun explained the voting mechanism to the audience. Immediately, some viewers began casting their votes. Many expected that Jiang Wanwan, being the most popular, would accumulate a high vote count. However, after a while, they discovered that her group's votes ranked only second. Although I'm a fan of Jiang Wanwan, I heard the man in her group has connections, so I voted for another pair. I'm a Wan fan, and I also voted for another group. It's not personal against Shen Feng. I just find Lanyu Entertainment too disgusting for treating our Wanwan as just a tool for promotion. While some fans did vote for Jiang Wanwan, under the influence of the paid trolls, a portion of her fans began to be swayed. Unbeknownst to Jiang Wanwan and her group, they were oblivious to this manipulation. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan was receiving her task card from the director. After all, a romantic variety show is still a show. It cannot solely focus on the daily lives of the male and female guests. To enhance the program's appeal, each group of guests is assigned tasks. Upon receiving her task card, Jiang Wanwan's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Joint task: visit 3 specialty snack shops in the tourist town and sample their unique culinary offerings. Upon completion, a monetary reward will be granted. Secret task: tell your partner 3 jokes and make them laugh. Upon completion, a monetary reward will be granted. Jiang Wanwan, puzzled, inquired, "What does this secret task entail?" "Fengzi, do you have a secret task on your card?" "Let me see." As she spoke, she reached for Shen Feng's task card. Director Chen quickly intervened. "The secret task is our unique mechanism. Each of you has one, but you cannot let your partner know. Otherwise, even if completed, no reward will be given." Jiang Wanwan nodded in understanding, though her gaze still darted towards Shen Feng. Meanwhile, in a live stream, the director had already displayed everyone's secret tasks on the screen. Upon seeing Shen Feng's secret task, the audience was left speechless. Does this director have a personal vendetta against Shen Feng? This task must have been assigned deliberately. The production team certainly knows how to have fun with these tasks. But can someone as gentle as our Wanwan truly carry out such a task? On the screen, Shen Feng's secret task boldly stated, "Secret task, have your partner hit you." Upon observing this task, Shen Feng found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he raised his hand toward the director. "Director, can I change the task?" Director Chen solemnly shook his head. "No, if you find it too difficult. You may choose to forfeit, but you cannot change it." Shen Feng raised his hand again, asking, "Does it count if I finish it now?" Director Chen nodded. Then Shen Feng turned to Jiang Wanwan and softly said, "Would you like to hear a ghost story?" Jiang Wanwan's eyes widened in astonishment. She delivered a punch to Shen Feng's arm. "What nonsense! If your task is this, I demand you to forfeit immediately." With that, she followed up with 2 more punches to Shen Feng's arm. Shen Feng shrugged at Director Chen, indicating he had completed the task. Director Chen. Audience. "Wow, that was quick." I can't shake the feeling that Shen Feng seems to understand Jiang Wanwan quite well. They seem very familiar. Are they really just colleagues? Indeed, they appear so natural together. When Jiang Wanwan hit Shen Feng, it reminded me of how my girlfriend hits me. "Wake up, you don't have a girlfriend." Director Chen was equally surprised by the speed at which Shen Feng completed his task. After a moment of shock, he cleared his throat and announced, "I hereby declare Shen Feng's secret task completed. The reward will be distributed shortly." Jiang Wanwan remained in a state of confusion. She had no idea how Shen Feng had managed to complete his secret task. After seizing the task card from Shen Feng, she finally understood. Shen Feng's earlier mention of a ghost story had been a deliberate provocation. Suddenly, Jiang Wanwan raised her hand. Upon noticing, Director Chen quickly asked, "What is it? Are you also planning to complete your task now?" Director Chen's heart raced a little. These secret tasks were meant to enhance the show's entertainment value. And now, before the program had even officially commenced, one of the secret tasks had already been completed. Was all his meticulous planning for naught? Not quite. Jiang Wanwan replied. Director Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "Then what do you wish to ask?" Jiang Wanwan raised the task card from Shen Feng and inquired, "May I ask if this task can be repeated? Can I strike him a few more times? Furthermore, are there any additional rewards for inflicting serious injuries?" Director Chen's expression darkened. "What are you thinking? This is a romantic variety show, not a combat show. If you truly cause serious injuries, our production team won't even cover your medical expenses. We are quite impoverished." "Ha ha. Jiang Wanwan, you are about to make me laugh to death. Should I pass on my Huabei bill to you? We are indeed quite poor." "How audacious. Who claimed that Jiang Wanwan was gentle? Step forward so she can give you a beating." After dismissing Jiang Wanwan, Director Chen finally distributed the funds to the 4 groups of guests present. The remaining 3 groups of guests each received only 20 yuan. However, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's Penghubei duo received 25 yuan, with 5 yuan being Shen Feng's bonus. The others were left utterly dumbfounded. Director, with 20 yuan, we won't even have enough to grab a snack at a food stall, let alone buy 2 bottles of water. This is simply insufficient, exclaimed internet celebrity Zhao Tianshu. In such a tourist town, the prices are notoriously inflated. A bottle of mineral water could fetch 5 to 6 yuan here. Director Chan chuckled. How else would you expect it to be called a survival romance variety show? There are bound to be challenges. You must figure out how to accomplish the task yourselves. He then added, from tomorrow onward, you will only be able to collect a meager 5 yuan from me daily. Only by completing today's tasks and earning rewards can you obtain more funds tomorrow. Well then, with all the rules laid out, I wish you all the best. With that, Director Chen slipped away. The remaining groups of guests exchanged bewildered glances. Now I understand the essence of this survival show. It is indeed quite challenging. It is evident that this production team is genuinely impoverished. This mechanism is rather interesting. I must invite my friends to watch. At this moment, the number of viewers in the live stream room had surged from fewer than 20,000 to 30,000. While many had seen typical variety shows and numerous dating shows, this uniquely challenging romantic variety show was indeed a first for many viewers. Intrigued, several shared the live stream with friends, bringing in a wave of new spectators. As these viewers discussed the show's format, the 4 groups of guests had already departed from the quaint guest house, each seeking their respective task objectives. Chapter 27. Hasty Decisions. The task assigned to Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng's duo was to check in at 3 distinctive tourist attractions within the town. However, their first destination was not a scenic spot, but rather a restaurant. The reason was simple. The production team had neglected to provide breakfast that morning. According to the director's words, from this day forward, the guests would be responsible for their own meal expenses. Consequently, both Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng found themselves hungry. While Shen Feng managed, Jiang Wanwan could no longer endure the hunger. She felt that if she did not eat soon, she might resort to cannibalism. The most renowned delicacy in Chang'an was none other than the meat sandwich. Thus, the two sought out a local eatery specializing in this dish. They initially planned to each order one, only to discover that in this tourist town, a single meat sandwich cost a staggering 15 yuan. They barely had 25 yuan in total. Ultimately, they had no choice but to leave the restaurant still hungry. Standing by the roadside, Jiang Wanwan sighed deeply. Had I known today would be this miserable, I should have gorged myself last night. My meat sandwich, I am so hungry. I really want to eat. Upon hearing Jiang Wanwan's lament, Shen Feng suddenly said, wait here and don't wander off. With that, he returned to the restaurant. The cameraman hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to continue filming Jiang Wanwan, believing that her popularity would attract more viewers. A few minutes later, Shen Feng emerged once more, holding a meat sandwich in his hand. He approached Jiang Wanwan and handed her the sandwich. Here, eat. Jiang Wanwan was taken aback. Did you buy this? Rest assured, I certainly did not steal it. Otherwise, I would have dragged you away already, Shen Feng replied with a smile. Jiang Wanwan gazed at the meat sandwich, swallowed hard, and finally said, can we return it? Perhaps we should just forego eating. With only 25 yuan to their names and the exorbitant prices in this tourist town, even instant noodles might not be affordable. If she accepted the meat sandwich, they would have to go hungry afterward. There's no returning food. Just eat it. Trust me, there will be enough money left for later. Jiang Wanwan understood that they could not return the food, so she reluctantly accepted the sandwich and began to eat. Meanwhile, the livestream audience observing their group began to erupt in comments. The livestream employed a main broadcasting room along with 4 subsidiary rooms, with the main room managed by a director who switched between showcasing the various groups of guests. The subsidiary rooms streamed the individual circumstances of each group. In the Penghubei live stream featuring Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, the rival commenters from Wanyu Entertainment seized the opportunity to criticize Shen Feng. Isn't this spending excessively? They only have 25 yuan, and they've already spent 15. Let's see how you manage to eat for the rest of the day. Truly a privileged individual, utterly oblivious to the struggles of the world. He has no sense of financial awareness whatsoever. Spurred on by these professional trolls, Some ordinary viewers also began to chime in against Shen Feng. As a casual observer, I must say that Shen Feng is rather foolish. Is he planning to go hungry for lunch and dinner? Jiang Wanwan is truly unfortunate to be paired with him. I feel for her. Not only the viewers, but even director Chun furrowed his brow. Spending so much at once suggested that the duo of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan would face hardship for the remainder of the day. Jiang Wanwan, with tears in her eyes, took a few bites of the meat sandwich, suddenly recalling that Shen Feng had not eaten yet. She offered him the remaining half of the sandwich, saying, "Would you like to have a few bites?" "No, I'm not hungry," Shen Feng replied, gesturing toward the camera, filming them. "By the way, Wanwan, as you eat, say to the camera that Lao Yang's meat sandwich is authentic and delicious." Jiang Wanwan was perplexed. "Why should I say that?" Shen Feng shrugged. "I just spoke with the restaurant owner. I mentioned that you were a celebrity doing a live stream. I told him that if he could give us the meat sandwiches for free, we would promote his establishment." Jiang Wanwan, with the sandwich in her mouth, was astonished. "So, this is free?" "Not entirely," Shen Feng clarified. "I told the owner that if he didn't believe me, he could watch the live stream. However, the owner discovered that his computer was malfunctioning. He couldn't fix it, so I helped him with a quick repair. This meat sandwich is essentially a payment for fixing his computer. The owner should be watching the live stream on his computer now. If you promote his restaurant, he might be delighted and offer us another one." As soon as Shen Feng finished speaking, the owner of the meat sandwich shop emerged from behind, carrying 2 cups of soy milk, 2 tea eggs, and 2 meat sandwiches, smiling as he handed the items to Shen Feng. With a playful gesture towards the camera, he proclaimed, "Old Yang's Rujiamo, authentic and delicious. Everyone is welcome to come and taste it." After finishing his words, the proprietor returned to his duties, leaving Jiang Wanwan in a state of utter bewilderment, clutching her flatbread in the wind. How ironic that she had previously fretted over the cost of this very treat. To her astonishment, she discovered that the flatbread was, in fact, complimentary. Had her tears been shed in vain? What about those who just boasted about spending extravagantly? Is not spending a penny also considered extravagant? Goodness, isn't this tantamount to cheating? Can one truly enjoy something for free? It seems the rules didn't explicitly prohibit enjoying a freebie, did they? Moreover, was the one Jiang Wanwan was eating the one earned by Shen Feng from fixing computers? A science and engineering student who can also fix computers? Shen Feng truly is impressive. In this day and age, who can't fix a computer? He didn't linger inside for long, so it probably wasn't a significant issue, allowing him to take advantage of the situation. The barrage of comments was equally astounded, as Shen Feng had managed to enjoy several Rujiamos without spending a single cent. Those who had previously criticized him for his lavish spending now felt a twinge of embarrassment. They were initially defiant, but soon succumbed to temptation. Knowing the Rujiamos were free, Jiang Wanwan savored her meal with renewed delight. After finishing her half, she eagerly snatched another from Shen Feng's hand and began to devour it, leaving the live audience envious. "Wanwan eats so deliciously. I want a Rujiamo too. I've already placed my order. I'm having this for breakfast." Wanwan should consider a career as a food streamer. She'd surely be more popular than as a celebrity. "Are you implying that my Wanwan isn't famous enough as a star?" Others wandered to different streams. "Guys, I just checked out the neighboring stream. The remaining 3 groups are either eating instant noodles, munching on cookies, or planning to skip breakfast altogether. Only Jiang Wanwan's group is truly thriving. Fans of the neighboring streamer, did I hear someone is eating Rujiamos here? Wow, it's true." This also attracted numerous viewers from other streams. At that moment, the discordant duo, Jia Tinan and Li Tingtong, happened to stroll past Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. They were the ones intending to forego breakfast. Upon seeing Jiang Wanwan relish her Rujiamo, Jia Tinan felt a pang of desire. Rubbing his hands together, he pulled Li Tingtong forward, grinning at Shen Feng, brother Shen, enjoying a meal. Shen Feng, however, had not yet eaten. He wasn't hungry and intended to save the food for later. Nevertheless, he nodded and replied, "Indeed, I'm enjoying it. Have you all finished?" "Finished," Jia Tinan responded, only for his stomach to audibly rumble. His expression shifted to one of embarrassment. Scratching his head, he inquired, "Brother Shen, how much did you pay for these rujiamos? He was unaware that Shen Feng had acquired them for free. Seeing Shen Feng holding the rujiamos, egg, and soy milk, he assumed they must be reasonably priced. 15 each. Upon hearing this, Jia Tinan was taken aback. So expensive? If you don't believe me, you could go check for yourself, Shen Feng replied, a sudden thought striking him. Lifting the soy milk and rujiamos, he added, since you call me Brother Shen, if you want to eat, I can offer them to you at a discounted price. Rujiamo for 4, soy milk for 3, and an egg for 1. You couldn't even buy a single rujiamo at that price in the store. Jia Tinan and Li Tingtong exchanged glances. Honestly, both were tempted. They had previously scouted and knew that a box of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water would cost 9 yuan, while a packet of cookies was 7. The total for 1 rujiamo. A cup of soy milk and an egg was only 8 yuan, making it quite a bargain. Moreover, they were both struggling to resist their cravings. Jiang Wanwan, despite enjoying her food, was also audibly smacking her lips. Was tea that a temptation? Eventually, Jia Tinan steeled himself and handed over 8 yuan. Shen Feng grinned as he passed the items to Jia Tinan. As he was about to leave, Shen Feng suddenly said, "You bought soy milk. Don't you need a straw? Just 1 yuan for a straw." Jia Tinan then noticed that Shen Feng was holding 2 straws. Yet his soy milk had no straw inserted. "Then I'll take a straw." Jia Tinan handed over another yuan. "You two, a man and a woman. Sharing 1 straw seems a bit inappropriate. Should you get another one?" Shen Feng quipped as he accepted the money. Jia Tinan hesitated. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan swallowed the last of her rujiamo and urged, "It's just an extra yuan. If Tingtong's fans see you both sharing a straw, you might get into trouble." Gritting his teeth, Jia Tinan reluctantly handed over another yuan. Suddenly, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's earnings soared to 35 yuan. Jia Tinan's gaze shifted to the other cup of soy milk in Shen Feng's hand, and he curiously asked, "But how will you drink without a straw?" Shen Feng silently darted back to the rujiamo shop. Soon, he returned with several straws. This item was free. He could simply ask the owner for 2 more. All right. He even asked for 2 extra. Would he still buy them? This time, he would sell them for 50 cents each. Jia Tinan, damn, that was hasty. Chapter 28, The Silent Word Guessing Challenge. Ha ha, that was hasty. I feel sorry for my naive little Jia. This is hilarious. I initially thought Shen Feng was some rich kid persona, yet he turned out to be a crafty merchant. Jiang Wanwan is teaming up with Shen Feng, collaborating to deceive an unscrupulous couple con. This duo is quite entertaining. I might just vote for them. In a live stream, many viewers laughed upon witnessing Jia Tinan being outwitted by Shen Feng. The dissonant duo of Jia Tinan and Li Tingtong, alongside the harmonious pairing of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, saw their votes increase significantly. However, despite this boost, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's group still hadn't reached first place, as the paid professional supporters remained formidable. Jia Tinan, feeling cheated, could do nothing but accept his role as the unwitting fool. After rejecting Shen Feng's continued offers for 2 more straws, he quietly left to share breakfast with Li Tingtong. Shen Feng finished the remaining egg and drank some soy milk. Once Jiang Wanwan finished her meal, he asked, "Are you full?" Jiang Wanwan patted her little belly, nodding contentedly. "I'm full. Let us set off to check out some scenic spots." The two led the cameraman directly to their first destination. They had already discussed this location while dining, a love museum in the tourist town. Having spent 2 days in the town, they were aware of some information regarding this museum. It was one of the more famous trendy spots in the area, with many influencers visiting not for tourism, but merely to snap a few photos. Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng chose this location not to align with the theme of the romantic variety show, but primarily because it was free. The Love Museum presents daily challenges for visiting couples. Successful completion of these tasks grants them complimentary admission, making it a prime destination for those looking to save on expenses. Upon their arrival at the museum, Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng discovered several cameras already set up, capturing another celebrity duo, Zhang Wei and Meng, at the entrance. Had someone beaten them to it? Jiang Wanwan quickly tugged Shen Feng along as they rushed over. Evidently, Zhang Wei and Meng had just arrived. As they were inquiring about the free admission opportunities, Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng overheard a staff member explaining that only one group could secure the free entry today, and they needed to complete a word-guessing challenge. The rules stipulated that one person would act out a word while the other guessed. They had to correctly identify 10 words within 2 minutes to qualify. Jiang Wanwan eagerly raised her hand to ask, "Can we participate as well?" The staff member expressed regret, stating, "These two arrived first, so they must go before you. If they fail, then you may proceed." Jiang Wanwan's expression fell. Zhang Wei and Meng promptly began their word-guessing challenge. Zhang Wei acted out the words while Meng guessed. The director switched the main live stream to focus on their performance. The Mighty CP's word-guessing challenge, surely a breeze for them? Zhang Wei and Meng not only belong to the same agency, but have also collaborated on several dramas, and they seem to be good friends off-screen. This challenge should pose no difficulty for them. Poor Wanwan. She might have to wait for the next free entry. What's Jiang Wanwan doing? Why is she squatting? Observant viewers noticed Jiang Wanwan crouch down, seemingly engaged in some activity. As the challenge was still in preparation, the director temporarily shifted the camera to her. It became evident that Jiang Wanwan appeared to be drawing something on the ground. The audience expressed their confusion. Director Chun, puzzled as well, heard viewers questioning Jiang Wanwan's actions and quickly inquired through his earpiece, "Jiang Wanwan, what are you doing?" Looking up at the camera focused on her, she suddenly said, "Could you please blur this out in post-production? If you agree, I'll tell you what I'm doing." "Of course," Director Chun promptly replied. "I'm drawing circles to curse Zhang Wei and Meng, and," she declared. Director Chun was taken aback. "Are you in elementary school?" "Haha, Jiang is acting like a child. Drawing circles to cast a spell on you. Jiang Wanwan is just too adorable. Blur in post-production? What about the live broadcast? My dear, are you a bit foolish?" Haha. As Jiang Wanwan's playful curse unfolded, Zhang Wei and Meng began their word-guessing challenge. While neither were particularly prominent stars, they were indeed seasoned partners, having worked together numerous times. Speculation from various media outlets suggested they might be in a romantic relationship. Under such circumstances, viewers expected that this challenge would be a walk in the park for them. However, the audience soon reconsidered their expectations. The words provided by the Love Museum were not difficult, yet Zhang Wei and Meng continuously failed to guess correctly. For instance, when given a simple prompt, Zhang Wei gestured for an extended period, but Meng could only guess sheep. Anxious viewers inundated the chat with comments. Why can't they guess such simple words? The previous clue was also straightforward, yet it seems their thought processes are misaligned. Weren't they supposed to have great chemistry? Zhang Wei looks flustered, frowning and stomping his feet. Isn't this just a game? Is it really that serious? After several failed attempts, Zhang Wei's expression soured. To him, the words were exceedingly simple, yet Meng consistently guessed incorrectly. Frustrated, he finally declared, "Let's switch. I'll guess." Perplexed, he could not comprehend how such easy words eluded them. However, standing in the guessing position, he quickly realized that guessing and acting were two entirely different matters. All information could only be derived from Meng's gestures. Some movements were easily understood by the audience in Meng, but Zhang Wei was utterly lost, guessing randomly and achieving results that were just as poor as Meng's. Ultimately, the 2 minutes elapsed, and they managed to guess only 6 words, falling short of the target of 10, resulting in failure. Both Zhang Wei and Meng wore displeased expressions, exchanging no words as they silently stepped aside. Is this how they react? Is it really that serious? I read gossip that their relationship was fantastic. Why are they so quick to sulk? Perhaps those rumors were just for publicity? Zhang Wei previously blamed Meng for incorrect guesses, yet he fared no better. I feel like my boyfriend, and I would have guessed more than they did. I was initially inclined to vote for them, but now I think I'll pass. Quick, let us switch to Wanwan. I want to see her guess. In the comments, some criticized Zhang Wei and Meng, while others began to urge for Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng's performance. Meanwhile, detractors and trolls emerged, eager to undermine their chances. Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng, they probably guess a single word. How could they have any chemistry? Exactly. They're a forced CP. Not only do they lack chemistry, but it's surprising they don't have animosity towards each other. Some onlookers saw through the facade. But I've seen Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng interact normally. Shen Feng dotes on her. When she mentioned wanting to eat meat sandwiches, he went out of his way to get several for her. However, trolls quickly countered, does anyone actually take the show seriously? Does anyone think Wanwan would be interested in someone like Shen Feng, who is merely a relations hire? Laughable. Naturally, Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng remained oblivious to these exchanges. Upon witnessing Zhang Wei and Meng An's failure, Jiang Wanwan excitedly high-fived Shen Feng, exclaiming, "The curse worked." Shen Feng patted her head, advising, "Keep your voice down. The Haven Tea blurred it yet. Don't let anyone overhear." Jiang Wanwan nodded vigorously. Their playful interaction caught the attention of many viewers who were about to comment, but upon noticing the trolls disparaging Shen Feng, they held back. Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng approached the Love Museum staff to register for the word-guessing challenge. Many audience members, eager for entertainment, gathered their friends to watch, curious to see what Jiang Wanwan and the newly debuted Shen Feng could achieve in a challenge that even Zhang Wei and Meng An had struggled to complete. As the number of viewers and the excitement in the live stream surged, the word-guessing challenge between Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng officially commenced. Chapter 29. Did the production team leak the answers? Shen Feng took on the role of charades, while Jiang Wanwan was tasked with guessing. Once both indicated their readiness, the staff revealed the first prompt, national beauty and heavenly fragrance. Shen Feng pointed towards Jiang Wanwan. She hesitated for a moment before immediately exclaiming, "Drowning fish and falling geese. The moon's shyness, the flower's modesty, a beauty that can topple nations, exquisite looks that captivate the heart." Correct. Shen Feng clapped his hands. Next prompt, drowning fish and falling geese. Shen Feng again gestured towards Jiang Wanwan. She swiftly replied, "Drowning fish and falling geese, the moon's shyness." Correct. Next. The staff exchanged glances. Director Chun felt a pang of injustice. He had not bribed anyone, nor had he leaked the answers. Although the staff member was pre-selected and the prompts came from the production team, he had never divulged anything to anyone. Moreover, the plethora of adjectives Jiang Wanwan had just recited contained few that were in the question bank. It was merely a coincidence. With this thought, Director Chun hurriedly contacted the staff outside and instructed them to avoid any prompts related to appearance in the future. As anticipated, the next question was indeed unrelated to looks, waiting by the stump for a hair. This one shouldn't be guessed instantly, right? The audience felt this question bore a bit more difficulty. Even Director Chun thought so. If Jiang Wanwan guessed it quickly again, he would suspect there was a mole among his ranks. Then, Shen Feng pointed to his hand, then to Jiang Wanwan, waiting by the stump for a hair. She declared immediately. Director Chun and the audience were left speechless. Come on, I knew it was leaked. What else could explain this? Frustrated, Director Chun contemplated checking for an undercover agent among his staff. Yet, a comment floated up that left both him and the restless audience momentarily stunned. Shen Feng pointed to his hand, then to Jiang Wanwan, hand pig. Any rational person could deduce waiting by the stump for a hair from that. It's just a theory, not necessarily accurate. The comments fell into silence for a moment. I understand the reasoning, but why point to Jiang Wanwan as a pig? Isn't the most alarming part that she guessed it in a second? Does she consider herself a pig? Though the explanation seemed reasonable, many still felt it was too rapid to be genuine. Meanwhile, the staff had turned to the next question, childhood sweethearts. Shen Feng pointed to Jiang Wanwan, then himself. This time, Jiang Wanwan did not guess immediately. How about husband and wife united in heart? Seeing Shen Feng shake his head, she began guessing again. Then, how about loving each other? Respecting each other as guests? Harmonious partnership? Husband sings, wife follows. All incorrect. Could it be brotherly bond? Wait, why are husband, brother, and father all coming into play here? Is their relationship a bit too convoluted? After a few more seconds, Jiang Wanwan finally realized, childhood sweethearts. Shen Feng then nodded. Wait, let's set aside the bizarre relationships for a moment. Why are Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng childhood sweethearts? Aren't they just colleagues? Some audience members expressed their confusion. Could it be another forced relationship by the company? Possibly. After all, Shen Feng is the pampered darling of the boss at Lanyu Entertainment. Some trolls seized the opportunity to stir the pot. Hey, I know Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. We were elementary school classmates. They grew up together, so stop spreading rumors. Believe you? I could claim I'm Jiang Wanwan's father. Rumors are free to make. At that moment, in Zhonghai City, Jiangzhe, watching the live stream, furrowed his brow upon reading a comment. He typed furiously, I am her father. Who do you think you are? Then came the notification. You have been muted by the moderator. Seeing the message on the screen, Jiangzhe slammed the table in frustration. The fifth prompt, bustling with traffic. For this one, Shen Feng finally refrained from pointing to either himself or Jiang Wanwan. He first mimed driving a car, then mimicked playing ping pong. Jiang Wanwan followed suit, and then guessed, bustling with traffic. Correct. Next. Looks like Long Team was offended. Ha ha. Shen Feng's gestures were spot on, with such clarity. Even without leaked answers, one could guess. If it weren't for the possibility of leaked answers, they do seem to have an impressive rapport. If it were me, I might still be pondering. Well, that could be due to your lack of quick wit. The sixth prompt, Heaven's Punishment and Earth's Destruction. Before Shen Feng even began to gesture, the comments started flooding in. Blind guess. Shen Feng points to the sky, then to Jiang Wanwan. 1-1. Sure enough. Shen Feng first pointed to the sky, then towards Jiang Wanwan. Heaven's Punishment and Earth's Destruction. Jiang Wanwan immediately responded. Oh no, I think I've truly grasped their pattern. Perhaps they really aren't leaking answers. I understand the reasoning, but still, why is Jiang Wanwan a pig? Wanwan, how can you accept being called pig? Can't you put up a fight? As the 7th, 8th, and 9th prompts rolled in, the pace of Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng's progress astounded the production crew. Shen Feng's gestures were precise and concise, while Jiang Wanwan's comprehension was instantaneous. Some of Shen Feng's motions might not even be immediately relatable to the words to guess, such as the 10th prompt, moderation. The audience felt this term was virtually impossible to guess. Yet Shen Feng performed only 2 gestures. First, 2 arms were raised in unison towards the same direction, and the head tilted slightly to the side, a quintessential SKR gesture. Then, a hand signal was made to indicate a halt. The audience was left bewildered. Yet after a brief mumble, Jiang Wanwan exuberantly shouted, SKR and stop, phew. Enough is enough. All right, on to the next question. Goodness, this is amazing. One truly knows how to gesture, and the other dares to guess. To be honest, even my brother, with whom I've lived for over a decade, and I might not share such a tacit understanding and synergy. Could it be that these two are truly childhood sweethearts? I always felt they seemed quite familiar with each other. Don't speak carelessly. Let me clarify, my childhood sweetheart and I possess no such rapport. Before long, half of the 2-minute time had elapsed. Within just 1 minute, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan had already guessed 13 questions. Logically, they could have concluded at this point. However, Jiang Wanwan was reveling in the game. She even raised her hand, eager to switch places with Shen Feng, wanting to demonstrate herself. The staff promptly contacted the director for assistance. After all, the question bank consisted of only a little over 30 items. Previously, Zhang Wei and Meng had already gone through a round, and the total guessed, including correct answers and those skipped, amounted to over 10. The remaining questions were primarily related to appearances, which the director had prohibited from being discussed. The question bank was utterly depleted. Director Chun could only pick up the walkie-talkie, clear his throat, and say, Well, Wanwan, your task is now complete. You have earned your free pass, and there is no need for further guessing. Jiang Wanwan, who was just about to enthusiastically gesture for Shen Feng, suddenly appeared displeased. She blinked her eyes in feigned innocence, casting a pitiful glance towards the camera. I haven't even gestured yet. I want to play. Jiang Wanwan, being a talented actress, displayed a small expression that instantly set the barrage of comments ablaze. Let her play. My Wanwan wants to play. Director, don't be ungrateful. Those who bully Wanwan will face consequences. Honestly, watching them guess words is somewhat captivating. This is incredibly smooth. This minute is undoubtedly the highlight of today's show. I'm completely engrossed. I just called my friend to join, and now they're not guessing? The barrage was fervently scrolling. Even the trolls and hired commenters found no opportunity to interject. Seeing the comments, Director Chun felt a headache coming on. It wasn't that he didn't want Jiang Wanwan to guess. He simply had run out of words. Suddenly, the assistant director approached, whispering a few words in Chun's ear. Upon hearing them, Chun's eyes lit up. This idea not only satisfied Jiang Wanwan's desire to play, but also silenced those accusing them of leaking answers. He picked up the walkie-talkie again and announced, "Dear viewers, our program's word bank has been exhausted. However, to fulfill Jiang Wanwan's wish, we have decided to introduce a new segment. We will now collect words from the barrage. You can send in the words you'd like the Peng Hu Bei duo to guess, and we will tally them in the background. After the tally is complete, we will add the top 5 most voted words to the question bank, allowing Jiang Wanwan to play with 5 more words. All right, for the next 30 seconds, please send in your comments enthusiastically. We will announce the results in 30 seconds. With this announcement, the audience in the live broadcast room became animated. They had often watched variety shows, but it was rare to see one where the audience could interact in real time and influence the program's outcome. In an instant, the barrage of comments soared. Upon glancing at the words, Director Chen nearly lost his mind. There wasn't a single ordinary word among them. Terms like dragon walking, monkey yoke, and thunderous lightning left him baffled. He didn't even know how to pronounce some of them. Even those he recognized were utterly bizarre, like Peppa Pig, YYDS, Rat Tail Juice, and King Gigi. Some even sent in tongue twisters, such as red fish and green fish and donkey and black fertilizer evaporates to gray. Were these words even guessable? No one of the live chat was in chaos. The casual viewers were undoubtedly there for amusement, so naturally, they wrote down the most ridiculous terms. Those trolls from rival entertainment companies were even more eager for Shen Feng to fail to guess a single word, thus writing even stranger terms. 30 seconds passed swiftly. Director Chen glanced at the barrage statistics in the background, only to find that the words he couldn't even read had received the least votes. "I thought those bizarre terms would garner the most votes," he muttered. The assistant director adjusted his glasses and commented, "The low vote count is likely because everyone was unsure how to type those characters. You make a valid point." Subsequently, Director Chen sifted through the options and selected a few words to announce. Naturally, he could not simply choose words based on audience votes. For instance, one of the top 5 words was an insulting term aimed at Shen Feng, likely sent by hired commenters from rival companies. With his experience, Director Chen had long suspected that professional trolls had infiltrated his live stream. He certainly wouldn't allow such words to appear in the question bank. Otherwise, not only would Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng feel uncomfortable, but even the casual viewers would find it distasteful. After eliminating that word, he added one that he deemed the most challenging but had received insufficient votes. After pondering for a moment, Director Chen had a spark of inspiration. He picked up the walkie-talkie and announced, "Jiang Wanwan, the 5 words with the highest votes have been determined, and the staff will write them on the question board shortly. Since these are additional questions and quite challenging, the program team has decided that if you manage to guess all 5 correctly, we will award the Peng Hu Bei duo a bonus of 5 yuan. By doing this, Director Chen aimed to generate some buzz and increase the show's popularity. Moreover, he believed that the final word he added to the mix would be utterly unguessable by Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng. When they inevitably failed to guess it and thus missed out on the money, it would create a wave of entertaining drama. Upon hearing about the potential monetary reward, Jiang Wanwan's eyes sparkled. She immediately cheered with joy and turned to Shen Feng, saying, "Fengzi, whether we can enjoy a good lunch is all up to you." Shen Feng nodded with a smile. Before long, the staff wrote down those 5 peculiar words on the board. Under Director Chen's arrangement, they intentionally placed the most difficult word at the end. Then, the staff revealed the question board. Upon seeing the first question, Jiang Wanwan was momentarily stumped. Jiatina. Perhaps because Jiatina's group had interacted more with Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan today, the audience had a vivid impression of that group. However, this name posed a challenge for Jiang Wanwan. How was she supposed to gesture for it? She began to glance around, hoping to spot that unfortunate soul, Jiatina, nearby. Regrettably, he was nowhere to be found. Ultimately, Jiang Wanwan devised a clever idea. She first mimicked the action of holding a cup and drinking through a straw. Subsequently, she gestured with her left hand to indicate one, while her right hand also showed one. Then, she signaled 2 with her left hand and 1 with her right. Following that, she indicated 3 with her left hand and 5 with her right. After a wave of her hand, she fell silent. Could a sign language expert please elucidate this? I have studied sign language, and I too am awaiting an explanation. I cannot comprehend this, yet I am utterly astounded. What on earth does it mean? Let us not even mention not seeing the term Jiatena. Even if I could see it now, I would find it exceedingly difficult to connect Wanwan's actions with Jiatena. If I could decipher this, not only would I acknowledge there is no hidden agenda, but I would also cast my vote for them. Such were the comments of the audience. Then, they heard Shen Feng utter Jiatena. Damn it, there must be a hidden agenda. There's no way this could have been guessed. The audience wasn't the only ones caught off guard. Even Director Chen appeared bewildered. He picked up the intercom and, trembling, asked Shen Feng, "Can you explain how you arrived at that conclusion?" "It's quite simple," Shen Feng replied nonchalantly. Wanwan first gestured a drinking action, but the emphasis was on using a straw, which led me to connect it to straws, milk tea, and the soybean milk I had in the morning. Initially, I didn't understand the gestures Wanwan made, but when she indicated several numbers, it clicked for me. What do you understand? What significance do those numbers hold? Director Chen was perplexed. Shen Feng had no choice but to elaborate. The left hand showing 1 and the right hand also showing 1 referred to the first straw I sold to Jiatena, for which I collected 1 yuan from him. The left hand showing 2 and the right hand showing 1 indicated that Jiatena bought a second straw from me, and I collected another yuan. As for the 3 and 5, it represented the third straw I sold him, for which I only charged 50 cents. Director Chen stared in astonishment. Then what does Wanwan's final gesture of waving her hand signify? It means that Jiatena ultimately did not purchase that 50-cent straw. Shen Feng then shrugged. Isn't it quite easy to deduce it was Jiatena? Director Chen. The audience. Bring my imperial sword. Let me slice an apple for Xiao, or easy my foot. Is this a game of Versailles? I previously suspected their relationship, but now I'm starting to question their species. Are they even human? What about those who claim they understood the clues? Are they not embarrassed? I can't believe it. Fine, I concede there's no hidden agenda. Given their comprehension skills, who needs a hidden agenda? The key lies in their tacit understanding. If they weren't so in sync, there's no way they could decipher each other's meaning. I'm truly in awe. If my ex-boyfriend understood me like this, we wouldn't have broken up. I am truly in awe. If I had understood my ex-girlfriend like this, we wouldn't have broken up. Why don't you two upstairs reconcile? Voting is underway. This pair is absolutely captivating. After a brief moment of silence, the barrage of comments erupted once more. In no time, the votes for Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's duo surged dramatically. Even those who had been paid to criticize were momentarily at a loss for words. Pairing them as a couple, marketing ploy, riding on Jiang Wanwan's popularity, with the level of understanding between them, it was hard to believe they weren't already acquainted. Unbeknownst to Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng, the fervor in the comments was lost on them. They had already begun guessing the second question. Chapter 31. Unable to guess. The second question was not as outrageous as the first. It was a trendy internet phrase. 5 words, clumsy yet playful. Why do I feel like this is an allusion to my Wanwan? Though my Wanwan loves to have fun, she is not clumsy. This phrase doesn't seem easy to gesture either. It depends on who is presenting it. If you swapped in Zhang Wei's group, they wouldn't guess it even if they exhausted themselves, but I believe anything is possible with Wanwan and Shen Feng. Upon seeing the phrase, Jiang Wanwan suddenly exhaled in relief. She gestured a 5 to indicate there were 5 words. Then, she pretended to sit in front of a computer playing a game. She then pointed to herself. Shen Feng promptly guessed, clumsy yet playful. Jiang Wanwan excitedly clapped her hands. Although I just said anything is possible. Isn't this a bit too quick? Damn, I had to even finish typing before it was guessed. Why do I feel like Wanwan shouldn't be this happy? Could it be that Shen Feng has played games with Jiang Wanwan before? How do you know it was clumsy yet playful just from her actions? Even Jiang Wanwan herself is gesturing this way, proving she truly is clumsy. However, the third and fourth questions proved to be less straightforward for Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng. The third question consisted of just 2 words, silence. Jiang Wanwan remained silent for quite a while. Finally, Shen Feng guessed. Foolishness? Jiang Wanwan. Has Shen Feng's skin been itching? Yet she understood that remaining motionless would make it difficult for Shen Feng to guess. In a moment of inspiration, Jiang Wanwan recalled a video she had recently seen on Douyin featuring high-quality oil products. Suddenly, she spread her legs apart, mimicking holding a phone in one hand while the other hand rested in her pocket, beginning to sway. Has my Wanwan finally gotten oily? Another one has been driven mad. What is she trying to convey? What does this have to do with silence? Shen Feng raised an eyebrow. This video, on the way to Lanyu County, Jiang Wanwan had shown him several times, claiming she couldn't endure the discomfort for a day without watching it. She couldn't bear the burden of this pain alone. Oil products? Shen Feng guessed. Jiang Wanwan shook her head and made a gesture as if to sing. Shen Feng immediately understood her intent and began to sing the song from the video. I have dried the silence, regretting. All right, no need to sing anymore. Jiang Wanwan happily made a gesture of celebration. A talent. It seems Shen Feng's singing was quite good. It had a certain flair, but unfortunately, he didn't finish. I never imagined guessing words could be played this way. I hadn't seen that video, but I went to watch it just now. And now I can't get I have dried the silence out of my head. The fourth question was equally perplexing, consuming additional time for Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. This guessing game, of course, was also time-limited, with the production team granting them 5 minutes. Previously, guessing Jia and clumsy yet playful had gone relatively smoothly, taking only a minute. However, the third and fourth questions consumed more time, leaving them with only a minute and a half remaining. Likewise, there was only one question left. If they answered this correctly, they would win a 5 yuan prize. Jiang Wanwan's eyes sparkled with the fervor of a hungry wolf ready to capture its prey. She fixated intently on the question board, awaiting the staff to turn to the next word. With eager anticipation, Jiang Wanwan's expression abruptly froze upon seeing the upcoming term. Ha ha ha. I also voted for this word. The person who first thought of it is truly talented, she exclaimed. There's no way to act this one out. It's utterly impossible. I'm dying of laughter. My Wanwan is completely flabbergasted. Even with the utmost synergy, this word is unguessable because it truly cannot be deduced. Director Chen watched Jiang Wanwan's expression with a smug grin, secretly amused. He had personally selected this question, and its value was undeniably high. He doubted that these two could decipher it. Indeed, Jiang Wanwan was rendered speechless. The final word was simply unguessable. It wasn't that Jiang Wanwan couldn't guess. It was that the 4 characters of the term were literally guess, not out and come. How on earth could one act that out? Jiang Wanwan was in a frenzy. She shook her head and waved her hands, but even with the deep rapport she shared with Shen Feng, he couldn't possibly connect the dots to cannot guess from those characters. After several incorrect guesses, time had slipped away for 30 seconds. Only a minute remained. As Jiang Wanwan grappled with her predicament, Meng, Un, and Zhang Wei, standing nearby, prepared to leave. They felt slighted for not receiving a free pass and wished to witness Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng's blunders, although they ultimately secured a free pass. Seeing them struggle with an unguessable word provided some solace. As they decided to depart and continue with their tasks, however, they inadvertently sparked an idea in Jiang Wanwan. She pointed towards Meng and Zhang Wei, signaling Shen Feng to look over. Shen Feng glanced in that direction and asked, Mighty duo? Jiang Wanwan shook her head. Surface couple? Another shake of the head. Outwardly harmonious, but inwardly estranged? Another shake. Enemies turned? Yet another shake. Feigning affection? Severing ties? As opposed to water and fire? Father killing enemy? As Shen Feng's guesses grew increasingly ludicrous, the audience was in stitches. Mighty duo, are you being polite? Polite mighty duo, you? Can I ask how you came up with father killing enemy? Thank goodness the mighty duo walked away. Otherwise, they'd surely come find Shen Feng for a heart-to-heart. I'm dying of laughter. Some viewers have begun to take note of the dwindling time. Only 30 seconds left. It seems they won't be able to guess this one. Oh dear, it looks like Jiang Wanwan won't be winning any money this time, but their synergy is commendable. Indeed, this question is simply too obscure, no matter how attuned they are. Unless one possesses mind-reading abilities, guessing it would be impossible. Certain trolls and naysayers began to stir once more. This question isn't hard. If it were posed to someone else, they might just guess it. Exactly. If it were me, I'd have gotten it right. The bottom line is that Shen Feng's connections are failing him. At that moment, someone stepped forward to rebut these critics. Can you please be quiet? From the start of the show, it's been obvious you're just a bunch of haters. If you don't want to watch, then leave. Blathering on here only makes you seem chatty. We came to enjoy the variety show. We don't care whether Shen Feng is being supported or not. All we know is that we're having a great time, while you lot are just an eyesore. Not being able to guess this question is entirely normal. We've all witnessed the chemistry between Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng. Can you trolls spare your keyboards and stop spewing nonsense? Previously, when the trolls and detractors were active, few bystanders had spoken up. After all, everyone was merely a bystander and not a fan of Shen Feng or Jiang Wanwan. There was no need to get embroiled in the drama for their sake. Yet, after watching the show for some time, the bystanders' perceptions of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan began to shift. At the very least, they recognized that the bond between these two was genuine. Their interactions felt remarkably natural, and the show's effect was superior to that of other guest pairs. That's the essence of a variety show. As long as you can create entertaining moments without being awkward or overly cheesy, you're likely to attract a following. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's pairing perfectly embodied these qualities. Their on-screen chemistry was consistently vibrant. As a newcomer, Shen Feng maintained an ease that was far from awkward. Cheesy? Aside from the segment where Wanwan imitated high-quality oils dancing, their interactions were refreshingly unpretentious. The audience felt as if they were watching two classmates or their own children playing with others. Consequently, many casual viewers began to consider switching their allegiance to fans. Naturally, some brave souls stood up to confront the detractors. The chat room erupted in a flurry of activity. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan felt as though she was about to combust in frustration. She desperately attempted to convey the state of not guessing while mimicking Zhang Wei and Meng An's previous attempts. Meng An had repeatedly said that they couldn't guess the word. Yet Shen Feng seemed to be spiraling through every idiom that described a deteriorating relationship. Yet he still failed to shift his focus to cannot guess. The director had already picked up the intercom and commenced the countdown. 10, 9, 8. Oh no, it was all over. The prize money was gone. $5. Barely enough for a third of a meat sandwich. Smack, it was gone. Jiang Wanwan felt dejected and sorrowful. Observing her drooping expression, Shen Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Given Jiang Wanwan's initial gestures of shaking her head and waving her hands, combined with her later portrayal of Zhang Wei and Meng An's unsuccessful guessing attempts, Shen Feng had already surmised that the word must indeed be cannot guess, which Meng An had mentioned several times. How could he and Jiang Wanwan lack such basic understanding? He had merely held back from stating aloud. Seeing Jiang Wanwan's pitiful demeanor, Shen Feng finally raised his hand. Just as Director Chun was about to announce the end of the game, he spoke up. The word is cannot guess. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Wanwan's previously forlorn expression transformed into one of wide-eyed surprise as she looked at Shen Feng. Meanwhile, Director Chun, who had been grinning while holding the intercom, dropped it to the ground, his expression gradually freezing. It was as if he had witnessed a $5 bill sprouting wings and soaring away from his pocket. Chapter 32. It's you who insists on pushing my head down. In the chat room, upon witnessing Shen Feng's last-minute guess, the bystander fans who had been supporting him perked up, emboldened to confront the trolls. Come on, trolls, keep spewing. You previously claimed Shen Feng was a beneficiary of connections, riding on Jiang Wanwan's coattails, merely colleagues. Yet here he is, guessing over a dozen words in a minute, and now you're saying the production team leaked the answers. Now that he has guessed all these bizarre terms concocted by the audience, I'm curious to see what excuses you trolls will come up with next. This particular group of interactions is evidently far more entertaining than the others, yet the results are surprisingly low. Is it the shadowy machinations of the production team? Or are you naysayers orchestrating a nefarious scheme? How exasperating. Based on the performances of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan today, I've become an ardent fan of their group. Anyone who dares to criticize Shen Feng must first tread over the remains of my keyboard. These individuals must surely be hired trolls. I've been part of the fandom long enough to know that those who have been incessantly disparaging Shen Feng must have been paid to do so. Just when I thought I had grasped a reason to attack the detractors and trolls, many of them have fallen silent. A few, driven to desperation, resorted to foul language, only to be swiftly silenced by the vigilant moderators in the live stream. As a result, the atmosphere in the chat room has significantly improved. At this moment, Director Chun has instructed the staff to present Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan with 5 yuan in cash. Upon receiving the 5 yuan, Jiang Wanwan joyfully cheered and raised her hand toward Shen Feng. "Fengzi, you are simply marvelous." Shen Feng almost instantaneously raised his hand, giving Jiang Wanwan a high five. "Wanga is even better at this." "Indeed, Fengzi, Vanye." Their nicknames sound rather intimate. What is the nature of their relationship? Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan have been part of the production team for several days now, and Director Chun is well aware that their relationship is anything but ordinary. Observing the audience's evident curiosity regarding their connection, he decides to delve deeper. His 5 yuan must not go to waste. Seizing the walkie-talkie, Director Chun addressed the still celebrating Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. "Students Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, your performance in the word-guessing challenge displayed remarkable synergy. First, congratulations on earning a complimentary entry to the Love Museum. And secondly, congratulations on acquiring an additional 5 yuan bonus. However, I must pose a question on behalf of the viewers. What was the nature of your relationship prior to participating in this program? And how have you achieved such harmony?" As Shen Feng pondered how to craft the perfect response, Jiang Wanwan suddenly winked at the camera, playfully stating, "Guess." With that, she grabbed Shen Feng's hand and dashed into the Love Museum. The wink left the cameraman momentarily speechless. Once they both entered the museum, he hastily followed, camera in hand. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live chat were equally astonished. "She winked at me. Does she like me? Nonsense. She was clearly looking at me. She is my girlfriend. Wanwan. He Wanwan. I almost forgot Jiang Wanwan is a girl, let alone a beautiful one. So adorable. She made the first move. She must take responsibility. Mom, I'm in love. Wait a minute. Although she was undeniably cute just now, are we overlooking something? What does she mean by guess? That seems rather dismissive." Indeed, Wanwan didn't directly answer the question. Damn, she managed to evade it. Director Chen only then realized that he had allowed her to slip away with such ease. His 5 yuan had indeed gone to waste. Jiang Wanwan, who had entered the Love Museum ahead of the cameraman, let out a sigh of relief. She switched off her microphone and turned to Shen Feng, grinning. "Isn't Wanga quite clever?" Shen Feng also muted his mic, ruffling her hair. Clever. "Was a wink cute?" "Very cute," he replied. As he spoke, noticing that the cameraman had yet to catch up, he leaned in and whispered, "I didn't quite see it. Can you do it again?" Jiang Wanwan gave Shen Feng another wink, playfully closing one eye. Uncertain of Shen Feng's intentions, but eager to comply, she closed both eyes. In the next moment, Jiang Wanwan felt a gentle warmth on her lips. Startled, she opened her eyes wide to see Shen Feng leaning in, tenderly kissing her. A blush crept onto her cheeks, yet she did not retreat. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Shen Feng's shoulders, deepening the kiss. When the cameraman finally burst in, he beheld this scene. Jiang Wanwan, with an air of camaraderie, had her arm draped over Shen Feng's shoulder, pointing at the various pastel decorations within the Love Museum. Wiping his brow, the cameraman thought to himself, "Thank goodness. It seems I didn't miss any crucial shots." "Wanga, you're quite quick on your feet," Shen Feng murmured softly in Jiang Wanwan's ear. Feeling a ticklish sensation, her already flushed face grew even more flustered. She responded with a low hum, "You, Wanga, are quite the performer. And you, daring to almost get caught while filming, have quite the audacity." With that, Jiang Wanwan playfully pinched Shen Feng. Shen Feng winced, feigning innocence, as he said, "I merely intended a fleeting kiss, but you insisted on holding my head down." Silence. Jiang Wanwan pinched him again, causing him to wince once more. Their relationship is genuinely close. They seem to be quite chummy. Are they sharing some secret joke? Shen Feng looks positively ecstatic. They don't resemble a couple. They seem more like best friends. The audience, oblivious to Shen Feng's internal turmoil, watched the backs of Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng through the cameraman's lens. Convinced that their bond was exceptionally strong. Could they truly be childhood sweethearts? Just then, an eye-catching comment appeared in the chat. "I've said it before. I'm classmates with them. They've been inseparable since elementary school, continuing through middle and high school. I posted their old photos on my personal page. If you don't believe me, go check. Honestly, I never expected Shen Feng to participate in a variety show, but their close relationship with Jiang Wanwan is definitely not a publicity stunt. They are true best friends, the kind that has climbed walls together, blown up latrines, and let air out of teachers' bicycle tires. Immediately, viewers clicked on the user's profile to investigate. Sure enough, they discovered several photographs depicting various school events, with many children in attendance. The images highlighted two children, marked with red circles, bearing a striking resemblance to Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng. In one photo, a boy and a girl were playfully frolicking, their smiles radiant despite the slightly blurred image. Another photo depicted Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan standing against a wall as punishment. The poster had added a note. This was taken when they blocked the lock on the teacher's bicycle, leading to their capture and punishment. They swore to the entire class that they would never block the teacher's lock again. The audience was left speechless. These mischievous children. Then they saw another note below. The next day, the teacher's bicycle was adorned with 6 additional locks. The audience was even more dumbfounded. Well, they certainly didn't T-block the teacher's lock. However, it seems you two are likely to induce a myocardial infarction in the teacher. After perusing several more photographs, the audience that had finally returned to the live broadcast room was met with the sight of Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng, casually strolling through the romance museum with their arms around each other. Their emotions were in a state of turmoil. Every time I see Jiang Wanwan smile, I can't help but check if I have extra locks on my bicycle. Chapter 33. A Hope to Be Together Forever. Not all viewers had perused the photos on that person's profile. Some, upon reading this remark, found themselves bewildered. What bicycle locks? What are you talking about? You should check that guy's profile. It turns out Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng are indeed childhood friends. Consequently, several individuals rushed to explore the profile of someone claiming to be a classmate of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Then came the reactions. I can't believe you call this childhood friendship. I feel you're tarnishing the pure and beautiful term childhood friends. Is green referring to bruises and bamboo to firecrackers? No wonder that person referred to him as a bro. Only a close brother would engage in such antics. I previously doubted whether they were a couple behind the scenes. Now I kneel in repentance. If they're a couple, then Lu Guan and Zhang are in a love triangle. I wondered why I felt indifferent towards such a beautiful girl like Jiang Wanwan. It turns out she was quite the rascal back then. Does this count as blackmail material against Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng? Suddenly, a barrage of comments erupted. Blackmail? Does your childhood bedwetting count as your current blackmail? That makes sense. Ultimately, many viewers' perceptions of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan had shifted drastically. In fact, this variety show had only been on air for less than 3 hours. Yet the audience's emotions had fluctuated significantly. Take Jiang Zhe, for instance. Jiang Zhe's previous account had been muted, prompting him to register a new one using his wife Su Yan's phone. Upon witnessing a crowd discussing his daughter's childhood antics, he quickly typed a response. Wanwan was actually quite well-behaved as a child. It was that rascal Shen Feng who led her astray. Another one of Shen Feng's detractors, right? Blaming everything on him? Looking at those photos, I feel like Jiang Wanwan was more mischievous than Shen Feng. Jiang Zhe let out a cold snort. What do you mean I'm placing blame? Do you think I don't know Shen Feng's true character? He's just a little scoundrel. All he does is take Wanwan out to eat, drink, and have fun, neglecting his responsibilities. All right then, since the detractors have realized they can't tarnish Shen Feng's reputation through his connections, they VE switch tactics to attack his character? At least find something from his adulthood to criticize. Isn't it pointless to mock him for his childhood? In truth, after viewing those photographs, the number of individuals willing to defend Shen Feng and speak on his behalf only increased. The evidence provided by those photos had solidified the fact that Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan had long been acquainted and shared a profound bond. The persona of ironclad buddies was indeed captivating. Thus, the support for the Penghu Bei duo of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan was steadily rising, leading to a growing number of people willing to advocate for Shen Feng. In no time, Jiang found himself overwhelmed by the barrage of comments, struggling to keep up. Frustrated, he took a sip of water, eager to engage in a war of words once more, only to discover a private message had popped up on the live streaming platform. Upon opening it, he found it was from a user with the ID Wanwan Fan Group. Wanwan Fan Group. Sister, are you also a detractor of Shen Feng? Is there an organization? Would you like to join our group? We are all fans of Wanwan. Wanwan Fan Group. Currently, most in the live broadcast room support Shen Feng. Your insults 1T get you anywhere. We need to be organized and strategic. Here SR group number 10507. Let us discuss together. This individual was, in fact, the leader of a group of paid commenters hired by a rival entertainment company. Posing as a fan of Jiang Wanwan, they had been intentionally provoking discord between Jiang Wanwan's fans and Shen Feng, leading Wanwan's fans to believe that Shen Feng was merely riding on Jiang Wanwan's coattails, thus inciting them to criticize him. However, Jiang was unaware of this. Seeing a group dedicated to disparaging Shen Feng brought a smile to his face. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. He promptly joined the group. Inside, the majority were indeed fans of Jiang Wanwan. After some contemplation, Jiang decided to reveal his true identity, ensuring that Jiang Wanwan's fans understood that her parents would always stand by their side in opposition to Shen Feng. Thus, after entering the group, he sent a message. Car at the mountain front. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Wanwan's father. Jiang expected to receive cheers, gasps, and enthusiastic welcomes from Jiang Wanwan's fans. Instead, Wanbao hug. Admin, I'm still your father. Wanbao hug. Admin, who asked this detractor daring to insult Wanwan here? Get lost. Jiang watched helplessly as a system prompt appeared on the screen. You have been kicked from the group chat. Jiang. He was so furious he began pounding the table. Jiang Wanwan, oblivious to her father's recent humiliation at the hands of her fans, was currently at the Romance Museum taking photos with Shen Feng. Initially, Jiang Wanwan had come here with the mindset of completing a task, thinking she would take a few photos and leave. However, she was pleasantly surprised to find the Romance Museum quite enjoyable. At the very least, it was visually appealing. Although it was termed a museum, it contained few artifacts. Instead, it was filled with an array of adorable, sweet, and interesting little trinkets, along with many beautifully decorated romantic rooms, much like the room where Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng were currently situated. The walls of the room were painted a youthful pink, adorned with various charming decorations. One wall featured a large net woven from white cotton rope, laden with numerous pink notes filled with messages of love left behind by previous visitors to the museum. Jiang Wanwan felt inspired, taking a pen and a pink note from beneath the net to begin writing herself. Director Chen quickly used the intercom to alert the cameraman. Quickly, go see what she's writing. The cameraman rushed over, but before he could reach her, Jiang Wanwan had already held up the note in front of the camera. The audience widened their eyes, eager to see what she had written. However, upon reading it, their expressions froze. I hope Director Chen can give me more money tomorrow. Director Chen. Hey, let us see what Shen Feng is writing over there. Director Chen discovered that Shen Feng was also writing and hastily changed the subject, reminding the cameraman again. Like Jiang Wanwan, Shen Feng presented his note to the camera before the cameraman could approach. The audience's eyes widened once more. I hope Director Chen can give Wanwan more money tomorrow. Director Chen. This pair are quite the money enthusiasts, aren't they? What was I expecting? Why did I even hope they would write something sweet? It is not necessary for us to be born on the same day, in the same month, and in the same year, but it would be quite satisfactory to depart this world together on the same day, in the same month, and in the same year. Do I sense a hint of indulgence in Shen Feng's words? You dare to ship their sweetness, do you? Beware of finding 6 more locks on your vehicle tomorrow. Since the emergence of those photographs, the 6 locks have become a recurring joke in the live broadcast room. Well then, I have finished writing. Let us proceed to the next chamber. Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng hung their notes on the rope net. Subsequently, with a wave of her hand, Jiang Wanwan set off towards the next room. The photographer, being closest to the door, naturally exited first. Once the photographer stepped outside, Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng exchanged a glance. They simultaneously flipped over the two little notes they had hung together. Then, they shared a smile before leaving the room. On the pristine white rope net, the two little notes nestled closely together. I hope to be with him forever. I hope to be with her forever. The one I love. My beloved. Chapter 34, Cheesy Love Lines. While Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng were still enjoying their time in the Love Museum, other groups of guests were engaged in their own tasks. Director Chun instructed the broadcast team to switch the main live stream to other groups. Upon this change, numerous viewers in the main room instantly expressed their displeasure. I want to see Penghu Bei. Don't cut away from it. My friend brought me here just to watch Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng's group. Switch back, switch back. Director, if you don't switch back soon, I will ensure you find 6 more locks on your bicycle tomorrow. Some irate viewers had already begun to shout. Fortunately, there were still composed individuals in the live stream. Actually, this program has both main and secondary live streams. Everyone can go to the Penghu Bei secondary stream, which features the Penghu Bei group throughout. Consequently, the audience in the main live stream migrated. Director Chen watched in disbelief as the viewership numbers plummeted. From a hard-earned 40,000 during the guessing game, it fell to 30,000, then to 15,000. Ultimately, only 1/8 of the original audience remained in the main room. Director Chun felt a chill in his heart. Although he understood that many viewers were drawn in by the chemistry between Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng, these individuals had not only been attracted but also captivated by the Penghu Bei group. It was only natural for them to follow the Penghu Bei group. But could they not spare him a little dignity? Must they leave so decisively? Clearly, the other groups were entertaining as well. Director Chen silently glanced at the split screens of the other groups, observing the somewhat crass and contrived influencer group, the still silent mighty group, and the duo of Jia Tenin and Li Tingting, who were squatting on the ground trying to devise a plan after Shen Feng had deceived them out of money for tickets that morning. All right, it seemed that Shen Feng's group was indeed a bit more captivating. That being said, Director Chun could not solely focus the camera on Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan throughout the entire show. After all, this was a variety show featuring 8 individuals. Even without the tasks arranged by the program, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's group would still deliver exceptional entertainment value. Just like now, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were in the Cheesy Love Lines exhibition of the Love Museum. The walls were adorned with an array of cheesy love lines encased in frames. With a playful spirit, Jiang Wanwan urged Shen Feng to read the first half of a cheesy love line for her to guess the second half. Shen Feng agreed with a smile, reciting the lines from the wall. Shen Feng, do you know what my flaw is? Jiang Wanwan, a lack of brains? Shen Feng, the audience. Damn it, I just sprayed water on my screen. Jiang Wanwan, you owe me a new screen. Jiang Wanwan's thought process is quite peculiar. You just realized? Your reaction is rather slow too. I'm dying of laughter. These two are too funny. I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing. Ha ha ha. Shen Feng let out a helpless sigh. It's you that's the flaw. Jiang Wanwan, are you saying I lack brains? Shen Feng. A wave of laughter-filled comments flooded the screen once more. At Jiang Wanwan's urging, Shen Feng proceeded to recite the second cheesy love line. Shen Feng, do you like drinking water? Jiang Wanwan, not really. Shen Feng, this line is impossible to continue. He sighed in resignation. You should say you do. Jiang Wanwan, eyes wide in surprise. But I don't like it. Can you change it to soda? All right, I do like drinking water. Only then did Shen Feng say, then you must like the 70 of me. Jiang Wanwan fell silent for a moment before finally responding. How awkward. Haha, cannot be awkward. You completely disrupted the mood. I seriously suspect Jiang Wanwan's aversion to drinking water stems from the fact that her brain is filled with water. Stop the insults. Jiang Wanwan might just be lacking in brains. Don't insult my Wanwan. Sob, sob, sob. She is already so silly. Can't you show her some love? I can't handle it. I'm about to die laughing. I didn't laugh this much during the guessing game. I need to share this dream with my friends. Me too. I can't be the only one suffering from this. Shen Feng was now quite reluctant to read the third cheesy love line. Based on his understanding of Jiang Wanwan, he could already predict what she would say. However, Jiang Wanwan was in high spirits and insisted that Shen Feng continue. Shen Feng, feeling helpless, complied and read the third cheesy love line. Shen Feng, the box that holds a ring is called a ring box. Do you know what the box that holds you and me is called? Jiang Wanwan earnestly replied. A coffin? Just as expected. Shen Feng sighed dramatically. He knew Jiang Wanwan would say something like that. They were indeed a match made in heaven. Shen Feng patted Jiang Wanwan's head and said, I can hear the weariness in Shen Feng's tone. Don't mention him. Even I am exhausted from laughing. I'm laughing so hard that my face mask is about to crack. To associate the term coffin with the cheesy love lines in the Love Museum. Jiang Wanwan must be the first one to do so, right? I was just brought in by a friend, and upon entering, I was left in stitches. What a talent. Then I can only say that you arrived late. The earlier line about lacking brains was even more classic, and you missed it. Others in the live stream expressed their sentiments. Now I understand why Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan are such close friends. If she were his girlfriend, he would probably be infuriated beyond measure by now. Forget about being infuriated. The grass on the grave would be taller than a person by now. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan had already pulled Shen Feng to read the fourth cheesy love line. Shen Feng had reached a point of numbness. He resigned himself to the situation and recited, I want to take something from you. Jiang Wanwan looked at Shen Feng in horror. Take my dog's life? Shen Feng, I meant to marry you. Then came the fifth cheesy love line. I want to buy a piece of land from you. Jiang Wanwan's eyes widened in terror. Am I going to lose my head over this? Shen Feng, it's your unwavering heart. And so it continued with the sixth, seventh, and eighth lines. After enduring a barrage of cheesy pickup lines, Shen Feng finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Initially, he had a cunning plan, believing that this collection of corny lines presented a splendid opportunity to publicly profess his feelings for Jiang Wanwan. However, with her celestial understanding, Jiang Wanwan transformed the segment into an impromptu comedic exchange. As Shen Feng relaxed, the audience too breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. I can't take any more laughter. Are these two attempting to kill me with laughter, only to inherit my Huabei bill? I've never laughed so hard at a dating show that my face aches. Jiang Wanwan is eternal. That segment of cheesy lines deserves a place in the archives of the most absurd sayings. The live stream was flooded with a plethora of new viewers, all lured by friends. At this juncture, some began to inquire about Shen Feng. Who is this guy? Is he paired with Jiang Wanwan? He is rather handsome. Several of those cheesy lines were recited in unison by him and Jiang Wanwan. Do they share such great chemistry? If he can keep up with Jiang Wanwan's thought process, he must be extraordinary. Could they truly be a couple? Observing the comments from new viewers, enthusiastic longtime fans sprang into action to clarify. For those questioning their chemistry, I recommend waiting for a replay of the guessing game segment. You'll see what true synergy looks like. And for those suggesting they're a couple, please have some decorum. They're just close friends. For skeptics, check out Shen Feng's childhood friends profile. There are photos to prove their deep bond. Lastly, let me introduce our new viewers. Wanwan's partner is named Shen Feng, and their duo is called Penghu Bei. Outside the screen, Director Chen watched in a state of bewilderment as the viewer count for the Penghu Bei live stream soared past 60,000. If only he had known that Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng would create such a spectacle, he would never have cut away from the main live stream. Alas, the audience in the main room barely matched the beginning of Penghu Bei's viewership. How infuriating! While Director Chen wallowed in his frustration, Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng had already exited the Love Museum. With their first destination successfully checked off, they were en route to the second. Upon arriving at the quaint little garden, the next attraction, they encountered Jia Tenin and Li Tingting, who were singing at the entrance. Regrettably, their vocal prowess left much to be desired. Before them lay a bowl containing a few scattered coins. Upon spotting Shen Feng, Jia Tenin hurriedly approached, singing as he did so, his pleading gaze fixed on Shen Feng. The look in his eyes clearly conveyed one message. Kind sir, spare a little something for me. Listening to his voice, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, Shen Feng cast him a peculiar glance, then sighed and inquired, how much would it take for you to stop singing? Just 1 yuan. Jia Tenin responded eagerly. Shen Feng tossed a few straws he had pocketed that morning into Jia Tenin's bowl. No need for change. Jia Tenin. Chapter 35. This is a simple little love song. Jia Tinan informed Shen Feng that the entrance fee for the garden was 50 yuan, a sum they could never muster. Therefore, the production team had set up a task at the garden's entrance, perform for passersby to earn tips. Each passerby could donate a maximum of 1 yuan. Once Jia Tinan and Li Tingting collected 10 yuan, they would be allowed entry into the garden. Naturally, the passersby were all arranged by the production team. As a celebrity, Jia Tinan could hardly be expected to perform in front of strangers. Moreover, Director Chun had instructed these passersby to contribute, provided Jia Tinan's singing was passable. There was no need to be overly critical, as it would waste time and affect the show's quality. Regrettably, the duo's singing was so atrocious that it was almost unfathomable. Even with the passersby being arranged by the crew, very few were willing to part with their money. They simply could not betray their own ears. Director Chun had even compelled a few individuals to donate, but dissatisfaction arose among viewers. Did the production team really invite these people? How could anyone pay for such terrible singing? I dare say, this person is either a fan of Jia Tinan or utterly tone-deaf. Fans of Jia Tinan will not shoulder this burden, and neither will the deaf. This is too fake. Even as a fan of Jia Tinan, I cannot bear to watch. It's an industry-wide acknowledgement that he cannot sing. Let him switch tasks. Faced with such backlash, Director Chun refrained from employing any underhanded tactics, waiting instead for Jia Tinan to abandon the task in favor of another. Yet, to his surprise, Jia Tinan persisted, singing from 10 o'clock until 11. Some passers-by were moved by his tenacity, covering their ears as they tossed him a yuan. Even the audience was touched, rallying their friends and family, insisting that such dreadful singing should not be suffered alone. In an instant, the viewer count for the atrocious duo's live stream surged. It must be said, while Jia Tinan's talent was lacking, he certainly excelled in creating a spectacle. Now, Jia Tinan had accumulated 9 yuan. If Shen Feng were willing to part with 1 yuan, they would reach the 10 needed to complete their task. However, that elusive last yuan remained unclaimed. Thus, when Jia Tinan spotted Shen Feng, he looked upon him as a savior. Upon hearing Jia Tinan's plight, Shen Feng contemplated for a moment before indeed producing a yuan. Jia Tinan beamed with gratitude, ready to accept the money. Yet, Shen Feng interjected, "I can give you this 1 yuan, but in return, you must give me 5 yuan. Why? Jia Tinan was taken aback. The production team assigned you a task to gather 10 yuan, which means the 10 yuan you're trying to collect has no bearing on the money you already possess, is merely a condition for completing your assignment. Shen Feng waved the yuan in his hand. This 1 yuan I give you helps you complete your task and alleviates your immediate predicament. Is it too much to ask for you to thank me by giving me 5 yuan from your own pocket? Jia Tinan looked at Shen Feng with a mix of indignation and disbelief. That's excessive. Quite outrageous. We only have 10 yuan left. And you, Shen Feng, pocketed the yuan. Jia Tinan, brother, can we negotiate? 5 yuan is too much. I can give you 1 so you don't lose out. Is that acceptable? Shen Feng shook his head. For yuan at the very least. Jia Tinan reluctantly replied. 2 yuan, how about that? Before Shen Feng could respond, Jia Tinan quickly added, I know what you're going to say. 3 yuan, right? Okay. Would you lend me $1 to help us complete our task? I shall return $3 to you, ensuring you make a profit of $2. Does that sound agreeable? Shen Feng nodded, patting Jia Tinan on the shoulder. Absolutely. You've learned to respond quickly. In the end, Jia Tinan received $1 from Shen Feng, successfully fulfilling the task assigned by the production team. Meanwhile, Shen Feng reaped a profit of $2, bringing the total assets of his team, alongside Jiang Wanwan, to an impressive $42. In comparison to the other teams, they were nothing short of affluent. Shen Feng truly is a cunning businessman. Since morning, how much has Jia Tinan been swindled out of? Looking at the money Jiang Wanwan counts in her hands, half of it is my little Jia Tinan's hard-earned money. Sobi. Laughing out loud, is there anyone who could compile a clip of Shen Feng deceiving Jia Tinan? I think it could be used for anti-fraud promotions. Jia Tinan returned to Li Tingting's side, holding his bowl, only to receive a playful punch from her. You're foolish. You've lost $2 for nothing. How will we afford lunch? Jia Tinan retorted, Do not worry. We shall not suffer this loss in vain. Look, Shun Gu and his group are also at the small garden. They cannot afford the entrance fee either and will surely have to complete tasks. When they cannot gather enough money, we can employ Shen Ji's previous strategy and reclaim our funds. Li Tingting felt there was some merit to his reasoning, yet sensed something amiss. It wasn't until she witnessed Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan singing hand in hand, their voices steady and captivating, that she finally grasped what was out of place. It was that not every group sang as poorly as she and Jiatenin did. This was a simple little love song, expressing the intricacies of human emotions. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan performed Sodagreen's Little Love Song. The melody was fresh and melodious, perfectly suited to Jiang Wanwan's vocal range, while Shen Feng primarily contributed harmonies. Despite their a cappella rendition, the combination of Jiang Wanwan's lively tone and Shen Feng's seamless harmonization resulted in a splendid auditory experience. Not only Li Tingting and Jiatenin, who were notoriously pitchy, but even the audience and director Chun were taken aback. Wow, are these two professionals? It's clearly an a cappella performance. Yet it feels like their S accompaniment. The harmonies, Shen Feng's harmonization with Jiang Wanwan is so impeccable. It would sound even better with reverb. These two must have practiced. They truly are best friends. Just moments ago, I was dragged here to hear Jiatenin sing, and I felt like I was losing my hearing. Now, listening to this song, my ears have finally recovered. However, this was merely the prelude to their performance. Once the introduction concluded, Jiang Wanwan, who was initially responsible for the lead vocals, suddenly fell silent. Just as the audience and director were puzzled, Shen Feng, who had been providing harmonies, took the lead. You know, even if the heavy rain turns this city upside down, I will hold you close. His voice, distinctly different from Jiang Wanwan's, transformed the song's trajectory into something irresistibly captivating and strikingly beautiful. At this moment, Jiang Wanwan instinctively began to harmonize, her soft voice intertwining with Shen Feng's. If Jiang Wanwan's harmonies evoke the rain that turns the city upside down, then Shen Feng's voice represented the city itself. Overwhelmed by the downpour, you fall without hesitation, and I embrace the chaos with delight. Unable to bear it, I see your silhouette approaching. I pin down my anxieties. Each moment feels like an eternity. Shen Feng glanced at Jiang Wanwan, who returned his gaze with a smile, both reminiscing about that high school evening when they had performed this very song together. The same melody, the same harmonies, the same connection. They had rehearsed it only once back then, yet even now, after both having experienced rebirths, they harmonized as if no time had passed. As the song reached its climax, they sang in unison, not just performing for the audience, but seemingly sharing their sentiments with one another. Even if the entire world is held hostage by loneliness, I shall not flee. There's no escaping. In the end, we all grow old, pinning down the intertwined tales of time and melody. As the final notes faded, they held hands, both smiling. At that moment, whether it was Li Tingting, Jiatenin, the onlookers, or even Director Chun and the audience at home, everyone was momentarily lost in silence. Even the endless barrage of comments paused for a brief moment. Seconds later, someone finally posted the first comment. I don't know how to express it. It's just amazing. I was moved to tears. It reminded me of my first love, who adored this song. Did these two eat onions before singing? I can't stop my tears. I'm not crying from emotion. I'm crying from warmth. Their synergy is truly beautiful. Though I know they're best friends, can I indulge for just a moment in their sweetness? They are perfect together. This is the first time I've experienced such complex emotions while listening to a song. They sing beautifully, without professional audio equipment, without reverb, without accompaniment. Only two voices. Perhaps their technique was not that of professionals, nor were their vocal qualities the finest. Yet, the emotions they conveyed and their harmonious collaboration resonated deeply with the audience. Director Chen removed his glasses to wipe his moist eyes, then quietly began to applaud. In the recording venue, the onlookers slowly regained their composure. Some could not help but applaud, while others hurriedly approached to hand money to Shen Feng. Li Tingting, too, was in tears. She grasped Jiatenin's arm, sobbing. Could you lend me $1? I also want to contribute to them. Chapter 36. How impoverished we are. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan ultimately gathered $20, primarily due to the production team arranging 20 onlookers. However, regrettably, The production team mandated that regardless of the total collected, all funds must be submitted without retention. Therefore, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's assets did not increase. Having completed the task, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan planned to check in at the small garden. Jia Tenin and Li Tingting quickly positioned themselves in front of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. "What are you doing? Trying to reclaim the money?" Jiang Wanwan glared suspiciously at Jia Tenin, her hands guarding her pockets. Jia Tenin rubbed his hands together, a sycophantic smile on his face. "No, I wish to seek your guidance. Shingu, could you teach me to sing?" Li Tingting chimed in, stepping closer to Jiang Wanwan. "Wanwan, I want to learn to sing too." Shen Feng regarded the obsequious Jia Tenin and, after a moment, shook his head. "I don't wish to teach you." "Why not?" Jia Tenin grasped Shen Feng's arm. "True talent requires no instruction." Jia Tenin's eyes brightened. "Are you saying I have talent?" Yet, Shen Feng shook his head again. "I simply do not want to teach you." Jia Tenin, what do you mean by that statement?" Shen Feng replied earnestly. "I was referring to myself. I learned to sing entirely on my own." Jia Tenin, still somewhat unconvinced, gazed at Shen Feng and pressed on. "So, Brother Shen, do you think I still have any chance of singing well?" "Yes." Shen Feng nodded seriously. Jia Tenin's eyes sparkled anew. "How can I sing well?" "Start over. Perhaps in your next life, you might sing beautifully." Shen Feng offered his suggestion with utmost sincerity. "Ha ha ha. Start over. Maybe in the next life, you'll sing well." What a revelation. Although my dear Jia Tenin's singing is quite dreadful, Brother Shen, couldn't you have expressed it a tad more delicately? Ha ha. I believe that was rather gentle. At least it offered a glimmer of hope. Jia Tenin, feeling defeated by Shen Feng's words, fell silent for a while. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan and Li Tingting were getting along quite harmoniously. Li Tingting sought Jiang Wanwan's advice on singing techniques, and Jiang Wanwan generously provided her guidance. Observing this, Jia Tenin resolved to abandon Shen Feng and seek refuge with Jiang Wanwan. He approached her, lamenting, "Wanwan, Brother Shen said I can only sing well in my next life. He is so unreasonable. Can you teach me?" Jiang Wanwan appraised Jia Tenin for a moment and replied, "Sing a couple of lines for me." "Oh, all right, be quiet." Jiang Wanwan hastily interrupted him. Jia Tenin looked at Jiang Wanwan. "What do you think? How can I improve my singing?" Jiang Wanwan replied with utmost seriousness, "I believe Shen Feng is right." Jia Tenin squatted in a corner, drawing circles in despair. "I also think Shen Feng is correct." "Ha ha ha. Jia Tenin, you should give up. This is too much. I just cried tears of sadness. And now I'm about to laugh them out. The interaction between these two groups is just too entertaining. All of them are kings of memes. Where did the production team find these delightful characters?" In the end, the Penghu Bei group and the Not-So-Good group entered the small garden together. Inside the garden were some antiquated buildings and scenic spots, but there wasn't much to do. The only novelty was a costume room within the garden. It housed a variety of ancient costumes for visitors to try on. Jiang Wanwan, having acted in period dramas and donned ancient attire before, wasn't particularly interested in it for herself. However, she was eager to see how Shen Feng would look in such garments. After rummaging through the costumes, she selected a moon-white robe for Shen Feng, complemented by a flowing black cloak, then urged him to change inside. She, along with the photographer Li Tingting and Jia Tenin, waited outside. Before long, the door creaked open, and a man clad in a white robe and black cloak emerged, leaving even Jiang Wanwan momentarily speechless. Clothes make the man. Shen Feng was already quite handsome, but he typically dressed casually and seldom bothered to groom himself. Now, adorned in a traditional robe and cloak, he appeared as if he had transformed into a nobleman from ancient times. Though I always thought Shen Feng was somewhat handsome, I never anticipated he would look this dashing in ancient attire. He is far more attractive than those top-tier celebrities, and most importantly, he exudes a robust and masculine charm. Now, that is a true heartthrob. Oh no, I was initially drawn in by the cheesy banter between Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, and now I feel I might become a fan of Shen Feng's looks. Jiang Wanwan darted forward, circling Shen Feng several times. Finally, she looked at him and said, "You look splendid. Fengzi, how does it feel wearing this? Do you feel like a different person?" Shen Feng chuckled ruefully, I don't feel like a different person. Rather, I feel like I might faint from heat. It's August, and here I am wearing a robe and a cloak. Do you wish for me to overheat? Jiang Wanwan nodded seriously. That makes sense. Why not remove the robe underneath? Shen Feng. Li Tingting, upon seeing Shen Feng so dapperly dressed, suddenly felt inspired. She dragged Jiatenin into the costume room as well. Moments later, Jiatenin was reluctantly pulled out, his expression one of utter discontent. The audience erupted in laughter upon seeing him. Jiatenin sported a wig atop his head, his face veiled with a pink scarf, clad in a pink dress, and awkwardly clutching a handkerchief, resembling a timid little bride. Ha ha ha, what a little beauty! Li Tingting is a genius. I was eating, and I almost choked on my rice grains. This is too much. Why do I feel that Jiatenin and women's clothing somewhat complements Shen Feng? Nanfeng CP? Let us not entertain that. Someone like Jiatenin could never be worthy of our Shen Feng. Jiatenin and Shen Feng were like two Barbie dolls, subjected to a series of outfit changes. In the end, Shen Feng couldn't help but marvel. Wanwan truly was a good woman to him. Although she dressed him in several sweltering outfits, at least they were all male attire. In stark contrast, Jiatenin endured the entire ordeal in women's clothing. An eyesore to behold. The two women played dress-up for over an hour before finally releasing Shen Feng and Jiatenin from their clutches, leaving the small garden. By the time they exited, it was already noon. Jiang Wanwan proposed they all go out for a meal. However, when Li Tingting and Jiatenin counted their meager funds, they ultimately decided against it. A little hunger at midday was tolerable. After all, the production team wouldn't truly let them starve. They could endure until the evening when the live broadcast concluded, at which point food would surely be provided. Nevertheless, Jiang Wanwan couldn't wait that long. Seeing that Li Tingting and Jiatenin were unwilling to go, she decided not to press the issue. Instead, she took Shen Feng to a nearby restaurant. Initially, she planned to employ the same tactic she used that morning, trying to get a free lunch under the guise of promoting the restaurant. However, the restaurant owner outright refused her. They subsequently visited several other establishments, all of which turned them away. Ultimately, Jiang Wanwan had no choice but to return to the meat bun shop from the morning. The owner there also declined them. Nonetheless, he revealed a piece of information. The production team had already informed the restaurant owners about the situation. Therefore, any attempts to dine for free would be futile. In the end, Jiang Wanwan had a haggle with the owner, spending 15 yuan to purchase 2 servings of cold noodles, which she and Shen Feng shared. As they ate, Jiang Wanwan lamented, "We only have 27 yuan left. How impoverished we are." The audience, upon hearing this, glanced first at the starving duo of Jiatenin and Li Tingting, whose balance read 9 yuan. Then they shifted their gaze to the formidable duo working at the restaurant to earn their lunch, their balance showing 11 yuan. Next, they observed the Tianlu group, who had exhausted their last savings on instant noodles for lunch, their balance at 0 yuan. Finally, their eyes returned to Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, who were heartily enjoying their cold noodles, their balance at 27 yuan. The audience. How can this woman have the audacity to utter the word poor? The remaining 3 groups combined do not possess as much wealth as you do. All right. Chapter 37. Master, I have attained enlightenment. It is improbable for anyone to vigilantly watch a live streaming program throughout the day. Yet, the popularity of the live streaming room featuring Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's Penghubei duo has not only remained steady, but has actually surged. Their captivating banter is so delightful that viewers frequently share the stream with their friends and family. Word spreads from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. By the time Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan ventured to their third scenic spot, the viewer count had escalated to 60,000. When evening descended at 7 o'clock, as the working crowd finished their day, the number soared to 100,000. Even Director Chun was left astounded. It is quite ordinary for a variety show to garner hundreds of thousands or even millions of views. Achieving over 10 million views is not surprising either. However, those figures pertain to pre-recorded shows. Their program is live. For a live stream, where viewers come and go, maintaining a stable audience of 100,000 is an extraordinary feat. Generally, live variety shows, while highly interactive, do not achieve the same level of effect as edited pre-recorded shows. Moreover, not everyone has the time to watch live broadcasts. Typically, only the fans of the stars would remain glued to their screens. Jiang Wanwan is neither a super celebrity nor a top-tier queen. She is merely a second-tier star. Director Chen never anticipated that Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng would attract such a vast audience. "Old Chen, look at this!" exclaimed the assistant director, equally astonished by the viewer count. He promptly searched on his phone and handed it to Director Chen. Upon glancing at the screen, Director Chen saw that the term Penghu Bei Duo had quietly climbed to over 40 on the trending topics list. Though its rank was relatively low, it was evident that this was not a result of the production team's financial investment. This was a genuine rise in popularity. When Director Chen clicked on the topic, he discovered that someone had already created a discussion regarding the Penghu Bei Duo. Within this discourse, numerous individuals had posted edited videos. The 3 videos with the highest view counts featured segments of their word-guessing game, cheesy love lines, and a little love song. The little love song video boasted the highest view count, reaching 700,000. Clearly, this was the source of their newfound popularity. Beneath the little love song video, many onlookers were inquiring, what program is this? Who is the man singing? What is the Penghu Bei Duo? Some trolls, unable to tarnish Shen Feng's reputation in the live stream, decided to shift their battleground to Weibo. Observing the inquiries from these curious onlookers, the trolls began to comment that Shen Feng was a gigolo and made various disparaging remarks about the head of Lanyu Entertainment. However, before they could even make their case, they were swiftly dismantled by Shen Feng's fans. Indeed, Shen Feng had garnered fans. Moreover, their combat prowess was astonishing. Without a doubt, Shen Feng supporters were drawn from the program Let S Day from Today, and they had only just become fans that very day. Authentic fans devoid of any insincerity. Furthermore, Shen Feng's performance in the show was nothing short of impeccable. Naturally, these fans would not tolerate any negative comments about him. They would seize every opportunity to counterattack. The trolls, unwilling to be outdone, attempted to retort, but soon realized they had little to defend themselves with. They claimed Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were merely engaging in publicity stunts. Fans promptly shared photos of the locked circle. Has your publicity stunt been ongoing since elementary school? They alleged that Shen Feng's appearance on the show was due to underhanded dealings. Fans countered with the word-guessing video. How could they be so in sync and not appear on the show together? Who is truly behind the scenes? They asserted that Shen Feng had only debuted due to connections. Fans shared Shen Feng's period drama stills and the little love song. With such looks and vocal talent, he must rely on connections to debut. How many celebrities today lack even half of his caliber? If he is a product of nepotism, what does that make other stars? By the end, several trolls began to question their very existence. One of Shen Feng's fans posed a question. Master Huikong, dear practitioners, do you genuinely harbor animosity towards Shen Feng? Do you not think that Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan bring you joy? The trolls began to contemplate. Their disparagement of Shen Feng was certainly not heartfelt. They bore no personal grudge against him. They were merely mercenaries doing their jobs. Did Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan bring them happiness? Indeed, they did. Today they have been laughing while watching the live stream, all the while crafting disparaging comments about Shen Feng. In truth, they felt a bit conflicted at that moment. Now, reflecting on it, their hearts felt even more uneasy. Money can procure many things, but it cannot buy conscience and joy. By disparaging Shen Feng, they were betraying their own conscience. Yet, watching Shen Feng brought them happiness. Thus, were they not ungrateful for criticizing the very person who brought them joy? Such dishonest earnings should not be pursued. Ultimately, those trolls directed a gesture of prayer towards the Shen Feng fan with the ID of Master Huikong. Master, we have attained enlightenment. In truth, I was merely doing this for money. I will return the funds and happily embrace being a fan and watching the live stream. Master Huikong, Umitba, well done. Understanding is sufficient. The monk will continue to pursue the live stream. Director Chen wore an expression akin to that of an elderly subway passenger fixated on their phone, observing the scene of persuasion unfolding in the comment section. Eventually, he could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Shen Feng's fans are truly formidable, while other fans may merely engage in mutual disparagement. His fans have begun to convert the trolls. The most outrageous part is, why does he have a fan who is a high monk? Director Chen clicked on Master Huikong's Weibo profile and discovered that this individual was indeed a verified and genuine high monk. The assistant director adjusted his glasses. The demographic of Shen Feng's fans is exceedingly diverse. Primarily, our romantic variety show is not as selective as singing or talent shows regarding its audience. It appeals to anyone and everyone. Moreover, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's interactions are indeed entertaining, attracting viewers ranging from 8 to 80 years old. Director Chen's mouth twitched again. May I ask, how do you know that the audience ranges from 8 to 80? Are you just making it up? The assistant director replied seriously, I am a meticulous person. My statements are always backed by evidence. I introduced the live stream to my mother and my little nephew, both of whom are watching. Director Chen. Nonetheless, Director Chen recognized that the assistant director was correct. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan exuded a strong sense of variety, possessing an abundance of wit. Most importantly, having grown up together, their interactions felt natural. Not only the viewers, but even Director Chen himself found their chemistry amusing and relaxing. Observing such a live stream, were he a viewer, he would also be inclined to share it with those around him. Thus, the word would spread from 1 to 10 and from 10 to 100, inevitably drawing a multitude of fans to Shen Feng. Typically, the fans of young idols are predominantly women in their teens, 20s, and 30s. Although Shen Feng's fan base may not yet be extensive, perhaps they have not yet garnered even a fraction of the followers that the young heartthrobs boast. Yet from men to women, from the elderly to the young, from the owner of a meat sandwich shop to esteemed monks, the diversity of their fans is truly remarkable. Such a fan ecosystem is, in fact, quite normal. Only those who can be embraced by the masses can truly be considered stars. This time, Lanyu Entertainment has struck gold. Meanwhile, Sister Lin was also scrolling through Weibo, her hands trembling. She realized that she had indeed unearthed a gem this time. Director Chen, however, felt a twinge of regret, believing that the fervor had arrived a tad too late. As the office workers finished their shifts, their live broadcast was nearing its conclusion. The tasks of several groups had been completed, albeit with varying degrees of difficulty. Some faced obstacles, while others sailed through, particularly the duo of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Having explored 3 scenic spots early on, they spent nearly the entire afternoon reveling in leisure. Although these two could generate entertainment without any tasks, Director Chen still felt a sense of loss. As evening approached, Director Chen used the intercom to inform everyone that those groups without funds for dinner could return to the lodging to collect their meals. This was the program's benevolence. Excluding Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, the other 3 groups scampered back, each clutching a box lunch, their eyes brimming with gratitude. They had never before found boxed meals so delectable. Hey, you all should hurry and check out Shen Feng's group. Quick, quick! With 3 groups returning to the lodging, the main broadcast naturally shifted its focus there. Suddenly, a comment appeared in the main live stream. Director Chen, who was collecting his boxed meal, heard the assistant director calling out, Old Chen, come quickly and see what Shen Feng and the others are up to. Director Chen hurried over. Hearing this, Jia Tenin and Li Tingting's group sensed something intriguing with Shen Feng's group and rushed to the screen. The remaining 2 groups exchanged glances and soon joined the throng, all gathering around to watch. Then, with a clatter, Jia Tenin's chopsticks fell to the floor. Chapter 38, The Dark Horse. In the Penghu Bay group's live stream, Shen Feng stood at the stove, donned in an apron, wielding a spatula in his right hand and a frying pan in his left. With a deft flick of the wrist, flames erupted from the pan, creating a stunning spectacle. I've seen chefs on TV do that, exclaimed one viewer. Is it really safe? That flame looks enormous. Another chimed in. How did it catch fire so suddenly? It's so impressive. That's a technique called flame drawing, used during high-heat stir-frying. Shen Feng's skills suggest he is quite the seasoned chef, remarked another viewer. The audience in the live stream was left dumbfounded, as were Director Chen and his team. In the brief time they took to grab their boxed meals, how had Shen Feng begun to cook so brilliantly? Director Chen quickly contacted the cameraman. who informed him that Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan had returned to the meat sandwich shop. With their remaining funds, they purchased some ingredients and borrowed the kitchen from the owner to prepare a meal. At that moment, Shen Feng had extinguished the flame and plated a dish of succulent stir-fried lamb with scallions. The sight of the glossy, richly colored dish made the viewers almost believe they could smell the savory aroma of the lamb. After a quick wash of the pan and a thorough drying, Shen Feng reignited the flame. Soon, he presented another dish, sweet and sour crispy pork, along with a plate of stir-fried shredded potatoes. Carrying the 3 plates, Shen Feng made his way to the dining area, setting them down before Jiang Wanwan. The cameraman captured close-ups of the 3 dishes, each served in small plates. As the portions were modest due to their budget of less than 30 yuan, allowing only a few ingredients. Yet, these small plates exuded an exquisite charm, resembling fine works of art, leaving viewers salivating. The cameraman himself had swallowed several times in anticipation. With the last of their money, Shen Feng purchased 2 bowls of rice from the owner, and then he and Jiang Wanwan began to eat. "Here, try this," Shen Feng said, offering a piece of meat from his chopsticks to Jiang Wanwan. She eagerly snatched it away, her expression one of pure delight. "Who would have thought that recording a variety show would allow me to taste food prepared by Fengzi? I feel so fortunate," she exclaimed. "Is it delicious?" "I'm not too familiar with this stove, so I'm unsure about the heat," Shen Feng inquired. Jiang Wanwan nodded enthusiastically and then offered him a bite of the shredded potatoes. "You should try this. It's especially good." Shen Feng smiled as he tasted it. "Feeding each other. So our dinner is essentially dog food?" One viewer commented. "What's wrong with a good buddy feeding me?" "There's nothing wrong with that," another replied. "I don't care. Even if I end up with a collar on my head tomorrow, I want to share their dog food." Another chimed in. "Feed me another bite. Please. I need a screenshot. I want a boyfriend who can cook for me too." Another lamented. "Am I the only one who noticed the key point? Shen Feng is feeding Jiang Wanwan meat, while Jiang Wanwan is feeding Shen Feng shredded potatoes. I can't take it anymore. Jiang Wanwan looks like she's enjoying it so much. I'm about to order takeout." Someone exclaimed. "Suddenly, my rice doesn't taste good anymore. I want to eat stir-fried lamb." As Director Chun and his colleagues gazed at the screen, they couldn't help but sympathize with the comments. They too found their boxed meals suddenly unappetizing. The program's budget was already tight, and the pre-packaged meals were quite basic. Although there was meat and vegetables, the portions were meager, and now the boxes were cold. In contrast, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were savoring freshly prepared dishes. The disparity was palpable. Jia Tenin even shed a tear. Seeing this, Director Chen quickly reassured him, "It's all right. I'll strive to get you better boxed meals tomorrow." Wiping his eyes, Jia Tenin replied, "I'm not crying over that. It's just that knowing Shen Feng is enjoying what should have been our hard-earned meal makes me feel so disheartened." Director Chen nodded. Indeed, it makes sense why he was so eager to earn money early this morning. He must have been planning to cook for Jiang Wanwan all along. The assistant director added, "Jia Tenin's tears are only flowing more freely now." Director Chan sighed. "Please don't be upset. I understand that they are enjoying what should have been your meal." Jia Tenin lamented, "I'm genuinely moved. I adore stir-fried lamb so much." Meanwhile, as the program's crew mourned over their boxed meals, Jiang Wanwan had already eaten her fill, her belly round and content. "So delicious. Fengzi, you are truly my eternal god." Shen Feng pulled out a napkin to wipe her mouth, and then cheerfully asked, "What do you want to eat tomorrow? Can we still order?" Jiang Wanwan's eyes lit up, but then she hesitated. "But I don't think there will be enough money tomorrow for that, right? Will we have money left for dinner tonight?" Shen Feng nodded. "I have a solution." "What solution? Isn't there still Jia Tenin?" "Ha ha ha. Little Jia has been targeted again." "Fengzi, little Jia is watching your live stream. Don't reveal your true thoughts." "Jia Tenin is already crying. Let him be." "Jia Tenin, are you polite?" Jia Tenin in front of the machine cried even louder. During dinner, I kept watching Shen Feng. He gave all the meat to Jiang Wanwan and only ate vegetables himself. Someone brought up the details from earlier when they were eating. During dinner, Shen Feng had been consuming vegetables, leaving all the meat for Jiang Wanwan. Most importantly, it seemed completely unintentional, as if it were a natural behavior. This surely wasn't a deliberate act for the show. I noticed that too, and he even meticulously picked out the scallions. Honestly, If I could have a boyfriend like Shen Feng, I would thank the heavens. Handsome, good at singing, cooking, humorous, and so attentive. I'm truly in love. I declare that I am Shen Feng's first wife fan. Who agrees? Who opposes? Wait, isn't your ID Shen Feng's #1 hater? How did you become a wife fan now? An audience member noted the ID of the person who sent that comment. Damn, I forgot to change my name after switching fandoms. How careless of me. Soon after, another ID named Shen Feng's #1 wife fan sent a comment. I declare that I am Shen Feng's first wife fan. Who agrees? Who opposes? After finishing their meal, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan strolled leisurely back to the small courtyard of the guest house. They noticed that the entire production crew was watching them with peculiar expressions. Are we late? Jiang Wanwan inquired, puzzled. No, they were just watching you have dinner. They were a bit envious because you looked like you were enjoying it too much. The assistant director approached them and led them into the courtyard. Jiang Wanwan was confused. What does it matter if we enjoyed our meal? We didn't make them watch. They chose to. The crew members nodded in agreement. Director Chen sighed and waved his hand. All right, everyone, let us behave normally. The show is about to conclude. Next, we will tally the votes and assess the completion of each group's tasks. The 4 groups stood before Director Chen. The screens of several live streams switched to the same view. Director Chen cleared his throat and said, First, we will announce the completion status of each group's tasks. The Mighty Group has completed both their joint and secret tasks. The Heavenly Path Group has completed both their joint and secret tasks. The Unpleasant Group has completed both their joint and secret tasks. However, the Penghu Bei Group has completed their joint task, but only Shen Feng has completed the secret task. Jiang Wanwan's expression had already frozen at the moment Director Chen first mentioned the secret task. Oh no, we had too much fun today and completely forgot about the secret task. My money. She weakly raised her hand. Director, can we still complete the task now? What do you think? Jiang Wanwan let her hand drop in despair. Director Chen continued. The bonus for completing the secret task has already been distributed to everyone, while the bonus for the joint tasks will be distributed tomorrow morning. Now, I will announce each group's vote results, which will determine who will receive more financial support tomorrow. The Heavenly Path Group received 55 votes. The Heavenly Path Group, being comprised of internet celebrities, did not have a large fan base, and with their somewhat oily demeanor, their vote count was low. The 2 of them had anticipated this and were not discouraged. The Mighty Group received 617 votes. The Mighty Group initially had the highest support rate, but due to their Cold War during the word-guessing challenge, fewer people voted for them. The Unpleasant Group received 357 votes. This group was inherently interesting, and with the interactions between Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, many people had started to follow them. Finally, the Penghu Bei Group. Director Chen began to gaze at Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan with a strange look. The other 3 groups also turned to look at them. According to Chen's order of reporting, the last group reported the Penghu Bei Group was expected to be in first place. Then, they heard Director Chen slowly say, the Penghu Bei Group, due to a malfunction in the voting mechanism, has recorded 0 votes. Jiang Wanwan. This is a conspiracy. Chapter 39 U2. Take a look back. Upon hearing Jiang Wanwan shout conspiracy, the audience erupted in laughter. What goes around comes around. This morning when I watched the live stream, it was the audience saying that Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng's group had a conspiracy, and by evening, it turned into Jiang Wanwan herself shouting conspiracy. This is hilarious. The director is so mischievous. Just to let you know, the director is Shen Feng's #1 hater. This morning's secret task for Shen Feng was to get beaten up by his partner. I support the director's conspiracy. Don't give Jiang Wanwan's group any money. I want to see them go broke tomorrow, huh? Director Chen was merely joking. Seeing Jiang Wanwan yelling about a conspiracy, he retorted, I've been called a conspiracy at least 100 times this morning. Do I need yours too? All right, I won't tease you anymore. I will officially announce the vote count for the Penghu Bei Group. The Penghu Bei Group, 121,981 votes. 120,000 votes. A landslide victory over the second place. Upon hearing this vote count, Jiang Wanwan was stunned. Although she knew her group's votes would be high, many of today's show effects were deliberately orchestrated by her. She was aware that Shen Feng's reputation would not be favorable, so she intentionally created interesting interactions with him, hoping to alter his image in the audience's eyes. Jiang Wanwan had thought her group's votes would only exceed Jia Tenin and Li Tingting's group by a little over 10,000 votes. She never expected it to surpass them by a staggering 100,000 votes. Is this show really that popular? Director, you can't be serious about this conspiracy. Don't let it ruin my Fengzi. Jiang Wanwan looked at Director Chen, a hint of fear in her voice. I testify, I am indeed the conspiracy. I am a hired water army for the show. Water Army 1. Water Army 2. I'm the leader of the Water Army. The comments flooded in with playful banter. Of course, there were also those shipping the couple. My Fengzi, Wanwan said my family. Did you all hear that? Nonsense. Obviously my Fengzi. He's my husband. Nonsense. He clearly belongs to Jiang Wanwan. She is from my family. Nonsense. Jiang Wanwan is from my family. Nonsense. He is from my family. Director Chen looked sternly at Jiang Wanwan. Do you truly see me as someone who orchestrates conspiracies? Indeed, Jiang Wanwan sincerely nodded. Director Chen, I can't be bothered with you. All right, now that each group's votes have been announced, it is undeniable that the Penghu Bei group has achieved a remarkable first place. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Path group regrettably secured fourth place. Tomorrow, the Penghu Bei duo will receive a financial subsidy of $10, while, regrettably, the Tianlu group will not receive any assistance. Director Chen concluded his announcement with a wave of his hand. I hereby declare that the first day of recording for Let's Date starting today has officially come to an end. Let us all eagerly anticipate tomorrow's tasks. Good night, everyone. As the live stream abruptly ended, the audience in the chat room erupted in lamentations. I'm a VIP. I've paid for this, and I demand to see the subsequent paid content. Can we film them while they sleep? I'll pay you. I'll give you all my money. Don't end it yet. I arrived late. Please stream for a few more minutes. It's not even midnight. How can a recording end now? Can't you all be a bit more dedicated? The audience was filled with despair. Suddenly, they noticed that the previously black screen flickered back to life. Immediately, they saw Jia Tenin and Li Tingting sneakily waving at the camera. Hey, I'm Jia Tenin. Can you hear me? I'm Li Tingting. Is anyone still watching? Yes. I'm here. The director had just assigned them an extra task to clandestinely capture the post-broadcast lives of other pairs. I'm not interested in anyone else, but since Shangge has already swindled me out of so much money today, I certainly want to let him off the hook. Who supports me in filming the Penghu Bei duo? Give me a 1. Jia Tenin chuckled. Director Chen was also reluctant to let go of today's high viewership. Thus, he paired Jia Tenin and Li Tingting, who had a good rapport with Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan for this escapade. 111, 111, 1111, 1111, the awful duo forever. Hurry. Jia Tenin and Li Tingting, camera in tow, stealthily approached Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's room. At that moment, within Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's chamber, having concluded their live stream, they naturally retrieved their respective mobile phones. The first thing Jiang Wanwan did upon returning to her room was to open the live streaming platform. She wanted to see if there were really that many people watching the broadcast. To her astonishment, upon opening the platform, she found Jia Tenin and Li Tingting's faces filling the screen, chattering away with the primary point being that they intended to sneakily film her and Shen Feng. Jiang Wanwan quickly tugged at Shen Feng. Fengzi, look, Jia Tenin and the others are coming to spy on us. Shen Feng glanced at the phone screen and suddenly inquired, Wanwan, what do you want to eat tomorrow? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Jiang Wanwan responded, puzzled. If you want something ordinary, I'll find a way to extort Jia Tenin and the others. And if I want something extravagant, Shen Feng shrugged. Then I'll extort the director again. Jiang Wanwan. Then I want something extravagant. Shen Feng leaned in closer to Jiang Wanwan and whispered a few words in her ear. Jiang Wanwan's expression grew increasingly animated. Finally, she nodded emphatically. I didn't expect you to be even more cunning than me. Shen Feng replied, well, that is thanks to you, Wangge. The two devised a plan and then quietly turned off the lights in their room. Jia Tenin and Li Tingting stealthily approached the door of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's room. Li Tingting, leading the way, cracked the door open slightly. Jia Tenin poked the camera through the small opening. It's so dark, Li Tingting remarked. ISNT the light on. Are they perhaps engaged in something thrilling? I'm an adult. I want to see what happens next. Hurry in, hurry in. Li Tingting and Jia Tenon exchanged glances. Then, with a decisive push, Li Tingting swung the door wide open. Jia Tenon, in a flash, switched on the room lights. However, to their astonishment, the room was utterly empty. They entered with confusion. But as soon as they did, the door slammed shut behind them. Even more startling, the lights abruptly went out. Not only were Li Tingting and Jia Tenon startled, but the viewers were taken aback as well. What's going on? Is there a ghost? ISNT, this a dating show? Why is it suddenly so terrifying? Wanga, save me. Naturally, Jia Tenon and Li Tingting were equally frightened. Jia Tenon stammered, Li Tingting, why did you suddenly turn off the lights? Li Tingting trembled in response. I didn't turn off the lights. Hey, don't touch me. Jia Tenon was bewildered. We're both holding the camera. I'm not touching you. Don't grab my arm. Li Tingting. I didn't touch you at all. Jia Tenon. Li Tingting. The two seemed to realize something and fell silent. Meanwhile, the audience could hear a voice through their microphones. A voice that clearly did not belong to either of them. You two, turn around and look. Chapter 40. Given that you are the director, I will offer you a friendly price. As Jia Tenon and Li Tingting were startled and turned around, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan had already turned on the lights behind them. Upon seeing who it was, Jia Tenon and Li Tingting were relieved from fainting outright. What do you want? Jia Tenon stuttered. Jiang Wanwan glared at him. It's not what I want. It's what you two want. Sneaking around with a camera late at night to spy on us, huh? Li Tingting whimpered. It's not what we wanted. It's the director who arranged this for us. Shen Feng stepped forward, gazing at them. The director arranged this for you? Jia Tenon and Li Tingting nodded vigorously. Shen Feng chuckled. I accidentally opened our live stream earlier and heard someone say, this is an extra task from the director, right? Jia Tenon nodded again. Shen Feng continued. Then this extra task must come with extra compensation, right? Jia Tenon nodded once more. However, he quickly realized something was amiss and shook his head hastily. No bonus. Really none. Beside them, Jiang Wanwan let out a cold laugh. She approached Jia Tenon and said, Little Jia, hand over the bonus, and we will let you go today. If not, you two can forget about leaving. Jia Tenon trembled in fear as he looked at her. Live streaming. I warn you, don't do anything excessive to us. Jiang Wanwan snatched the camera from his hands and set it in a suitable position, ensuring the audience could clearly see what they were about to do to Jia Tenon. At that moment, Shen Feng produced a length of rope from somewhere and bound Jia Tenon's hands. He then removed Jia Tenon's shoes. Jiang Wanwan, too, seemed to have procured a beetle from nowhere and stuffed it into Jia Tenon's sock. The beetle crawled up to the sole of Jia Tenon's foot. Then, it tickles so much. Please take it out. Get out, ha ha. Jia Tenon's cries of despair echoed through the room, like a slaughtered pig. Jiang Wanwan emitted a cold chuckle reminiscent of a bandit leader. Bring forth the prize money, and I shall release it. At that moment, the livestream audience was left in stunned silence. Is this a dating show? Am I watching the wrong program? Does this count as vigilante justice? I previously questioned whether Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were truly mischievous as children. Now, I have no doubts whatsoever. Little Jia is doomed, caught in the clutches of the circle lock couple. Doesn't that spell disaster? Ha ha. Poor Jia. This show is filled with hilarious moments. Does anyone have today's recording? I need to catch up on what I missed. Jia Tenon was almost laughing too hard to speak, intermittently exclaiming, I truly have no money. The funds haven't been distributed yet. Ha ha. Observing this, Shen Feng approached Li Tingting, holding a beetle in his hand. Li Tingting shuddered and hastily exclaimed, Brother Shen, calm down. We genuinely have no money, truly. The director promised us a reward of 15 yuan if we completed this additional task. However, he stated that we would only be compensated after the task is accomplished, so we haven't received anything yet. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng exchanged glances. Jiang Wanwan then stepped into the camera's view, cleared her throat, and adopted the demeanor of a kidnapper. Director Chun, listen closely. Jia Tenon and Li Tingting are now firmly in our grasp. If you wish to rescue them, deliver the 15 yuan reward to us. Otherwise, Director Chun, watching the live broadcast, was utterly dumbfounded. He had initially intended to orchestrate a small additional activity after the broadcast to capitalize on the current audience engagement. Who could have anticipated that Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng would stage such a spectacle? Ha ha ha, this is absolutely incredible. A show that threatens the director by taking guests hostage. This is a first for me. Another iconic moment. Today's episode is overflowing with memorable scenes. This show is destined to be a hit. I can't handle it. Jiang Wanwan's earnest portrayal as a robber is about to make me burst with laughter. Thank goodness Jiang Wanwan pursued acting, or her demeanor would undoubtedly classify her as a female bandit. The audience reveled in the excitement and laughter. Meanwhile, Director Chun could only silently clutch the 15 yuan as he made his way to Shen Feng at Jiang Wanwan's room. It was a simple exchange, cash for captives. Once they received the money, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan promptly released their hostages. Director Chun exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the duo still had some sense of propriety. Convinced that they were somewhat reasonable, he instructed the crew to remove the cameras from the room. However, before the staff could approach, Shen Feng intervened, stating coolly, "The 15 yuan just exchanged was for the ransom. This camera is now our trophy. If you wish to reclaim it, you'll need to offer additional compensation." "How much more?" Director Chun inquired. "This model I just checked is the EESC 550 mark, priced at 98,000. Shen Feng tapped the camera lightly. "Considering you're my director, I'll offer you a friendly price of 97,000. Director Chun. He wished to retract his earlier judgment. These two had no sense of propriety. They were nothing but thieves. "No way. Our production team is quite impoverished. You shall not extort such an amount from us." Director Chun grimaced as he spoke. Jiang Wanwan's eyes darted, and she suddenly inquired, "So, Director, what is the maximum amount we could extract from you?" "No more than 5. No. You won't be getting a single cent." Director Chun glared. "Well, then we'll just sell this camera online as secondhand," Jiang Wanwan declared, pulling out her phone as if genuinely preparing to sell it. Reluctantly, Director Chun conceded, "All right, I'll give you 30 yuan as tomorrow's additional allowance. Is that acceptable?" Jiang Wanwan grinned. Just as Director Chun believed she would acquiesce, her smile abruptly vanished. 96,000. You must be dreaming. At most 35. 95,000. 44. And that's my final offer. 94,000. 45. Does that work for you? Fengzi, we might as well sell it secondhand. Director Chun. 50. I'll give you 50. Is that satisfactory? It truly cannot exceed that. Otherwise, our show will be in jeopardy. Jiang Wanwan pondered briefly before asking Shen Feng, "Can we prepare a lavish meal with 50 yuan? That should suffice for the two of us," he replied. With this, Jiang Wanwan nodded, beaming as she accepted the 50 yuan from the visibly pained Director Chun. Shen Feng returned the camera to Director Chun, who wasted no time in fleeing with it. Seemingly fearing that if he lingered, he too would be held hostage by the duo. These two were simply diabolical. Chapter 41. The Circle Law couple is forever. In the live broadcast room, even after Director Chun had a stern face and ended the stream, the barrage of comments continued unabated for several minutes. There was no helping it. This last segment was simply too entertaining. In my lifetime, having watched countless variety shows, this is the first time I've witnessed a show extorting the director. Haha, Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng are true geniuses. Are they seeking revenge for the director's earlier trickery in reducing their votes to 0? I believe they merely wish to scam some money for tomorrow's meals. Did anyone record this segment? I need to watch it again. It's too entertaining. I was exhausted after a long day at work, nearly driven mad by my boss. Coming home to this show has left me in stitches. I'm going to catch up on the replay. Peng Hu Bei duo is forever. I'm going to edit a cut of the two of them. It's too amusing. Hurry and edit, we want to see. Jiang Wanwan was thrilled as she scrolled through the comments, astonished by the overwhelmingly positive feedback. Fengzi, it seems we performed quite well today. Jiang Wanwan had genuinely feared that after the broadcast, many would still criticize Shen Feng. But now, it appeared her concerns were entirely unfounded. Shen Feng, however, had not been monitoring the comments, for his phone was buzzing incessantly. Curious, Jiang Wanwan leaned in and asked, "Fengzi, what's happening?" Shen Feng sighed with a wry smile. "Our elementary school group, middle school group, and high school group are all bombarding me with messages. Even my college roommates are incessantly asking how I debuted and how I'm still your childhood friend. Jiang Wanwan curiously opened the QQ group, puzzled. I'm also in the elementary and middle school groups. Why hasn't anyone mentioned me? Because everyone sees you regularly on television, so it's no longer a novelty. Shen Feng reasoned. Jiang Wanwan found this to make sense, then asked, so how do you plan to respond to them? It seems they keep asking indefinitely. After a moment's thought, Shen Feng ultimately sent out a red envelope worth 100 yuan, with the password being Fortune King Relay. A string of messages about the Fortune King Relay flooded the screen. Immediately, someone shouted, "Who is the Fortune King? Step forward." The Fortune King silently sent out a second red envelope. Soon, several groups were inundated with red envelopes. Shen Feng muted the group notifications. Upon witnessing Shen Feng subdue the gossip mongers in the group with a mere red envelope, Jiang Wanwan could not help but exclaim, "Brilliant!" Shen Feng smiled as he playfully pinched her nose, teasing, "Where did this little kitten come from?" In response, Jiang Wanwan bit down on his hand. "Spare me. You're a tiger, a fierce tigress, all right?" she remarked, biting down harder. It was only after Shen Feng called out one go several times that she finally released him. Then, pulling Shen Feng along, she urged, Come, Fengzi, let us check out the barrage in the live stream. So many are praising us." Shen Feng readily seated himself beside Jiang Wanwan, leaning against the headboard with her. As she extended her phone towards him, her body tilted closer. Naturally, Shen Feng reached out, enveloping her in an embrace, and said with a smile, "All right, let's watch together." Jiang Wanwan's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she feigned ignorance, reading aloud the amusing comments from the live stream. Shen Feng, while gazing at her, responded with affirmatives, indicating he was listening. As her face grew increasingly crimson, suddenly, her phone smacked against Shen Feng's face. "You're just grunting. You haven't been looking at the phone. You've been staring at me." Shen Feng helplessly caught the phone. "It's not that I've been looking at you. It's simply that you Jiang Wanwan," her face aflame, interjected before he could finish. "Don't you dare say I'm prettier than the phone with that glitch line. I've heard enough cheesy pickup lines for one day." Shen Feng retorted, "It's simply because your head is too big. It's blocking my view." Jiang Wanwan. She swiftly grabbed a pillow from the bed and pressed it onto Shen Feng's head. The two engaged in playful banter until they eventually settled down. Jiang Wanwan, panting from the exertion, snatched the phone from Shen Feng. "I'm done playing. I'm going to check Weibo. With so many viewers today, there should be some discussions going on." As she opened Weibo, she was surprised to find the Penghu Bei group trending within the top 20. Their essay trending topic. It's ranked so high. Did Linjie buy it? Jiang Wanwan pondered, curious enough to click in. What she discovered left her astounded. The activity surrounding this trending topic far exceeded her expectations. Jiang Wanwan initially believed that Linjie had merely purchased the trend, but upon entering, she found it teeming with real people. Various clips of her and Shen Feng from the show, along with numerous discussions about the two of them, flooded the feed. Every refresh brought forth new content. Even the video of them blackmailing the director mere minutes ago had been swiftly edited and posted within the topic, accumulating over 20,000 views in just a short while. Jiang Wanwan knew that even her own videos could not garner such attention. Her eyes gleamed with excitement. "Fengzi, it seems you become quite the sensation." Shen Feng pointed to the words Penghu Bei on her phone screen, correcting her. "It's us who are on fire." Jiang Wanwan rolled her eyes. "I was already quite popular. Thank you very much." Indeed, you are the most popular," Shen Feng replied, indulging her pride. After browsing Weibo, Jiang Wanwan noticed a lack of negativity towards Shen Feng, and with the CP fans of the Penghu Bei group gaining momentum, she felt satisfied and was about to exit. However, before she could, one particular ID captured her attention. Circle Lock Couple YYDS. Circle Lock Couple? What is that? She wondered. Is it a new couple duo in the entertainment circle that I haven't heard of? As she pondered, she noticed several users under the topic sporting the Circle Lock Couple ID. Jiang Wanwan was puzzled. She was certain that in her previous life, she had never heard of such a pair. Why were so many users with this ID commenting under her and Fengzi's topic? Were they forming a group? Curiosity piqued. Jiang Wanwan decided to inquire. using a secondary account to message the circle lock couple YYDS. Big Bull. Hey sister, can you tell me what your ID means? Is the circle lock couple a newly formed duo? The circle lock couple YYDS clearly was also an avid Weibo user. Almost immediately after Jiang Wanwan's inquiry, they replied, Circle lock couple YYDS. Huh? You haven't heard? It refers to the CP pairing of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan from the show Let S Start Dating Today that aired today. Both Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng were left bewildered. Big Bull. Their CP pairing ISNT called Penghu Bei. Circle lock couple YYDS. Oh dear sister. You clearly don't follow Weibo much. The name Penghu Bei refers to the brotherly bond between Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, while the circle lock couple signifies their romantic relationship. Big Bull. What brotherly bond? What romance? I lost internet connection today. Can you explain further? Thus, the circle lock couple YYDS elaborated on the distinctions between Penghu Bei and the circle lock couple. Circle lock couple YYDS. Earlier today, someone claiming to be a classmate of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan shared childhood photos of them, stating they were true buddies. Hence, those who support the Penghu Bei group are fans of the brotherly bond. Circle lock couple YYDS. However, we, as shippers, cannot accept such a simple brotherly relationship. We seek the sweetness of love. Therefore, we firmly believe that Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan are truly in love. Circle lock couple YYDS. Then, those buddy fans brought up the incident where Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan locked 6 bike locks on their teacher's bicycle during their childhood. Circle lock couple YYDS. They claim that we, who insist on shipping Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's romance, will eventually have our heads locked away by the couple. Circle lock couple YYDS. Thus, the CP pairing for their love was dubbed the circle lock couple. Shen Feng, Jiang Wanwan. The two were utterly taken aback by the bizarre origins of their CP name. Shen Feng had thought that Jiang Wanwan's choice of Penghu Bei was already absurd enough, only to find that the fans had outdone even her. Truly, fans reflect their idols, Shen Feng mused. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan murmured softly, 6 locks? Why do I remember there being 9? Shen Feng, Wangu, perhaps your focus is misplaced. Chapter 42, attempting to provoke him. Jiang Wanwan expressed her gratitude to the circle lock couple YYDS, who enthusiastically sent her a plethora of sweet moments compiled by their fellow shippers. They even included many delightful fan edits. In short, they ardently promoted the circle lock couple to Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Both Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng felt a mix of emotions as they consumed their own dog food, especially upon seeing discussions about whether the circle lock couple would sleep in one bed or two. Although the production team had only arranged one room for each CP, it was merely a show. They could not genuinely make the male and female guests share a bed. Thus, every room contained 2 single beds. Previously, when Jiatenen covertly filmed Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan in their room, the layout of the room was inadvertently revealed. Consequently, numerous fans of the circle lock couple began to engage in heated debates with fans of Penghu Bei. The latter group firmly believed that Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan would never share a bed, while the former was convinced that they would indeed sleep together. Some even penned elaborate essays depicting the two squeezed onto a single bed, leading to various scenarios and, eventually, paid content. Jiang Wanwan's face flushed crimson as she vehemently commented on one such essay. Are you dreaming? They would never share a bed. Shen Feng raised an eyebrow, suddenly leaning closer to Jiang Wanwan and whispering, What? Don't you want to sleep in the same bed as me? Sleep on what? 2 people on a single bed would be suffocating. Jiang Wanwan retorted, her cheeks still burning. She playfully punched Shen Feng and exclaimed, And we're still recording a show. Can you refrain from thinking such odd thoughts? Shen Feng sighed, adopting a pitiful demeanor as he lamented, Some people are just like that. Before they win you over, they're all enthusiasm, dragging you to get a marriage certificate. After they've got you, they sleep together once and then grow tired, abandoning you and seeking reasons to distance themselves. Jiang Wanwan's eyes widened in disbelief. Can you please refrain from making such absurd statements? I have never slept with you. There's no growing tired or abandoning. Shen Feng shrugged, once at your villa, once at mine. Can that not be considered sleeping together? Isn't it merely sharing a bed? Jiang Wanwan protested. Shen Feng, however, wore a perplexed expression. How is that not sleeping together? Is your understanding of sleeping different from mine? What do you think it means? Jiang Wanwan pressed her lips together. She recognized Shen Feng was feigning ignorance but feeling bashful. She was at a loss for words to silence him. Instead, she seized a pillow and stuffed it against his mouth. In the end, Shen Feng was unsuccessful in sharing a bed with Jiang Wanwan. Her reasoning was quite sound. The mischievous production team might concoct some unexpected twists during the night. What if they staged a surprise raid in the middle of the night? Thus, Shen Feng's plans ultimately came to naught. The following morning, they both rose punctually, heading to the courtyard to report in. At precisely 8 o'clock, the second day of the live broadcast for Let Us Start Dating officially commenced. Since Shen Feng had engaged in some rather audacious antics the previous day, his pockets were bulging, coupled with the morning allowances. The Penghu Bei duo had a total of $75 at their disposal for the day. The other guest pairs watched with tears in their eyes. Wasn't this supposed to be a survival romance variety show? It seemed that the three other pairs were tasked with survival, while Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were solely responsible for romance. With a full wallet, Jiang Wanwan decided to find a breakfast shop to indulge in a meal. As she perused the menu, her mind began to churn with ideas. Drawing from yesterday's experience, Jiang Wanwan resolved to complete her secret mission, to irritate her partner just once. Ordering seemed like an excellent opportunity. Suddenly, she thrust the menu towards Shen Feng. "Fengzi, I'm unsure of what to eat. You choose." Shen Feng raised an eyebrow. "You're actually at a loss for what to eat? How unusual." He took the menu, glanced at it, and said, "You love tofu pudding? How about I order you a serving?" Jiang Wanwan swallowed, her mouth watering at the thought of tofu pudding, one of her favorite breakfasts. But remembering her secret task, she quickly suppressed her excitement and awkwardly replied, "Tofu pudding is all soup. How can that fill me up? Let us order a sesame cake instead." "What is so special about sesame cake? Can't you pick something better? How about a meat sandwich? What do you think?" "Good. No, wait, that one do. We just had it yesterday. I'll grow tired of it." Shen Feng flipped to another page of the menu. "Then how about a basket of the specialty dumplings here?" Jiang Wanwan swallowed again, then quietly murmured, "I don't really like dumplings." Shen Feng, exasperated, handed the menu back to Jiang Wanwan. "Then why don't you take another look and see what you want?" Jiang Wanwan huffed. "I'm easygoing. Why is it so difficult for you to pick a breakfast? You're so indecisive. Are you even a man?" Shen Feng. "Ha ha." Fengzi is rendered speechless. This is the standard dialogue between me and my girlfriend. It cracks me up. Every time I ask her what she wants to eat, she says whatever, and when I suggest something, she has complaints. Wanwan seems to be trying to irritate Shen Feng to complete her mission. Haha. I fear Wanwan may be disappointed. She might not complete her task today at all. This is hilarious. The production team is so mischievous, deliberately assigning this task to Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. I wonder if Jiang Wanwan would collapse if she saw Shen Feng's task. In a live broadcast, viewers could see the secret tasks assigned to both Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan's task was to irritate her partner once, while Shen Feng's task was to refrain from getting angry with his partner throughout the day. It was evident that the production team had orchestrated this. Thus, as Jiang Wanwan attempted to provoke Shen Feng, the audience was in fits of laughter. One could not deny that this production team had a knack for creating engaging content. Meanwhile, Director Chun, watching Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, let out a cold chuckle. "Dare to trick me? Then don't blame me for returning the favor. Let you know what it means to be outsmarted." After hearing Jiang Wanwan's words, Shen Feng fell silent for a moment. Ultimately, he didn't get angry. Instead, he ordered a serving of tofu pudding, a basket of specialty dumplings, and a meat sandwich. As Jiang Wanwan devoured her food, she muttered, her words contradicting her actions. "You've ordered all the things I don't like. Can you please swallow before you speak? The way you're gobbling it down lacks credibility." One viewer couldn't help but critique Jiang Wanwan's eating habits. Shen Feng nodded, then, with a humble expression, asked, "So what do you like to eat? I'll order for you next time." Jiang Wanwan glared at him. "You don't even know what I like to eat, yet you still ask me. You clearly don't care about me." Shen Feng, with a resigned shrug, replied, "Yeah, I've realized I don't know what you like to eat at all. I had planned to make you braised ribs and fried shrimp tonight, but now I'm reconsidering. What if you don't like it? How about I just give you the money, and you can order whatever you want for dinner? How does that sound? Jiang Wanwan's expression froze. She chewed her food awkwardly, struggling to swallow. Then, with a pitiful gaze directed at Shen Feng, she pleaded, "Can you just pretend I didn't say anything just now, please?" Shen Feng shook his head. Jiang Wanwan's expression turned even more pitiable. "Fengzi, no, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been difficult. I was wrong. I want fried shrimp for dinner. I'm begging you." She backed down. She backed down. In her delusion, Jiang Wanwan believed she had captured Shen Feng's heart. But in reality, it was Shen Feng who had ensnared her appetite. Shen Feng's maneuver was a masterstroke. Chapter 43. Am I leaving then? After finishing breakfast, Jiang Wanwan strolled down the street, her emotions in turmoil. To fulfill her covert mission, she needed to provoke Shen Feng. However, to safeguard her dinner plans, she could not afford to anger him. Jiang Wanwan was beginning to develop a headache. Noticing Jiang Wanwan lost in thought with her head bowed, Shen Feng suddenly leaned closer to her, discreetly silencing his microphone as he murmured softly to her. "What are they saying? Get closer to eavesdrop." "Ah, they're so close. Why not just kiss already? Fans, please maintain decorum. Photographer, move in closer. I want to hear their whispers." Director Chun hastily cautioned the photographer, sensing that these two rascals were up to no good and must not be afforded the opportunity for conspiracy. However, by the time the photographer approached, the clandestine exchange between Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan had concluded, both appearing as if nothing had transpired. "Ah, how unfortunate. We missed what they said. Ah, so regrettable. The didn't kiss. I wonder what they discussed." Their expressions seem unchanged. Nonetheless, with my woman-s intuition, I sense Wanwan is quite irate, and it likely isn't directed at Fengzi. With my 50 vision, I also discern this, particularly as I observed Jiang Wanwan's fists clenching. The audience felt a sense of impending misfortune, though they remained unaware of who would be the unfortunate one. In truth, Shen Feng had not spoken much to Jiang Wanwan, merely exchanging a few rapid words. "Shen Feng, is your task to make me angry?" Jiang Wanwan, how did you know? Shen Feng, am I not familiar with you? Jiang Wanwan, then why don't you pretend to be angry? Shen Feng, because my task is to refrain from being angry with you today. Jiang Wanwan, is the director that heartless? Shen Feng, indeed, but I have my ways to handle him. Let us return to the inn shortly, and then. Jiang Wanwan nodded, her small fists clenched. Meanwhile, Director Chun, observing the screen in the inn courtyard, felt an inexplicable shiver run down his spine. It seemed as though he had suddenly become the focus of someone's gaze. Rubbing his hands together, he murmured, "Could it be that Shen Feng has discovered the nature of the secret task I assigned to Jiang Wanwan?" Suddenly, he shook his head. No, even if they know, what of it? Their tasks are mutually exclusive. Ultimately, only one can complete the secret mission. Having been swindled out of so much money yesterday, he was determined to exact some form of retribution today. The assistant director, overhearing Chen's mutterings, nudged his glasses and pointed at the screen. "Look where they've gone." Director Chun glanced at the screen, only to discover that not only were Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan present, but so was he and his equipment. Realization dawned, and he looked up in astonishment, only to find Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan had somehow returned to the inn courtyard, standing right before him. A polite yet awkward smile crept onto Director Chen's face. "Ah, little Shen and Wanwan, what brings you back?" He felt a twinge of guilt. Yet soon, he regained his composure. After all, he was the director. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan exchanged glances, and after a silent communication, Jiang Wanwan feigned grievance. "Fengzi, the 50 yuan Shen gave me yesterday was counterfeit." Upon hearing this, Shen Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Director Chun, exclaiming, "Chun Ming, you, of all people as a director, providing counterfeit currency for a mere 50 yuan. Do you possess no decency? How dare you deceive a young lady? Do you truly believe you are beyond reproach?" Director Chun was taken aback. Having directed for so long, he had always been the one to shout at artists. This was the first time he found himself on the receiving end of such ire. His temper flared. Just because I'm a tiger doesn't mean you can treat me like a sickly cat. He stood up, ready to refute Shen Feng, only to see Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan grasping nearby stools. Remembering their notorious childhood exploits and last night's antics, his anger swiftly dissipated. He obediently returned to his seat, smiling cheerfully. Let us remain civilized, shall we? You must grant me some respect. I am, after all, the director. If we escalate this too far, how can you both remain in this show? Jiang Wanwan raised an eyebrow. Then I shall take my leave? Director Chen glanced at the tens of thousands of online viewers in the Penghu Bay livestream, then at the meager 10,000 in other channels. Quickly, he exclaimed, Don't go, don't go. What if I leave? Would that suffice? Director Chen realized that if he left, the assistant director could still manage the filming. But if Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng departed, the show would likely collapse. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan huffed, placing the stool down and sitting with her legs crossed. Resembling a female mob boss, Shen Feng settled beside her, turning to Director Chen with a softened tone. We want to leave, and you needn't depart either. Just compensate us with another 50 for the counterfeit you provided yesterday. Director Chen, hands in pockets, retorted, That's impossible. Furthermore, how could the 50 I gave you yesterday possibly be counterfeit? You must provide evidence. Shen Feng shrugged. There's no evidence, as I merely made that up. Director Chen. Yet Shen Feng suddenly extended his hand. If you want to give 50, surely you can spare 5, yes? Director Chen stared at him. No. You cannot simply extend your hand and demand money. On what ground should I give you 5 yuan? I have dignity, you know, if you continue to press me. Even if I were to leave, you would receive nothing. Ha ha ha, uttering the most pitiable words with the most defiant tone. You are, after all, the director. Can you not exhibit some backbone? I'm dying of laughter. The only ones capable of driving the director away must surely be this pair. I suddenly feel immense sympathy for the director. He is as unfortunate as Jayatina. Thus, the true meaning of the survival romance variety show is, in fact, the director's struggle for survival. Shen Feng, however, maintained an earnest demeanor. I'm not demanding money. I'm merely presenting a logical argument. Director Chen. Why did he seem so incredulous? Shen Feng continued. The 5 yuan I seek is a reward for Wanwan's successful completion of her secret mission. That should pose no issue. An issue? A significant one. Director Chen exclaimed, slapping his thigh. When did she accomplish her task? You didn't lose your temper with her, did you? No. You have been the one expressing your ire. Shen Feng produced Jiang Wanwan's task card, waving it in front of Director Chen. This is your own writing. Take a look. Wanwan's secret task was to provoke her partner once. It never stipulated that I must be the one to express anger towards her. Shen Feng maintained an air of reasonableness, asserting, indeed, Jiang Wanwan did provoke me earlier. That is indisputable. However, my ire was directed solely at you. Therefore, I would appreciate it if you could hand over 5 yuan. Oh, and please prepare another 5 for later, to be given to me upon the completion of my task this evening. Director Chen regarded the task card in Shen Feng's hand with a complex expression, his lips quivering in agitation. How careless, how thoughtless, how utterly outrageous. Incredible. I never anticipated this tactic. I initially believed Shen Feng was genuinely infuriated. He startled me for a moment, only to discover it was all intentional. To dare to employ such a strategy against the couple. The director must be oblivious to their childhood antics. Poor director, ruthless Shen Feng, I'm enamored. I felt a moment of sympathy for the director, then burst into laughter. Ultimately, Director Chen could only silently produce 5 yuan and hand it over to Shen Feng. Yet, when Shen Feng accepted the money, Director Chen hesitated, reluctant to release his grip on a corner of the bill. After a brief standoff, Director Chen suddenly regained his composure, fixing a piercing gaze on Shen Feng, as if he had just seized upon a crucial weakness. Not so fast. Shen Feng, Jiang Wanwan, I have caught you in a blunder. You shall not walk away with this 5 yuan. Ha ha ha. None of you will accomplish your secret tasks today. After enduring considerable frustration, Director Chen finally found the courage to stand his ground. He felt as if he were transforming into a battle-hardened warrior, ready to vanquish all adversaries. Chapter 44. The True Survival Challenge begins. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were momentarily taken aback. What had caused this sudden transformation in Director Chen? Had he truly uncovered some oversight or weakness that they were unaware of? Oh, the director has become formidable. The director is asserting his dominance. The director is about to unleash his wrath. They then heard Director Chen coldly remark, "Classmates Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, if my memory serves me correctly, I stated at the onset of yesterday morning's recording that secret tasks must remain confidential. Partners must not be privy to them, or else they become null and void. You two were clearly whispering to each other earlier, sharing your secret tasks, were you not?" Director Chen beamed with self-satisfaction. "Thus, not only will this 5 yuan remain with me, but Shen Feng shall also not receive the additional 5 yuan tonight." Jiang Wanwan felt a twinge of guilt, for they had indeed been surreptitiously discussing their respective secret tasks. She never anticipated that Director Chen would catch them in this act. This was disastrous. Not only would they be unable to retaliate against Director Chen, but they would also be at his mercy. Jiang Wanwan turned to Shen Feng, only to find him remarkably composed. "Do you have any evidence?" he inquired. "One must speak with evidence. This is a principle you yourself just articulated, Director." Director Chen stammered. "You both were so overt in your conduct. Is evidence even necessary?" Shen Feng maintained his demeanor of reasonableness, earnestly addressing Director Chen. "In truth, I have merely been able to conjecture what Jiang Wanwan's task might entail. I have never confirmed it. For instance, if I purchased a lottery ticket at random and won 5 million, could that be construed as me having prior knowledge of the winning numbers? If I guessed all the exam questions correctly and achieved a perfect score, would that indicate I cheated? No, it would merely signify good fortune, a fortunate coincidence. I, too, cannot assert with certainty what Jiang Wanwan's task is, so I merely took a wild guess, and unexpectedly, I guessed correctly." Director Chen struggled to respond, ultimately grinding his teeth as he declared, "I do not believe you. You cannot wriggle your way out of this. You must have communicated your secret tasks to Jiang Wanwan during that exchange. Where's your evidence? If you had no guilty conscience, why would you need a whisper?" Shen Feng regarded Director Chen with curiosity. "Did you, Director, proclaim your affections for your wife while broadcasting it through a loudspeaker?" Director Chen gaped at Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. "So you were confessing just now?" "No," they replied. "Then what was the point of your chatter?" Director Chen retorted angrily. "I was merely using an example to counter your argument. You could present a counterexample of your own." Shen Feng shrugged. "In any case, unless you possess evidence proving that Jiang Wanwan and I divulged task-related information during that quiet exchange, the 5 yuan should rightfully be returned to me." Director Chen was in a peculiar state of discomfort. He knew with certainty that Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were up to something. Yet, he found himself unable to outmaneuver them. It was infuriating. Finally, Director Chen clenched his jaw and declared to Shen Feng, "I refuse. I say no, and that is final. Even without evidence, I am certain you have violated the rules. I will not part with this money." Shen Feng replied, "Then I shall take my leave." As he spoke, he began to remove his equipment with swift precision. Director Chen exclaimed in frustration, "You rascal! You scoundrel! Fine, take it. Just take it." Shen Feng, satisfied, accepted the 5 yuan from Director Chen and walked away hand in hand with Jiang Wanwan. Director Chen fumed silently, trembling in his seat, unable to articulate a single word. The barrage of comments flooded in, expressing sympathy for him. The assistant director patted Director Chen on the shoulder. "It's merely 5 yuan. Why the fuss?" Director Chen begrudgingly replied, "This is about more than just 5 yuan. It is a matter of dignity. The dignity of a director." The assistant director pondered for a moment and offered a feeble consolation. "I am not particularly adept at offering comfort, but I believe that such trivial matters should not compromise your dignity." "Really?" Director Chen was taken aback. "Yes, because your dignity was already lost last night." Director Chen, "If you're not good at comforting, then perhaps it's best not to do so. Otherwise, I might find it difficult not to consider you an ally of Shen Feng." The assistant director sighed. After a moment of reflection, he attempted to reassure him. "In truth, Shen Feng and his group are likely just aiming for the sake of entertainment. You are their senior and the director. They could not possibly intend to genuinely upset you. Correct? Director Chen found some merit in this reasoning. Indeed, it was merely a program, a jest, an attempt at entertainment. Why should he be so irate? He took a deep breath, intending to adjust his mindset. Just then, the live stream from Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's room echoed with their conversation. So, how does it feel to have taken revenge on the director? It feels fantastic. Director Chen, what utter nonsense. Their intentions were entirely sincere. The filming at the tourist town lasted a total of 3 days. However, this did not signify the conclusion of the program. Rather, it indicated a change of location for upcoming shoots. Before the live broadcast concluded on the 3rd day, Director Chen announced to the 4 groups of guests that they would be transitioning to a new filming site. Starting tomorrow, our filming location will shift to the city of Lanyu County. A new Qingda shopping mall has recently been constructed there and is set to officially open. We will conduct our subsequent recordings during the trial operation phase. Upon hearing the news of the location change, everyone erupted in cheers. It was not that the tourist town was unfavorable. Rather, the cost of living here was relatively high, and surviving in such an environment proved to be quite a challenge. Of course, this did not apply to Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's group. However, Director Chen's next words sent the crowd into a chorus of lamentations. Regrettably, I must convey some unfortunate news to everyone. Due to the limited availability of vehicles, the 4 groups of guests will need to traverse Mount Xiaoyu on foot tomorrow, ultimately arriving at the town of Lanyu, located behind the mountain. Naturally, this will be broadcasted live. During the hiking journey, the production team will provide each of you with merely a bottle of mineral water and a packet of biscuits. Should you require additional sustenance, you will need to procure it on your own. If you manage to walk quickly tomorrow, you might reach the town before nightfall. However, if you lag behind, you may very well find yourselves spending the night within Mount Xiaoyu. Director Chen chuckled and declared, "Thus, today's recording officially concludes. Everyone, rest well and prepare yourselves for the crossing of Mount Xiaoyu tomorrow." With that, he slipped away, and the live broadcast faded to black. Yet, the viewers in the streaming room became increasingly animated. Wow, how thrilling! This is the true essence of survival. I never expected to witness such events while watching a dating reality show. Hurry up, today needs to pass swiftly. I want to see Shen Feng and Wanwan's sweet moments in the primeval forest. Mount Xiaoyu isn't exactly a primeval forest, it's just a small woodland. Nonetheless, it's certainly amusing to watch a group of celebrities attempt to survive in the mountains. I wonder if these young idols can handle it. I recall that internet celebrity Zhao Tianshu is an outdoor streamer. He has previously recorded survival videos, so he should be fine. As for the others, it's uncertain. Thank goodness I have a day off tomorrow. I absolutely must stay tuned to the live stream all day. The audience buzzed with excitement, while the guests lamented their fate. Must we really walk there? The production team is truly cruel. Jacques Tenon crouched on the ground, cradling his head. Are there lions or tigers in the mountains that will devour me? Zhang Wei furrowed his brow and remarked, "While it's unlikely there are lions or tigers, providing each of us with just a bottle of water and a packet of biscuits while expecting us to walk such a distance is utterly insufficient." Li Tingting, Meng, and the internet celebrity Chen Lu all bore expressions of trepidation. In contrast, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan remained remarkably composed. Both hailed from Qinglu County, which boasts numerous nearby mountains. They had scaled countless peaks in their youth. Thus, they regarded the modest Mount Xiaoyu with indifference. Zhao Tianshu, the internet celebrity, presently exuded an air of a spiritual leader. Clearing his throat, he addressed the group. "Ladies and gentlemen, do not fret or panic. I am merely an outdoor streamer who has previously participated in survival programs. With my presence, I assure you that everyone will safely and enjoyably traverse Mount Xiaoyu. Tonight, focus on getting ample rest, and we shall set off bright and early tomorrow." Zhao Tianshu rubbed his hands in anticipation. A few days prior, he and his partner Chen Lu had consistently ranked at the bottom in terms of votes, leaving little room for him to showcase his abilities. Now, he relished the opportunity to shine. Zhao Tianshu felt a surge of pride as he glanced at Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, aware of their recent surge in popularity. Your popularity may be high, but come tomorrow, all that acclaim will belong to me, he thought with a smirk. Chapter 45. With such a strong signal. Can't you just look for yourself? At the crack of dawn the following day, all 4 groups of guests embarked on their journey across Mount Xiaoyu. The tourist town was nestled at the foot of the mountain, making it quite close. After less than half an hour of walking, the group left the tourist town and entered the tranquil forest of Mount Xiaoyu. The environment was quite pleasant. Being summer, the trees were lush and verdant, casting a delightful shade. Dappled morning light filtered through the leaves, bright yet gentle on the eyes. The enchanting scenery momentarily lifted the spirits of Jia Tenin and Zhang Wei. As someone who toils every day in a monotonous routine, this sight nearly brings me to tears. The way the morning sun filters through the leaves is truly breathtaking. The production team deserves praise. Once I have a break, I want to travel too. Just standing in such an environment for a while could elevate one's mood. Jia Tenin and Zhang Wei shared similar thoughts. However, after an hour of trekking, their enthusiasm began to wane. While the path up Mount Xiaoyu was not exceedingly steep, it was far from flat. After over an hour of hiking, the 2 men managed well, but Li Tingting, Meng En, and Chen Lu, the 3 young women, were utterly fatigued. Most concerning was that they had already consumed all the water they had brought. Li Tingting wiped the sweat from her brow and turned to Jia Tenin. Do you still have any water left? Jia Tenin handed over his bottle to her. Meng En looked toward Zhang Wei, but he feigned ignorance of her gaze, unscrewing the cap and gulping down water greedily. Is Zhang Wei doing this on purpose? How selfish. Not necessarily. It seems he genuinely didn't notice Meng En's expression. Besides, wouldn't it be more straightforward for Meng En to ask for water like Li Tingting did? Why pretend to be so demure? At least Zhao Tianshu is more chivalrous. He gave his water to Chun Lu. Hey, where Wanwan and Fengzi? Suddenly, an audience member noted that Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan had vanished from the camera. Since all 4 groups were traveling together and the mountain path was challenging, only one team of cameramen accompanied them, and there was no separation into main and auxiliary broadcasts. With Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan missing, viewers could not locate them. Meanwhile, the cameraman and others seemed oblivious to the absence of the 2, engrossed in listening to Zhao Tianshu's monologue. I understand that everyone's water is running low, but please do not worry, Zhao Tianshu assured them. Last night, I specifically investigated, and there's a small river in Mount Xiaoyu, not far from our current location. Based on the growth of the vegetation and the soil conditions, I surmise that this water source lies to our north. Please rest here for a moment while I go search for water. Fear not. With me around, I will ensure everyone exits Mount Xiaoyu safely. Just as Zhao Tianshu finished speaking, a voice echoed from a distance. Jiang Wanwan called out, "Who wants a drink?" We found a river. Zhao Tianshu, the crowd, which had been listening to Zhao Tianshu, immediately dashed toward Jiang Wanwan's voice, including the cameraman. Only Zhao Tianshu was left standing there, mouth agape, before he too trudged over in frustration. Upon arriving at Jiang Wanwan's side, they discovered that she and Shen Feng were squatting beside a crystal-clear river, the water appearing exceptionally pristine. Shengu, how did you find the water? Jia Tenin inquired curiously. Did you also deduce the water source's location based on the vegetation? Before Shen Feng could respond, Jiang Wanwan looked at Jia Tenin in confusion. How could we do that? Do you think we're tomb raiders who can read the land? Then how did you locate the water? It's marked on the phone map. Although we're in the mountains, the signal is quite good. Can't you check for yourself? Jiang Wanwan brandished her phone in front of Jia Tenin. For today was an outdoor expedition, and guests were permitted to carry their phones for the sake of convenience. Ha! Who would have thought that Zhao Tianshu, after an extensive professional analysis, would end up bested by modern technology? Zhao Tianshu looks utterly flabbergasted. He can hardly utter a word. I was there listening to his well-articulated analysis, absolutely hilarious. At this moment, Zhao Tianshu's face bore a hint of embarrassment. He cleared his throat and, with a furrowed brow, addressed Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng sternly. You two must not wander off from the group unilaterally in the future. Do you understand? Scattering in the mountains can be perilous. In the event of an emergency, communication is impossible. But we can communicate, Jiang Wanwan retorted, waving her phone again. I told you there's signal here. Zhao Tianshu took a deep breath before continuing. It's not merely a matter of signal. You lack knowledge of survival in the mountains. If you encounter a sudden danger, you want to have time to make a call. Do you comprehend? I am a trained survival expert. If you wish to leave Xiaoyu Mountain safely, you must heed my advice and stay with me. Jiang Wanwan simply replied with an "oh." Shen Feng chuckled and patted her head before turning to Zhao Tianshu, saying, "My apologies. We will stick with the group next time." Zhao Tianshu nodded in acknowledgement. Although Jiang Wanwan was somewhat disobedient, Shen Feng appeared to be the more sensible one. Once everyone had filled their water bottles, Zhao Tianshu led the group onward again. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan brought up the rear. Leaning against Shen Feng, Jiang Wanwan whispered, "I think I might have upset Zhao Tianshu just now." For some reason, she felt that Zhao Tianshu was looking at her with disfavor. Shen Feng chuckled softly. He probably thought that today, as outdoor survival, was his moment to shine. But then you pulled out your phone, stealing his thunder. It's no wonder he is not pleased. Jiang Wanwan felt somewhat wronged. I didn't steal his thunder. I was just showing that I had a phone. What should I do now? Should I apologize to him? That is not necessary. As the two continued their quiet conversation, the live chat room erupted with urgent comments. There's a snake. Li Tingting, there's a snake beside you. It's huge. There's a snake. Did you see it? There's a snake. It's moving away. Is the cameraman blind? Snake. Li Tingting and Jiatenin were positioned second to last in line. At that moment, not far from Li Tingting's feet, a dark brown snake was slithering along the ground. As Li Tingting walked, she suddenly felt something brushing against her foot. She looked down and let out a terrified scream. Chapter 46. If I wanted to see you make a fool of yourself, I would do this. Li Tingting's shriek drew everyone's attention, and they turned to look at the dark brown snake at her feet. The snake was nearly 2 meters long. Even when stationary, it emanated an intimidating presence. Chen Lu and Meng and also screamed in fright. Li Tingting turned pale, on the verge of tears. Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng exchanged glances, contemplating rushing to Li Tingting's aid, when Zhao Tianshu shouted urgently, "Don't move. The snakes in these mountains could be venomous. No one should approach." Everyone immediately retreated from a snake. "Let me handle this." Upon hearing that it might be venomous, Zhang Wei and the others hastily distanced themselves. Jiatenin felt a twinge of fear as well. He had intended to flee, but Li Tingting was clutching his arm tightly. In the end, he steeled himself and bravely decided to stay put, even gripping Li Tingting's hand firmly. Is Jiatenin not running away? It could be venomous. Little Jiatenin, finally showing some courage. This isn't the time to praise him. We need to think of a way to help her. Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng were also taken aback, not expecting this unfortunate Jiatenin to reveal such a brave side. Then, they heard Jiatenin tremble as he said, "Li Tingting, my legs are a bit weak. I might not be able to stand steady. You hold me up." Shen Feng. Jiang Wanwan. "I'll hold you up." "Who will hold me up?" Help. Don't bite me." At that moment, the dark brown snake was circling around Li Tingting's feet, prompting her to scream in a higher pitch. Jiang Wanwan, having a decent rapport with Li Tingting, felt compelled to step forward once more. However, Zhao Tianshu blocked her, his expression grave and earnest as he said, "Don't approach. Leave such matters to the professionals." He snapped off a branch from a tree, intending to prod the snake away from Li Tingting. When the snake dangled from his branch, Zhao Tianshu felt a surge of excitement. If he could drive the snake away, the chat room would surely praise him. Today's outdoor survival segment was his only chance to showcase his abilities. If he didn't seize the moment, he might never get another opportunity to rise to fame through this program. With this thought in mind, Zhao Tianshu carefully attempted to nudge the snake aside. However, snakes are not easily maneuvered. Just as Zhao Tianshu lifted the branch, the snake slipped off and landed squarely on Li Tingting's foot. Li Tingting let out another blood-curdling scream, causing Jiang Wanwan to nearly cover her ears. She mused that if Li Tingting maintained this level of vocal performance, she could easily succeed in singing, even opera. "Don't be afraid. Just a small mishap. Don't move, and I'll drive it away." The sudden drop of the snake startled Zhao Tianshu as well. He hastily attempted to comfort Li Tingting, using the branch once more to lift the snake. This time, he swung it to the side with determination, believing he would successfully cast the snake away. Unfortunately, fate had other plans, and it landed squarely on Jai Tenen's leg. To make matters worse, he was wearing shorts. The cold, scaly touch of the snake against Jai Tenen's skin made him yelp in agony, and he quickly tried to kick the snake away. But before he could, the snake had already coiled around his leg and bitten him. Jai Tenen cried out in pain, collapsing onto the ground. Little Jai Tenen. Quick, someone call 120. Is little Jai Tenen going to be okay? Does the production team have no professionals on site? What is Zhao Tianshu doing? Throwing the snake onto someone else? Is he trying to harm someone? The live chat room descended into chaos. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianshu found himself in a state of panic. He claimed to be a professional wilderness survival expert, yet he had only filmed a few short videos under the guise of expertise. He mistakenly believed he was more experienced than others, but when faced with such a situation, he was ultimately consumed by fear. What if that snake were indeed venomous? In the unfortunate event that Jai Tenen were to encounter a mishap, it would spell disaster for him. Just as Jai Tenen cried out in agony, Zhao Tianshu was thrown into a state of panic, and the others were utterly bewildered. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng leisurely approached Jai Tenen. With a swift motion, Shen Feng grasped the serpent's head, effectively subduing it. Fengzi, what are you doing? This is far too perilous. Despite the chaos, Shen Feng maintained an air of calm, even going so far as to pat Jai Tenen's bitten calf. Quiet now, quiet. Stop the wailing. Oh, Shingu, am I poisoned? Am I doomed to die? Jai Tenen sobbed, tears streaming down his face. Shen Feng regarded him for a moment before nodding slightly. Yes, you are dying. Now, what is the password to your bank card? Do tell me. The password is 135. Shingu, this is no time for jokes. Then be quiet for a moment. But how can I calm down? I feel dizzy and disoriented. I might be dying. Can't I utter a few words? Shen Feng gazed at the weeping Jai Tenen and contemplated before placing the serpent before him. Jai Tenen locked eyes with the snake. His cries abruptly stifled. Observing Jai Tenen's newfound silence, Shen Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. Jai Tenen, next time you lament about being poisoned, could you first open your eyes and check if your leg is injured? Jai Tenen sniffled, trembling as he glanced at his calf, only to be taken aback by the realization that there were no wounds. Shen Feng, holding the serpent aloft, addressed Jai Tenen. This snake is a boomslong. Firstly, it is non-venomous, and secondly, it possesses minimal aggression. It only bit you after Zhao Tianshu provoked it. However, due to the serrated nature of its fangs, if bitten, do not yank it away. Simply pry open its jaws and remove it, and it will not inflict a deep wound. Your skin is tough, and the boomslong didn't even pierce your skin. Why the fuss about being poisoned? Jai Tenen wiped away his tears, feeling wronged. But I truly feel dizzy. Before Shen Feng could respond, Jiang Wanwan interjected earnestly. Perhaps it's because you were screaming so loudly that you suffocated? Jai Tenen, that seems plausible. With the danger averted and the snake under Shen Feng's control, the others finally dared to approach. Li Tingting expressed concern for Jai Tenen, while Zhang Wei observed the snake. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianshu, feeling humiliated, was consumed by discomfort. He had previously handled the snake with utmost caution, feigning terror. Now, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan not only displayed no fear, but Shen Feng even dared to handle the snake directly, highlighting Zhao Tianshu's cowardice. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Zhao Tianshu suddenly exclaimed, "If you both knew the snake was harmless, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had arrived sooner, Jai Tenen wouldn't have been so frightened, and we wouldn't have all been so terrified." Jiang Wanwan looked at Zhao Tianshu with confusion. "I intended to help, but you were the one who told us to keep our distance and insisted that professionals handle it. You chastised us for not following your orders. And now that I have, you still seem displeased." She found him utterly perplexing, unable to please him whether she complied or not. Zhao Tianshu, already feeling irritable, was further agitated by Jiang Wanwan's words. Furrowing his brow, he retorted, "Wasn't I just considering your safety? I was genuinely looking out for you. And you dare to defy me? Jiang Wanwan feigned innocence. I wasn't defying you. I was merely stating the truth. The truth? It seems to me you all wish to see me humiliated. Zhao Tianshu shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Wanwan. He believed they had intentionally delayed their assistance to witness his embarrassment. At that moment, as he extended his finger, Shen Feng seized it. Just as Zhao Tianshu was about to berate Shen Feng, he noticed Shen Feng was staring back at him. Shen Feng calmly stated, "First, you were merely seeking to showcase your prowess, which has nothing to do with Wanwan. Do not cast blame upon us. Second, pointing at someone else's nose is impolite. If you were unaware before, let me enlighten you now. Third, if you think we intended to see you humiliated, you are gravely mistaken." Shen Feng held Zhao Tianshu's finger tightly in one hand while lifting the bone slong with the other. He then nonchalantly draped the snake over Zhao Tianshu's arm. While Shen Feng remained composed, Zhao Tianshu was anything but. Despite knowing the bone slong was non-venomous, the sight of a nearly 2-meter-long snake instinctively triggered his fear. He tumbled to the ground, desperately attempting to shake off the serpent, which, startled, coiled tightly around his arm. Thus, a chaotic scene ensued as the two, a man and a snake, tumbled on the ground, with Zhao Tianshu thrashing about in a pitiable display. Shen Feng continued, "If I wished to see you humiliated, I would do so like this, do you understand?" Chapter 47. It would be a pity to discard it. Who else would it be given to? At that moment, Director Chun, the audience, Li Tingting, Jiatenin, and even Jiang Wanwan were all rendered speechless. They had never witnessed Shen Feng in such a light, and none could have anticipated his audacity to act so toward Zhao Tianshu during a live broadcast. Isn't this a bit excessive? After a brief silence in the live chat, someone finally commented, "Excessive? I think he was justified. Indeed, it was Zhao Tianshu's fault, and he had the audacity to blame Jiang Wanwan. He got what he deserved. A grown man pointing and shouting at a girl is utterly uncouth. He deserved this treatment. Though it may be ill-timed, I must admit, I find it somewhat amusing. Well done. I've never liked Zhao Tianshu. He constantly boasts about being a professional, yet nearly caused harm to Jiatenin. Exactly. If that had been a venomous snake, Jiatenin could have been in grave danger because of Zhao Tianshu. I must confess, I now find Shen Feng rather attractive. Does he need more fans?" In a live chat, the majority of viewers were indeed fans of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Coupled with Zhao Tianshu's culpability and his inappropriate behavior of pointing at Jiang Wanwan, many were inclined to defend Shen Feng. Even Director Chun, watching the broadcast, found Shen Feng's retaliation gratifying. He held a strong disapproval of Zhao Tianshu's hubris. In reality, the production team had dispatched a wilderness survival expert to accompany the group. The expert was ready to intervene upon sighting the snake, but Zhao Tianshu insisted on portraying himself as the professional, causing the expert to refrain from acting, mistakenly believing in Zhao Tianshu's supposed expertise. Little did they know, Zhao Tianshu was merely a fade with empty bravado. The level of competence displayed was rather minimal, yet it resulted in Jiatenin being bitten. Although Jiatenin emerged unscathed, Director Chun felt a twinge of frustration upon witnessing the barrage of criticism directed at the production team for their inadequate protective measures. This ire naturally found its target in Zhao Tianshu. Thus, witnessing Zhao Tianshu's misfortune brought Chen a sense of vindictive pleasure. However, the assistant director maintained a level-headed demeanor. He placed a reassuring hand on Chen's shoulder and advised, "You ought to rein in Shen Feng. Enough retribution has been exacted already. Further actions would be excessive." Acknowledging this, Chen reluctantly retrieved his walkie-talkie, intending to inform Shen Feng to promptly remove the snake. To his surprise, Shen Feng had already taken the initiative, removing the snake from Zhao Tianshu's vicinity. Zhao Tianshu lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his complexion pale, covered in leaves and dirt, a picture of utter disarray. "You've crossed the line." His partner Chun Lu dared to approach, helping him up while casting a fierce glare at Shen Feng. Shen Feng handed the snake over. "Would you prefer to see something even more extreme?" Chun Lu fell silent, unable to retort, and simply assisted Zhao Tianshu. Zhao Tianshu, his teeth clenched in anger, glared at Shen Feng. His temperamental nature made it impossible for him to swallow this affront. He spoke in a low, simmering voice. We are all part of the same production team, and we are live. Your current popularity may be soaring, but I have fans too. Is it appropriate for you to act so ruthlessly? Shen Feng, undeterred, replied, Shall I show you something even more extreme? The barrage of comments in the chat erupted. Huh? Well done, Fengzi. Zhao Tianshu never learns, daring to threaten Fengzi. I previously felt sympathy for him, thinking Shen Feng had gone too far. But now it's clear he is not deserving of pity. When he was berating Jiang Wanwan, why didn't he consider his own behavior? What a hypocrite. Although Zhao Tianshu could not see the comments, he certainly noticed the snake in Shen Feng's hand. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately refrained from saying anything further. Observing Zhao Tianshu's newfound compliance, Shen Feng released the snake, which had endured much, slithering away into the grass and vanishing from sight. Due to the incident, the startled Jia Tenin, Li Tingting, and Zhao Tianshu required some time to recuperate, causing a delay. As dusk approached, the group had yet to exit Xiao Yushan. Traveling at night posed greater dangers due to poor visibility, prompting Director Chun to announce that they would be spending the night at Xiao Yushan. In fact, he had anticipated that they might not be able to leave the mountain in a single day, so he had arranged for several tents to be set up, creating a small campsite. He quickly informed everyone of the tent locations, and soon they settled in. The first order of business for Jiang Wanwan and Jia Tenin upon arriving at the campsite was to rummage through the tents, only to be met with disappointment. Where's the food? Jia Tenin lamented. The director prepared tents, but forgot about provisions? After a day of strenuous activity, everyone was fatigued. Although there was an ample water supply, food remained a pressing issue. The biscuits provided by the production team had long been consumed, leaving them all hungry. They had anticipated food upon arrival at the campsite, only to find none. I'm so hungry, I'm really starving, Jia Tenin whined. Jiang Wanwan echoed his sentiment. Munching on a fruit, I'm hungry too. Jia Tenin's gaze fell upon the fruit in Jiang Wanwan's hand, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Where did you get that fruit? Jiang Wanwan took a bite and replied, Fengzi just picked it. Want some? Is there more? Jia Tenin's eyes sparkled with hope. No, that's all, Jiang Wanwan said. Jia Tenin, on the verge of tears, suddenly heard Shen Feng's voice from above. Xiao Jia catch. Looking up, Jia Tenin was astonished to see Shen Feng had climbed a tree, picking fruit. He quickly extended his hands, exclaiming, Brother Shen, toss it down. I'm ready. Don't move. Shen Feng cautioned. Okay. Jia Tenin nodded vigorously. Moments later, a fruit landed squarely on his face. Brother Shen, may I ask a rather bold question? Jia Tenin inquired. Go ahead. You advised me not to move. Was it to help you aim? Beside him, Jiang Wanwan shot him a disapproving look. Do you have a problem with that? If so, you can forego eating. As she attempted to snatch the fruit from Jia Tenin's hands, he defiantly stuffed the fruit, roughly the size of a baby's fist, into his mouth, proclaiming, No way. This is mine. At this late hour, viewership for the live broadcast was high. The viewers erupted with laughter at the scene unfolding. Jia Tenin's name truly suits him. This is too much. These people are absolutely hilarious. They're my source of joy. Is Shen Feng safe climbing so high? It looks terrifying. He the one who catches snakes with his bare hands. What is there to be afraid of? What do you mean catching snakes? Is that from the daytime footage? I missed it while at work. You really missed out. Shen Feng was incredibly cool today. I remember someone shared a video. Go look for it. As the audience continued their chatter, Shen Feng descended from the tree, having gathered a dozen fruits. Climbing trees was a task he and Jiang Wanwan had often undertaken together, with her sometimes even outperforming him. Upon reaching the ground, Shen Feng first selected the finest fruits for Jiang Wanwan, then distributed a few to Jia Tenin, Li Tingting, Zhang Wei, and Meng Yin. Finally, he held the remaining fruits as he approached the silent Tianlu duo, who sat in the corner, occasionally swallowing in envy as they watched others eat. Upon seeing Shen Feng approach, Zhao Tianshu immediately turned his head away, while Chen Lu kept her gaze lowered, both anticipating mockery for their lack of food. Instead, Shen Feng extended his hand, offering them several fruits. Zhao Tianshu was taken aback. Shen Feng smiled warmly, saying, Here, eat. Don't dwell on what happened earlier. It's all behind us now. Zhao Tianshu and Chun Lu accepted the fruits, feeling a sense of gratitude. Ah, Shen Feng is truly kind-hearted. I caught up on earlier segments. Zhao Tianshu was indeed quite out of line, yet Shen Feng is still willing to help them. Such goodness. My Feng Go is principled, an absolute positive role model. The comments flooded in with praise. However, Jiang Wanwan, seeing Shen Feng return after delivering the fruits, poked him gently and whispered, "Why did you give him fruit? They've ignored you all day, and you're still trying to curry favor." Shen Feng raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. They all have wormholes. It would be a pity to discard them. Who would want them anyway? A moment of silence enveloped the comment section. Could the director kindly remind Shen Feng to turn off his microphone when discussing such matters next time? We mustn't allow him to tarnish his image in our hearts. Chapter 48. Would you care to be a bit more ruthless? The evening's live broadcast concluded at 9 o'clock. The viewers gazed at the dim screen, still yearning for more. Each of the 4 guest groups retreated to their respective tents for rest. Each tent housed 2 individuals, and the space was somewhat limited, leading to a sense of closeness. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan found themselves squeezed together. Jiang Wanwan leaned against Shen Feng's embrace, scrolling through Weibo, while Shen Feng observed her with interest. The topic surrounding the Penghubei duo grew increasingly popular by the day. Since the airing of the program, Let's Date from Today, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan have been the source of daily memes. The compilations of their moments multiplied, captivating many who, even without time to watch the live broadcasts, became fans simply by viewing these edited snippets. Consequently, the number of active participants in the Penghubei discussion surpassed that of the live audience. With a larger crowd came more talent. The videos edited and the jokes pinned often left Jiang Wanwan in fits of laughter for an extended period. Thus, her nightly delight now lay in fervently searching Weibo, Bilibili, and Douyin for fan creations related to the Penghubei couple. Today, the most popular video within that topic featured Shen Feng catching a snake barehanded, using it to frighten Zhao Tianshu. Jiang Wanwan rewatched that segment twice, suddenly murmuring, "At the time, I didn't feel much, but now, I must say you look quite dashing." "What did you say?" Shen Feng, slightly puzzled, inquired. "I said, the part where you scared Zhao Tianshu with the snake was rather handsome," Jiang Wanwan reiterated, a hint of blush gracing her cheeks. Shen Feng chuckled softly, ruffling her hair as he whispered, then, "Wan Ge, how about rewarding me a little?" Jiang Wanwan, face flushed, tilted her head and planted a quick kiss on Shen Feng's cheek. Shen Feng raised an eyebrow. "Is that all?" Jiang Wanwan shot him a glare. "Are you not content?" "Not at all," he replied. Suddenly, Jiang Wanwan sprang from his embrace, forcefully pinning Shen Feng to the ground. She then leaned down and bit his cheek, leaving a distinct mark. "Are you satisfied now?" Jiang Wanwan's face was crimson, yet her expression was that of a fierce little tigress. Shen Feng massaged his cheek, still not fully content. "How about you bite a bit harder this time? You asked for it." Jiang Wanwan grinned, leaning in once more to bite Shen Feng's cheek. However, Shen Feng swiftly grasped her head, pressing his lips against hers. Jiang Wanwan's eyes widened in surprise, yet she offered no resistance, melting into his embrace as their lips met. Eventually, she playfully nipped at Shen Feng's lip, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from him. With a glimmer of mischief in her eyes and a hint of shyness on her face, she proclaimed, "You can't kiss me unless I allow it. Consider this your punishment." Shen Feng rubbed his lips, and, after a moment, leaned closer to Jiang Wanwan, gesturing to his mouth. "How about you bite a few more times?" Jiang Wanwan eyed him suspiciously. "You don't have any peculiar fetishes, do you? Just one bite?" Shen Feng shrugged. "If one bite could earn me a kiss, I would deem it a fair trade." Jiang Wanwan blushed deeply, gazing at him for a long moment before abruptly pulling open the tent flap to head outside. Shen Feng, thinking her shyness had overwhelmed her, quickly grabbed her arm. "Wan Ge, I was just joking. Don't go out. I'm going to find Jia Tenin," Jiang Wanwan declared. "What do you need him for?" Shen Feng asked, somewhat perplexed. "Truthfully, I wouldn't want to bite you too hard," she replied. Jiang Wanwan blinked at Shen Feng, "So, I'll go find Jia Tenin and have him bite you instead." Shen Feng was left speechless. After a day of trekking, Jiang Wanwan grew weary from their playful antics and soon lay her head on Shen Feng's arm, yawning widely before drifting off to sleep. Alas, whether indoors or outdoors, in beds or on the ground, her sleeping posture remained uniquely peculiar. Once asleep, she clung to Shen Feng like an octopus. He inhaled her scent, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. He could not determine whether this was bliss or a trial. The following morning, the live broadcast resumed, and the group embarked once more on their journey through Zhaoyushan towards the county town. Today, Zhao Tianxiu and Chun Lu's attitude towards Shen Feng had markedly improved. After having remained silent the previous day, Zhao Tianxiu even took the initiative to greet Shen Feng. Early bird viewers witnessing this interaction felt a twinge of sympathy for Zhao Tianxiu. If only he knew that the fruits Shen Feng offered yesterday were all worm-eaten, I wonder how disappointed he would be, having already traversed the mountains for a day. The group soon emerged from Zhaoyushan after only half a day's journey. The production team's vehicle awaited them at the exit. As they disembarked, they boarded the vehicle, heading towards the county town of Lanyu. This time, Director Chun displayed unexpected generosity, renting out the largest hotel in Lanyu County for their accommodation. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Wanwan and the others expressed their astonishment. How could the notoriously stingy director suddenly be so lavish? The staff driving the vehicle explained that the director had not been generous. Rather, the hotel's owner had approached him, expressing interest in collaborating due to the show's rising popularity, offering lodging in hopes of riding on the show's coattails. Jiang Wanwan and the others finally understood. Indeed, Director Chun had not changed a bit. Upon arriving at the hotel, the group intended to rest in their rooms, having endured a poor night's sleep in the tents. However, they found Director Chun waiting in the hotel lobby, holding a set of keys. With a cunning grin, he addressed the 4 guest groups. If you wish to rest, you must first complete today's task. Do you see these keys in my hand? Among them is a key to the presidential suite of this hotel. The first group to complete their task will receive this key and enjoy the finest accommodations. With that, Director Chun produced a task card. Today, there are no secret tasks for you, nor any audience voting. Each of your 4 groups has but one common task. Shortly, we will blindfold one member from each group and lead them to any room in the hotel. The remaining member must find their partner by any means necessary. The chamber harbored a series of enigmas. Those confined within could unveil these puzzles to glean hints about their whereabouts. The participants were permitted to communicate freely via walkie-talkies, and the first to locate their partner would be rewarded with the key to the presidential suite. Chun Dao has concocted yet another intriguing challenge. Although this production team may be lacking in funds, their creativity remains commendable. Simultaneously deciphering clues and searching for someone tests both intellect and physical endurance, which is quite fascinating. I confidently predict that the circle lock couple will emerge victorious. Their synergy is unmatched. This trial is not merely a test of compatibility, or perhaps has little to do with it at all. Upon hearing Chen Dao announce a new task, the audience in the live stream became animated once more. Concurrently, Chen Dao began to allow each group of guests to decide who would be confined in the room to solve the puzzles and who would undertake the search. In the pairing of Zhao Tianxiu and Chun Lu, Zhao Tianxiu was assigned the search, while Chun Lu would decipher the puzzles within the room. Zhang Wei and Meng followed suit, with Zhang Wei searching and Meng decoding. Jia Tainan and Li Ting designated Jia Tainan for the search and Li Ting for the puzzles. The audience found this arrangement quite reasonable. Generally, females tend to be more meticulous, and their physical stamina is somewhat inferior to that of males. Assigning the female to solve puzzles while the male searches based on hints indeed seemed the most suitable arrangement. Just as everyone presumed that Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan would follow this same pattern, Shen Feng, after a brief whisper conversation with Jiang Wanwan, unexpectedly raised his hand. I will be the one confined. Let Jiang Wanwan conduct the search. Chapter 49. The Master Detective Shen Feng. Shen Feng is to be confined? Is Fengzi trying to take the easy way out? That's concerning. The female stamina is limited, and while the other groups may cover 2 floors, Wanwan might not even manage to search a single floor. Don't underestimate my Wan Ge. I suspect Fengzi has his own strategy. He is quite cunning. The comments section buzzed with chatter regarding the decision of the Penghubei duo. Chen Dao, too, appeared momentarily taken aback by Shen Feng's choice. Initially, he had envisioned that each group would have the female confined while the male searched. He had even named this segment the brave rescuing the princess. Yet in the end, Shen Feng had become the princess. Nevertheless, since this was a collective decision of Shen Feng's group, Chen Dao had no choice but to acquiesce. Clearing his throat, he produced several eye masks and earplugs, then stated, "Now, dear princesses who shall be confined, please don your eye masks, and the staff will escort you to your designated rooms. Shortly, do cooperate with your valiant rescuers to escape from the confines." With that, he distributed the eye masks and earplugs to the participants. They donned the masks and earplugs and were escorted to the elevator by the staff. Meanwhile, Jiang Wei, Zhao Tianshu, Jia Tainan, and Jiang Wanwan, the brave souls tasked with the rescue, were temporarily set to rest. The audience, viewing the live stream, soon noticed that the staff escorting the participants to the elevator were engaging in a rather elaborate series of operations. Take Li Ting Ting, for instance. Once she was brought into the elevator, the staff first pressed the button for the 10th floor. Upon reaching the 10th floor, they then pressed the button for the 8th floor. Subsequently, after arriving at the 8th floor, they pressed the 9th floor button. Ultimately, the elevator halted on the 9th floor, from which the staff finally escorted Li Ting Ting out. Furthermore, upon reaching the 9th floor, the staff did not immediately guide Li Ting Ting into a room. Instead, they led her in circles for a while. Only after she appeared somewhat dizzy did they finally usher her into room 907. The other groups underwent similar procedures. The audience was left perplexed. What is going on here? Are they intentionally prolonging the time? Is this to prevent the participants from deducing which floor they are confined on? That is a possibility, but would anyone truly be able to guess correctly? Perhaps initially, but after all this commotion, it seems unlikely anyone would know their actual floor. After being confined in their respective rooms, the guests were permitted to remove their eye masks. The curtains were drawn, and although the fabric was not particularly thick, allowing some light to filter through, it was nearly impossible to discern the outside world through them. Moreover, the production team had stipulated that the curtains were not to be drawn. The room was well lit, however, bright and inviting. Upon entering and removing their eye masks and earplugs, Meng Yin and Chen Lu immediately embarked on a search for any puzzles or clues within the room. Their partners, Jiang Wei and Zhao Tianshu, began knocking on doors one by one, starting from the first floor in their quest to locate them. The situation was markedly different for Li Ting Ting and Jia Tainan. After removing her eye mask and earplugs, Li Ting Ting instructed Jia Tainan via walkie-talkie. "Little Jia, you take the elevator up to the 2nd floor and time it for a few seconds." Jia Tainan promptly complied, and after timing the duration, excluding the time for the elevator doors to open and close, it took just over a second. Li Ting Ting then commenced her calculations. The audience was thoroughly impressed. Li Ting Ting is remarkable. I had heard she was a top student from Qingbei, but I didn't realize she was this clever. This is certainly more efficient than the other two groups. Unfortunately, the layer that Li Ting Ting calculated turned out to be the 14th floor. Her initial timing, being blindfolded, was inherently inaccurate, and Jia Tainan's provided figures were also imprecise. Furthermore, the hotel featured a high-end elevator that operated smoothly, with minimal vibrations during stops. Wearing earplugs, Li Ting Ting could not hear the indicators signaling the elevator's halts. Thus, she was unaware of how many times the elevator had stopped along the way, or if its direction had changed mid-journey. Given these various discrepancies, Li Ting Ting's calculated floor was higher than it should have been, resulting in a sense of regret among the audience. This also illuminated the audience's understanding of why the production team employed such convoluted operations. However, Li Ting Ting recognized that her estimations might be flawed. Consequently, she instructed Jia Tainan to commence the search from the 12th floor, which would undoubtedly be far more efficient than the methodical approach of Zhao Tianshu and Chen Lu, who were starting from the ground up. Just as the audience began to appreciate how well the academic prodigy, Li Ting Ting, was performing, Shen Feng, who had been deliberately delayed by Chen Dao until now, finally found himself confined within a room. Ever since being outsmarted by Shen Feng, Chun Dao had sought to put him through his paces. Therefore, this time he had specifically instructed the staff to prolong Shen Feng's stay in the elevator. The staff obliged, keeping Shen Feng in the elevator for over a minute. Once confined in a room, Shen Feng leisurely removed his eye mask and earplugs, while the audience presumed that after such a drawn-out ordeal, he would not possess as many clues to offer Jiang Wanwan as Li Tingting had. Shen Feng first glanced towards the direction of the curtains. Then, he opened the walkie-talkie and communicated a number to Jiang Wanwan. I should be between the 10th and 14th floors. Eliminate the odd-numbered rooms and directly search for the even-numbered ones. Jiang Wanwan did not inquire further and promptly replied affirmatively, then set off to take action. The audience, however, was left in disbelief. For Shen Feng was indeed on the 14th floor and, moreover, in the even-numbered room 1410. How did he manage to calculate that? Just moments ago, Li Tingting had first instructed Jia Tenin to conduct an experiment, followed by her own calculations, ultimately arriving at an erroneous conclusion. How could Shen Feng deduce the answer so swiftly and achieve such a remarkably close result? He had been confined in the elevator for over a minute, during which it ascended and descended repeatedly. After being led in circles for quite some time, how on earth could he ascertain the floor he was trapped on? I haven't uttered that phrase in ages. Surely there must be some hidden agendas within the production team. Director Chun was equally flabbergasted. He never imagined that the individual who had endured the most torment, Shen Feng, would be the first to uncover the correct answer. Noticing the barrage of questions in the comments, he hastily grabbed his walkie-talkie and inquired, Shen Feng, how did you arrive at this conclusion? Curious to know, Shen Feng chuckled. I would say it's intuition, but do you believe that? Believe you? I would sooner believe that you've orchestrated a conspiracy. Director, Chun retorted. Shen Feng shrugged nonchalantly, reclining comfortably on the bed as he explained, you had me blindfolded and fitted with earplugs and subjected me to a roller coaster ride in the elevator. Yet, you fail to consider that perhaps a thicker, opaque curtain might have sufficed? He gestured toward the curtains. This is the latest development zone in Lanyu County, where buildings stand in close proximity, surrounded by towering office structures. To avoid being obscured by adjacent buildings, my current floor must be above the 7th. At approximately 11 a.m., the odd-numbered rooms in this hotel cannot possibly receive direct sunlight. Thus, I am assuredly in an even-numbered room. Director Chun was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure and pressed. But how did you determine it was the 1014th floor? There are 26 floors in this hotel. With so many options above the 7th, how can you be certain it is the 1014th? Because of intuition, Shen Feng replied. Come on, be serious. Otherwise, I might as well accuse you of collusion. Director Chen exclaimed in frustration. His curiosity was now insatiable. Shen Feng raised his hands in surrender this time. It truly is intuition, or rather, I surmised that the production team would play tricks. The hotel indeed has a considerable height, and the time spent in the elevator was ample for me to reach the top floor, the 26th. However, I am convinced that the production team would not be so straightforward. You would never simply escort me to the top floor, or even to a floor too close to it, as you anticipated that I might use the elevator's travel time to provide Wanwan with hints, enabling her to head straight for the top. Therefore, I deduced that I must be confined around the 718th floor. My assertion of the 1014th floor stems from selecting a few middle floors from the 718th. Though I cannot be entirely certain, however, if that is not the case, Wanwan can search other floors. As he spoke, Shen Feng cast a glance at the camera in the room, flashing a friendly smile. But judging by your inquiries, Director, I must have hit the nail on the head? Director Chun was rendered speechless. Chapter 50, The Master Detective Shen Feng. He never anticipated that, despite his elaborate schemes and manipulations aboard the elevator, he would ultimately be outsmarted by the curtains and Shen Feng's psychological acumen. The audience was equally astonished. Shen Feng had deduced his current floor merely from the light filtering through the curtains, articulating his analysis with remarkable clarity. Honestly, I feel as though I see the shadows of two individuals in my brother Feng. I guess one is Conan, and the other? Sherlock Holmes. My brother Feng is truly impressive, Did he emerge from the strongest brain show? I can't take it anymore. I initially thought Shen Feng was just a handsome, ordinary guy, but it turns out he is not only handsome, but also extraordinary. He can't possibly be another top student from Qingbei, can he? Hubby, you're so handsome. The comments flooded in with fervor. However, some also mentioned Director Chun. Look at that director, scheming endlessly, only to be effortlessly outwitted by our Shen Feng. With such a narrow mind, coupled with a lack of skill, TSK, is our director feeling a bit red-faced now? Initially, Director Chun felt merely uncomfortable. However, upon reading the comments, he became particularly embarrassed. In a fit of anger, he seized the walkie-talkie and declared to Shen Feng, there are 3 riddles set up in this room by my request. You must solve them all before I let you go. Otherwise, even if Jiang Wanwan finds you, it won't count. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in dissent. He is panicking. Look, this is the real conspiracy. Stop with the conspiracies. It's clear as day that this is a blatant abuse of privilege. I disagree. How can the director do this? Director Chen seemed to realize that merely presenting demands was somewhat excessive. After contemplating, he suddenly devised another plan. All right, if you agree to solve all 3 riddles before leaving, I will provide you with an extra allowance of 50 yuan tomorrow. How did that sound? This time, Director Chun was truly willing to invest to keep Shen Feng engaged. After all, regardless of personal grievances, Shen Feng's group was progressing alarmingly fast. The game had barely begun for 10 minutes, and Shen Feng had already finished, leaving the other 3 groups reeling. It was imperative to create some challenges for Shen Feng. Moreover, Director Chun was convinced that these 3 riddles would certainly stump him. The first 2 were merely brain teasers and simple riddles. However, the third riddle was a complex calculus competition problem that he had painstakingly copied, a problem so intricate that even he could not comprehend it. He was determined to prove that Shen Feng could not solve it. Shen Feng's walkie-talkie was connected to Jiang Wanwan's. Before Shen Feng could respond, Jiang Wanwan eagerly exclaimed, I agree. Go for it, Feng. $50 awaits. In truth, Shen Feng wished to express that if Director Chun dared to offer 50 yuan as a high price, he surely had no good intentions. Those 3 riddles would undoubtedly be challenging. However, since his beloved wife had spoken up, Shen Feng had no choice but to acquiesce. All right, I agree. Director Chun chuckled slyly, much like a cunning fox. The 3 riddles are concealed within the room, intricately linked. You must solve one to unlock the next. Go ahead and find them. Director Chun intended to say, you can find the first riddle yourself. However, before he could finish his sentence, Shen Feng had already retrieved the first riddle from beneath the pillow. Director Chun, the first 2 riddles were indeed quite simple. Shen Feng solved them in under 5 minutes and simultaneously uncovered the third riddle. The audience initially supported Shen Feng wholeheartedly. They believed that with his speed and intellect, no challenge could deter him. Then, they beheld that calculus competition problem. The audience was left dumbfounded. What on earth? Is the production team out of their minds? Bringing in the real deal? Calculus. Just looking at it makes my eyes hurt. This is a competition problem, not a standard question. Even many college students who have studied calculus might struggle with it. When pushed to the brink, one can achieve anything except for calculus. Your lover may betray you. Your friends may deceive you, but calculus will not. It simply won't, no matter what. Director Chun gazed at the barrage of comments, his smile growing ever more smug. It seemed he had not erred in selecting this question. Ah, Shen Feng, today marks the day I finally avenge my grievances. You and Jiang Wanwan, who conspired against me before. Do you think I'm a frail cat just because the tiger remains silent? Director Chun mused to himself. To his astonishment, he then witnessed Shen Feng seizing the paper and pen, truly beginning to write. Go ahead, right? I hardly believe you can actually accomplish it. I fear that by the time the other 3 groups have found their answers, you will still be unable to solve it. He chuckled to himself. He chuckled. And then, gradually, he could no longer chuckle. For Shen Feng was writing with remarkable fluency, step by step, displaying no signs of being daunted by the complexity of the problem, particularly when a viewer in the comments exclaimed, I found the original question from a competition a few years back, and the steps match those Shen Feng is currently writing. Director Chun hurriedly searched for the answer to this question. Indeed, the steps of the answer were nearly identical to those Shen Feng was inscribing. Damn, could it be that Shen Feng truly knows this question? Director Chen's hands trembled. Beside him, the assistant director adjusted his glasses. I think this is no longer merely a question of whether he knows it or not. His writing is too fluid. Regrettably, your 50 yuan is likely lost. Director Chun remained obstinate. I refuse to believe it. He hasn't completed it yet. What if his final result is incorrect? And then, Director Chen's stubbornness was shattered by the answer Shen Feng produced. As he beheld the standard answer Shen Feng had written, the barrage erupted in cheers, identical to the answer. He got it right. Shen Feng is incredible, truly remarkable. He can solve advanced calculus on the spot and wrestle large snakes barehanded. Who can rival him? What is an idol? This is what an idol looks like. Compared to those fleeting stars who rely on their looks for fame and fortune, Shen Feng is immensely superior. This time, there's no chance of blackening him. Shen Feng, forever in our hearts. Yet Shen Feng appeared quite modest, his expression tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Addressing the cameraman, he remarked, Director Chun, I feel a bit undeserving of this. To be honest, I guessed the answers to the first two questions. But for this calculus problem, I truly know how to solve it. I had previously idled away my time practicing this problem. I apologize, but I will graciously accept the 50 yuan. Director Chun nearly spat blood. Damn it. That's why it seemed Shen Feng was so smooth in his responses. How unfortunate to have encountered a question he had already mastered. Had I known, I would have chosen another question. In truth, it wouldn't have mattered what Director Chen chose. Shen Feng had continually sought new goals to avoid losing himself in monotony, and for a time, he had devoted himself to practicing problems, even finding joy in it. Even if Director Chen had commissioned a new question, Shen Feng, with his current abilities, could have solved it on the spot. The first two problems were guesses. This calculus problem, I genuinely know. I can't help but feel that statement has a touch of pretentiousness. Listen, is that even human? While idling, I stumbled upon this problem. Look at Shen Feng. When he has nothing to do, he practices problems, while you are here watching the live stream. Don't you feel ashamed? Not at all. Even if I don't watch the live stream, I couldn't solve such problems. As the barrage continued its animated discussion, Director Chen reluctantly ascended the stairs, handing the presidential suite key to Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng. He then turned to leave, only for Shen Feng to call out cheerfully, Director Chen, have you forgotten something? Director Chen, feeling a pang in his heart, turned back. From his pocket, he extracted a 50 yuan bill, which Jiang Wanwan snatched away eagerly. She then hurriedly asked Director Chen, is it 50 for solving 3 problems? Are there more questions? Let us have Fengzi solve a few more. Whether we can enjoy a grand feast tomorrow depends on you, Director. Director Chen. Director Chen, do you take me for an ATM? Jiang Wanwan shook her head. How could that be? Director Chen felt slightly reassured. Yet, Jiang Wanwan continued, the ATM takes my money. What you give me is your money. So, of course, it's much more joyous to profit from you. Director Chen. Chapter 51. Don't treat us as outsiders. Director Chen was quite vexed. However, Jiang Wanwan was in high spirits. With the key to the presidential suite in hand, she and Shen Feng retreated to their room to rest. This, in turn, left the audience feeling disheartened, for with a resounding thud, Jiang Wanwan had closed the door on the cameraman. They had nothing left to watch. The audience began to protest vehemently. Seeing the audience's discontent, Director Chen became even more frustrated. Finally, he spoke into the intercom, Jiang Wanwan. Today's recording isn't over yet. Even if you wish to rest in the room, at the very least, you ought to provide us with some footage. No response came from the door. After a moment of thought, Director Chen suddenly added, otherwise, I will deduct your pay. Click. The door to the presidential suite swung open abruptly. The cameraman waiting at the door felt a surge of joy, stepping forward to enter. However, before he could cross the threshold, Jiang Wanwan swiftly reached out and snatched the camera from his hands. With a decisive slam, she shut the door once more, leaving the cameraman standing alone in bewilderment. Jiang Wanwan, what are you doing? Director Chen was now frantic. He recalled all too well the last time he had been extorted by Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Surely they would not resort to the same tactics again. Yet, Jiang Wanwan was quite honest as she set up the camera in a corner of the room, then curiously remarked, "Didn't you say to provide some footage?" "ISNT this footage?" Director Chun. Director Chun helplessly replied, "Classmates Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Even if you disregard my feelings, please consider the sentiments of your fans. Everyone came here to watch you rest in your room." Before he could finish his sentence, the barrage erupted with a multitude of yes. Rest well. Feel free to rest, the kind of rest with lights off and curtains drawn. Indeed, when one is tired, it is time to rest. Go ahead and sleep. We have the perfect angle. Don't treat us as outsiders. You needn't feel shy. Of course, these were the fervent fans of the couple, eager to see them share a bed. Director Chun was left speechless. Thankfully, there were still some good souls in the live stream. You couple fans, have some self-respect. Don't represent the rest of us viewers. While we might be a tad interested in watching them sleep, could you please consider the feelings of the production team? Is sleeping something that can be broadcasted casually? Are you not afraid of the show getting banned? Director Chun felt his eyes welling with tears. There truly are good people who care about the show. Yet, this person followed up with, "I hope the director records the scene of them sleeping and sends it to me privately, so we won't have to worry about the show being banned." Good people, my foot. Another couple fan, I see. Jiang Wanwan remained blissfully unaware of the flurry of comments flooding the live stream. Fatigue had truly begun to weigh upon her. She sincerely yearned for rest. After traversing the mountainous trails all day yesterday, and having endured a restless night, she had spent another half-day walking, leaving her utterly exhausted. Once she positioned the camera, she collapsed onto the grand bed and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Shen Feng sat on the edge of the bed, not succumbing to sleep, but instead retrieving a book from the bookshelf that came with the suite, engrossing himself in its pages. The room was enveloped in serene silence, devoid of any sound. Director Chun, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of regret. Alas, today's audience would likely dwindle. After all, who finds pleasure in watching others silently read or sleep like a lifeless pig? However, to his astonishment, the viewer count did not diminish. In fact, the barrage of comments surged. To be fair, Shen Feng looks incredibly dashing while reading so quietly. Why didn't he debut sooner? Seeing this beautiful scene brings tranquility to my heart. Jiang Wanwan looks adorable while sleeping. I could watch her all day. I've taken a screenshot. It's now my computer wallpaper. I was originally a die-hard fan of Jiang Wanwan, but now I find myself a steadfast supporter of their pairing. Honestly, just watching them peacefully together brings me such comfort. I used to be an unwavering fan of Wanwan, but after today, I can't help but feel that Shen Feng is simply irresistible. No one else deserves our Wanwan but him. By the way, does anyone know which school Shen Feng attended? Could he possibly be a top student from Tsinghua or Peking University, having even tackled competition questions? The comments began to flow freely. Those gathered in the live stream were predominantly fans of Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng, either devoted shippers of their pairing or loyal followers of the Penghu Bei crew. In essence, everyone shared a common language. Conversing here was akin to chatting beneath the Weibo topic of Penghu Bei. Typically, viewers would be too engrossed in the live stream to comment. But with the broadcast captured in such a tranquil and beautiful moment, the audience found ample time to engage, resulting in an even greater volume of comments than usual. Director Chen's face twitched in disbelief. Had his live stream transformed into a grand chat room? After 2 hours of slumber, Jiang Wanwan awoke, groggily, stifling a yawn. Feeling parched from her nap, just as she sought out water, she noticed Shen Feng beside her, offering a cup. Upon taking a sip, she felt rejuvenated. What kind of water is this? It's so sweet. Honey water? It's honey flower tea. The suite provided complimentary tea bags and honey, so I brewed some for you. It should help wake you up, Shen Feng explained, gently smoothing her disheveled hair. Did you sleep well? Yes, but now I'm a bit hungry. Let us grab something to eat, she replied. Shen Feng smiled, agreeing. The audience, witnessing this tender exchange, halted their chatter, refocusing on the live stream. Can Shen Feng really predict the future? He made tea a few moments ago, and now Jiang Wanwan has awakened. I truly envy this relationship. I wish someone would bring me honey water upon waking and help me comb my hair. Alas, I'm a man. Watching their daily moments is far more comforting than any romantic drama. Indeed, while there are no grand gestures, it's just so heartwarming. This sweet but not cloying affection is the best. I thought I was a staunch supporter of brotherhood, but now I feel myself leaning towards shipping them as a couple. After finishing her water and washing her face, Jiang Wanwan was ready to step out with Shen Feng. Director Chen quickly summoned the resting cameraman via intercom to follow them. This time, Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng were considerate, returning the camera without exploiting the production team further. Meanwhile, the other three teams had just completed their brave rescue of the princess game and had begun to settle into their rooms. Having refreshed themselves, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan set off to search for a meal at the hotel restaurant. The staff, aware of their celebrity status and the special attention from their employer, greeted them with utmost courtesy. After seating them, a polite server inquired, "What would you like to eat?" "We have our signature steak, a variety of Western pasta, barbecued meats, baked rice, as well as Chinese specialties like Chang'an's meat sandwich and noodle dishes. Here is our menu for your perusal." Upon glancing at the exorbitant prices, Jiang Wanwan abruptly closed the menu and turned to the server. Just as the server anticipated her order, she earnestly asked, "Do you sell raw meat and vegetables here?" The server. Chapter 52. We will absolutely, definitely be very happy. In the hotel kitchen, peace reigned as it was not mealtime, with only an elderly chef busily preparing ingredients. The server led Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan into the kitchen. Addressing the chef, Uncle Li, two individuals wished to purchase ingredients. The chef, having set aside his knife, turned to face Shen Feng, Jiang Wanwan, and the accompanying cameraman. The server, sensing the tension, hastily added, "Uncle Li, they are recording a show, live streaming, to be precise." Yet Uncle Li interrupted her, "I know them. I've watched their program. I was just watching them survive in the mountains yesterday." The server paused, astonished. Uncle Li, in his 50s, rarely engaged in entertainment. How did he come to watch such a romantic variety show? Is there a problem? Uncle Li shot a glance at the server, who quickly shook her head. Jiang Wanwan discreetly remarked to Shen Feng, "I find Uncle Li quite intimidating." It seems the server is also wary of him. The server, keenly perceptive, promptly introduced, "Allow me to present our head chef at the Blue Jade Micro Light Hotel, Uncle Li. He is a national-level chef who has previously cooked for state banquets." The audience gasped in astonishment. A national-level chef, having prepared for state banquets, hidden away in this small county of Blue Jade? Uncle Li, maintaining his stern demeanor, addressed Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. "So, you wish to buy ingredients?" Shen Feng nodded politely. "Yes, we are recording a program, and our budget is limited. Therefore, to enjoy better meals, we must prepare them ourselves. Is that permissible?" "Certainly," Uncle Li replied. Jiang Wanwan felt a wave of joy. She hadn't expected this imposing figure to be so accommodating. However, her elation was short-lived as Uncle Li continued. "But I have one condition." As anticipated, it wouldn't be that simple. Jiang Wanwan's spirits, which had just lifted, sank once more. Uncle Li, with his authoritative appearance, surely had a difficult stipulation in mind. Suddenly, he produced a notebook and a pen from seemingly nowhere. Li Shu handed the document to Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng. Jiang Wanwan looked at him in astonishment. "Are we supposed to write something? Is Li Shu asking us to draft some sort of guarantee or a contract of servitude?" "Surely not. They are merely purchasing ingredients." Li Shu nodded, maintaining his authoritative demeanor as he remarked, "Just sign your names for me. I thoroughly enjoy watching your show. By the way, I'm also a fan of your couple, the Lock couple. Quite amusing indeed." Shen Feng. Jiang Wanwan. The waiter, a serious-looking man with a scruffy beard and a background as a state banquet chef, was astonished. Could it be that he was a fan of their pairing? Not only were Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng taken aback, but even the audience was struck dumb. While I know that Shen Feng and Wanwan have a diverse fan base, I never imagined that such a prominent figure would be following them. This man is nearly the same age as my grandfather, yet he is a fan of a couple? That is quite a surprising contrast. If I am a fan of a couple alongside a master chef, I must be a master chef too. Indeed, you are a master chef, only when you are gaming though. I feel as though the barrier between dimensions has shattered. Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng hastily signed for Li Shu. He scrutinized the signatures with satisfaction before finally putting away the notebook. With a serious expression, he addressed them. You both must find happiness in the future. The waiter, thinking that Li Shu was overly invested in the couple, hurriedly explained, Li Shu, these dating shows are all scripted. They are merely acting as a couple, not genuinely in a relationship. However, Li Shu shot her a glare. Do I need you to explain such things to me after all these years? The glimmer of affection in a person's eyes cannot be concealed. They surely love each other sincerely. What do you know? The waiter felt a wave of despair. She was merely providing clarification. Was it necessary for him to be so harsh? Oh no, not only is Li Shu a fan, but he seems to be quite passionate about it. He is really into it. I share Li Shu's sentiment. I also believe they are genuine. To be honest, you all are joking, but why do I feel that Li Shu is truly serious? Nonsense, you're the one joking. We are serious. Locked couple forever. In an instant, the live chat was filled with fervent support for the locked couple. They all felt that Li Shu was their leader, voicing the sentiments of all the fans. Jiang Wanwan lowered her head, feeling a bit shy. Shen Feng, however, reached out and took her hand, their fingers interlaced tightly. He then smiled at Li Shu and said, Thank you, Li Shu. We will definitely, without a doubt, be very happy in the future. His tone was sincere, each word resonating deeply. Upon hearing his declaration, Jiang Wanwan stood momentarily stunned, followed by Director Chun, the waiter, and the cameraman, all of whom were taken aback. The chat room fell into a brief silence, as if everyone had momentarily disconnected. It was until 3 seconds later that the barrage of comments erupted like a geyser. Oh, I'm dying. Is this an official announcement or a confession? I genuinely can't tell if Shen Feng is putting on a show or speaking from heart. I initially enjoyed the CP for fun. I didn't expect it to get so real. If it's fake, I hope it's real. If it's real, just kill me to cheer them on. The interlaced fingers confession is just too sweet. I'm writhing in bed like a worm. EVF falling for ding for heao. Sobi. Shen Feng's words were so earnest and romantic. Did anyone record that? I need to watch it again. Immediately, the viewers in the live chat were on the verge of madness, especially the CP fans who were in frenzy. To be honest, throughout the duration of the show, while Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's interactions have been warm, sweet, and engaging, neither had ever openly expressed anything to one another. It was as if they were simply very close friends, childhood companions who had grown up together. This is one of the reasons why many of their fans were male friends. Now, Shen Feng's words, which sounded more serious than I love you, practically solidified the nature of their relationship. The CP fans were reveling in delight. Meanwhile, Li Shu finally softened his stern expression, revealing a smile. He patted Shen Feng on the shoulder, saying, There's a sense of responsibility in your gaze. I trust your words. Today I feel quite pleased. So you may use any ingredients from the kitchen without charge. At this moment, Jiang Wanwan, feeling quite bashful, was eager to change the subject. Hearing Li Shu's statement, she quickly seized the opportunity to divert the conversation, but that seems rather inappropriate. The ingredients here belong to the hotel. We cannot take them for free. Why not? Li Shu chuckled. True, the ingredients belong to the hotel. However, this hotel is mine. Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng were momentarily taken aback. But they had previously met Mr. Li from the hotel, who clearly... Oh, indeed. It should be said that this hotel belongs to Mr. Li, Li Shu added. But I am his father. Huh. Chapter 53. Apologies, truly unfamiliar. This hotel is Mr. Li's property, and Mr. Li is Li Shu's son. According to Li Shu, it all began when his 8-year-old granddaughter watched the variety show Dating Online. Subsequently, Li Shu's daughter-in-law discovered it, becoming a fan herself. Eventually, Li Shu's son, Mr. Li, also caught wind of it. Mr. Li, lacking the time to watch the live broadcast, enjoyed the video edits instead, even sharing them in the family group chat. This is how Li Shu became aware of it. Initially, he merely watched out of curiosity, but he found himself hooked. Eventually, he began watching the live broadcasts and grew fond of the couple. When I see you two, I am reminded of my younger days with my late wife. If she were still here, I would have loved to share this with her, Li Shu reminisced. After Mr. Li opened his hotel, Li Shu and his wife had been enjoying a leisurely life. However, his wife had tragically passed away in a car accident a few years prior. To alleviate his loneliness, Li Shu took up the role of head chef at the hotel. He had found his daily routine to be quite mundane until he stumbled upon the live broadcasts of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Their playful banter and remarkable chemistry reminded Li Shu of the vibrant moments he once shared with his wife. Inviting the production team to the hotel and offering complimentary accommodations was also Li Shu's idea. If it hadn't been for the program's theme revolving around survival and romance, which required guests to manage their own meals, Li Shu might have even offered to provide food for the production team at no cost. To be honest, both Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were quite surprised. During their time filming the show, their minds had not wandered far beyond the present moment. Often, the interactions between two individuals can be quite ordinary, marked by genuine expressions of affection. Little did they anticipate that their bond could serve as a source of emotional solace for others. Jiang Wanwan consoled Uncle Li and engaged him in conversation at a nearby restaurant. Meanwhile, Shen Feng selected some ingredients from the kitchen to prepare a meal. In addition to crafting several dishes, Shen Feng took the time to sear 3 exquisite steaks. Once the meal was ready, he elegantly presented the dishes on the dining table. A few plates adorned the center, while the 3 steaks were placed before him, Jiang Wanwan and Uncle Li. Uncle Li was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Shen Feng had prepared a portion for him as well. However, he did not hesitate to indulge. After cutting into the steak with his knife and fork, he picked up a piece with chopsticks and savored it, nodding in approval. Having previously viewed Shen Feng's cooking videos, he was aware of his expertise. The mastery of cooking times was indeed commendable, showcasing considerable experience. When Uncle Li tasted Shen Feng's culinary creations, his expression was not as astonished as that of Lin Jie, Jiang Wanwan, or Shen Zhaohua. Nonetheless, for a chef of his caliber, to commend Shen Feng's skills was a high accolade. To be honest, I am genuinely curious about Shen Feng's culinary prowess. If even someone of Uncle Li's stature praises his skills, could he possibly be a master chef as well? If Uncle Li is not merely being polite, then I must say Shen Feng is exceptionally talented. Regardless, it is evident that Shen Feng's culinary skills far exceed those of the average person. No wonder Wanwan is so captivated by his culinary offerings. When will a handsome gentleman come along to capture both my heart and my appetite? After the meal, Jiang Wanwan felt thoroughly satisfied. This is my first time tasting the steak made by Shen Feng, and it is truly delicious, she exclaimed with a small burp of contentment. If you enjoy it, I shall prepare it for you often, Shen Feng replied. However, Uncle Li interjected, next time, our ingredients will not be complimentary. While I am your fan, you are recording a show, and I cannot always provide assistance. It would be too unfair. Jiang Wanwan nodded in understanding. You are right, Uncle Li. Next time, we will definitely purchase the ingredients. By the way, Uncle Li, how much does one steak cost? She inquired. If you buy it cooked, it is 128 yuan apiece. Uncle Li responda. Jiang Wanwan's lips twitched. And if we buy it raw, it is also 128. We do not charge extra for cooking the steak, Uncle Li replied. Jiang Wanwan protested. Could you not offer friend's price? Perhaps just shave off a little. Uncle Li pondered seriously before stating, all right, let us make it 130. Jiang Wanwan exclaimed. Is this truly how you shave off a price? It seems to be increasing. Ha! I see now that the seemingly stern Uncle Li has a playful side. I understand why Uncle Li remarked that seeing Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan remind him of his younger self. Indeed, it seems that the youthful Uncle Li, like Shen Feng and Wanwan, had a knack for understanding people's sentiments. Experience always prevails. After finishing their meal and engaging in a few more casual conversations with Uncle Li, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan bid him farewell and departed the restaurant. However, upon reaching the hotel lobby, they encountered a throng of crew members gathered by the entrance. Intrigued, Jiang Wanwan approached and soon realized that the crew was clustered around a food cart retrieving takeout meals. The other 3 teams of guests were also mingled among them. Jia Tenin, quick on the uptake, had already snatched a meal box and was devouring it. Spotting Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, he gleefully waved his meal box. You two are late. All the good food has been cleaned out. I've snagged 3 pieces of char siu, he boasted, dramatically lifting a piece of meat in slow motion as he prepared to eat it. Just then, Director Chun interjected, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan just had sirloin steak, cheesy corn, and Caesar salad at the hotel. Do you know why I suddenly ordered takeout? Because I was drooling watching them eat. With a loud slap, Jia Tenen's meat fell from his grasp and crashed onto his face before sliding to the floor. He looked at Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan with trembling lips, his expression one of impending tears. Brother Shen, why didn't you think to invite me to eat well? I'm sorry, we're really not that close. Shen Feng replied earnestly. Dejected, Jia Tenen sank into a corner, gnawing on his takeout. I can hardly contain my laughter. Why did little Jia provoke them? Don't cry, little Jia. Even though you missed out on the steak, they didn't get to enjoy takeout either. Thinking of it that way, doesn't it make you feel worse? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, truly not that close. He only considers you familiar when you're parting with your money. At that moment, Director Chen approached with a neatly packed meal box, heading towards Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Seeing him, Jiang Wanwan quickly waved her hands. Director, you are too kind to leave us a meal, but we are quite full. You saw us enjoying steak just now, and now we truly cannot eat another bite. Director Chen frowned. Who said this meal box was for you? You have quite the audacity. He then walked over to the photographer who had been accompanying Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, handing him a meal box and giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Brother, you've had it rough. The photographer was immediately moved to tears. Finally, someone cares about me. Director, can I request to switch teams? I don't want to be with them anymore. They've been feasting for a whole half an hour. Half an hour. I stood there watching for the entire time, sobbing, I'm so hungry. Why must I endure this torment? If I've truly erred, I wish for legal retribution, not this kind of suffering. Director Chun comforted him with a hug. Good brother, don't be upset. You are contributing to the show. Besides, it seems no one wants to switch teams with you. The photographer sniffled. If I can't switch teams, can I get a raise? Director Chun immediately released him and turned to leave. The photographer sobbed even harder. Chapter 54. No, this is just bad luck. After the crew finished their takeout and took a brief respite, Director Chen announced that he would be revealing the second task of the day. In the first task, Brave saves the princess. Congratulations to the Penghu Bay team for securing first place. Director Chen first offered a sardonic congratulations to Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, then clapped his hands. The upcoming second task will be a challenger contest. The victorious Penghu Bay team will act as the champions, and the other three teams will have the opportunity to challenge them, with each team having one chance to initiate a challenge. As he spoke, Director Chun produced a rather rudimentary cardboard box. From within, he extracted several even simpler cards. These cards outlined various challenge tasks, and the three teams would first draw from them before selecting one member from the Penghu Bay team to face off. If the challenger emerged victorious, the Penghu Bay team would relinquish their champion status and also grant the presidential suite to the winning challenger. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan's expression soured. She pointed at the box and card in Director Chen's hands, exclaiming, "This contraption is so rudimentary. It's evident that you prepared it at the last minute. The task you originally designed was certainly not this. You simply cannot tolerate us residing in the presidential suite. This is deliberate on your part." Upon hearing this, Director Chun smirked with satisfaction. "Indeed, it is intentional. What of it? I am the director, and I set the rules. Is there a problem? No, there is no issue. If the challenger does not wish to participate, you may voluntarily relinquish the presidential suite to others." His demeanor was that of a typical petty tyrant reveling in his authority. Director Chun is at it again, brazenly engaging in privilege and underhanded tactics. Has he not yet been sufficiently tormented by Fengzi and Wanwan? Perhaps he has been subjected to too much, and thus harbors resentment. I have a premonition that the director is about to face misfortune. As the barrage of comments continued, Shen Feng seized Jiang Wanwan, who was eager to confront Director Chun. Addressing the director, Shen Feng inquired, "Director Chun, we are willing to accept the challenge, and if we fail, we can forfeit the suite. However, if the challengers fail and we triumph, will there be a reward for us?" "None." Director Chun declared emphatically, his stance unwavering. He would not allow Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan any opportunity to exploit his generosity. Upon hearing this, Shen Feng shrugged. What a pity. In that case, we might as well forfeit the title of challenger and hand it over to someone else. Director Chen's eyes lit up. Did Shen Feng actually concede? Yet, Shen Feng continued. Then we can return as challengers and reclaim the suite. Director Chen protested, no. If you relinquish the title of challenger, you cannot participate in the challenge again. Isn't this clearly targeting us? Shen Feng lamented. Director Chen chuckled. Indeed, I am specifically targeting you. Do you have a complaint? Shen Feng ignored him and shouted, Li Zong. Uncle Li, we had a minor disagreement with Director Chen, and we plan to withdraw from the program. Don't forget to ask the production team for the room fees. Director Chen rushed to cover Shen Feng's mouth. He had previously seen Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan conversing with Uncle Li, fully aware that the hotel owner, Li Zong, and Uncle Li were both ardent fans of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. The very reason the hotel was willing to provide them with complimentary accommodation was due to their popularity. If Li Zong and Uncle Li heard Shen Feng's outburst, how would the production team continue to stay at the hotel? Shen-gu, I yield. Let us discuss this calmly. What conflict could we possibly have? Director Chen said with a forced smile, adjusting Shen Feng's clothing and patting his shoulder. I'm not necessarily against you. This is all for the sake of the show. Shen Feng, wearing a smile, replied amiably. Then, Director Chen, could you please reiterate, if we defeat the challengers, what reward will we receive? Director Chen rubbed his hands together. The previously resolute demeanor had vanished, replaced by an awkward smile. How about this? For every group you defeat, I'll give you a subsidy of 5 yuan tomorrow. 50. Shen Feng countered firmly. Director Chen shook his head immediately. That won't do. That's far too much. Just then, Shen Feng raised his voice again, Li Zong. Director Chen quickly covered his mouth again, looking pained. Shengu, I beg you. 50 is genuinely excessive. It's not that I'm stingy if I give you that much. Tomorrow's program will lack any appeal. You would be flaunting a couple of 100 yuan, while the other 3 teams are left with mere tens, appearing as though they are destitute. What a stark contrast. After some contemplation, he suggested, how about 10? Is 10 acceptable? Seeing Shen Feng about to shout again, Director Chen preemptively covered his mouth. Then, Jiang Wanwan called out, Li Zong, Uncle Li. Director Chen was distraught. He had forgotten about her presence. He quickly interjected, all right, how about 20? If you win, you'll receive 20. If you can achieve 3 consecutive victories, you'll earn 60. Does that sound fair? Shen Feng finally nodded in agreement, while Director Chen felt as though his heart was breaking. Oh, Director Chen, why put yourself through this? You simply cannot outplay those 2. I initially felt sympathy for the director, but now I increasingly believe he deserves this. Why provoke them? Haha, my dear Director Chen is truly in dire straits. This is the price of offending the bandit couple. Director Chen, steer clear the circle lock couple. They bring misfortune. The comments were rife with laughter. Director Chen, feeling humiliated, approached the 3 groups of guests holding the cardboard box. He surveyed them with a grimace, then gritted his teeth and declared, you all better pull your weight and strive to sink Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Whoever can defeat them will receive 100 yuan as a reward. I am not short on money. What I seek is a sense of vindication. Who will step up to draw the task and challenge them? Jia Tenin eagerly raised his hand. I will. I have lost count of how much Shun Ge has cost me. It's time for me to reclaim my dignity. As he spoke, Jia Tenin reached into the box and pulled out a challenge card, loudly reading the task aloud. Challenge task. In a hotel entertainment area, sing die for love. Both sides will perform, and the higher score shall win. Jia Tenin's voice dwindled to a whisper before he ultimately fell silent. Can I draw again? He asked, looking utterly bewildered. Singing was his weakest skill, and this task demanded he sing such a challenging song. Was this truly a challenge? It was clearly a setup against him. Director Chen was equally stunned. He had not anticipated this task would fall upon Jia Tenin. Originally, this song had been tailored for Zhang Wei, whom Director Chen had intended to compliment with this task. Yet, it had landed in the hands of Jia Tenin, the most tone-deaf individual. Everyone has the opportunity to redraw. Director Chen finally relented, albeit reluctantly, allowing Jia Tenin to draw again. Jia Tenin rummaged through the box for a long moment and pulled out another card. Sing Die for Love. How was it this again? Director Chen's lips twitched. Each person has 2 chances to redraw, so young Jia may draw once more. Jia Tenon attempted a 3rd time. Sing Die for Love. Jia Tenon felt utterly defeated. Enough with Die for Love. He felt as though he might perish. What if the box contained nothing but this card? In a fit of desperation, he overturned the box, spilling all the cards onto the floor. To his dismay, only this one task card remained, requiring him to sing. Jia Tenon was at his wit's end. What kind of luck was this? He carefully returned the cards to the box and asked Director Chen, "Can I draw again? I refuse to believe I will pick this card once more." Director Chen simply stared, speechless. He is, to some extent, a person who values his dignity. At this moment, he feels a bit awkward. However, in order to triumph over Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, Director Chen resolves to cast aside his pride for once. Indeed, there is still another chance. Your team can draw once more. Jia Tenon reaches out eagerly to draw a card. Director Chen quickly intervenes, pleading, "Please, let Li Tingting draw instead." He is genuinely afraid of a 4th consecutive failure. Jia Tenon, sensing his own misfortune today, relinquishes the box to Li Tingting. Feeling the weight of responsibility, she first clasps her hands in prayer. Then, she recites a few verses, touching her forehead and both shoulders with reverence. With sincere earnestness, she proclaims, "Bless Spring Brother. Infinite Heavenly Sovereign, Amit Amen." Finally, with solemnity, she reaches into the box and retrieves a card. The song chosen is Love, Even If I Die. Director Chen. Jia Tenon. Li Tingting. Is this what they call fate? Jiang Wanwan suddenly remarks with a sense of nostalgia. Shen Feng ponders for a moment before shaking his head, stating earnestly, "No, this is merely bad luck." Chapter 55, Love, Even If I Die. This cannot merely be described as bad luck, can it? I even thought this was some kind of magic trick, where each draw yields the same card. If Jia Tenon hadn't just emptied the box to show us, I would have believed it was filled solely with this card. I'm about to split my face from laughing. I must edit this segment and post it online. It's truly hilarious. Jia Tenon, my dear Jia Tenon, how did you end up in such a predicament? Haha. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Yet soon, their amusement faded. As Jia Tenon stepped into the karaoke room and began singing the hit song Love, Even If I Die by the band Exine Yutuan, his voice, akin to a piglet in the throes of a difficult birth, seeking an escape by leaping into a cauldron of boiling oil, sent shivers through the audience. Their expressions froze in disbelief. Originally, there were 70,000 viewers in the live stream. After the first 2 lines, only 60,000 remained. By the 4th line, that number dwindled to 30,000. When Jia Tenon attempted to sing the 5th line, Director Chen, risking life and limb, burst into the karaoke room and swiftly stopped him. He feared the entire audience would flee. Jia Tenon looked at Director Chen in confusion, but I haven't finished singing. The scoring system in the karaoke room is based on the average score, and since he had sung 4 lines, the highest score for 1 line was 8 points. Shall I simply award you 8 points? Director Chen suggested. To Jia Tenon's surprise, he scratched his head and chuckled. I didn't expect to score so high. 8 points, just 2 points shy of a perfect score. Director Chen. The perfect score is 100. Jia Tenon. Jia Tenon felt disheartened. Upon hearing that Jia Tenon would cease singing, the number of viewers in the live stream gradually began to rise again. Wow, when Jia Tenon started singing, I almost lost my mind. I was on the bus, forgot my headphones, and had it on speaker. When Jia Tenon sang, everyone got off. You're lucky. I was also on speaker, and I was kicked off the bus by a whole crowd. Jia Tenon truly captured the essence of the song. I felt like I was staring death in the face. I have no grievance with the production team. Why would they send Jia Tenon to torment me? Surviving after hearing those 4 lines, am I destined for sainthood? As for ascension, I'm not sure, but I certainly felt close to passing away. The audience flooded the screen with comments, expressing their relief at surviving the ordeal. Some were jesting, while others were genuinely astonished by Jia Tenon's vocal performance. After all, Jia Tenon's singing was notoriously eccentric. Love, Even If I Die is a challenging song, and coupled with the karaoke room's sound system amplifying his voice, the impact was indeed formidable. Departing the karaoke room with a score of 8, Jia Tenon exited, making way for Shen Feng. While Jia Tenon had been singing, the crew had hesitated to enter the room. Even the cameraman merely placed the camera inside and promptly left. However, upon Shen Feng's entrance, the crew felt emboldened to follow. They believed that at the very least, Shen Feng's singing would be fatal. Shen Feng tested the microphone before commencing his performance. As the prelude began, his soaring high notes filled the room. Upon completing the first line of Love, Even If I Die, the scoring system awarded him an impressive 95 points. Those in the karaoke room, along with the viewers in the live stream, were visibly taken aback. Not to mention the stark contrast to Jia Tenon's haunting melody. Even without that comparison, Shen Feng's professionalism shone through. His pitch and accuracy were nearly indistinguishable from the original. Fengzi is amazing. That's the spirit, truly professional. After the high-energy prelude, he transitioned into the rich, warm verses, loving as if each day were the last, every moment beautiful enough to bring tears, disregarding others' opinions, as long as you bravely follow me. Shen Feng's voice carried both gentleness and a sense of nostalgia. In his tenderness, he gazed at Jiang Wanwan. In his somber reflections, he recalled past experiences. In the cycles he had endured, had he not also regarded each day as an end? Embracing the present, fearing not the pain of opening one's heart. Many miracles, we believe, will exist. As he sang, his tone suddenly ascended, resembling a roar, a declaration. Love, even if I die, it must be passionate and unrestrained. The depth of emotion must be sufficient to express. As he sang, he moved closer to Jiang Wanwan, taking her hand firmly in his. It seemed as though the words, Love, even if I die, were spoken for her alone. Under the dim lights of the karaoke room, Jiang Wanwan's cheeks flushed. Suddenly, she snatched the microphone from Shen Feng's grasp. Continuing where he left off, her high notes soared. If Shen Feng's high notes were a proclamation to the heavens, then Jiang Wanwan's notes resembled a celestial hymn descending upon the earth. Their voices, though distinct, melded seamlessly. Jiang Wanwan, blushing, sang on, her eyes unwaveringly fixed on Shen Feng. He smiled, maintaining their gaze. This moment was captured perfectly by the camera, witnessed clearly by the viewers in the live stream. Although both of them sing beautifully, I must ask, are they singing or confessing their feelings? That eye contact is going to be the death of me. Their duet is so infused with emotion. Just like last time with Little Love Song, Please, can they release a single? As the song neared its conclusion, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan simultaneously grasped the same microphone. Jiang Wanwan's hand clutched the microphone, while Shen Feng held onto Jiang Wanwan's hand. Their faces were drawn perilously close, as if their voices were entwined in an intimate embrace. So close. Can we steal a kiss? Oh my, this is simply enchanting. Xiao Jiao, look at them. I feel as though I'm breaking into a sweat. Their high notes are exhilarating, making me want to sing. Open the K-Song app. Sing. Close the K-Song app. Uninstall. As the song concluded, members of the production team in the karaoke room spontaneously began to applaud. Finally, director Chen sighed and announced the scores. Shen Feng received a score of 94. Glancing at Shen Feng's score and then at Jia Tenon's, director Chen truly grasped the disparity between individuals. Not to mention Jia Tenon, even Zhang Wei, who was adept at singing this particular song, might not surpass Shen Feng's performance. Meanwhile, Jia Tenon, feeling somewhat disgruntled, raised his hand. This song was a duet. The score shouldn't solely reflect Shen Ji's prowess. Shen Feng shrugged. Then let us say I only take half the score, which would still give me 47 points. Alternatively, how about we count only 1/10 of the score? That would still be 94 points. Jia Tenon realized he was making a fool of himself. The first challenge concluded with Shen Feng's undisputed, overwhelming victory. Reluctantly, director Chen handed Shen Feng 20 yuan. He then retrieved a box, turning his gaze towards the Tianlu and Weimeng groups. Now, which of you two groups will take on the challenge? It's up to you to turn the tide. After some deliberation, Zhao Tianshu raised his hand. We'll go. Zhang Wei and Meng were seasoned veterans in the entertainment industry, possessing both experience and capability. Thus, the groups decided to place their strongest contenders last, opting to cautiously gauge Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan strength first. Even if they lost this round, at least Zhang Wei and Meng would have a clearer understanding of their opponents. Zhao Tianshu approached the box, reaching inside to draw a challenge card. Upon glancing at the task written on it, Zhao Tianshu's eyes lit up. Challenge task. Both parties will take turns communicating in different languages. The first to falter will lose. He hurriedly passed the card to Chen Lu, who also beamed upon seeing it. Though she was an internet celebrity, she had graduated from a foreign language department. Aside from English, she could converse in Japanese, Korean, and Russian. She had even posted several videos on Douyin, singing in multiple languages. Director Chun felt a surge of joy upon seeing the task. It was specifically designed for Chen Lu. What serendipity that their group would draw it. Surely, this was divine intervention. Most people could manage only Mandarin and English, but with Chen Lu's multilingual skills, victory was all but assured. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, your good fortune has come to an end. A sly grin crept across Director Chen's face, and even the audience shared similar sentiments. I've seen Chen Lu's videos. She speaks Russian and Korean. This challenge was clearly tailored for her. This is so obvious. The director is quite cunning. It's over, my dear Fengzi and Wanwan. You might lose your presidential suite. If you end up without a place to stay, you can come to my house. I'll give up my bed and just watch from the side. But then again, who knows? I heard Wanwan has dabbled in Japanese. If Chen Lu chooses Wanwan as her opponent, there might still be a chance. Some audience members expressed that the Penghu Bei group might still have a glimmer of hope. Then, Chen Lu declared, I choose Shen Feng as my opponent. The audience erupted in dismay. It was over. Now even a glimmer of hope had vanished. Chapter 56, You Are Already Amazing. Shen Feng had no objections to this decision. However, Jiang Wanwan voiced her discontent. A good woman does not compete with men. If you're capable, then face me directly. In Jiang Wanwan's perception, Shen Feng seemed to lack any foreign language skills, at best possessing a slight proficiency in English. She believed her knowledge of Japanese gave her an edge. Chen Lu, however, shook her head. Wanwan, I'm actually your fan. I know you can speak Japanese. While I'm proficient in several languages, I still want to choose you as my opponent. Shen Feng, what do you say? Will you accept my challenge or concede defeat? Shen Feng, resigned, replied. I suppose I must accept. Noticing the look of resignation on Shen Feng's face, Director Chen chuckled softly. He then announced the commencement of the challenge. According to the rules, both parties needed to communicate in various languages, switching to a new language with each exchange until one could no longer respond. To be honest, both the audience and the production team, including Jiang Wanwan, anticipated that Shen Feng would falter within 2 rounds. Initially, Chen Lu and Shen Feng communicated in Mandarin. The second round transitioned to English, where Shen Feng responded fluidly. By the 3rd round, Chen Lu switched to Japanese, and to everyone's astonishment, Shen Feng managed to keep up. Director Chen quickly asked the assistant director beside him, what did he just say? Was it correct? The assistant director adjusted his glasses. He expressed a desire for leniency. He was accurate. Director Chen muttered, he must watch a lot of Japanese films. Consider him fortunate. In the 4th round, Chen Lu spoke in Korean, and Shen Feng responded once more. Director Chen remarked, it seems he also enjoys Korean films. In the 5th round, Chen Lu switched to Russian. Shen Feng matched her once again. The assistant director glanced at Director Chen. Does he also enjoy Russian films? Director Chen. At this point, beads of sweat had begun to form on Chen Lu's forehead. She had exhausted her strongest languages and was taken aback by Shen Feng's remarkable fluency. Initially, she had underestimated him, thinking her simple phrases in Japanese were easy. However, when she used colloquialisms in Korean, Shen Feng still managed to respond. In Russian, she recited lines from Pushkin's Ode to Freedom, only to find Shen Feng effortlessly completing the second half. How could he be so proficient at everything? Chen Lu, who had once felt assured of victory, now felt mounting pressure and anxiety. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was equally astonished. Did Shen Feng just speak in Russian? What did he say? I study Russian. They were reciting Pushkin's poetry, and Shen Feng was correct. Wow, it's one thing for Chen Lu, a language expert, to know so many languages, but how does Shen Feng also possess such knowledge? I thought Fengzi would surely lose this round, but he's proving to be incredibly formidable. Though I don't understand, I find it astonishing. This is what it means to be a scholar. Do you comprehend the depth of my Fengzi's brilliance? Chen Lu took a deep breath, her expression turning serious as she regarded Shen Feng. In addition to her basic understanding of Japanese, Korean, and Russian, she possesses a modest grasp of German and French, albeit not with great fluency. Nonetheless, these were her final cards to play. To her dismay, Chen Lu found that no matter whether it was German or French, Shen Feng could effortlessly respond. At this point, Chen Lu was left utterly stumped. Standing awkwardly before Shen Feng, she struggled to find her voice. Shen Feng glanced at her and, in French, inquired, "Why have you stopped?" Chen Lu, feeling embarrassed, replied, I can't continue." Shen Feng chuckled. "Then it seems it's my turn." He then proceeded to utter a rather peculiar sentence in rapid succession. Chen Lu was momentarily taken aback, as were the audience members. "Where's the translator? That cannot be German. Quickly, get a new translator." Someone frantically typed in the comments. Shen Feng's live stream attracted a diverse audience, filled with talented individuals who had previously provided translations for various languages. Yet this time, there was a prolonged silence. Eventually, one person tentatively commented, "I have a friend who studies less common languages. He mentioned that what Shen Feng just said might be Yoruba, a language from West Africa." "What does it mean? What does it mean?" came the anxious inquiries. Roughly translated, it means, "You've done very well." As the comments section buzzed with confusion, Chen Lu hurriedly asked Shen Feng, "Brother Shen, what language was that? What does it mean?" With a kind smile, Shen Feng replied, "Yoruba. It means, you have already done wonderfully." The comment erupted. "I can't believe this. You're teasing that girl and not admitting it, are you?" Surprisingly, Chen Lu believed him. A smile broke across her face as she said, "Thank you for the encouragement, Brother Shen, but I still feel I fall short compared to you. I thought I knew many languages, but I realize now that there are always those more knowledgeable. I accept my defeat graciously. By the way, I might just be a fan of yours now. Could you sign something for me later?" Observing Chen Lu's bashful demeanor, Jiang Wanwan quickly rushed over to pull Shen Feng away. She then flashed a grin at him, saying, "Chen Lu is my fan. You can't sign for her. You can't steal my precious fan. Do you hear me?" Shen Feng could only smile wryly and nod. In the second round, once again, Shen Feng emerged victorious. Reluctantly, Chen Dao handed him 20 yuan and then furrowed his brow, asking, "Shen Feng, could you explain how you know so many languages?" Jiang Wanwan also turned her gaze toward him, equally perplexed. She couldn't recall Shen Feng ever mentioning that he had formally studied so many foreign languages. He couldn't be said to be fluent. Rather, he had dabbled out of interest, with many languages remaining at a superficial level. Chen Lu quickly chimed in, "So, Brother Shen?" "No, I mean idle. Which language do you speak the most fluently?" Without hesitation, Shen Feng replied earnestly, "Chinese." The room fell silent. After a moment of awkwardness, Chen Dao sighed. He patted Shen Feng on the shoulder and asked, "Shen Feng, considering I've already given you 40 yuan, can you share something you don't know?" Shen Feng spread his hands. "There are quite a few things I don't know. I'm not a superhuman. I can't build rockets, planes, ships, or cannons. And I certainly don't know how to have children." Shen Dao replied, "Those are things you don't know, but they can't be written on the challenge card. If you don't know, others certainly won't either." Ultimately, Chen Dao could only walk silently over to the remaining duo, Wei Ming and Zhang Wei, unsure of what encouragement to offer. Honestly, his confidence had been somewhat eroded by Shen Feng's rapid-fire language display, leaving him feeling as if every word was a taunt directed at him. However, Zhang Wei took it upon himself to console Chen Dao, saying, "Don't worry, Chen Dao. We've already devised a strategy. Shen Feng is indeed impressive, but this time, we can choose our opponent. We just need to select Jiang Wanwan." Chen Dao suddenly snapped back to reality. Yes, how could he have forgotten? Since Shen Feng was so formidable, they needn't select him as their opponent. How had he gotten so lost in thought? His eyes regained their sparkle as he presented the box to the two. Zhang Wei drew a challenge card. Both sides must imitate a scene from a classic film and compete in acting. The first to falter loses. If both perform successfully, the one with the lesser skill will lose. Chen Dao exhaled in relief. This challenge was custom-tailored for Jiang Wei and Meng'an, although neither was a household name. Both were capable actors, and he firmly believed they would not lose this time. After conferring, they decided Meng'an would take on the challenge. As Meng'an approached Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, Shen Feng internally sighed. To be honest, he lacked confidence in his acting abilities. He had never deliberately practiced, nor had he acted alongside anyone. If Meng'an had chosen him as an opponent, there was a genuine risk of failure. Instead, Meng'an walked right up to Jiang Wanwan, smiling as she said, "I choose Wanwan as my opponent." Shen Feng was taken aback, and Jiang Wanwan was equally stunned. Choosing her to compete in acting? Had she misheard? After all, she had once been the first domestic actress to win the coveted little golden statue. "Are you sure?" Jiang Wanwan asked hesitantly. Meng'an nodded affirmatively. "I'm sure." Seeing Jiang Wanwan's hesitation, Meng'an felt certain that she was intimidated. In truth, Meng'an had never seen Jiang Wanwan's performances. As a genuine actress, she deemed it beneath her to watch the poor-quality films of idol actors. She always believed Jiang Wanwan was just another fleeting star with no real talent. Even if Jiang Wanwan possessed some skill, Meng'an felt she would not be outmatched. After all, how talented could a university student be? Observing Meng'an's confident demeanor, Jiang Wanwan sighed in resignation. "Fine, I accept the challenge." It wasn't that she wished to bully her opponent. Rather, it was Meng'an who insisted on being challenged. Chapter 57, Great Craftsman Skill, The Youth is Dreaded. As Jiang Wanwan accepted the challenge, Chen Dao began to play the prepared film clip. It featured a scene from a period drama centered on royal intrigue, showcasing a dialogue between an emperor and a consort. The consort is the adopted daughter of a rebel who, in order to fulfill her father's mission, conceals her identity and enters the palace with the intent to assassinate the emperor. However, as she engages with him time and again, she gradually falls in love with the sovereign. Initially, she contemplates abandoning her mission to share her life with the emperor. Yet, at this critical juncture, the emperor uncovers her true identity. The consort kneels before him, while he brandishes a sword at her throat. The two stand in a tense standoff, their emotions a tumultuous blend of complexity. The emperor must convey the heart-wrenching anguish and turmoil of discovering that his beloved consort has ulterior motives, ultimately leading to his resolute decision to spare her life and banish her from the palace. Conversely, the consort is tasked with portraying her genuine love for the emperor. The pain of being misunderstood and the despair of being unable to articulate her truth. Particularly poignant are the tears she sheds upon her expulsion. A critical highlight of the scene. In the original film, this segment was masterfully performed by renowned veteran actors, whose impeccable portrayals have rendered this moment a classic among cinematic masterpieces. Meng'an has chosen to play the role of the consort, as her acting repertoire naturally leans towards portraying vulnerable and helpless women. Furthermore, in this scene, the consort's role is more substantial and nuanced, making it far easier for her to shine compared to the emperor's character. Meng'an feels a surge of confidence. Should the role of the emperor be played by a man, she might harbor some concerns. However, with Jiang Wanwan, a girl significantly younger than her, she perceives a lack of the emperor's commanding presence and gravitas, rendering the task daunting. In fact, Meng'an feels a flicker of glee and anticipation, knowing that there are many fans of Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng. If she can outshine Jiang Wanwan's performance, she might very well attract a portion of her fan base. With such thoughts, Meng'an embarks on her preparations, memorizing her lines. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan begins to rehearse her lines as the emperor, albeit appearing somewhat distracted. The audience notices Jiang Wanwan's seemingly lackadaisical demeanor and begins to flood the screen with comments. Is Wanwan worried about not measuring up to Meng'an? She seems rather absent-minded. After all, Meng'an is 8 or 9 years older and a seasoned actress. It's only natural to feel apprehensive. My Wanwan is also a skilled actress. You know, I'm a fan of Wanwan, but honestly, even if their acting skills are comparable, Meng'an's role is simply more advantageous. Wanwan is already at a disadvantage before she even begins. Indeed, Wanwan is younger and a girl, portraying a high-ranking emperor. There is a significant disparity in appearance that could easily disrupt the immersion. What should we do? What if Wanwan loses? But why does Fengzi seem completely unfazed by Wanwan's situation? Some audience members notice Shen Feng appears remarkably calm. Shen Feng is indeed composed, for he understands that Jiang Wanwan's distraction does not stem from worry, but rather from the fact that she does not regard Ming as a rival. Jiang Wanwan possesses confidence. If she is so self-assured, what need is there for him to fret? After a 10-minute preparation period, Director Chun announces the commencement of the performance. As a seasoned actress, Ming immediately immerses herself in the scene upon hearing the cue. She kneels with a countenance of sorrow and grievance, addressing Jiang Wanwan. "Your Majesty, do you not wish to believe in your humble servant?" It's over. A true expert reveals their prowess instantly. She is truly embodying the essence of the role. What should I do? I'm starting to feel anxious. What if Wanwan can't keep up? Some audience members nervously chew on their nails. A satisfied and triumphant expression appears on Director Chen's face, for Ming and has not disappointed him. She even exceeds expectations. It seems that this time, he will finally regain some ground. However, just as Chen's smile emerges, Jiang Wanwan, who had her back turned to Ming, and pivots around. In her hand, she wields a makeshift stick fashioned from rolled-up paper, gently tapping it against Ming's neck before lifting her chin to meet her gaze. Jiang Wanwan's face is devoid of laughter, cloaked instead in an aura of icy indifference. Yet, the audience can perceive the sorrow of betrayal in her eyes. Jiang Wanwan gradually leans closer to Ming and, gazing at her with a gentle tone, "Xiao Yu, it is not that I do not trust you." Forced to meet Jiang Wanwan's gaze, Ming feels a jolt in her heart. The look in her eyes mirrors that of the esteemed veteran actor from the original film. In that fleeting moment, Ming is momentarily stunned. Yet, as she becomes lost in thought, Jiang Wanwan's previously gentle tone suddenly escalates. The warmth in her voice dissipates, replaced by an uncontainable surge of anguish and fury, erupting in a low growl. "This undeniable evidence. How can you expect me to trust you? How can I trust you?" Jiang Wanwan's grip on the paper stick tightens, her hand trembling slightly. This should have been the moment for Ming to respond. However, Jiang Wanwan's powerful growl momentarily stuns her into silence. After a 2-second pause, Ming regains her composure. She swallows hard and, with a quivering voice, states, "Your Majesty, perhaps I initially harbored ulterior motives towards you, but now my feelings are sincere. Do you not sense it?" This line should have been delivered with greater sorrow and helplessness, yet her nerves get the better of her. Under the weight of Jiang Wanwan's compelling performance, she finds herself overwhelmed with anxiety. Even when acting alongside seasoned veterans, she has never felt such pressure. Jiang Wanwan's skill is on an entirely different level than that of the younger actors, surpassing even her own prowess. Ming realizes that she has already lost. At this moment, both Director Chun and the audience are left in stunned silence. They are discerning individuals. They can clearly see that Jiang Wanwan's performance has eclipsed Ming's. What is going on with Wanwan's acting? This is a complete domination. Ming almost forgot her lines. Indeed, Wanwan's recent line and expression carried such weight that I felt a shiver down my spine. You can call me a mindless fan or say I'm blind, but I truly believe Wanwan just channeled the essence of the veteran actor. I share that sentiment. The gaze and presence are strikingly similar. In contrast to the audience's excitement, fellow actors Zhang Wei, Director Chun, and the assistant director are even more profoundly impacted. Jiang Wanwan has not only excelled in portraying the emperor, but has also brought the character to life without any elaborate costuming or props. They can scarcely fathom the heights her performance might reach with full production support. Subsequently, the audience's attention shifts almost entirely away from Ming. Whether among viewers or industry insiders like Zhang Wei and Director Chun, even Ming herself find her focus drawn to Jiang Wanwan. As an actress devoted to her craft, Ming is acutely aware of the performance unfolding before her. In the face of inevitable defeat, Ming preferred to regard this challenge as a valuable opportunity for learning. She closely observed the intricate details of Jiang Wanwan's performance. Gradually, Ming found herself drawn into the scene, initially struggling to keep pace with Jiang Wanwan, but eventually synchronizing with her rhythm. This was especially evident in the climactic moment when the emperor sheathed his sword. turned his back to the Empress, and uttered the poignant words, "You may leave." In that moment, Meng, in portraying the Empress, shed a genuine tear. She had become deeply immersed in the performance, entirely captivated by Jiang Wanwan's remarkably realistic acting. Consequently, Meng found herself kneeling on the ground, weeping for an extended period, until Jiang Wanwan assisted her to her feet, at which point she realized the performance had concluded. Around them, waves of applause erupted. Zhang Wei, clapping enthusiastically, approached Meng and remarked, "You did wonderfully in the end. You worked hard." Meng wiped away her tears and, with a bittersweet smile, turned to Jiang Wanwan, saying, "I was completely swept into the performance by you. I never anticipated your acting prowess would be so formidable." Zhang Wei chimed in, "Indeed, I was left utterly astonished. I even thought it was the legendary actor himself performing." He continued, "You were truly exceptional. We accept our defeat wholeheartedly. We must collaborate on a play in the future." Jiang Wanwan smiled and replied, "Absolutely. Just remember to select a compelling script." At that moment, Director Chen approached. Just when Jiang Wanwan expected him to wear a constipated expression while reluctantly handing her 20 yuan, he unexpectedly displayed an exceedingly warm smile, as if he had encountered his beloved daughter, and joyfully presented the money to her. He cheerfully declared, "What a splendid victory. Your performance was truly commendable. I announce that the Penghu Bei team has triumphed in all 3 challenges. The champions have successfully defended their presidential suite. Now it is getting late. Today's live broadcast concludes here. Tomorrow, we shall officially embark on a new survival love mission in Lanyu County, so I hope everyone is well prepared. We shall meet again tomorrow." With that, Director Chen chuckled heartily and walked away, leaving Jiang Wanwan in a state of bewilderment. She then pulled Shen Feng aside and asked, "Has Director Chen gone mad?" Shen Feng gently patted her head and replied, "Shouldn't you return the money to him?" Jiang Wanwan promptly tucked the money into her pocket, exclaiming, "Not a chance. Fear not. He is not mad, merely exceedingly happy." Jiang Wanwan, puzzled, responded, "How can one be happy after losing money? Isn't that madness?" Shen Feng pulled out his phone and opened Weibo, showing Jiang Wanwan a post. Upon seeing it, she froze in astonishment. The legendary actor had retweeted the link to the dating live broadcast. He praised Jiang Wanwan's acting. The 2 trending topics were both among the top 10 on the hot search list. As Jiang Wanwan clicked to investigate, she discovered that the revered veteran actor, Zhou Yilin, often referred to as a national treasure, had not only retweeted the live broadcast of Let's Start Dating Today, but had also posted a separate tweet, succinctly praising her performance with the words, "A master craftsman wields their tools. The younger generation is formidable." Chapter 58. More pitfalls await. Zhou Yilin's influence in the domestic film industry is akin to that of Michael Jordan in the realm of basketball. Today, he had not only tweeted, but had also shared a link to a dating reality show's live broadcast, even using the phrase, "A master craftsman wields their tools." The younger generation is formidable to commend Jiang Wanwan, a star often regarded as a secondary figure in the entertainment world. If this did not land on the trending list, it would indeed be a most peculiar occurrence. The link to the live broadcast was shared merely 10 minutes prior, just as Jiang Wanwan commenced her performance. The praise was posted 3 minutes ago, right after Jiang Wanwan concluded her act. Many viewers who arrived late clicked the link and found nothing, prompting them to rush to Zhou Yilin's Weibo to inquire about the events that transpired. "I heard these 8 words are comment on Jiang Wanwan. What did she do? I arrived late. Can someone explain what happened? Why would the legendary actor retweet this live broadcast? Is he being paid for advertising?" In the comments section, some even began to question whether the legendary actor had accepted payment. In response, the fans of Zhou Yilin, who had witnessed Jiang Wanwan's performance, simply smirked and shared a video link. Why did he retweet? Why praise Jiang Wanwan? Watch this video and you'll understand. Thus, the curious onlookers flocked to view the video, which featured the segment performed by Jiang Wanwan and Meng, and Jiang Wanwan's display of skill and control left the audience astounded. Is this the caliber of acting we expect from today's youth? Isn't she just a celebrity? How can she be this impressive? Her aura is strikingly similar to that of the legendary actor. It's no wonder he praised her. Consequently, an increasing number of viewers flooded into the now black screen of the live broadcast. Jiang Wanwan glanced at the viewer count, which had surpassed 150,000. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "Has Director Chen truly lost his mind? With so many people watching, why did he end the broadcast early?" Yet, she understood that Director Chen's decision to conclude the stream was to avoid complications. With the legendary actor's sudden retweet and 2 trending topics, the program's popularity had surged, undoubtedly attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. It was wiser to wrap up the broadcast early, allowing the fervor to settle overnight. While scrolling through her phone, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan entered the elevator, intending to return to their room for some rest. Jiang Wanwan was busy revisiting the comments from her performance in the live broadcast. "Oh, Wanwan's gaze has bewitched me. Hubby. From now on, Wanwan is my hubby. How can a woman portray a man so handsomely without makeup? This is utterly captivating. Fengzi is also my hubby, and so is Wanwan. How do I choose between 2 wonderful husbands? Only children make choices. I want them both. Do you even stand a chance? Aren't you afraid of being trapped by a 6-fold loop?" Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but chuckle. However, as she enjoyed the moment, her phone suddenly lost signal, forcing her to set it aside and watch as the elevator ascended floor by floor. Standing beside her, Shen Feng softly remarked, "Someone called you hubby, and you seem quite pleased?" Jiang Wanwan proudly tilted her head. "Of course, it's an affirmation of my acting." Shen Feng leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "But someone called my wife hubby, and I'm feeling a bit displeased. What should I do?" Jiang Wanwan's face flushed. She turned her head away from Shen Feng, muttering, "Well, someone also calls my hubby hubby, and I'm not happy about it either. What do you suggest?" Shen Feng chuckled. "How about this? I'll give you a little punishment, and you can give me one in return, a small lesson for a greater warning." Before Jiang Wanwan could respond, Shen Feng leaned in and kissed her cheek. He then smiled and said, "That's my punishment done. Now it's your turn." With a rosy face, Jiang Wanwan extended her hand, cupping Shen Feng's face, caressing it for a moment, and then pinched him hard. The sudden pain nearly brought tears to Shen Feng's eyes. As the elevator came to a halt, the 2 stepped out and returned to their room. Shen Feng was still covering his face, and Jiang Wanwan felt a twinge of guilt. She had hesitated to initiate a kiss with Shen Feng in the elevator, leading to a playful pinch that had evidently caused him lingering discomfort. Had she perhaps pinched too hard? Contemplating this, Jiang Wanwan leaned closer to Shen Feng, gently removing his hand from his face. Rising on her toes and tilting her head, she placed a soft kiss on the spot she had just pinched. With a pitiful gaze, she inquired, "Fengzi, does it feel better now?" "I'm sorry." Shen Feng shook his head, his expression pained as he replied, "Once isn't enough. It might require several more." Jiang Wanwan pondered this for a moment before picking up a vase from the table and lamentingly suggested, "Then how about I knock you out? Your face should stop hurting, right?" Shen Feng, feigning a brave demeanor, exclaimed, "Why is my Wanwan so violent?" Seeing Shen Feng settle down, Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but smirk in triumph. She had known he was just putting on an act. Going toe-to-toe with her was a game he was ill-prepared for. She chuckled and set the vase down, only to hear Shen Feng say, "Kiss me twice, and I'll make you hamburgers for dinner. Kiss me thrice, and I'll prepare barbecue. For kisses, and you'll get beef stew. Otherwise, we might as well order takeout." Jiang Wanwan picked up the vase once more, but Shen Feng wore an expression of noble sacrifice. "If you knock me out, I won't be able to cook for you tonight either." Jiang Wanwan thought to herself, "Oh, Jiang Wanwan, how can you be so weak-willed? Are you really going to let him win over a single dinner?" With a resigned sigh, she decided to relent. Who could resist the allure of delicious food? She approached Shen Feng and pecked him 3 times on the cheek, like a chick pecking at grains. Just as she was about to deliver a 4th kiss to conclude their playful skirmish, Shen Feng suddenly reached out from his seated position on the bed, pulling her into his embrace and rolling them over onto the bed. Jiang Wanwan's cheeks flushed an even deeper shade of crimson. Before she could utter a word, Shen Feng's lips were upon hers. This kiss had been long awaited, and Shen Feng found himself utterly captivated by Jiang Wanwan's exceptional performance that day. She truly shone brighter than anyone else, leaving him eager to share her brilliance with the world, yet desiring to keep her all to himself. The kiss lingered on, drawing out until Jiang Wanwan felt her body grow weak and pliable. Only then did Shen Feng release her. With misty eyes, she whispered, "So, what are we having for dinner? Are we still eating tonight?" Shen Feng gently brushed aside her tousled hair, replying, "Tonight, we'll feast on Jiang Wanwan. What do you think?" As he leaned in for another kiss, a knock echoed from outside the door. Interrupted, Shen Feng took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and exited the bedroom to open the door. There stood Jia Tenin, beaming with excitement, exclaiming, "Shen Ge, you're a sensation." Today, the esteemed veteran actor praised Jiang Wanwan's acting skills, drawing in a multitude of viewers. Those who missed the live broadcast have been scouring for video clips. Your duet with Wanwan, your synchronized word guessing, your cheesy lines, and your shining moments today are all skyrocketing in views, with several trending. Especially that segment where you confessed in the hotel kitchen. It's gone viral. Oh, by the way, are you and Wanwan really? Before Jia Tenin could finish, Shen Feng abruptly closed the door, leaving him stunned in front of the now-closed door. Scratching his head in confusion, Jia Tenin thought, "Did I say something wrong? Why does Shen Feng seem so upset?" After a moment of consideration, he suddenly realized. Perhaps it was his implication that Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan might be a real couple that had riled him up. It must be so. Shen Feng was only acting for the sake of the show. In reality, he and Jiang Wanwan shared a purely platonic friendship. Convinced he had uncovered the truth, Jia Tenin felt a sense of clarity. Meanwhile, Shen Feng returned to the suite, rubbing his temples. He must have pranked Jia Tenin too many times to be met with this karmic retribution. He resolved to continue his mischievous antics later. But as he turned to the bedroom to resume his playful banter with Jiang Wanwan, he found the door securely locked. Knocking softly, he called out, "Wan Ge, open up. Shall we go out for dinner?" "No way. I'm not hungry," Jiang Wanwan replied. "Then where do I sleep tonight? The suite has 2 bedrooms. You could take the other one." Shen Feng protested. "Damn it, I was careless. I should have given this suite to Jia Tenin during the challenge." Shen Feng lamented, trying every persuasive tactic to open the door. But Jiang Wanwan remained resolute, her determination unyielding. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to that one trick. Muttering to himself, Shen Feng quietly exited the suite. Chapter 59. Let us make it official. In the hotel kitchen, Shen Feng gathered some ingredients and prepared a few dishes for Jiang Wanwan. As it was not recording time, he could indulge in purchasing the finest ingredients. Once he had finished cooking, he carried the dishes upstairs, setting them down at Jiang Wanwan's tightly shut door. He knocked, calling out, "Dinner is ready. I made your favorite sweet and sour ribs. Come out and eat." "I'm not eating. You're up to no good, Fengzi. I want to fall for your tricks and open the door." Jiang Wanwan protested from within. The aroma of Shen Feng's cooking wafted through the door, tantalizing Jiang Wanwan's senses despite her resolve. Though she was tempted, she held firm. After all, this was a hotel, they were filming a show, and she was not fond of such an environment. Outside, Shen Feng sighed in resignation. "Wan Ge, I was impulsive earlier. I won't do that again. Aren't you hungry? Come out and have dinner." "No, I want to open the door at least until tomorrow morning," Jiang Wanwan asserted. Seeing her unwavering stance, Shen Feng felt at a loss. He rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a piece of iron wire he had obtained from Uncle Lee in the kitchen. He inserted it into the lock. To his shame, he had once learned a bit about lock-picking during his idle days. "Though I have yet to reach the profound realm where one can traverse the entire neighborhood on the strength of a single instant noodle, my skills are commendable nonetheless." The wire wobbled within the lock, and with a decisive click, Shen Feng pried open Jiang Wanwan's room door. As he was about to step inside, the door suddenly swung open, and he heard a soft exclamation from behind it. Having noticed Shen Feng's silence, Jiang Wanwan, uncertain of his intentions, rushed to the door to eavesdrop. When Shen Feng unexpectedly opened the door, it collided with Jiang Wanwan's head, causing her to crouch down, cradling her aching head. Shen Feng, taken aback, hurriedly knelt beside her, gently massaging her head as he inquired, "Wanwan, I didn't realize you were behind the door. Does it hurt much?" Jiang Wanwan looked up at him with a touch of grievance and nodded. "Shall I blow on it for you?" he offered. Jiang Wanwan shook her head. "How about an ice pack?" She again declined. "What will make you feel better?" he asked. Jiang Wanwan remained silent, yet her stomach audibly protested. With a blush, she glared at Shen Feng, as if to say, "Do you understand now?" Shen Feng chuckled, lifting her up and placing her in a wicker chair by the round table in the bedroom, before bringing in several dishes. With a flushed face, Jiang Wanwan began to gnaw on some ribs, sneaking glances at Shen Feng as she ate. She then softly inquired, "How is it that you know how to pick locks?" "Just learn a few tricks for emergencies," Shen Feng replied. "What emergencies? Are you afraid I might forget my keys?" "No, I'm worried that one day I might provoke you and you'd lock my bicycle," he teased. Jiang Wanwan retorted, "So that joke still lingers, huh?" She huffed, taking another couple of bites of rice. Mumbling through her mouthful, "You already provoked me just now, did you know?" Shen Feng sighed. "I know, I was wrong, and I won't dare again. It's not that you can never do it again. I just want you to be mindful of your surroundings," she murmured, her voice dwindling. "At least within our home." At this point, Jiang Wanwan couldn't bear to look at Shen Feng anymore, burying her face in her food to hide her flushed cheeks. Shen Feng smiled and nodded. "All right, let us wait until we get home." Jiang Wanwan continued to eat, but faintly. Shen Feng heard her murmur in acknowledgement. After dinner, Shen Feng tidied up the dishes, and once he finished, he noticed Jiang Wanwan sitting on the edge of the bed, engrossed in her phone, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Upon seeing Shen Feng return, she eagerly beckoned, "Fengzi, come look. We've really gone viral this time." Although Shen Feng had just heard about it from Jia Tinan, he feigned curiosity and leaned in closer, asking what happened. Jiang Wanwan handed her phone to him, exclaiming, "After the renowned actor shared our show, a wave of viewers began searching for clips related to us. Fans from the Penghu Bay topic started promoting our earlier videos. Now, Little Love Song has surpassed 1 million views, and your Weibo followers have exceeded 200,000. You've only been in the industry for less than a week." Jiang Wanwan was brimming with excitement. Shen Feng scrolled through Weibo and indeed found a surge of new followers in the Penghu Bay topic, with longtime fans enthusiastically recommending his and Jiang Wanwan's videos. Not only had the views for Little Love Song skyrocketed, but even newly released video snippets had amassed hundreds of thousands of views. A particular segment where the esteemed actor Zhou Yilin praised Jiang Wanwan's performance had garnered an impressive 70,000 views. Meanwhile, Shen Feng's video, where he deduced the room's floor level from the light and swiftly solved a high-level math problem, along with his multilingual conversations, had also received tens of thousands of views. Both fans and casual viewers offered glowing reviews of Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng. "I always thought Jiang Wanwan was just a trending star, but now I realize that was a prejudice. She is truly remarkable. I'm over 40 and apart from Zhou Yilin, I've never followed another star, but now I'm beginning to want to follow Jiang Wanwan. She embodies the same aura as the esteemed actor. Not only is she beautiful, but her singing and acting are exceptional. That is what a true star is." Is Shen Feng really a fresh debutante? His unaccompanied Little Love Song is so enchanting that it left me speechless. Fengzi is so handsome, fluent in numerous languages, and excels in mathematics. He is a super scholar. If these are the stars that young people are following, there is no need to regulate fan culture. They are undoubtedly positive role models. I'm locking this CP down. I've never encountered such an entertaining couple. Though I just became a fan today, I must shout, locking couple forever. The online feedback was overwhelmingly positive. Even if there were detractors or bots, they found little to criticize, as Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were nearly beyond reproach. As an actress, Jiang Wanwan had received high praise from the veteran actor, and that alone deterred any naysayers. To disparage Jiang Wanwan would imply a lack of discernment on the part of the esteemed actor. As for Shen Feng, despite being a newcomer, he was handsome, had a powerful voice, was multilingual, and excelled in mathematics. Any trolls attempting to belittle him were met with the question, "Are you even half as talented as he is?" and promptly fell silent. Despite Shen Feng's 200,000 followers being dwarfed by the millions of other stars, the authenticity of his fan base was undeniable. They were real. Active supporters without a hint of fabrication. The fighting spirit of these genuine fans was formidable. Shen Feng scrolled through Weibo, a smile gradually spreading across his face. He returned the phone to Jiang Wanwan, then pulled out his own phone to repost a video with the company account provided for him. Just as Jiang Wanwan received her phone back, a notification chimed. Someone had mentioned her on Weibo. She clicked in to discover it was Shen Feng. He had reposted a video, specifically tagging her. With curiosity, she clicked on the video, her face instantly flushing. The clip showcased a moment in the afternoon when Shen Feng held her hand and professed his feelings in the kitchen. In the future, we will definitely be very happy. In the video, Shen Feng spoke each word with clarity and conviction. Before Jiang Wanwan could fully process it, Shen Feng had leaned in closer, softly whispering in her ear, "In the future, we will definitely be very happy. So, my Wanwan, let us make it official." Chapter 60. This is the power of your Wanwan. That night, the topic of Peng Hu Bei exploded. When Shen Feng reposted his confession video to Jiang Wanwan, the act itself was tantamount to an official announcement. Before the fervent fans of the couple could fully revel in their excitement, an even more significant revelation came crashing down. Mere minutes after Shen Feng shared the video, both he and Jiang Wanwan simultaneously posted on Weibo. "Shen Feng, Jiang Wanwan, shall we walk this path together from now on?" Accompanied by a picture. Jiang Wanwan, "No, I want you to carry me." Also with a picture. The mere exchange between these two was already laden with implications. However, the image they shared was the true source of intrigue. Both their Weibo posts featured identical photographs of their marriage certificate. This was unmistakably an official announcement, and a certified one at that. The fans of the couple, along with the newly intrigued onlookers, were sent into a frenzy. "I can't believe it. I've really followed through. I'm overwhelmed. Ever since Shen Feng's confession this afternoon, I sensed something amiss, but I never anticipated they were officially married. Now that they are married, can the production team refrain from filming inappropriate scenes for us adults? No, Shen Feng is clearly my husband. I just became his fan today. How can he officially announce this? Weren't they just good friends? What about us, the bro fans? I refuse to accept this. They are a perfect match. How dare you oppose this? As a casual viewer, I just watched their highlights, and they do indeed complement each other. Best wishes to them." The trending topic of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's announcement swiftly ascended to the top 10 on Weibo's charts. While the couple's fans celebrated, the brother fans lamented, and casual viewers sent their blessings. Even the esteemed veteran actor Zhou Yilin retweeted their posts, extending his congratulations. Meanwhile, as Weibo buzzed with excitement, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan leaned against each other, solemnly gazing at the speakerphone before them. The loud voice of Lin Jie erupted from the phone. "Shen Feng, Jiang Wanwan, are you two trying to incite a rebellion? The last time Jiang Wanwan shared her marriage certificate nearly drove me to despair. And now you both decide to announce it together. You didn't inform me when you got your certificate, and now you're making this announcement without notifying me? Am I just here to clean up your mess?" Jiang Wanwan murmured, "Yes." "Jiang Wanwan," Lin Jie's voice thundered. "Haven't you learned your lesson from the previous breach of contract issue? How dare you pull this stunt again?" Jiang Wanwan fell silent. Shen Feng interjected, "Lin Jie, according to the contract, Wanwan is only liable to compensate the company for breach of contract in situations that could lead to negative public opinion. Our announcement has not only avoided any adverse effects, but has also garnered substantial support, reflecting positively on the company. Surely, they wouldn't hold us liable for damages." After Shen Feng spoke, there was a moment of silence on Lin Jie's end. She then scoffed, "You're only so audacious with your announcement because you know the company won't trouble you, right?" "Of course." Lin Jie said. "Indeed, the company wouldn't dare to confront you, and they've been pressing me to find ways to renew your contract. However, I must insist that for such significant matters in the future, please consult me first. I'm getting old. Don't keep putting my heart through the stress." Jiang Wanwan quickly replied with a smile, "Lin Jie, you're still young. Besides, there won't be any similar occurrences in the future, as we will only announce once." "That may be true. Fine, I won't pursue this any further," Lin Jie concluded, hanging up the phone. Shortly after, Jiang Wanwan received a message from Lin Jie on WeChat. Upon opening it, she discovered a red envelope accompanied by a message. "Silly girl, congratulations on finding your other half. Wishing you both happiness." Lin Jie may scold her, but she certainly cares deeply. Jiang Wanwan smiled as she accepted the red envelope, only to discover it contained 666 yuan. Her smile instantly faltered. Just as she was about to text Lin Jie in protest, she noticed that Shen Feng had also received a message from Lin Jie. However, instead of a red envelope, it was a bank transfer of 666 yuan. Jiang Wanwan's smile vanished completely. How unfair. As Jiang Wanwan sulked over Lin Jie's preferential treatment, her phone rang again. Upon seeing the caller ID, her expression darkened. She intended to answer, but Shen Feng, sitting beside her, took the phone. Jiang Wanwan was taken aback as he nodded at her and smiled. "Leave it to me." With that, Shen Feng moved to the bedroom and answered the call. "Wanwan, what is going on? Did you really get married to Shen Feng? Why didn't you tell us about such a monumental event?" The voice on the other end belonged to Jiang Zhe, filled with anger. Shen Feng closed the bedroom door and stepped onto the balcony, gazing at the night view of Lanyu County as he replied, "Uncle, this is Shen Feng." Jiang Zhe paused for a moment. Just as Shen Feng anticipated that Jiang Zhe might become even angrier, his tone softened. "Shen Feng, it's been a while since we last spoke. Do you remember what I told you? I said you shouldn't TB with Wanwan. You're not worthy of her." Shen Feng nodded, then sincerely stated, "Uncle, you were right. I didn't deserve Wanwan back then. But now, I believe I can bring her happiness. I understand that you may not regard my family background or capabilities highly, but I hope you can grant me some time. In a month, I will present you with a gift, and you will see that I am not merely boasting." Jiang Zhe hesitated, wanting to say something, but then abruptly changed his tone, sounding somewhat arrogant. "Very well, I shall await your gift. Just don't make empty promises. If you can indeed prove that you can make Wanwan happy, then I will consider entrusting her to you." With that, Jiang Zhe ended the call. Beside him, Su Yin watched the highlights of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan with a smile and asked, "What is up? Was it Fengzi on the line?" "Yes," Jiang Zhe nodded. Su Yin nudged him playfully. "Then why didn't you clarify things with him?" Jiang Zhe chuckled. "He asked the one who said he would deliver a gift in a month to prove he can make Wanwan happy. Since he is so ambitious, I figure I'd give him a little more motivation. Hey, while you're on the phone, how did you manage to watch so much? Rewind it a bit. I haven't finished watching the previous part," Jiang Zhe said, as he rewound the video that Su Yin had been watching. Initially, both Jiang Zhe and Su Yin were vehemently opposed to the relationship between Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. During the first 2 days of the variety show, Jiang Zhe even took on the role of a devoted detractor, stirring up trouble in the live stream. However, as the days of streaming progressed, their sentiments gradually transformed. Before their eyes, Jiang Wanwan consistently presented herself as a demure and obedient young woman. Yet, they seldom witnessed her smile in their presence, leading them to believe that this was her inherent disposition. It was not until they viewed the live stream that Jiang Zhe and Su Yin discovered their daughter possessed such a joyful, charming, and playful side. Furthermore, Shen Feng demonstrated an admirable level of kindness and indulgence towards Jiang Wanwan during the broadcasts, to the point of seeming excessively doting. As seasoned individuals, Jiang Zhe and Su Yin certainly wished for their daughter to find a wealthy and influential partner to secure a better life. However, equally, they desired for her to find someone truly compatible. It was evident that Shen Feng embodied that compatibility. Thus, after following several days of live streams, Jiang Zhe and Su Yin had tacitly accepted the union of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. In recent days, they had even begun to watch various video compilations, secretly shipping their daughter with Shen Feng. It was simply too entertaining to resist. Today, Jiang Zhe's anger in calling Jiang Wanwan was not due to opposition against a relationship with Shen Feng. Rather, he felt somewhat displeased that such an important matter had not been disclosed to him sooner. His feelings were quite akin to those of Lin Jie. Upon realizing that it was Shen Feng who answered the call instead of Jiang Wanwan, Jiang Zhe initially intended to apologize to Shen Feng, admitting that his previous statements were misguided and that Shen Feng was indeed worthy of Jiang Wanwan. However, before he could express his apology, Shen Feng began to speak at length, insisting on proving his capability to deserve Jiang Wanwan. With Shen Feng asserting this himself, Jiang Zhe felt there was no need for further explanation. He was curious to see just what Shen Feng was capable of. After the call, Shen Feng returned to the room, where Jiang Wanwan looked at him with a hint of concern and asked, "Did my dad say anything unpleasant?" "Not at all, rest assured," Shen Feng replied, gently ruffling her hair. With me around, I will handle it. Jiang Wanwan nodded, stifling a large yawn. Observing this, Shen Feng asked, Are you tired? You didn't rest well last night. If you're sleepy, you should go to bed early. We have tasks to accomplish tomorrow morning. All right, Jiang Wanwan agreed. Settling onto the bed, Shen Feng intended to lie beside her, but Jiang Wanwan rolled over and claimed his space, glaring at him as she declared, Tonight, you'll sleep in another bedroom. Shen Feng was taken aback. We just announced our relationship, and you want to separate? Jiang Wanwan blushed. Just for today. I need you to cool off a bit. You cannot sleep with me. Do you hear me? Faced with Jiang Wanwan's fierce expression, Shen Feng could only leave the bedroom with a sense of resignation. Jiang Wanwan slammed the door shut, locking it, and confiscated Shen Feng's wire. Shen Feng stood before the closed door, feeling rather pitiful. On the night of their announcement, while fans on Weibo were celebrating, he was forced into a separation from Wanwan? No way, absolutely not. After pondering for a moment, Shen Feng took out his phone, found a spooky audio story, and turned the volume up to the maximum. He positioned himself at the door of Jiang Wanwan's room, listening intently. 5 minutes later, Jiang Wanwan, with red eyes, opened the door and yanked Shen Feng inside. Shen Feng smiled, thinking this is the power of wisdom. However, before he could bask in his triumph, he noticed Jiang Wanwan had somehow procured several lengths of rope, swiftly binding him tightly and tossing him onto the bed. This is the strength of your Wanga, she proclaimed. Subsequently, Jiang Wanwan lay down beside him, using him as a pillow and drifting off to sleep. Shen Feng. Shen Feng. Chapter 61. A new task officially begins. Jiang Wanwan slept soundly, enveloped in tranquility. The next morning, she awoke invigorated by the sunlight. Poor Shen Feng, however, had been bound all night, leaving him quite numb. It was a true sense of numbness. After Jiang Wanwan untied him, it took him a considerable amount of time to return to normal, which made Jiang Wanwan feel a pang of guilt. Fengzi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have tied you up for so long. Shen Feng sighed, It's all right. I shouldn't have startled you. Well, if you scare me again, I'll just knock you out, Jiang Wanwan retorted. Shen Feng. Having stretched and freshened up, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan made their way downstairs. In the hotel lobby, the production team was already waiting. Upon seeing Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan approach, Director Chen was all smiles. Little Shen, Wanwan, have you a breakfast? I brought you a portion. Jiang Wanwan stared in astonishment at the breakfast offered by Director Chen. After a moment, she asked, Did an alien abduct you for body modification? Or are you possessed by a ghost? Director Chen waved his hands dismissively. What are you talking about, Wanwan? Come, eat with little Shen. At that moment, Zhao Tianshu and Shen Lu's group also arrived. Upon seeing the breakfast in Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's hands, Chen Lu excitedly asked Director Chen, Director, are we having breakfast today? It was worth noting that during previous recordings, they were responsible for their own meals, often unable to afford breakfast. Director Chen's expression immediately soured. What are you thinking? This is a survival romance show. How could we provide breakfast? Yet but Wanwan and Shungu. Chen Lu pointed at the couple holding their breakfast. That is what they just picked up in the lobby. Chen Lu and Zhao Tianshu were left dumbfounded. In the hotel lobby, one could find a McDonald's breakfast set, and it was neatly packaged, no less, with a double portion. Was Director Chen mocking them? Jiang Wanwan, munching on a hamburger, glanced at the envious Chen Lu and Zhao Tianshu, feeling a twinge of compassion. She considered herself a kind person. How could she indulge in such behavior, eating alone while others merely watched? Thus, with a resolute heart, Jiang Wanwan dashed to a corner to eat in secret. Shen Feng squatted beside her, eating while asking, What are you doing here? I'm a kind person, unable to bear seeing them only watch without eating. So I thought it best if they didn't see me at all, Jiang Wanwan explained. Shen Feng. The two quickly finished the breakfast provided by Director Chen. In truth, both Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng understood the reason behind Director Chen's enthusiasm today. Yesterday, Zhou Yilin had shared the live stream for Jiang Wanwan, which had brought immense traffic to the production team. Last night's announcement of their relationship had also trended on Weibo. Therefore, even before the show officially aired, numerous viewers were already eagerly awaiting the live stream. Director Chen, having filmed variety shows for so long, had never encountered such an audience. Now, he was more than eager to showcase Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. After finishing their breakfast, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan returned to the production team. At this moment, Zhang Wei and Meng had also come downstairs. Both greeted Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, extending their congratulations. After all, last night, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan made their relationship public, and both Zhang Wei and Meng had shared the news on Weibo, expressing their well wishes. To be honest, they had not anticipated that Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were indeed a couple, a bona fide married couple. You two are so young and already married, while we are still single old bachelors, Meng'an remarked with a hint of melancholy. Ever since witnessing Jiang Wanwan's acting skills yesterday, Meng'an's attitude towards her had undergone a complete transformation. Now, he regarded her with the same affection one would have for a younger sister. As Jiang Wanwan chatted with Meng and Zhang Wei approached Shen Feng, he patted Shen Feng on the shoulder and said, "Shen Feng, impressive. You dare to make it official right after debuting." Shen Feng shrugged. "What's so impressive about that? Do you know how many popular stars are afraid to reveal their relationships, fearing they might lose their female fans?" Shen Feng chuckled. "My fans mostly started following me because of this show, and I would say 8 out of 10 are fans of the couple pairing with Wanwan. When I announced our relationship, they were more than delighted. But after that, attracting female fans will be a challenge for you. With your versatility and good looks, your future is already bright," Zhang Wei responded. Shen Feng merely shrugged. "I never intended to attract female fans. Having Wanwan is more than enough for me." Zhang Wei contemplated for a moment before giving Shen Feng a thumbs up. "Good lad. Truly different from those young heartthrobs. When I have a role to offer, I'll definitely reach out to you and Wanwan. Just don't mind me being a lesser-known figure. I hope you'll still grace us with your presence." Shen Feng smiled and nodded. Zhang Wei, Meng and Chen Lu, Zhao Tianshu, Jia Tenin, and Li Tingting were all decent people. Although their statuses were not particularly high, they were all quite agreeable. It's fortunate to make such friends upon entering the entertainment industry. Soon, Jia Tenin and Li Tingting's group also made their way downstairs. Li Tingting appeared to be in good spirits, while Jia Tenin looked rather disheveled, sporting dark circles under his eyes and an expression that suggested he hadn't slept well. Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but tease Xiao Jia. "Why do you look like someone who lost a bet and spent the night worrying?" Upon hearing this, Jia Tenin immediately turned to Jiang Wanwan. "Are you a fortune teller?" Jiang Wanwan responded with a puzzled look. She had merely spoken in jest, yet it seemed to resonate with him. "Xiao Jia, how could you gamble? Don't you have any sense of your own luck?" Jia Tenin whimpered. "This has nothing to do with my luck. It's all your and Shen Feng's fault." Jiang Wanwan was taken aback. "How is it our fault? What did we do?" "Yesterday, I went to find Shen Feng. Just as I was about to ask him if he and Jiang Wanwan were truly a couple, he slammed the door in my face." Jia Tenin pointed accusingly at Shen Feng. He looked so angry, clearly not wanting me to say they were a couple. At that moment, I thought their relationship was merely a platonic camaraderie, a deliberate display of affection for the cameras to appease the audience. I have fans in my gaming group who believe you two are just friends, and I stated that openly. Yet someone in the group challenged me, insisting Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were the real deal and even wanted to bet. Jia Tenin wiped his eyes. I thought I had insider information and would surely win, so I took the bet. Jiang Wanwan looked at Jia Tenin, asking, "What did you bet on? Was it real money?" "Not money, but my gaming equipment. I spent over 10,000 to acquire that legendary gear. It was filled with all my hard work. And then, we had barely started the bet when you two suddenly announced your relationship, and you even got a marriage certificate." Jia Tenin clutched Shen Feng's arm, lamenting, "My legendary gear. Just like that, it was given away. Why did you deceive me, Shen Feng?" Shen Feng, exasperated, shook off his arm and looked at him sternly. "When did I deceive you? Did I ever say that my relationship with Jiang Wanwan was merely platonic? You let your imagination run wild. Can you blame others for that?" As he spoke, Shen Feng recalled yesterday's events. The thought of how close he had come to a more intimate moment with Wanwan, only to be interrupted by Jia Tenin, made him add, "You brought this upon yourself." Jia Tenin began to tear up again. Once Jia Tenin's emotions settled, Director Chen officially commenced the live broadcast. The audience members, who had been eagerly waiting in the live room, were filled with excitement. Being the weekend, there were naturally more viewers. And with the added draw of yesterday's announcement from the acclaimed actor Zhou Yilin and Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's revelation, nearly 15,000 viewers had already packed into the live room early on. While popular streamers on various platforms might boast millions of followers, the actual number of active viewers often only reached several tens of thousands. The viewer count for Today We Start Dating was truly exceptional. Director Chun was well aware that today's live stream would attract a substantial audience. Hence, he had meticulously prepared today's challenge tasks. Ladies and gentlemen, this dating show has gone through several episodes now. Many viewers have expressed that while our survival-themed dating show has excelled in the survival aspect, the romantic aspect has been lacking. Director Chun smiled slightly. Therefore, today's tasks will all be related to romance. I invite all groups of guests to come here to collect their task cards. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan received their task card, and their tasks were displayed in the live room. Upon seeing their shared and secret tasks, the audience erupted in cheers. Director Chun is amazing. This is exactly what we wanted to see. As expected of a couple who has registered their marriage, their tasks are on a different level. I'm a newcomer, and it starts off with such thrilling secret tasks. Finally, this has transformed from a survival show into a romantic one. Is this the power of making it official? On the screen, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's shared task seemed relatively normal. They were to select a way to express their love for each other while shopping in a mall. However, the secret tasks were anything but ordinary. Jiang Wanwan's secret task was to have her partner carry her in a Princess Carrie style while they explored 5 stores in the mall. Shen Feng's secret task, however, was to take his partner to a designated fitting room and share a kiss inside. Chapter 62. Are you qualified to teach my Fengzi? Lanyu County, Qinda Shopping Plaza. This was a project that had received substantial investment in recent years and had finally entered its trial operation phase. During the trial period, the shopping plaza limited entrance to 1,000 people each day. The cast of Dating was among those fortunate enough to be included in this quota. Upon the arrival of the 4 groups of guests at the shopping plaza, aside from Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, the other 3 groups immediately set about their first task. The trio made a beeline for the 6th floor's dining area of the shopping mall, indulging in breakfast. What happened to survival? They arrived and immediately began eating breakfast. How is this survival? Indeed, shouldn't survival be a bit more arduous? Look at Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. They didn't even stop for breakfast. Now, that's truly embodying the spirit of survival as intended by the production team. Today, there were many new viewers. Consequently, witnessing the 3 groups of guests heading straight to the dining area for breakfast, they felt it contradicted the essence of survival in a romantic variety show. Shouldn't survival entail enduring hardships? At that moment, an experienced viewer stepped in to clarify. This is a strategy they've developed over the past few days. A hearty breakfast allows them to tackle secret tasks in the morning to earn some extra cash, which they can barely use to buy lunch, and they rely on the show's subsidies for dinner. Only in this way can they stretch their limited funds throughout the day. Upon hearing this, some new viewers found it somewhat reasonable, while others remained puzzled. But why aren't Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan having breakfast? I can't say for sure. Typically, they're the ones who indulge the most during breakfast. Perhaps they simply lack an appetite today. Chen Dao, upon seeing this comment, couldn't help but exclaim. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan indeed consumed the most extravagant meals. They feasted on McDonald's combos, each worth 20 to 30 yuan. In stark contrast, the other 3 groups were either nibbling on a 5 yuan biscuit or enjoying a single tea egg priced at 1 yuan. Yet, they wore blissful smiles on their faces. For this pricing was, in comparison to a tourist town, remarkably affordable. New viewers were still curious. Are these guests really that destitute? It's just a variety show. They can't actually deprive the guests of food. Upon noticing this comment, Chen Dao promptly displayed the remaining funds of each group on the screen. First up was the asset of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Penghu Bei Duo, 125 yuan. Over 100 yuan for a day? Is this what you call survival? Perhaps your standards for quality of life are simply too high. Exactly. With that amount, I could survive for 5 days. This survival angle touted by the production team seems a bit disingenuous. After seeing the duo's substantial assets, The new viewers immediately deemed the show's premise of survival to be rather farcical. Bored, they then observed the remaining three groups' finances. The disharmonious duo, 65 yuan. The mighty duo, 55 yuan. The heavenly road duo, 25 yuan. A hush fell over the new viewers. After a while, one finally asked, did they forget to display a digit or misplace the decimal point? What is the deal with that 2 yuan and 50 cents? The seasoned viewers, witnessing the astonishment of the newcomers, felt akin to seeing country folk entering the city. No digits were omitted. This is indeed the true financial status of the other three groups. You might want to check the duo of Zhao Tianshu and Chun Lu. They probably have to split one biscuit in half to make do. And those who previously claimed it wasn't enough survival, why not speak up now? New viewer, I understand the reasoning, but I want to know why Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan have so much money. Seasoned viewer, oh dear child, I recommend you catch up on yesterday's recording and the video montage titled The Fraudulent Practices of the Penghubei Duo, and you'll understand why they have so much money. Additionally, remember, in this show, the Penghubei Duo handles the romantic aspect, while the other three groups are responsible for survival. As the seasoned viewers gradually guided the newcomers to comprehend the show, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan had already meandered through the shopping mall. During their stroll, they encountered several fans. Despite the mall's soft opening allowing only 1,000 visitors daily, a significant portion of them were there specifically for the program Let Us Start Dating Today. Ah, Fengzi, my husband, Wanwan, my husband. You both must be happy. Woo-woo. For instance, at that moment, a bespectacled young girl was excitedly screaming at Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, drawing the attention of nearby shop owners. I've been a fan since the show began. I knew you two were genuine. Ah, I would be overjoyed if you could kiss in front of me, no? A hug would suffice. As long as you hug, I would do anything, the girl exclaimed. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan exchanged glances before embracing, eliciting another round of enthusiastic squeals from the young girl. Her eyes sparkled as she watched Shen Feng approach a nearby store to procure a piece of paper and a pen. The young girl imagined he was going to give her an autograph and became even more exhilarated. However, Shen Feng spent several minutes writing on the paper. After 5 long minutes, he finally handed it to her. The girl glanced down and discovered it was a complex calculus problem. You said you would do anything, right? Shen Feng smiled at the young girl, saying, I assume you're a university student at your age? Then solve this problem. The girl, observing the dazed expression on her face, the comments section erupted in laughter. Ha! The girl is utterly bewildered. I was just a tad envious that this girl got to witness Fengzi and Wanwan hug, but now I'm not envious at all. From a moment Fengzi wouldn't stop writing on the paper, I sensed something was amiss. He truly lives up to his reputation. What a positive energy star. Other celebrities only want you to spend money on voting or buying albums to support endorsements. But Shen Feng? He just compels you to solve problems. Ha! If solving a problem meant my favorite couple would hug once, I'd ace the exams at Tsinghua or Peking University. After watching the enthusiastic fan depart with the calculus problem in hand, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan continued their exploration of the shopping mall. They were searching for a way to express their affection towards each other as part of their joint task. Given that it was within a shopping mall, traditional verbal confessions were out of the question. There was a confession wall on the first floor of the shopping mall, but Shen Feng thought that would be rather kitsch. As he pondered how best to convey his feelings, he suddenly heard the sound of a piano emanating from the lobby below. They had noticed a piano set up for guests to play upon their arrival. At that moment, a young man was striking the keys, performing a rapid and lively piano piece. The viewers in the live stream also heard the melody. Is this person just playing randomly? Why does this music sound so peculiar? Some knowledgeable viewers attempted to explain. However, before they could begin typing, the voice of Shen Feng resonated through the live stream. It was the melody of Flight of the Bumblebee. Wow, my phone even knows how to play the piano. Indeed, it is Flight of the Bumblebee. Feng Zi is quite the expert. He plays so swiftly. I've heard that the faster it is played, the more impressive it becomes. Could this person be a professional? Though the notion that faster is necessarily better is somewhat inaccurate, he is indeed displaying his skills. I think he resembles that internet celebrity from Douyin, the one who plays the piano. What is his name again? It seems that when Feng Zi was absent, this individual didn't perform. Now that Feng Zi is here, he begins to play. Is he trying to ride on Feng Zi and Wanwan's popularity? Shen Feng, however, was not as contemplative as the barrage of comments suggested. He merely observed the young man at the piano and was struck by a singular thought. He could express his affections for Wanwan through the piano. Thus, he patiently waited at the piano's side for the young man to finish his rendition of Flight of the Bumblebee. Shen Feng initially assumed that once the piece concluded, the young man would yield his seat. To his surprise, not only did the young man remain seated, but he also turned to Shen Feng, raising an eyebrow in a somewhat provocative manner. I recognize you. You're Shen Feng, right? The one who has been gaining a bit of attention lately. I'm Li Jiayu, with over 700,000 followers on Douyin. Surely I'm more popular than you, the young man declared, then turned to the camera and greeted the audience. Dear viewers, remember to follow me on Douyin. My name is Li Jiayu. I am a star worthy of your admiration. Is this live stream meant for your advertisement? This guy is so arrogant. 700,000 followers is impressive. Can he really claim to have more fans than my Feng Zi? What does he mean by I am the star worth pursuing? Does that imply Feng Zi isn't? With his attitude, does he even qualify as a good star? The lengths to which modern influencers go to gain attention are truly disheartening. Shen Feng, on the other hand, was indifferent to Li Jiayu's demeanor and whether he was trying to capitalize on popularity. He simply inquired, once you've finished, could you please vacate the spot? I wish to use this piano. Li Jiayu shukulat. He leisurely stood up and, with a tone that was neither overly polite nor rude, replied, sure. I'll make way for the illustrious Shen. However, not everyone can play the piano. If you can't, I'd be happy to offer you some lessons. What a condescending attitude. I just want to punch him. I don't think Feng Zi provoked him at all. Who is he trying to impress? Is this how influencers seek attention? It's one thing to promote oneself in someone else's stream, but to do so with such arrogance is outrageous. If you insult him, he achieves his goal. This type of internet celebrity thrives on controversy. The more they are criticized, the more attention they garner. And that makes them happy. Some viewers discerned that Li Jiayu was deliberately trying to stir trouble and provoke backlash. Nowadays, such influencers exist in abundance, willing to go to great lengths for fame, even staging acts of insensitivity during disasters. For individuals like Li Jiayu, even negative attention counts as attention. As long as there is traffic and buzz, there is money to be made. Shen Feng had initially intended to disregard this individual. He simply wanted to sit down peacefully and play a piece for Jiang Wanwan. However, Jiang Wanwan could no longer hold back. She pushed past Shen Feng and took a seat at the piano. Glaring at Li Jiayu, she asserted, so you think you can teach my Feng Zi? You should check your own qualifications first. With that, Jiang Wanwan's south fingers found their place on the keys. As she played the prelude, the audience in the live stream was momentarily stunned. It was the very same piece, Flight of the Bumblebee. Yet, Jiang Wanwan's tempo seemed slightly more deliberate. Li Jiayu chuckled. With that slow pace, you dare question my qualifications? You don't even measure up to me. But no sooner had he spoken than Jiang Wanwan increased her tempo. Chapter 63. To Jiang Wanwan. Li Jiayu completed his rendition of Flight of the Bumblebee in 1 minute and 20 seconds, while Jiang Wanwan accomplished it in just 1 minute and 10 seconds. Though the time difference was a mere 10 seconds, it transformed the entire character of the piece. If Li Jiayu's Flight of the Bumblebee represented a cheerful bee gathering nectar, then Jiang Wanwan's version was akin to an agitated hornet poised to strike. The disparity in sound was strikingly apparent. Once the piece was concluded, Jiang Wanwan rubbed her slightly sore fingers and coolly regarded Li Jiayu. I haven't played in a while, so my fingers aren't used to it. Otherwise, I could have played even faster. Come on, why don't you give me some pointers? Truth be told, Jiang Wanwan was well aware that Li Jiayu was merely seeking to provoke and gain attention. However, she was intolerant of his disrespectful attitude towards Shen Feng. She simply did not want her Feng Zi to be undermined in front of so many viewers. Want attention? Want to stir up trouble? Very well, I'll play along. Jiang Wanwan had taken up piano after Shen Feng's passing in her previous life. During that time, she had become a machine dedicated solely to filming. A particular role required the female lead to play the piano, prompting her to learn the instrument. In the serene confines of the practice room, pressing the keys became another activity she engaged in besides acting, and she did so for a decade. This was her outlet for emotions in her former life. Jiang Wanwan could play Flight of the Bumblebee with her eyes closed, having once performed the entire piece in approximately 1 minute and 5 seconds. However, this was her first encounter with the piano since her rebirth, so her initial tempo was slower. Li Jiayu swallowed hard. Pointers? How could he offer guidance? He was 10 seconds slower than Jiang Wanwan. Even with her slower start, it was evident to anyone, even the untrained, that Jiang Wanwan surpassed him. Li Jiayu himself could only be considered someone who had dabbled in piano. He was far from any professional level. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to garner followers on Douyin, nor would he resort to such antics for attention. His skills were limited to deceiving the untrained eye. Li Jiayu hailed from Lanyu County and had heard that the show date would be filmed there. Thus, he concocted a scheme to ride the wave of popularity. He first showcased his skills when Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan arrived on the first floor, then intentionally provoked Shen Feng afterward. He knew that only through such means could he generate more buzz. If he were to gain exposure on Weibo, his visibility would skyrocket. Little did he anticipate that he would encounter someone of genuine skill and hit a wall. Observing Li Jiayu's awkward expression, the viewers in the live stream found amusement. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Didn't you claim you were going to offer pointers to Feng Zi? If you can't even surpass my Wan Ge, how do you expect to guide my Feng Zi? This is hilarious. If you want to stir trouble, perhaps you should consider your opponents. Neither Wanwan nor Feng Zi are your match. However, one must admit, Jiang Wanwan's piano skills are undoubtedly professional. I had no prior knowledge of her talent for playing the piano. I was also unaware of Jiang Wanwan's remarkable acting prowess. There are so many things we remain oblivious to. As the comments debated Jiang Wanwan's piano proficiency, even Shen Feng cast a surprised glance toward her. He prided himself on being the individual who understood Jiang Wanwan the most intimately, yet he was completely unaware of her piano skills, and to such a high degree at that. Just as Shen Feng was taken aback, Li Jiayu spoke up. He couldn't remain awkwardly silent forever. He needed to find a way to extricate himself from the situation. Thus, he turned to Shen Feng for an escape route. Clearing his throat, he said, "What I meant was to guide the illustrious Shen Feng, not to instruct you. You approached to showcase your skills, didn't you? Just to flaunt your own abilities?" Jiang Wanwan found herself both amused and exasperated by his remarks. Before she could respond, Li Jiayu continued, "Wasn't it Shen Feng who wanted to play the piano earlier? Let us see if he can manage." Li Jiayu surmised that since Jiang Wanwan had opted to step forward to assist Shen Feng, it suggested that Shen Feng's piano skills were likely not very high. Otherwise, why would he need Jiang Wanwan to defend him? Li Jiayu thought that once Shen Feng performed, he could critique him. If the audience observed that Shen Feng's skills were inferior to his, he would salvage some dignity. After all, he had come to bask in the limelight. He planned to enlist a few marketing accounts to write articles portraying the current star Shen Feng as inferior to the internet celebrity Li Jiayu. While it might not land him on trending lists, it would certainly garner attention, achieving his aim. Jiang Wanwan was about to interject, but Shen Feng stopped her. Ruffling her hair with a smile, he said, "All right, Wanwan, thank you for standing up for me earlier. However, since Mr. Li wishes to hear me play, I should extend him the courtesy." With that, Shen Feng took a seat at the piano and nodded respectfully toward Li Jiayu. "Mr. Li, I beg your forgiveness for my shortcomings." A sudden sense of unease washed over Li Jiayu. Could it be that Shen Feng was also a piano virtuoso, capable of playing Flight of the Bumblebee in under a minute? However, as Shen Feng pressed the first key, Li Jiayu felt a wave of relief. For Shen Feng was not performing Flight of the Bumblebee. It appeared he did not know it. Li Jiayu estimated that Shen Feng was merely a mediocre player, familiar only with a handful of pieces. If he couldn't manage Flight of the Bumblebee, then what did he have to fear? The audience noted that Shen Feng's performance was markedly different from the earlier renditions by Li Jiayu and Jiang Wanwan. Hey, doesn't Feng Zi not know how to play Flight of the Bumblebee? It sounds distinctly different from the piece played earlier. I never expected there would be something Feng Zi couldn't handle, though I'm already quite surprised he can play the piano. While the audience continued their discussions about Shen Feng's inability to play Flight of the Bumblebee, a keen observer suddenly noticed a change in Li Jiayu's expression, shifting from relaxed to utterly astonished. What is wrong with Li Jiayu? I don't know. He looks as though he's seen a ghost. Look at how fast Shen Feng's hands are moving. Did you not notice? In the comments, someone pointed out, drawing everyone's attention back to Shen Feng's hands. Upon closer inspection, they realized that Shen Feng's fingers danced across the keys with such speed that they seemed to leave only 2 shadows behind. The cameraman hurriedly captured a close-up of Shen Feng's hands. At that moment, another comment appeared. How could he not be startled? Shen Feng is playing Liszt La Campanella. It's an ultra-technical etude, one of the most challenging compositions. Some who were unfamiliar asked, how does this compare to Flight of the Bumblebee in terms of difficulty? Given how effortlessly Shen Feng plays La Campanella, his proficiency must be at a professional level. Flight of the Bumblebee is child's play for him. Wait, is my Fengzi really that formidable? Even his piano skills are at a professional level? The audience was left in stunned silence. Even more bewildered was Li Jiayu. True, Shen Feng did not play Flight of the Bumblebee at a faster tempo, but he performed an even more difficult piece, La Campanella. Li Jiayu was utterly speechless. What kind of monsters were these two? Were they not actors, not stars? Instead of performing a good show, why were they learning the piano? Li Jiayu felt like a clown in this moment. Had he known both of them were professionals, he would have sought to ride the coattails of Jia Tenon and Li Tingting instead. After all, those two were tone-deaf. Regrettably, it was too late to lament. 3 minutes passed, and the performance of La Campanella concluded. Shen Feng stood and turned to Li Jiayu. At Mr. Li's request, I have completed my piece. Mr. Li, would you care to offer some guidance? Li Jiayu fell on the verge of tears. As a social media influencer masquerading as a piano virtuoso, how could he possibly critique someone who could play Liszt La Campanella with such fluidity? Just as he was at a loss for words, he noticed that Shen Feng had already turned away from him, seemingly not regarding him at all. Indeed, Shen Feng had not given Li Jiayu a second thought. Were it not for Li Jiayu's insistence on creating conflict, Shen Feng would have preferred to ignore him altogether, cherishing his time spent playing for Wanwan. Shen Feng once again seated himself at the piano, looking at Jiang Wanwan with a smile. Wanwan, the next piece is dedicated to you. With that, his fingers gracefully pressed down on the keys, and a familiar melody filled the ears of every viewer in the livestream. Beethoven's F. Elise. Shen Feng, a tribute to Jiang Wanwan.